In the auditorium of Mingjiu High School, Shirakawa Zeping walked up to the podium and looked around at the group of childish freshmen. Today is the first day of the new school year. Here, first of all, I want to congratulate. This cliché speech did not become interesting because of Shirakawa Zeping's slightly fair and handsome face. As the representative of the outstanding students of the school year, the speech at the opening ceremony is his unavoidable responsibility. He did try his best to be a marginal, transparent person, but his grades did not allow it, and the scholarship did not allow it either. Such a simple wish of playing the pig and eating the tiger is so unattainable for him. As a time traveler, Shirakawa Zeping obviously lives a life that is not worthy of his life trajectory. He once again looked at the heads of the audience that looked like black dots, and a sense of crisis unconsciously arose in his heart. It should be. Nothing will go wrong. I always feel that my left eyelid is jumping happily again. I still hope that God can let me walk down this podium and walk out of this opening ceremony auditorium with dignity. I don't know if God heard his respectable request and deliberately wanted to make him look undignified, or if it triggered some mysterious power from the east. When he was about to make the final remarks in his report, something unexpected happened. Lights came on. The whole place was illuminated. In the entire auditorium, the stage lights originally used for the evening party were suddenly focused on his position. Even his hair seemed to be stained with a layer of dazzling luster. At the same time, cherry blossom petals slowly fell from the sky above the auditorium, and with another beam of shining lights, they fell little by little into the hair and feet of a girl in the venue. It was as holy as the artistic conception in a painting. And the person in the painting did not disappoint the audience's expectations. Her bright eyes were kind, and her gaze was full of brilliance. Her slender and well-proportioned legs were wrapped in a black and red plaid skirt. There was no expression on her plain and white face. She looked at Shirakawa Zeping on the stage indifferently, her lips slightly pursed, as if she was a little dissatisfied. The speed of cherry blossoms falling is 5 centimeters per second. Judging from the time, the students in the auditorium were stunned for at least 10 centimeters before they reacted. Damn, this is a confession! The outstanding student representative on the stage is actually going to confess to this super beautiful senior. Just after coming to this school, this kind of drama has appeared. The girls' hearts were obviously shocked. He actually confessed in such a grand and solemn place. The senior is really skilled and bold, so handsome. However, near the front desk, where the freshmen cannot see, the student council, President Mita Takuma, saw this situation and froze in his hands with the confession manuscript in his hand. I haven't even started yet. Why are you guys starting? What kind of stupid teammates are these? Can't you see Shirakawa Zeping is still on the stage? Have I thrown all the benefits I gave you away? Signal. Can you pay attention to the signal of my appearance? Do I look a lot like Shirakawa Zeping? What a stupid teammate. He said he supported me and cheered me on, but he ended up being the hardest stumbling block in my love life. Calm down, calm down. If this goes on, I might end up making things difficult for that kid Shirakawa Zeping. I have to think of a way to turn the situation around. Damn it. This kid's title of School Beauty Confession Blocker is really not to be underestimated. I never thought that even someone as smart as me would fall into his hands. The students started to make a fuss, chattering about it. But the teachers who participated in the opening ceremony were not idle. Shirakawa Zeping's class teacher quickly winked at Shirakawa Zeping and asked him to come down quickly. The other teachers began to look for the person in charge, the Dean of Studies. The Dean of Studies is not here? Did he go to the bathroom? What's the big deal? The opening ceremony can be turned into a confession meeting. If it gets out, the board of directors will be criticized by the media outside the school, and they will definitely find the person in charge first to vent their anger. In the eyes of those media, students will naturally not make too many mistakes. This is a rare memory of youth. As for you, assholes, you can't even supervise the opening ceremony. What kind of leading teachers are you? Go back to your hometown and grow sweet potatoes. Seeing this scene, although Shirakawa Zeping had already had a similar premonition, he still couldn't help but sigh secretly. This damn stupid low-level system, it's really bad luck to have it. I haven't enjoyed much of the bonus of being a time traveler, but things are coming one after another. What's the name of that girl? Hayakawa. Hayakawa Shiaji? This is the 4th time I've been forced to confess, right? Can't the low-level system have a new heroine? It will be aesthetically tiring if it's always the same person, right? He curled his lips and spoke in a flat tone. As his voice rang out, the freshmen who were originally talking a lot suddenly quieted down. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what kind of touching confession this audacious senior could say. Well, thank you all for your support. Next, please invite the student council president to the stage to give the final speech. Mita Takuma burst into tears, excitedly clutching the confession manuscript in his hand, and decided in his heart to be more friendly to this junior brother Shirakawa Zeping in the future. What confession blocker? I think it's all rumors. This is clearly a misunderstanding. It's all the fault of those stupid teammates. The junior brother is obviously very sensible. Seeing that the senior calmly finished his closing speech and had no intention of confessing in the atmosphere, the onlookers immediately became angry. Senior, don't be afraid, we will cheer for you. The girl's voice came out of nowhere. Yes, senior, come on. Express your love bravely. The bold boys also started to make a fuss. Confess, senior. The sound of these two voices seemed to have become a spark that set the prairie on fire, gradually forming a wave of sound. The freshmen shouted, confess, confess, while looking at Shirakawa Zeping on the stage. Faced with this moment, the teachers seemed a little helpless. They didn't have the momentum of the dean to forcibly suppress the students, but it was completely unreasonable to just leave them alone. Did the dean fall into the toilet? He didn't come back despite such a big noise. Quiet. Shirakawa Zeping gradually calmed the freshman's restlessness with the help of a loudspeaker. He glanced at the heroine Hayakawa Natsuji in the auditorium. Even at this moment, the girl's face still did not show much emotion. Because of the rain of petals, she was obviously separated from the people around her by a small circle. She looked at the stage quietly. It seemed that this matter had little to do with her. Let me make it clear first. This confession arrangement has nothing to do with me. Why is it like this? So boring. That's right, senior, are you backing off? Before the complaints from the audience could be amplified, Shirakawa Zeping said again calmly. Secondly, there may be senior students present, and they may have begun to disbelieve this misunderstanding after so many times. But what I want to say is, I'm not interested in girls who rank lower than me. Shirakawa Zeping, who ranked first in the school, stood on the stage and made a speech that only a top student could say. However, when the heroine of the accident, Hayakawa Natsushi, heard this, she did not show any anger. Instead, the corners of her tightly pursed mouth slightly raised, forming a faint arc. The hall was dead silent. Even Shirakawa Zeping's homeroom teacher, Uehara Masao, couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his student might be destined to live alone. To say such things to a girl, senior, is really bad. Too arrogant. Who will beat him in the next test? Oh, everyone is last. That's fine. Actually, senior's momentum when he said that was pretty good. A little bit handsome. But that senior is too pitiful. She was the one who was confessed to, but Shirakawa Senior said such things. Without waiting for everyone to react, Shirakawa Zeping walked down the podium, not caring about the looks they cast at him. For him, this speech was a forced one, and he had to do it because he couldn't push it anymore. Anyway, it wouldn't affect his scholarship, so they could do whatever they wanted. As for that classmate Hayakawa Natsuji, I can only say sorry. It's all the fault of the low-level system, and it has nothing to do with him. It's impossible to confess. A tough guy should do what a tough guy should do, such as studying. Mita Takuma watched Shirakawa Zeping walk down and couldn't help but hesitate again. According to this scene, his confession has already started from hell. If he still bites the bullet and continues, he may be given a good guy card by Hayakawa Jr. But if he doesn't confess, it's already come to this. Please wait a moment, Shirakawa-san. Hayakawa Natsuji called Shirakawa Zeping, who wanted to leave. Her voice was flat and cold, without any meaning of accusing someone. When the people present saw the heroine of the incident speak, they couldn't help holding their breath, and they wanted to get closer to see the development of the matter more clearly. Could it be that this confession was actually prepared by the girl? The mainstream girls' comic has become a reverse comic. Isn't it a big turn? Shirakawa Zeping stopped. You just said that you are not interested in girls who are ranked lower than you. Hayakawa Natsuji was silent for a while, then raised his head and said lightly with an expression that was both a smile and a mockery, I will try my best. Although his heart was broken into a QR code, Mita Takuma still had to force a smile and go on stage to give the final speech. after the freshmen experienced such a youthful event, they seemed a little absent-minded about the speech of the student council president. This situation continued until the dean of studies who went to the bathroom came back, and then it was restrained. Pretending not to see the cherry blossom petals on the ground, the dean of studies showed a tacit expression to Mita Takuma on the stage. We, as deans of studies, have received professional training and will never be bribed, unless his relatives are members of the school board. Little brother, steady. The return of the dean of studies made this opening ceremony no longer chaotic. Shirakawa Zeping also left the stage in an orderly manner with the crowd after the ceremony. Progress of confession interception plus 10%. Next stage achievement, declaration of the domineering president. The classmates around were more or less discussing what had just happened, and at the same time secretly looking at the male protagonist of the accident with their eyes. But Baichuan Zeping seemed not to notice it and walked straight to the classroom. He even ignored the abrupt voice in his mind that the task progress had increased. His original name was Bai Zhe. Although his name sounds like a mythical beast in the classic of mountains and seas, he is indeed an ordinary Chinese. He originally lived an ordinary life in China, but suddenly died one day, and his soul traveled to this place similar to a parallel world. And the original owner, who came to the big city to study alone due to family difficulties, sighed that God was jealous of talents for some reason, and drank several bottles of wine brought from home, and then benefited by Zhe, who traveled through time. Really died suddenly. To be honest, Baichuan Zeping had no experience in his first time traveling through time, but he actually got the identity of the strongest in the world, which made him a little melancholy. Putting aside the important task of saving the Earth, he was already an adult who had passed the college entrance examination, but he never thought that he would have to go through it again. On the other hand, the mess left by the original owner was also a headache. It was okay that his family was extremely poor, but in order to appear more wealthy after coming to the big city, he actually borrowed a loan through some means to save face. After learning this fact from the original owner's memory, Baichuan Zeping could only sigh and thought that it was fortunate that it was not a fruit loan. Since he started to live again, Baichuan Zeping would naturally not tolerate himself sinking like this. He first sold all the things that the original owner bought with the loan, and also packed and sold some useless things together. Finally, he paid back some money and let the loan repayment date be extended for a few days. Then, taking advantage of the holiday before school started, he began to work frantically to earn his living expenses. Thanks to the high hourly wage of Neon's part-time job, Baichuan Zeping finally made himself able to make ends meet before the start of high school. The situation at the beginning of the collapse of the sky seemed to have improved, but it would not work this way. Part-time jobs were only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. He could not live on doing odd jobs all his life. If he wanted to change his fate, he had to learn to change his fate. Then, he found that he had brought a system with him when he traveled through time. It was not a 30-year-old Dragon Aochian Rise system, but a very low-end, ultimate universe intelligent biology strategy system. In addition to being able to select the target of the strategy and obtain the opponent's specialties and talents, this system currently has no other functions. This discovery made Baichuan Zeping feel very complicated. If you say this thing is a bonus for traveling through time, I feel ashamed to face the many senior travelers. But if you say it's not, this is indeed the only special advantage that God has given him. Since traveling through time in the first year of high school, Baichuan Zeping has selected 2 talented girls as study girls to help him brush up on learning skills. Although the 2 learning girls did help him a lot, compared with those Long Aochian, who could easily control the starry sky and crush the universe and make arbitrary decisions for eternity, it was really a small matter. If it really doesn't work, you can give me a pair of contact lenses that can see through things. Isn't that much more convenient and easier to use than this strategy system? The most important thing is that it can still let me live for a few thousand chapters. People will die if you compare them with people, and goods will be thrown away if you compare them with goods. Baichuan Zeping shook his head secretly in his heart, determined not to waste his brain power on that low-level system. He sat in his original seat, took out a book and started studying. God rewards hard work. Baichuan Zeping didn't believe that with his own efforts, plus the little help of that useless system, he couldn't fight for a perfect life. As for the strategy girl, how can women be as fun as studying? I like studying the most. Before Baichuan Zeping could do 2 more math problems, his head teacher Uehara Masao walked into the classroom. This was a bald, middle-aged man in his 40s, with an honest and kind smile on his slightly fat face. He entered the classroom, put down his teaching materials first, and looked in the direction of Shirakawa Zeping. "Shirakawa-kun, please come out for a moment. There are some things that need your cooperation. Other students stay in the classroom for the time being. We will be back soon." Shirakawa Zeping closed the book, stood up and walked out. If nothing unexpected happens, the school should investigate. After all, including the few times in the first year of high school, he has accidentally entered other people's confession scenes 4 times, and the confession object is actually the same person. As Uehara Masao walked, he gently comforted Shirakawa Zeping, implying that he unconditionally believed that he had nothing to do with this matter. Letting him go over was just to go through the procedures. Although the main culprit is missing, the accomplice of the confessor has been blocked by us in the control room of the auditorium. This time I will go there mainly to let them apologize to you and Hayakawa. Shirakawa Zeping hummed, not caring about Uehara Masao's words. To some extent, he is also a victim, and it is not too much to accept their apology. As for who should be blamed for ruining their confession plan? Sorry, please find that low-level system. Uehara Masao knocked on the door of the Dean of Studies, and as soon as he entered, he was overwhelmed by the roar of anger. He originally thought that the Dean of Studies was furious, and he was a little nervous when he opened the door. He never thought that it was the Student Union President Mita Takuma who took the opportunity to rage. "What's wrong with you? Are you here to study? You are not making progress all day long and doing these messy things." Mita Takuma said with great sorrow, "You are a bunch of worms with no ambition. Do you still have any shame? A good opening ceremony was turned into a confession meeting by you. If I had known that you were such people, I would be ashamed to be associated with you. Why go to school? Just go home and raise pigs. You are a bunch of waste. You don't do what you should do well, and you are not doing your job all day long." Mita Takuma spitted and almost spitted on the faces of these confession-assisting wingmen. The dean next to him dissuaded him. "Mitaka, I know you are doing this for the good of these students. Actually, they made an unintentional mistake." "Unintentional mistake? Dean, don't speak for them. In my opinion, they are all trash." Uehara Masao blinked, feeling that this situation seemed a little wrong. The role positioning was a little off. The scolded wingmen were also very aggrieved. In fact, they didn't have any big problems. They were just a few insignificant problems caused by a few people, which together changed the direction of the incident a little bit. If taken separately, that little problem would not affect the success or failure of this confession at all. It was as weird as the flapping wings of a butterfly. Mitaka Akuma glared at the wingmen, who crashed with their heads down, turned his head and said, "Hayakawa-san, I apologize to you on behalf of these useless students. I hope you don't take this matter to heart." Hayakawa Shazi lowered her eyelids and responded lightly. Light and shadow intertwined on her eyelids, casting a thin shadow. The soft and beautiful lip color like cherry blossoms outlined a faint mark, making people feel that she seemed to have an indifferent expression on her face. Shirakawa Zeping came in and glanced at the people inside. In addition to the familiar Hayakawa Natsuji and Mita Takuma, there were 2 unfamiliar girls standing inside. One of them was looking around, and the other was looking down at her toes. "Shirakawa classmate is here." The dean saw Shirakawa Zeping and pointed at a few boys who were looking down and said, "These are the students who made trouble at the opening ceremony. They are all third-year students, but they are still so immature. I'm sorry, Shirakawa Jr., Hayakawa Jr., I'm sorry that our actions have caused you trouble." "It's okay," Shirakawa Zeping replied indifferently. In fact, his mental loss was not great. After all, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar, and it's not the first time he was forced to confess to Hayakawa Natsuji. If there is material compensation, it would be the best. "Since the juniors have forgiven you, let's just let this go for now. But you must remember this lesson," Mita Takuma added viciously. "There won't be a next time. Do you understand? I understand." After that, Mita Takuma left the dean's office with a bunch of crashed wingmen. At the moment the door closed, Shirakawa Zeping seemed to hear the frustrated voice of the student council president. "You are a bunch of trash. Mr. Uehara, these 2 are the transfer students in your class mentioned before. The procedures have been completed, and now it's just right to bring them to the class. The dean pointed to the two girls standing next to him and said, I understand. Pre-selected target for strategy, Ishiki Haori, painting LV5, vocal music, LV1, high school education, LV2, selfie, LV3, dressing, cooking, LV1, slacking off, LV3, strategy difficulty, difficult. Shirakawa Zeping looked at the transfer student who was looking around and subconsciously used the remaining system's self-selected strategy authority to analyze it. Well, the level of high school education is only LV2. Although it is not considered a LV1 student, it is not qualified to be a study girl. He turned his head and looked at Hayakawa Natsuji, and found that this top study girl happened to meet his gaze. Her expression was calm, not angry or annoyed, and there was a little arc at the corner of her mouth. It was as if Shirakawa Zeping was not mocking her in the auditorium just now. Shirakawa Zeping retracted his gaze. Of course, he could not be so narcissistic as to think that Hayakawa Natsuji was smiling at him. However, if there were a few more top study girls like Hayakawa Natsuji, wouldn't he be able to go to Tokyo University easily? You know, not only does this woman Hayakawa Natsuji possess the highest high school education skills in the school, she also has a gift called photographic memory. If it weren't for Shirakawa Zeping having 2 learning machines to brush up his skill experience, he would probably have been beaten by Hayakawa Natsuji. Although Shirakawa Zeping didn't care much about the ranking in 1 or 2 exams, it would be embarrassing to be beaten up in the next exam, after he had just made such a big wave of ridicule. Do you want me to search for the learning machines among the boys? He immediately gave up this terrible idea and thought it would be more reliable to rely on his own diligence to brush up his experience. According to the nature of this system, he would probably be arranged to confess to a boy in front of all the teachers and students in the school. By then, it would not be a matter of whether the skill level would drop or not. That would be social death, or the kind that can never turn over. Uehara Masao briefly exchanged a few words with the 2 transfer students, and then took Shirakawa Zeping and the other 2 out of the dean's office. On the way, the disqualified study girl looked at Shirakawa Zeping with curiosity. She seemed to be very curious about the reason why he entered the dean's office with a group of people on the first day of school. The other petite and lovely transfer student looked much more honest, and walked with his head down and looking at his toes all the way. Occasionally, after raising his head and meeting someone's eyes, he would timidly lower his head, looking very cute. After returning to the class, Uehara Masao first helped Shirakawa Zeping to clarify his reputation, indicating that there was someone else behind the incident. After all, he coughed lightly and started his speech for the new school year. Neon will have divided classes in the new semester, so there are many new faces in this classroom. Uehara Masao said a lot of cliches as usual, so that everyone can get to know each other as soon as possible. Study hard, and strive to reach the top in the new school year. At the same time, everyone should also think about their future. After all, they will be divided into arts and sciences in the 2nd year of high school, which is a big deal for all students. When the 2 transfer students outside the door were almost shaking, Uehara Masao slowly told them a piece of news that surprised many students. Classmates, there are 2 new transfer students in our class this semester. Welcome everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Ishiki Yori Nishiki. I used to study at Mitsuha High School, but I came to this school because of my father's work. I have no resistance to cute things. My future wish is to become a singer. I hope to become good friends with everyone in the future. The lively and energetic voice of the girl resounded in the classroom, more or less diluting the depression of the people at the beginning of the school year. Originally, everyone was still curious about what the transfer students were like, but now it seems that they should be easy to get along with. Well, they are also very beautiful. Such a beautiful girl must be digested internally. Must be digested quickly. High school is a period of hormones. As sophomores, they are neither facing the pressure of going to college like the seniors, nor are they like the freshmen who have just entered the campus and are still full of curiosity about everything. It's you, transfer student. Shirakawa Zeping looked at the transfer student who claimed to want to be a singer strangely, but her vocal skills were obviously very low. Well, Ishikiya is very motivated, so the next one. Uehara Masao nodded and smiled. The other girl then spoke crisply. Nice to meet you. My name is Asano Natsuori. Because of my health, I took a year off from school, but I have caught up with the progress of my studies. Although there are still many things I don't understand, I hope that I can do my best to not cause trouble to everyone in the next school year. Please give me more advice. She was only 1.48 meters tall, and she didn't look like a high school student standing on the stage. Instead, she looked like a junior high school student wearing her sister's school uniform. Her twin ponytails swung as she bowed, and with her blushing cheeks, she was just cute. This adorable gesture made everyone present feel nervous. She was already pretty, with a slightly round face and a bit of baby fat on her cheeks. Except for her short stature, she is a lovely girl with a lot of weight. Well, perhaps being short is not a big disadvantage to some extent, but a plus point. He looked up at the beautiful lowly girl Asano Natsuori, and her eyes seemed to be pitiful. Upon hearing this, Uehara Masao said, "Asano-san has been absent from school for a year, and her homework may have fallen behind. All students must give full play to the principle of friendship and mutual assistance and help her well." The new girl Ishiki Eugenie looked at this girl, who was also a transfer student, curiously, and her face was full of sympathy. Who would have the heart to blame such a lovable girl? Ishiki Eugenie clenched her fist secretly. Since we are both transfer students, let me be her good friend. Help her catch up with her studies as soon as possible and enjoy youth together. Thank you, teacher. I want to ask, who is the best student in the class? If possible, I hope to sit next to him so that I can ask him questions. Little lowly Asano Natsuori blinked, and her cuteness was about to overflow from her eyes. The boys sitting in the front row couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "This is the feeling of love! Decided! Decided! I will never like big sisters again." "Ah, this is of course Shirakawa-kun," Uehara Masao introduced enthusiastically. "Shirakawa-kun is not only the first in our class, but also the first in the academic year of our Mingjiu High School." Uehara Masao is too satisfied with the student Shirakawa Zeping. He has good grades and is handsome. He doesn't fall in love or make trouble. Except for occasionally interrupting other people's confession scenes, he is simply a model student representative. The students in my class are so outstanding, and the head teacher has both face and money. Why don't I be his licking dog? Don't like physical education class? I will communicate with the physical education teacher and reduce the number of attendances. Do you have to work part-time and have no time to study? I will help you apply for a scholarship. No matter what the name is, as long as you can get it, apply for it. Such a model student should be held in the palm of your hand like milk tea. Shirakawa Zeping frowned when he heard it and happened to meet the girl's gaze, and he couldn't help but feel alert in his heart. The high school education skill level of this A-type twin-tailed lowly is ELV 5, second only to the ELV 6 of the top-level student Hime Hayakawa Natsuji. According to Shirakawa Zeping's estimation for so long, those who can reach ELV 3 in skill level are already considered to be proficient. The latter LV 5 is completely in the field of talent, and the experience required for upgrading begins to increase dramatically. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Or is there another purpose? But there seems to be no empty seat next to Shirakawa-kun. Uehara Masao frowned and said in embarrassment, "As a man who loves to study, Shirakawa Zeping's seat will naturally not be near the special seats for the male protagonists of harem anime. This also led to a full seat near him, and there was no possibility of extra empty seats. The atmosphere of a god of learning permeates everywhere. I can't." "What?" Asano Natsuori's watery almond eyes seemed to be about to overflow with tears, and she spoke with grievance. "Well, since you are a transfer student, Matsushita-san over there, please change your seat." Uehara Masao waved his hand and said firmly, "Even if we want to implement the creed that cuteness is justice, can you please have some backbone, teacher? In that case, teacher, I want to sit in that empty seat." Ishiki Yujinishiki quickly pointed to a seat not far from Asano Natsuori and said, "I want to become friends with Asano-san, who is also a transfer student, and help her enjoy her youth. I can't be left behind at this critical moment." "Oh, is that so?" Uehara Masao nodded. "I understand. Then please ask Ishikiya to sit in that empty seat, although the seats of the two transfer students are relatively close to Shirakawa-kun. But it doesn't matter. Shirakawa-kun is a straight man anyway, and it shouldn't affect his studies. Even the classmate Hayakawa Natsuto, who has the appearance to debut as an artist, couldn't impress Shirakawa-kun. This shows that Shirakawa-kun is a good student who only cares about studying. It will definitely not be successful with the two newcomers." Uehara Masao silently praised his teacher's ethics in his heart. For my teacher's allowance reward, Shirakawa-kun, you just have to sacrifice for another year or two. When you graduate, I will consider introducing you to a girlfriend. Asano Natsuori sat next to Shirakawa Zeping as she wished, smiled sweetly at him, and said with a blushing face, "Please take care of me." Shirakawa Zeping nodded in response, without showing the doubt in his heart. In fact, except for the greeting at the beginning, Asano Natsuori has always been sitting there quietly in class listening very seriously. It was as if she was really a cute little loli who was diligent and careful. Even though Shirakawa Zeping had been on guard against her, he still had to admit that this girl was indeed very cute. She was impeccable from any angle. Her cute and slightly round cheeks were full of nervousness. She focused on the teacher's every move, as if she was afraid that she would miss any knowledge point. She was so cute that it was a little suspicious. After the first class, many girls in the class ran over to talk to Asano Natsuori. There was also a group of people around Ishiki Eugenie, who was not far away. They chattered one by one, making Shirakawa Zeping feel like he was in an oversized birdcage. Did Asano-san also study at Akihisa's school? It must have been hard to take a year off. It's okay. I have people at home to take care of me. Huh? Asano-san, your school uniform seems a little too big. Do you want me to go and tell the teacher? Asano Natsuori was speechless for a moment. She didn't know whether she should tell the other party that she had searched the school warehouse and still couldn't find the right size for her. She couldn't really blame the school. She transferred here in a hurry and didn't have time to calmly report her height and size to order a school uniform. Even the one she was wearing had to be altered to make it fit. Is this guy implying that I'm short and flat-chested? Asano Natsuori memorized the face and name of this fast-talking girl and secretly gnashed her teeth, waiting for the opportunity to mock her. However, she still said timidly, "It seems that there is no school uniform size that fits me. If I could grow taller, it would be better." Asano Natsuori blinked her eyes with grievance and said, It's okay, Asano-san. You are so cute, it doesn't matter if you are a little smaller. It's better to say that this figure is just right. Super cute. Psycho, if you are mistaken for an elementary school student when you enter the school gate, I don't think you can still laugh. What I need is you to praise me for being small. I was clearly hinting to you that I will definitely grow taller in the future. If it's not true that I can't grow taller, who would be willing to be a legal loli? Asano Natsuori gritted her teeth and wrote down a blacklist again. Hey Asano-san, let's have lunch together during lunch break. Okay. Asano Natsuori smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, but the light in her eyes flashed slightly, seeming to reveal a little coldness. She said casually, But won't this affect your club activities, Miyajima? The girl named Mikako Miyajima waved her hand and said, We in the light music club train in the afternoon after school, so it won't take up our lunch break. Is that so? Club activities seem to take up a lot of study time? Asano Natsuori continued to guide. That's true, but this is a rare youth, and you can experience many different things. If you can be like Shirakawa, you can probably balance study and club activities, right? Asano Natsuori glanced at the empty seat of Shirakawa Zeping. This pretty boy had already run out for some fresh air, not long after they started discussing the topic. About this. Shirakawa seems to have joined the calligraphy club, and that club doesn't seem to have many activities. But if you want to achieve the same level of academic performance as Shirakawa, you can't just sacrifice time for club activities. Calligraphy club? After receiving this information, Asano showed a puzzled expression and said, Why did Shirakawa join the calligraphy club? Is he very interested in this aspect? It seems to be because of the beautiful president of the calligraphy club. Miyajima Mikako stuck out her tongue and said, It should be gossip. I don't know too much. Speaking of which, there are also a lot of gossips between Shirakawa and Hayakawa. Someone heard them talking behind the teaching building before. Really? What did they say? Seeing that the topic was successfully led to Shirakawa Zeping, Asano Natsuori was happy to listen quietly beside her, and occasionally asked a question to further improve her understanding of Shirakawa Zeping in her mind. It was not until Shirakawa Zeping came back from outside that the gossip of several people was restrained. The second foreign language class started soon, and the teacher was a middle-aged woman. Since language skills and experience are relatively simple to gain, Shirakawa Zeping decisively chose to do math problems in English class. Feel like back to Huashia High School? At first, Asano Natsuori was sitting upright, listening to the class attentively without looking around. After a while, I don't know if she couldn't hold it anymore or had some action plan. She began to make some small movements. Snap! Her eraser fell near the aisle near Shirakawa Zeping. Perfect position! A hint of joy flashed across Asano Natsuori's little face, and then she looked at Shirakawa Zeping with a look of help. This is the perfect start to trigger the favorability event. Come on, little pretty boy. Let Master Natsuori see how many times you can withstand my cute offensive. Unexpectedly, Shirakawa Zeping was concentrating on writing his math problems and seemed to have not noticed the unusual movement on the other side at all. This made Asano Natsuori a little angry. Could it be that the sound of the eraser falling was too small? Asano Natsuori thought about and accidentally knocked off a pencil. This time he should have discovered me, a beautiful girl in need of help, right? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the side when he heard the sound, then retracted his gaze and continued to do the questions. What's going on? Is this guy short-sighted? She pinched the hem of her school uniform, pretended to be courageous, and lowered her voice and said, Shirakawa-san? Shirakawa Zeping looked at Asano Natsuori's eyes and seemed to understand the intention behind the strange behavior of this transfer student. He leaned over to pick up the pencil and eraser on the ground and put them on his desk. At the end, he said to the shocked little Lolier, Thank you. Although it is vulgar to use such small favors to get close to me, fortunately, I am a protagonist who can be easily bribed. Favorability +1. Asano Natsuori was completely confused. She didn't expect that there was such a man who was single based on his ability. Just based on his actions just now, no matter how ugly the woman was, he would have turned off the lights, okay? Doesn't he think I'm cute? Wouldn't he have improper thoughts about me? Doesn't he want to seize this opening that triggers favorability? Could it be that my conditions are too bad? Asano Natsuori looked down at herself and then sneered secretly. Oh, superficial man, one day I will let you know what it means not to bully the poor young lady. Asano Natsuori couldn't get angry during class, so as soon as the get out of class was over, she put on a timid look and spoke carefully. Shirakawa-san, that is my eraser. Oh, and returned the eraser to her. Favorability 1. And my pencil, +1. Shirakawa Zeping handed the pencil to Asano Natsuori again, and then added, I thought you were rich. No. I just felt that Shirakawa-san looked a little serious, so I didn't dare to talk to him. I'm sorry, am I too timid? Tears welled up in Asano Natsuori's eyes as if they would fall immediately if Shirakawa Zeping gave a wrong answer. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her as if he had noticed Asano Natsuori's dramatic nature and immediately decided not to give her a chance to perform, and answered, You are quite courageous. It's okay, Shirakawa-san, you don't have to comfort me. I know it myself. Asano Natsuori paused, but now it seems Shirakawa-san is really easy to get along with. Great. I thought Shirakawa-san would hate me. I am obviously clumsy, I learn everything very slowly. Asano Natsuori's cute and healing smile was filled with tears, and a holy light bloomed. Unfortunately, this purifying power did not have much effect on Shirakawa Zeping. He pondered for a moment and said, You are not stupid. You are just silly. Asano Natsuori was stunned for a moment, and her delicate and cute little face gradually became ferocious. Calm down, calm down. A truly cute, beautiful girl must never reveal her facial expressions. Asano Natsuori took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions for a while, and said in a silly way, Are you saying that I am cute because I am silly? Shirakawa Zeping looked at Asano Natsuori with pity, thinking, Am I going to say something like, Silly child? How can you be a silly child? This is too insulting to intelligence. You can understand it as you see it. Shirakawa Zeping did not explain anything and turned around to continue to prepare for the questions. His high school education skill level experience increased rapidly, but it was a pity that the experience required for upgrading was too much, so that the progress bar looked like it did not move. Although I don't know what this Asano Natsuori classmate intends, I should consider turning her into a study girl, right? That is a skill level of L5, and the talent addition must be very comfortable. He looked at his study girl column, which had the progress bars of 2 girls. Among them, there was an ongoing achievement under the column of Hayakawa Natsuki. Although this low-level system is extremely incompetent, there is still one thing worth praising. That is, all the strategies have a high degree of freedom, and there will be no punishment for death if the task is not completed. From the first year of high school to now, Shirakawa Zeping has not done more than 3 times to improve the favorability of the two learning girls. He even just mocked Hayakawa Shiaji, who was ranked second in the school year, and he survived well. Unfortunately, the low-level system will still take some actions to promote the progress of the strategy. If you don't do the strategy for a long time, he will start to passively confess to the learning girl inexplicably like in the morning. In short, if you don't confess, I will create conditions for you to confess. This also led to Shirakawa Zeping getting a resounding title of School Beauty Confession Interceptor. From the current situation, this interceptor seems to be only for Hayakawa Shiaji. But maybe soon, I will be forced to confess to another learning girl. Shirakawa Zeping occasionally thinks with melancholy. You said that your system can influence the world line to a certain extent. Why do you still have to do this kind of low-end matchmaking work? Isn't this just a loss of face for yourself? Could it be that the creator of this system is a perpetual bachelor, so he came up with something so funny? Asano Natsuori next to him didn't seem to give up. After a while, she came over and asked, "Shirakawa-san, what exercises are you doing? Are they from the cram school textbooks?" A beautiful girl taking the initiative to talk to a boy would be moved, right? Asano Natsuori's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked, "Would it be convenient for you to give me some advice? I have forgotten a lot of knowledge points." Shirakawa Zeping turned his head slightly and did not answer her question immediately. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Have you ever been to a cram school?" "Well, I did, because I took a leave of absence." Asano Natsuori lied without changing her expression. "Oh, is that so?" Shirakawa Zeping said calmly. "Then bring your cram school textbooks and exercises to me for advice. I should be able to help you." "Nice!" Asano Natsuori was delighted when she heard this. What she feared the most was that Shirakawa Zeping would be stubborn and would not accept any tricks. In this situation, as long as the two of them had contact, there was no need to worry that this guy would reveal his flaws. Since he was asking for advice, it meant that he could repay her legitimately, and then get closer to each other, and then... Hey! Shirakawa Zeping looked at Asano Natsuori strangely, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what her purpose was. But it didn't matter. Since she looked so suspicious, it was understandable that he could do some exercises with her. Tutoring schools in Japan are very common, and most of them are very strong. Of course, the corresponding prices are also quite high. Happy education is a lie, and parents in the elite class are not stupid enough to believe that rhetoric. Everyone has 9 years of compulsory education, and you are the only one who secretly took extra classes. This is probably what it means. So does Asano Natsuori look rich? Of course she is. After all, on her pre-selected target panel, her music skill level is level 5. Just like there are many branch skills such as English and physics under the high school education skills, Asano Natsuori's music skills also have many instrument branch skills. Not to mention the piano, she also has violin, cello, guitar, saxophone, and even Chinese ancient musical instruments such as zither, flute, and shakuhachi. She has a complete human musical instrument mastery library. In a way, it is definitely much easier for Lolita Asano Natsuori to pursue the music path than Ishiki Yujijin. Can you study art without spending money? If you don't spend money, can it be called art? As a teenager from a remote mountainous area who had problems with food and clothing when he just entered high school, Shirakawa Zeping naturally had no money to pay for the cram school. But the cram school in Japan is really good. Maybe even the woman Hayakawa Natsuji secretly took cram school. Otherwise, how could I be so hard to be pursued by her? I'm doing this for a win-win situation. Shirakawa Zeping comforted himself silently, eliminating some of the guilt of getting something for free. But I didn't bring any exercises today. In this case, why not? Asano Natsuori struck while the iron was hot, preparing to throw out 1 or 2 questions to flatter this pretty boy and brush up his favorability. What does the 1,000-layer routine say? Girls who know how to let boys show off in front of others are the cutest. Huh? You want to get something for free without exercises? Shirakawa Zeping felt desperate about the shamelessness of this transfer student. Since you didn't bring any, just wait until tomorrow. Shirakawa Zeping pouted and casually blocked Asano Natsuori's country first offensive. Asano Natsuori's face froze, and for the first time she truly experienced how important she was in the heart of Shirakawa Zeping, the pretty boy. I'm not as important as the exercise book of the cram school. Damn, this guy must be a sister control. Otherwise, how could he, a mortal, resist my charm? Sister control is the mortal enemy of lowly. The morning classes continued in an orderly manner. After the first round of probing, Asano Natsuori temporarily gave up the attack and began to gradually shape her own cute image of being diligent and studious. Her focused eyes during class almost melted the middle-aged neon history teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle. As a result, his walking steps after class exuded a sense of confidence. Such a cute female student was deeply attracted by the content of my lecture. It seems that I am still very attractive. After the last class, Shirakawa Zeping quickly left the classroom and walked quickly towards the canteen. His lunch today is bread. As for what kind of bread it is, it depends on the speed of other students' movements. Asano Natsuori, who took out the lunchbox and ate with several girls, looked at Shirakawa Zeping's leaving figure. After some careless preparation, she quickly led the topic to her own questions. Does Shirakawa-san eat lunch with someone else every day? Huh? I don't think I've noticed this, but Shirakawa-san has never brought a lunchbox to school. He usually goes to the cafeteria or the canteen. Sure, Shirakawa-san has a girlfriend, right? How could that be? He has a girlfriend and he confessed to Hayakawa-san? That's too bad. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Girlfriend. It should be Tsukimi-san, the head of the calligraphy club. I often see them walking together. The girls started to discuss at once, while Asano Natsuori pulled herself out and calmly extracted the information she needed from the fragmented information. What exactly is the weakness of this damn sister complex? Asano Natsuori was secretly trying to find out about him, while Shirakawa Zeping was completely unaware. At this moment, he was holding a lunch bread and walking quickly towards an activity room. He rented a small room by himself, and he couldn't even get a set of pots and pans together, let alone make his own lunch to eat at school. Although cooking at home is more economical, it is still more cost-effective to buy it directly from the perspective of time cost. Excuse me, Shirakawa, Zeping called out symbolically and pushed open the door of the calligraphy club. Bye, Shirakawa classmate. A voice sounded weakly, and as the owner of the voice lowered his head shyly, the remaining two words, good afternoon, gradually sank. Those were a pair of extremely pure and lovely eyes like a newborn deer in spring, curious and a little wary. The black hair that just passed the neck was woven into a slightly thin braid on the side, and the end was tied with a light pink hairband, just revealing the delicate and soft earlobe. As her head lowered lower, the blush on the girl's cheeks gradually spread to the tip of her ear. The two have known each other for almost a year, and the girl seemed to be a little afraid to take the initiative to greet Shirakawa Zeping. The good afternoon just now had exhausted the courage she had accumulated with great difficulty. Well, Tachibana-san, is Minister Tsukimi not here? Shirakawa Zeping did not want the girl to continue to bury her head and took the initiative to speak. Tachibana Jimo calmed down, grasped the hem of her school uniform and replied carefully. The minister is not here. It seems that he was called away by the teacher in charge. Putting aside the initial proactive greeting, Tachibana Jimo was still able to communicate relatively normally with Shirakawa Zeping, whom he had known for a long time. Shirakawa Zeping nodded when he heard it, and did not ask why the minister of the calligraphy club went out. He pushed aside a pile of messy rice paper in the activity room, cleared a space on the table, sat down and prepared to concentrate on lunch. Today, the activity room is as messy as usual, but it's better to be patient. Don't encourage the arrogance of Minister Paramecium too much. After sitting down for only 2 seconds, Shirakawa Zeping frowned and stood up to find cleaning tools in the activity room. When Tachibana Chimo saw Shirakawa Zeping's familiar movements, a little smile appeared in his crystal-clear and warm eyes. Then he quickly stood up and helped Shirakawa Zeping clean up. Shirakawa-san, you are still the same. You can't see the tidy place. He usually chooses to spend his lunch break here. It's not because he feels embarrassed to eat bread alone in the classroom, but Shirakawa Zeping feels that the activity room of the calligraphy club gives him a faint sense of security. Maybe it's because the rice paper on the floor and the table is written with Chinese characters, or maybe it's a little deer with clear eyes in the calligraphy club's activity room. He spent most of his free time here in his high school career this year. Coincidentally, the reason why Shirakawa Zeping wanted to join the calligraphy club was just to find a study girl with good handwriting to improve his Japanese writing skills. But he didn't expect that the calligraphy club in Neon actually practiced Chinese characters. There is no wife in the wife cake, no lion in the lion head, and no Japanese in the calligraphy club of neon. These are some of the most tragic things in the world. Fortunately, the talent bonus of Miss Jujimo did not disappoint Shirakawa Zeping's efforts. After obtaining her bonus, Shirakawa Zeping's Japanese writing finally became elegant and generous, and he would never be as embarrassed as before. But then again, it has been a year since he set Jujimo as the target of the strategy learning G. On the other side, Hayakawa Shaji has already passively confessed 4 times, but there seems to be no sign on Jujimo's side. What principle is the judgment of this confession interception based on? Even with Shirakawa Zeping's brainpower, he couldn't figure out the working principle of this low-level system. While chewing the bread slowly, he was wandering in the sky, thinking about all kinds of messy things. For him, this is also a rare rest. Jujimo sat opposite Shirakawa Zeping, nibbling his bread in small bites. She would have brought a lunchbox to school, but since Shirakawa Zeping often went to the activity room for lunch, she only brought a piece of bread for lunch. The lunch break at Neon High School was not long. As Tachibana Jimo closed the book in front of him, Shirakawa Zeping also woke up from his trance. "See you after school." Miss Tachibana Jimo waved to Shirakawa Zeping nervously. She was not used to saying goodbye like this, so her movements looked a little stiff. "Yeah, see you after school." Tachibana Jimo turned around, breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and clenched her fists tightly. "Good job. It's time to say goodbye. Keep it up. Xiaomo." A thin pink envelope fell out of the book with Tachibana Jimo's previous stiff waving. Shirakawa Zeping didn't think twice and quickly caught the envelope and called out to Tachibana Jimo. "Tachibana-san, wait a minute." At the moment when the envelope was handed over naturally, a light suddenly flashed in Shirakawa Zeping's mind. "Damn, this is bad." As expected from Shirakawa Zeping's perspective, Tachibana Jimo saw the pink heart envelope, was stunned for a moment, and then her face quickly turned red. Bye, Shirakawa-san, I-I-E. Miss Tachibana Jimo's tongue suddenly began to get tangled. "This, I have to ask my family. After all, at this age, getting married or something." She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at Shirakawa Zeping in the eye. Her long and dense eyelashes trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a little crystal tear on them. Her pearly teeth bit her lips, revealing an expression that was about to cry. "Get married?" Shirakawa Zeping was shocked by Miss Tachibana Jimo's imagination. According to his understanding, such a weird coincidence is obviously the fault of the system. It is estimated that some boy slipped a love letter to Miss Jujimo, but she didn't find it for a while. Since it is a misunderstanding, let's solve it. But why did this study girl want to get married right away? No. Jujimo waved his hands quickly. "I'm not saying that I don't want to marry Baichuan-san." As soon as this sentence came out, Jujimo immediately realized that she had said something wrong and said in a panic, "I'm not saying that I want to marry Baichuan-san." As if she felt that she couldn't explain it clearly, she simply covered her face with her hands, lowered her head and squatted down, and at the same time made a sad cry like a small animal. Jujimo? Calm down." Shirakawa Zeping silently criticized the low-level system in his heart. How could the flag he just set come true so quickly? It was okay to face the proud little peacock Hayakawa Natsushi, but when it came to facing a cute little sister like Tachibana Jimo, who was simple and shy and blushed easily when seeing acquaintances, he really didn't have the confidence to say that he could be cruel enough to use sarcasm to create a sense of distance and thus reject the other party. He could only explain it slowly. He sighed softly, squatted down and waited patiently for Tachibana Jimo's emotions to stabilize a little. Then he said, "Actually, this is not my confession letter." "You can compare the handwriting. You should be very familiar with my handwriting, right?" Miss Tachibana Jimo raised her head when she heard it, and a questioning look appeared on her blushing face. "Really? Really not, Shirakawa-san?" "Yeah." Shirakawa Zeping nodded gently and asked back, "Have I lied to you?" Tachibana Jimo shook his head. "Shirakawa-san is a very serious person, so all this is just a misunderstanding." "But..." Tachibana Jimo recalled her previous speech and was about to continue to act like an ostrich. Shirakawa Zeping quickly said, "It's okay, I understand. Tachibana-san, you're just too nervous. I won't take those words seriously. It really couldn't be delayed any longer. If she really had to act like an ostrich again, I'm afraid Shirakawa Zeping would have to consider whether to use the excuse of going to the health room to skip the first class." Thank you, Shirakawa-san." Shirakawa Zeping helped Tachibana Chimo stand up, turned around and looked at the envelope in his hand and asked, "What are you going to do with this?" I don't know." Tachibana Chimo finally returned to the state of a normal girl being confessed to. "I'm obviously very inconspicuous. My motor nerves are not good, and I can't even communicate well with other people. How could anyone confess to me like this?" Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Miss Tachibana Chimo's face and thought to himself that if someone like you is considered ordinary, then there is probably only another ordinary man in the world who is qualified to fall in love. But it's not surprising. Tachibana Chimo is a nobody in school. She usually keeps her head down to avoid eye contact with people. The head of the calligraphy club, Tsukimi Sakurazawa, would occasionally complain that she has a face of an artist but lives like a criminal. Tachibana Chimo is ordinary, and she is a passerby character, Kato Megumi. She is just a friend, Ito Makoto, and the sister killer Suminoi. The latter seems a bit wrong? On the other hand, Japanese people seem to like to add a standard of excellent sports when judging school beauties. Tachibana Chimo, who is not physically strong, is absolutely weak in this regard. She can lift a brush, but she is absolutely dumb when it comes to lifting a shot put. Even if they can find out that the little transparent Tachibana Chimo is a treasure girl by chance, there are still many boys who will be discouraged by the so-called heir. They are more willing to pursue girls who are not as good-looking as Tachibana Chimo, so that they can stick together and not be labeled as marginalized by the group. Paying the price of being unsociable for love is still too difficult for some people. Shirakawa Zeping did not continue to ask. With Tachibana Chimo's personality, she should be struggling with how to reject the other party tactfully, rather than considering whether to fall in love. "Let's go back to the classroom first. The first class will start soon," Shirakawa Zeping said. Tachibana Chimo came back to his senses, hurriedly put the envelope between the pages of the book, and followed Shirakawa Zeping to jog in small steps. The afternoon class is a Japanese history class and a Chinese class. History class is naturally not interesting. The country is small and there are many wars. A fight among hundreds of people can be recorded as a bloody battle. The key is to write it down, which is really a headache. But fortunately, Shirakawa Zeping has benefited from the top student Hime Hayakawa, Natsuji. Her talent of photographic memory is really useful for this type of subject. I don't know how this woman looks. She has both wisdom and a lot of hair, and is cute and has long legs. If she were in ancient times, she would probably be a well-rounded person who can be a national beauty and a ruler. Forget it, she's just a tool. As long as she's useful, who cares how she looks? Shirakawa Zeping continued to choose to do science exercises in history class. During the break, Asano Natsuori did not continue her morning offensive and pester him. She was entangled by another equally tricky character. "Asano-san, after school, let's go check out the clubs together. Which club do you want to join?" "Well, Ishikiha-san, I think you should observe more since you've just arrived. It's a bit hasty to decide on a club right away." "Well, that's right. After all, Asano-san doesn't have any particular hobbies. By the way, Asano-san, do you like watching anime? Have you watched that TV anime that started airing a while ago? It's so good, and the OP is also very nice." Asano Natsuori quickly shook her head, shyly saying that good kids go to bed early, and she really doesn't have the capital to stay up late to watch anime. Damn, which scientist made the dangerous statement that staying up late will prevent you from growing taller? Although she is very good at using her petite and cute figure to gain the favor of others, it doesn't mean that she really likes to stay this small forever. Ishiki Haori felt a little regretful after hearing this. Since she went to talk to Asano Natsuori during the lunch break, she felt that the two of them were destined to be close friends. She had the responsibility and obligation to help this cute little loli enjoy her youth together. But unfortunately, Asano didn't like music, and had no intention of joining the light music club. Otherwise, the bond between us would have been even deeper. If only my grades could be better. Now I don't even have time to do my homework, and I don't have time to think about the club at all. Asano Natsuori frantically hinted that Ishiki Haori should stay away from her and not interfere with her homework. "It doesn't matter. If there's anything you don't know, let me teach you." Ishiki Haori patted her chest and promised with a full sense of mission. Shirakawa Zeping, who was standing aside, heard the confusing speech not far away and couldn't help but take a look at the skill level comparison between the two people. This world is really terrible. A weak student told a genius that he would teach her how to write questions. One really dared to teach, and the other probably really dared to pretend to learn. Ah, this is not good, Asano Natsuori said in embarrassment. Will it affect Ishikiha's own studies? My studies are very stable, it won't affect anything. Then thank you. Ishino Natsuori pointed to a PA question on the table and asked, how should I do this question? Ishikiha took the book with a smile, looked at it, and the smile gradually disappeared. For this question. Ishikiha glanced at Shirakawa Zeping next to her. Oh, Asano, I think boys may be better at teaching people in math? That isn't Shirakawa here? Shirakawa Zeping raised his head expressionlessly, pretending not to see the hopeful light in Ishikiha's eyes. From the point of view of not liking to cause trouble to others, this Ishikiha student really doesn't seem like a typical Japanese person. Finally, he sighed and said, bring it here and have a look. Asano Natsuori was stunned and secretly looked at Ishikiha with a squint. She originally wanted to pick up a random question to get by, so that she could quickly achieve her goal and leave here. I never thought that Ishiki Eugenie would actually call that pretty boy as soon as she opened her mouth. Damn it! I was actually intercepted halfway. Obviously, we all transferred here together, so what is the problem? Is it that my charm is not as good as hers? No, it's impossible. There must be something wrong with the pretty boy's aesthetics. Asano Natsuori immediately rejected this conjecture and thought decisively. The subsequent problem-solving process was quickly completed. Shirakawa Zeping casually drew a few auxiliary lines for Ishiki Eugenie, and after listing a few hidden conditions, the context of the whole problem became clear. Ishiki Eugenie pondered for a while and suddenly realized it. The weak students are not as good as the scumbags. If the food is prepared and placed in front of the weak students, they can still eat by themselves. The scumbags will seriously consider whether to eat with their noses or mouths. Alas, it is still easier to teach the top students. They understand it at once, and their efficiency is amazing. Hey, Asano-san, I already know how to do it. Ishiki Haori pushed Asano Natsuki, who was in the stage of doubting her life. Oh. Asano Natsuki came back to her senses and pretended to listen to Ishiki Haori's explanation. In fact, her thoughts were still entangled in the question of how much better is B than A. It's not scientific, Asano Natsuki murmured in a low voice. After school, Asano Natsuki left the classroom first. Ishiki Haori, who was still dawdling to pack up, ran to Shirakawa Zeping's position. Thank you, Shirakawa-san, you're a great help. Shirakawa Zeping stepped aside and was not hit in the chest by Ishiki Haori's bowing head. He replied casually, nothing. But your grades shouldn't be that good either. Why did you choose to teach Asano? Well, Ishiki Haori said rather embarrassedly, I think classmates should help each other. Besides, Asano and I are friends. Shirakawa Zeping hummed without commenting, and didn't say whether it was right or wrong. He said try to solve it yourself in the future. If it doesn't work out, come to me. He is not the kind of person who can do nothing but help others. If it doesn't affect him, occasionally helping others is nothing. When he was in the first year of high school, some people would bring their cram school exercises to ask Shirakawa Zeping for advice. What? Freeloading? Can it be called freeloading for a scholar? If Ishiki Haori can improve his grades because of such a simple idea of friendship, it might be a good thing. As he thought about it, he said, do your best. Okay, Shirakawa-san, I will definitely work hard and become Asano-san's support. Ishiki Eugenie's blood boiled, and she felt like the protagonist in a boys' comic, emitting the light of justice. From this point of view of the second year of middle school, Ishiki Eugenie is really a typical Japanese person. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and asked, do you really think Asano-san needs help? Of course. Didn't she say that she had dropped out of school before? No matter what the reason is, such a cute child like Asano-san is alone at home without the company of friends. She must be lonely. Ishiki Eugenie felt that she was emitting the light of maternal love again. When Shirakawa-san sees Asano-san, won't he have the idea of protecting her in his heart? Not at all. Shirakawa Zeping, who always feels that Asano Natsuori, the little lowly, has bad intentions, said so. Ishiki Haori was shocked and said, Shirakawa-san, you might be a sister complex. I'm so stupid, really. Why did I even think of reminding her? But it's true. If Asano Natsuori just wanted to pretend to be a bad student, it seems unnecessary to expose her performance. After Shirakawa Zeping packed his things, he saw that Ishiki Haori had no intention of leaving, so he asked in confusion, aren't you going home? Ishikihaori blinked her charming eyes and said as a matter of course, "No." "Then why are you still here? I'm waiting for Miyajima-san to come back and take me to join the club. We have already made an appointment." Ishikihaori asked curiously, "Shirakawa-san, are you going to the club too?" "Yeah," Shirakawa Zeping responded and said politely, "Then I wish you have fun in the art club." After that, Shirakawa Zeping was about to leave the classroom with his bag. Unexpectedly, when Ishikihaori heard his words, she was stunned for a moment and then asked in confusion, "What art club?" "When I introduced myself, I clearly said that I wanted to join the light music club." He reacted immediately. It turned out that he didn't spend any time listening to the two people's self-introductions. He just looked at Ishikihaori's skill panel and subconsciously thought that she was going to join the art club. Could it be that I should tell her that I have a system that can see her skill level, so I made such a judgment? This is no longer a question of whether I can say it, but whether I will be judged as a severe chunibu, right? Ishikihaori's pretty face gradually became solemn. She stared at Shirakawa Zeping's eyes for a while and said after a while, "Shirakawa-san, did you remember it wrongly?" "Yes, I remembered it wrongly." "Did you really remember it wrongly?" "Sorry, I did remember it wrongly." "Really?" "Absolutely true." Ishikihaori asked suspiciously, "Shirakawa-san, do you know something?" "I don't know." Shirakawa Zeping decisively pretended to be stupid. "Then why do you think I should go to the art club? It's just a coincidence." "But there are so many clubs in the school. Why did you say the art club?" Ishikihaori's heart was tightened, and she was persistently suspicious. "It doesn't make sense, right? How could everyone here recognize me? No, it must be a coincidence." Shirakawa Zeping thought for a moment and said, "I think your temperament is very familiar, and it fits the art club very well." He didn't know how to answer, so he had to use the vague thing of temperament to fool her. Anyway, it's all subjective conjecture, and it's not his fault if he's wrong. Who knew that Ishiki Yujin was shocked when he heard this, and he tightly wrapped the collar of his school uniform and said in a low voice, "Temperament, you have seen me before." "Shirakawa-san, you must know something, right?" Shirakawa Zeping looked at Ishiki Yujin's action of wrapping her chest in silence, thinking that I didn't do anything to you. Why did you make such a move? You are not the Paramecium Department Director of Tsukimi Sakurazawa, whose figure I don't care about, so why would I like you tales of soft meat? At the very least, you have to have the capital of Hayakawa Natsuji to have a reason to show such a defensive expression, right? A weakling who is only worthy of arm wrestling with. Asano Natsuori actually has the guts to do the moves of a strong man. Have a little self-awareness, Ishikiha-san. You must be thinking about using the secret in your hand to force me, right? You want to make a beautiful girl surrender to you through coercion. That's just too bad. Ishika Nariki's eyes were filled with tears, and she described her future fate with tears in her voice. You use secrets that cannot be told to make me bow my head and threaten me to do things I don't like? Even. I won't give in. Too bad, Shirakawa-san, I really misjudged you. I thought you were a good person at first. Woo. Shirakawa Zeping was confused, thinking that this girl's imagination was a bit too rich. Would a normal person think like this? You must have been stupid after reading the book, right? If the other party didn't know anything at all, wouldn't your self-explosion prove that you have a secret that cannot be told? This, classmate, couldn't she be a fool? He secretly thanked himself that he didn't covet her talent for painting today. Otherwise, such a foolish student would have affected his IQ if he entered his column. Ishikiha, classmate, calm down, Shirakawa Zeping whispered. How do you want me to calm down? I'm still a beautiful girl in my prime, but I have to encounter such a thing. I will definitely be ruined by you. Woo. Mom, someone come to save me. I really don't know what secret you have. You're still quibbling. You know I have a secret. You're confessing it. Damn it, even if I die, I, Ishikiya, will not let you succeed. Then jump, Shirakawa Zeping said as he made way for Ishikiha Jijin to go to the window. She was stunned for a moment, then tearfully changed her words. Even if I, Ishikiha, voluntarily self-destruct and become disgraced, I will not let you succeed. But you are already self-destructing, Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. The girl finally reacted and looked around. Many people were already attracted by her tearful performance. However, they all followed the principle of Japanese people not to cause trouble to others and tried to watch the excitement from a distance. Shirakawa Zeping pulled her to the window and whispered, Please calm down first. Although I don't know what your secret is, the art club said, I deduced it. Deduction? The stupid girl Ishikawa Origin was stunned, tears still hanging on her eyelashes and trembling slightly. Yeah, Shirakawa Zeping continued. I am a mystery fan. Ishikiya did not express much doubt about this sentence. In Japan, mystery novels, movies, and TV series are very popular, and many people are mystery fans. So, after I first met you, Ishiki Haori, I deduced based on some of your small features and thought you might be a hidden art lover. There are calluses on your hands, eraser crumbs on your nails, and the way you hold the pen is a little different from other people. Shirakawa Zeping casually followed the Conan plot in his memory and made up a specious reasoning process. This really can't be blamed on him. In this situation, the only way is to tell a lie to fool this idiot. Otherwise, it may not only be Ishiki Haori who will be ruined, but he will also lose his life. Ishiki Haori was fooled. If you really think about it carefully, Shirakawa Zeping's reasoning is absolutely untenable. But fortunately, the target is Ishiki Haori, a sand sculpture delusion with only imagination but no logical thinking. After learning that she had not revealed the secret, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, Fortunately, I was scared to death. I thought that kind of restricted plot would happen to a beautiful girl like me, Ishiki Haori Nishiki muttered softly. He finally understood why Ishiki Haori Nishiki and Asano Natsuori hit it off at first sight. Both of them had a different perception of themselves than ordinary people. It's just that one is a little more scheming, and the other is a little more frivolous. Neither of them is a good person. How embarrassing! I cried in front of everyone on my first day of transfer. Ishiki Haori Nishiki sighed and whispered. He didn't want to argue with Ishiki Haori Nishiki too much. Compared to this, he had already spent a lot of time on club activities today. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait a minute. Ishiki Haori Nishiki called Shirakawa Zeping. I'm sorry for causing you trouble just now, Shirakawa-san. The cute Ishiki Haori bowed sincerely to apologize. She straightened up, put her hands together, and hinted with sparkling eyes, I hope Shirakawa-san doesn't take today's incident to heart. Don't worry, I won't investigate. Shirakawa Zeping replied speechlessly. To express my apology, I'll treat you to dinner this weekend. Ishiki Haori Nishiki patted her chest and said generously. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but glance at her chest. He had a strange feeling that this girl might have lost her capital in this way. No need. I have to work on weekends. He politely refused. This was the truth. Although he could get a considerable scholarship now, the income from part-time jobs was also not low. Anyway, it didn't take up much time for him to gain skill experience, so there was no reason to give up completely. Kill it. I must. I'll come to you when the time comes, Shirakawa-san. The cute Ishikiha insisted. As if remembering something, Ishiki Haori added cautiously. But, Shirakawa-san, please don't get me wrong. I'm not inviting you to dinner because I have a crush on you. Don't ever think that a girl must have a crush on you because she invited you to dinner. Of course, if you keep this thought in your heart and don't express it, I can't help it. But if you do, I'll be very troubled. Ishiki Haori spoke carefully while looking at Shirakawa Zeping's face, as if she was afraid of hurting his self-esteem. Because I was worried that you would like me, Shirakawa-san, I rejected you in advance. I'm sorry. This wave. She is on the 5th floor. He was really speechless about this girl with a unique mind. Compared with her, Asano Natsuori was a good baby who was easy to get along with. At least when talking to Asano Natsuori, only Shirakawa Zeping had the chance to confront her, and she had no chance to choke back. He took a deep breath and said, I understand. I'll leave first. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued to talk to this guy, his face would be as black as the bottom of a pot. Ishiki Haori saw that Shirakawa Zeping's face had darkened, and he shrank back and whispered, But my thank you meal is still effective. Shirakawa Zeping pinched his brows and said helplessly, I really won't pry into your privacy. I won't pursue you without any self-awareness. Really? Do you want me to swear? That's not necessary. By the way, Shirakawa-san, why don't we make a pinky promise? Shirakawa-san, why are you leaving? Remember the thank you meal on the weekend. Shirakawa Zeping walked out of the classroom quickly, and after turning a few corners, he finally left Ishiki Haori's voice far behind. In his opinion, Ishiki Haori is much more difficult to deal with than Asano Natsuori. At least Asano Natsuori cannot use her persistent offensive due to her personality. But Ishiki Haori is different. She has no idea that she is pestering. The so-called no tricks are better than tricks, and this is probably the case. Entering the activity room of the calligraphy club, a familiar and lazy voice sounded at the right time. "Ah, isn't this my lovely member? Shirakawa-san, you are super late today." Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to pay attention to the teasing of his own paramecium head. He looked at the activity room and said, "Did Tachibana-san ask for leave?" Tsukimi Sakurazawa stretched lazily, as if she had just woken up. Her beautiful figure was bound by the school uniform, outlining a curve that made Asano Natsuori jealous. Red lips, plain face, bright eyes, and white teeth, long hair draped over the shoulders, the hair was tied up with a light yellow headband, and the slightly curled hair ends fell freely on the shoulders. She lowered her head to look at the hem of her skirt that had just been wrinkled, and said lazily, "I don't know. It seems that she said something, so she might come late." Shirakawa Zeping looked at her slightly wrinkled skirt for a while, looked away calmly, frowned and said, "You fell asleep again?" "Shirakawa-san, what are you talking about?" A certain paramecium minister said righteously, "Practicing calligraphy is very exhausting. This is especially true for people like me who devote themselves to it. You sleep so soundly, aren't you afraid of being attacked?" Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but complain. Minister Paramecium blinked. "Shirakawa, are you going to attack the minister? Are you trying to defeat the boss?" "It doesn't matter. I have special abilities. If an unfamiliar person approaches the room, I will wake up immediately." "There is no need for that. Minister, you are not worth violating the criminal law." Minister Paramecium said disdainfully, "I am very popular. I don't know how many boys envy you, Shirakawa, for being able to join the calligraphy club. Then when I first came, the calligraphy club was almost disbanded." Shirakawa Zeping mercilessly exposed her boasting. Minister Paramecium was choked, his chest heaving, and he said sullenly, "Shirakawa, you will not have a girlfriend if you do this." "I don't have a girlfriend if I don't do this either." "That's right. Shirakawa rejected Hayakawa again today. He has already achieved a quad kill, and if he does it again, he might get a pentakill." Tsukimi Sakurazawa said with a smile, watching the fun. Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to pay attention to her. He walked over and sat down, put out his textbooks, and started to do exercises. Their department seemed a little strange. There were not many club activities after school. Usually, the three of them did their own things, did not disturb each other, and occasionally complained. It was just like a study room exclusively for Shirakawa Zeping. Tsukimi Sakurazawa lay on the table, bored and staring at Shirakawa Zeping in a daze. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said, "It's not right. Why hasn't Xiaomo come yet?" According to her personality, even if she can't come for something, she should send me a line, right? Shirakawa Zeping paused while doing exercises, raised his eyes and asked, "Did she tell you what she was going to do?" "No, she hesitated when she told me she would be late, and I didn't ask her." Shirakawa Xiaomo must have been in trouble. Tsukimi Sakurazawa straightened up and grabbed the phone nervously. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while. "You contact her online first. We will go find her right away." "Do you know where Xiaomo is?" "I have a clue. Send a message quickly." Shirakawa Zeping led his department head and quickly walked towards Tachibana Chimo's class. According to the love letter blunder at noon, Miss Tachibana Chimo must have gone to deal with this confession. As for the person to whom he confessed, Shirakawa Zeping speculated that it was most likely a classmate in the same class. Otherwise, it would be unlikely that there would be a chance to put the confession letter in the book that Tachibana Chimo usually reads. If the agreed location was on the rooftop or behind the teaching building, Tachibana Chimo would not dare to go to the appointment alone. And Tsukimi Sakurazawa did not receive any information, which means that the place where she is must be a familiar scene. He pushed open the door of Class C1. "Promise him, Tachibana-san." "Minar is very popular. Many girls like him, but he didn't agree to any of them." "Tachibana-san, Minar has been bent for a long time. Even if he is the ace of the tennis club, he should be considerate of others' physical strength." "Just promise Dahi Senior, Tachibana-san." The voices inside seemed to be interrupted by the sudden opening of the door. Many people looked at the direction of the door, looking confused. Shirakawa Zeping's eyes were like knives, and he scanned the people inside indifferently. In the classroom, a sunny and handsome boy was bowing 90 degrees and handing over the confession letter to Tachibana Chimo. There were many accomplices around, both men and women, and the whole exuded a lively atmosphere. And Miss Tachibana Chimo was sitting in her seat, burying her head deeply, and had no idea how to deal with this situation. The people next to her advised and brainwashed her again and again, as if they wanted to force her to accept this result. Using the will of the group to forcefully attach it to Jujimo, a small transparent person who has no sense of existence in daily life, is not a wrong thing in their eyes. Instead, it is a gift that allows this poor but lucky girl to join the ranks of the real people. Well, anyway, I don't have any friends in normal times. Now that I am lucky enough to be favored by Dahei, I should stop pretending to be reserved. It would save us trouble if she agreed to it earlier, right? Seeing Miss Jujimo huddled up like a frightened deer, Shirakawa Zeping's eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you think your campus life is not exciting? Or do you think your life is harder than others? Just based on you dare to touch my study girl? You are tired of living. Shirakawa Zeping walked into the C1 class without looking around, as if no one was there, and didn't care about the eyes cast by the group of people. He walked to the position of Jujimo, and then spoke to Dahei Genren, who was bending over at 90 degrees to confess his love in a calm tone. Please make way. Although they said please, the group of people led by Oga Masato didn't hear the slightest politeness from Shirakawa Zeping's expression and tone. Just as a member of the current group was about to say something in dissatisfaction, Oga Masato straightened up and smiled apologetically at Shirakawa Zeping. Sorry, Shirakawa-san. Are you a friend of Tachibana-san? After all, he is an outstanding scholarship student who often gives reports on stage, so it is not surprising that Oga Masato knows him. Shirakawa Zeping walked past the seat that Oga Masato gave up without even raising his eyelids. He said to his own study girl, Tachibana-san, the club activities have already started. Let's go. Miss Tachibana Chimo immediately and obediently took Shirakawa Zeping's sleeve. The members of the live-action group could not sit still. A girl, wearing a light yellow bow tie, said, Shirakawa-san, the real person is confessing his love. Can you take a look at the atmosphere? Don't you think it's rude to come here talking to yourself? That's right, Senior Oga was talking to him. Tachibana-san, are you going to leave like this? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the talkative girls. His knife-like eyes scared the two timid ones back. The remaining ones seemed to be sure that he would be fine, so he just held on. As if sensing the tense atmosphere, the male members of the live-action group stood up. Shirakawa-san, Masato is still confessing his feelings, so can the club activities be postponed a bit? We will explain to the head of the calligraphy club later. Shirakawa Zeping turned his head slightly and asked in confusion, What's your name? The boy was stunned for a moment and replied, My name is Shimoda. Before he finished speaking, Shirakawa Zeping said again, Are you very familiar with Tsukimi Sakurazawa? Ah, this? Then what are you explaining? Shirakawa Zeping said coldly, It seems that no one here is qualified to ask our calligraphy club for people. The two boys heard the sarcasm in Shirakawa Zeping's words and were about to step forward to attack, but Masato Oga reached out to stop them and smiled brightly at Shirakawa Zeping. I'm sorry. We didn't think it through. Sorry to bother you. He then said to Miss Jujimo, who was looking down, Ju, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble, but if possible, I hope you can carefully consider my feelings. I still don't want to give up. Even if there is only a slight possibility, please think about it seriously. I'll wait for your reply. Please, another standard request bow. If ordinary girls see this, they will probably be moved to tears. Such a sunny, handsome, high-quality live boy repeatedly and sincerely expresses his feelings. I believe no one will refuse, right? Dahei Genren bent down and looked at the ground. He couldn't detect the expressions of the others, but no matter what, his loser style has reached the extreme. Sincerity, elegance, humility, and politeness. He knew that if he insisted, Jujimo would not know how to refuse. And the one from the same club, Shirakawa Zeping, who showed up unexpectedly, will certainly ruin Tachibana Tomomo's usual impression of him because of his forced intervention. Being a weak person is sometimes not a disadvantage, but a shortcut to gaining sympathy. He suddenly found that the love confession letter in his hand seemed to be pulled out. Oga Masato was delighted and looked up quickly and said, Tachibana-san. Shirakawa Zeping pulled out his love confession letter and tore it into two halves lightly in front of his face that had just been raised. The evening light reflected from behind Shirakawa Zeping, making his expression chaotic. Oga Masato could not see his face clearly, but could only slightly perceive the sharp light reflected from his eyes. Don't think about it, I'll refuse for her. Oga Masato's smile froze on his face. Everyone was thrown into a strange silence by this unexpected turn of events. Finally, someone spoke up and said, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to refuse on her behalf?" "Shirakawa Zeping, don't think we are afraid of you. Genren just doesn't want to conflict with you." "Too bad, Shirakawa-senpai. I used to think you were a good person. How could you do this to Oga-senpai?" "This person is too self-centered." Oga Genren put away his smile and said, "Shirakawa-san, what do you mean? Can you make a choice for Tachibana-san? No matter what, Tachibana-san is an independent individual. She does not depend on anyone to exist, nor does she have to obey anyone's orders. Even parents have to respect her wishes." Oga Genren showed a serious expression on his face. "And Shirakawa-san, you are just a member of the club. What qualifications do you have to say that you can make the decision on behalf of Tachibana-san? In your eyes, doesn't Tachibana-san have her own thoughts? Please apologize to Tachibana-san immediately. Otherwise, I will not let you go," Oga Masato said firmly. Shirakawa Zeping was immediately amused. He thought that this Oga Masato was really interesting. Even at this time, he still did not forget to improve his own study, G's favorability, and alienate the relationship between the two. Being able to act to this extent is also a talent. He was too lazy to debate with Oga Masato about independence and respect. When he was about to ask these boys to go to a remote place to show what it means to convince people with force, a small voice suddenly came from behind him. I listened to Shirakawa-san." Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly. Oga Masato almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "What's going on? I just talked about independence, autonomy, and respect for a long time, and you didn't listen to it at all. But you actually said I listened to Shirakawa-san? I'm still here to lift you up, and you suddenly jumped out of the sedan and eloped with the villain? Is this what a human being does? You have suddenly moved the moral high ground to the Somali trench. Ha ha!" Shirakawa Zeping's paramecium department head couldn't help laughing out loud at the door. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at her, she quickly covered her mouth to hold back her laughter and said, Sorry, I didn't mean it. You guys continue. But the main person had already spoken. No matter how thick-skinned the members of Oga Masato's current group were, there was no reason to continue to stop Shirakawa Zeping and Tachibana Chimo. The two of them walked out of the C1 classroom step by step, slowly, in the manner of a winner, leaving behind Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who looked like he was still looking forward to the show, and the current group staring at each other. C1 class fell into a dead silence. "Hey, Shirakawa, wait for me!" the paramecium department head shouted. She hurried over and only complained after walking a little further away. "Baichuan, you also know not to take me with you. What if they rush out and beat me up to vent their anger?" Baichuan Zeping glanced at her. "Who told you to watch the show over there?" "Oh, what do you mean by watching the show? This is the first defense battle of our calligraphy department. I'm the commander-in-chief, okay? In order to protect Xiaomo of our calligraphy department, Baichuan, you are like a god, descending from heaven, making a grand appearance, and slapping that Daihe Genren in the face in front of everyone. Tsk. You are worthy of it, Baichuan. It's worth it that I insisted on accepting you into the calligraphy club. It was you who hugged my legs and cried and begged me to come in." Baichuan Zeping didn't give Minister Paramecium the slightest chance to brag. He is obviously a mere minister who lives like a single-celled organism, has no sense of storage and organization, and doesn't know what neatness is. How dare he brag about his foresight? When you stop messing up the activity room, I will give you another chance to show off. Tsukimi Sakurazawa blushed and pouted. Actually, they are all the same. But, Tsukimi Sakurazawa continued, that Oga Masato just now was really disgusting. He was so hypocritical, but he still pretended to be free and humble. I hate boys like this the most. And he actually wanted to force Xiaomo to accept his confession. Xiaomo is so cute. How could he have the heart to do such a hateful thing? I guess none of those accomplices are good people. They are all accomplices, helping the evil. I'm so angry. If we had come a little later, Xiaomo would have been scared to tears by them. Tachibana Chimo, who was next to her, blushed and did not refute anything. She followed Shirakawa Zeping silently. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly said, "Tachibana, has that Oga Masato ever pursued other girls in the class?" Miss Tachibana Chimo was originally immersed in her own world, lowering her head to follow Shirakawa Zeping's steps. At this moment, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly turned around and stopped, causing her to bump into Shirakawa Zeping's arms unexpectedly. She covered her forehead and looked at Shirakawa Zeping with tears in her eyes. Shirakawa Zeping looked at such a pair of pure and crystal eyes like a little deer. After a few seconds, he turned his head away a little, unnaturally. Ahem, I'm sorry, Tachibana-san. No, it's okay, I didn't look at the road. That Oga Masato-san doesn't seem to be in a relationship in the class, but many classmates have a good impression of him. Tachibana Chimo looked nervous. That must be the case. That kind of frivolous guy who is also the ace of the sports department, stupid girls like this type. The head of the paramecium said with certainty. Shirakawa Zeping looked at her strangely. What are you looking at? Tsukimi Sakurazawa was a little scared by being looked at and tightly protected the treasure on her chest, but unfortunately this action was destined to lose sight of one thing while gaining another. Nothing. Baichuan Zeping told a rare joke. I just think that your thinking ability seems to be a little more advanced than that of single-celled organisms. Asshole, what did you think of me before? After being tossed around by Oga Masato's group, the Calligraphy Club's club activities were almost over. Baichuan Zeping soon sat on the train home alone. It was clearly the first day of school, but it felt like I had experienced a lot of things. Baichuan Zeping thought of Oga Masato after school and frowned unconsciously. According to his thoughts, this matter should not be over yet. Oga Masato will definitely not let it go after failing to confess his love. After suffering such a big setback, he must get back some face. However, Baichuan Zeping is not afraid that Oga Masato will have any thoughts about him. On the contrary, if Oga Masato can take the initiative to find trouble with him, it is still a good thing. He is just afraid that he will go to trouble Miss Tachibana Chimo. In school days, this kind of live-action group at the top of the class food chain often holds a lot of discourse power and direction. As a boy, Oga Masato certainly has no face to lead the crowd to isolate Tachibana Chimo, which is contrary to his personality. However, if he doesn't do it, it doesn't mean he can't influence others to do it. Those girls who have a good impression of Oga Masato are the best guns. How to eradicate this problem? Shirakawa Zeping was immediately in trouble. If he was isolated, it would be very easy to deal with. Anyway, he didn't have the idea of making friends with that group of naive high school students, and isolating him just gave him peace. As a Chinese soul, he doesn't have a nearly eager need for group labels like many Japanese people. But Tachibana Chimo is different. She is just a simple high school student, not to mention that the isolation behavior in the school can easily turn into various tripping and black-handed incidents, such as pouring glue into indoor shoes, throwing garbage into lockers, locking the door outside the toilet, etc. Although it can't cause any substantial harm to you, it makes you feel very tortured. When he was in the first year of high school, some people also tried to disgust him with this method, but he found them one by one, put them in sacks and beat them with clubs, and then they gradually became obedient. They knew that it was Shirakawa Zeping who did it, but they didn't dare to retaliate. After all, they were a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Shirakawa Zeping had been here for so long, and he had never heard of any bad boy being isolated. Good people are afraid of bad people, and bad people are afraid of evil people. This is a universal food chain relationship in the world. Could it be that those two people will be used again this time? Shirakawa Zeping sat on the tram and fell into deep thought. The newly rented house is only a 10-minute tram ride away from Mingjiu High School. Although it is a bit shabby, it is convenient and easy. He is not as vain as the original owner, who would swell his face and pretend to be rich no matter what. For him, as long as the place he lives in is not dirty and messy, there is nothing else to care about. The landlord is an old lady from the Showa era. She admired Shirakawa Zeping's experience of studying alone and took the initiative to reduce his rent by 1/5, which saved him a lot of money. Walking into his small room, Shirakawa Zeping put the instant lunch bought from the convenience store on the table and then turned on the old TV in the house. This action was not because he wanted to watch TV, but because he used to turn on the TV when he got home when he was in China, and then did his own things. It was like the sound of the TV was the background sound of a home, and it seemed a little less lively without it. The lunchbox was tomorrow's breakfast, and Shirakawa Zeping's dinner would still have to go out and solve it later. After brushing the questions for a while, Shirakawa Zeping turned off the TV, took his wallet and walked out the door. There is no mobile payment as developed as in China in his previous life, so you still have to bring your wallet, otherwise you can only eat a free meal. Shirakawa Zeping has suffered such a loss before. Not far from Shirakawa Zeping's house is a famous ramen restaurant. The soy sauce pork bone ramen here is very famous. The boss is also very temperamental and does not accept takeout at all. As a result, many people nearby can only go out to the store to line up to buy in order to taste the food. According to the words of the boss here, people who do not even have awe for food are not worthy of enjoying food. However, this is a familiar rhetoric in Japan. If it is translated into the real reason, it is probably that the labor cost is too high, and takeout may reduce the brand's style, so it is better to sell it in the store honestly. Maybe I can get a craftsman spirit to brag about it. He lifted the curtain of the ramen restaurant and looked at the situation inside. It was, indeed, full of diners. At this moment, it was the time for Japanese office workers to get off work, and many people would choose to have a meal outside. It is impossible to go back home, and it is impossible to go back even if you are beaten to death. Those who are not married feel that their homes are deserted, and those who are married do not want to be speechless with their yellow-faced wives. They would rather brag with their colleagues in the pub than go home and face the dull life. To some extent, there is no such thing as easy in the adult world. Oh no, it's easy to be poor and easy to be fat. Shirakawa Zeping chose a seat for a diner who had just stood up and left. Just as he was about to pick up the menu, a slender and tender white hand also grabbed the menu at the same time. He was stunned for a moment, but did not let go. According to the character of Japanese people, the two people here should apologize to each other and give way to each other, and then sit down together. But the other party did not seem to start this. The owner of the little hand trembled slightly at first, and then immediately let go of the menu, and said in a trembling voice, "Shirakawa-san." Ishiki Eugenie was in tears and said in a crying voice, "You really don't want to let me go." Shirakawa Zeping. He really didn't expect to meet Ishiki Eugenie, a girl with a unique mind, here. In her eyes, this encounter just now would probably become some kind of strange reason for committing a crime. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain something, but quickly closed it and replied concisely, "My home is nearby." What? Ishiki Eugenie took a breath, took small steps back, and said in shock, "I didn't expect that in order to get me, you would go to such lengths to rent a house in advance?" Shirakawa Sawara was silent for a while. He felt that if he talked to her with an ordinary person's brain circuit, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. So he slowly said, "Actually, I came to you to have a thank you dinner, have you forgotten?" Ishiki Haori was stunned and murmured, "I see. But Shirakawa-san, how did you know I would come here?" Without waiting for Shirakawa Zeping to answer, the cute little Ishiki Haori said to himself, "Is he following me? But I didn't find any suspicious people. Wait, could it be that he deliberately asked about my preferences or something?" It seems that Shirakawa-san, you still didn't listen to what I said before. Ishiki Haori sighed, with a tired expression on his face. As expected, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the cuter you look, the more likely you are to encounter such a moth-to-flame character. In that case, let me make it clear to you, Shirakawa-san. I really didn't invite you to dinner because I have a crush on you. I really have nothing but gratitude towards you. Thank you for keeping this secret from me. But, Shirakawa-san, you don't have to be too depressed. Your conditions and looks are actually pretty good. If there is a chance, I might be able to introduce you to a few. Seeing that Shirakawa Zeping's face was getting darker and darker, the cute little Ishikiha's voice unconsciously became lower and lower, until she finally covered her mouth and looked at Shirakawa Zeping opposite her nervously. "You're so cute. You'll definitely cry for a long time if I punch you, right?" He covered his forehead and tried to appear calm, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I still don't need you to introduce me." No, I'll feel guilty about this. How about this? You treat me to dinner today as a thank you. I won't pursue you beyond my ability in the future, and I don't need you to introduce me to a girlfriend. What do you think?" The cute Ishikiha fluttered her eyelashes. "Seriously? Seriously." She finally sat down with peace of mind. With a wave of her hand, she said generously, "Shirakawa-san, Order whatever you want, I'll treat you today. Shirakawa Zeping nodded and chose the most ordinary soy sauce pork bone ramen. Seeing this, Ishikiha Origin couldn't help but ask curiously, "You decided so quickly? Shirakawa-san, have you been here before?" "Let's just say I've been here a few times." In that case, the idiot girl hesitated. Today was also the first time she came to the nearby noodle shop to eat after moving, and she was a little unsure of the craftsmanship of this shop. Seeing that the regular customer Shirakawa Zeping chose the soy sauce pork bone without hesitation, she immediately decided to make the same choice as Shirakawa Zeping. "Excuse me, 2 servings of soy sauce pork bone ramen, thank you." "Hey, would you like it harder or softer?" The cute Ishikiya looked at Shirakawa Zeping. "Harder, me too." Although Shirakawa Zeping, the pursuer, didn't want to talk much, Ishikiya Orihime obviously couldn't stand the silence. She held her little face and asked curiously, "Shirakawa-san, do you really live nearby?" "Yeah." "What a coincidence. At first I naively thought you just wanted to find out what I like." "If you want to say that you are naive, please be more naive in your thoughts. Shirakawa-san, is the ramen you ordered just now delicious?" "Yeah." "Then do you have any tips or tricks for eating noodles, like the secret cooking method of this restaurant that only experienced diners know?" Shirakawa Zeping felt that this girl might have a hidden talent for chattering. Fortunately, the store owner was not slow, and the ramen for the 2 of them soon arrived at the table. Ishiki Eugenie put her hands together, said, "I'm starting," and then began to bury her face in the bowl of noodles. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "What do you think are the weaknesses of girls who look like real people?" Ishikiyu raised her head from the bowl of noodles that was a few centimeters bigger than her face, and said vigilantly, "What? Shirakawa-san, are you going to commit a crime?" He shook his head and denied this statement. The reason why he could ask this question was that he saw that Ishiki Yushini's skill library had skills such as dressing and self-portraits, which were essential for real people, and the level was not low. He subconsciously felt that this girl might also be a real person in the impression of others. To defeat magic with magic, a master once said so. "I just feel that I can't handle that kind of girl." Shirakawa Zeping lied casually. Ishiki-yu looked at Shirakawa Zeping's face carefully and didn't seem to find anything unusual. Then he took a breath and said, "It depends on whether she is a real or fake real person. There is a saying that real people are real or fake." It was the first time that Shirakawa Zeping heard of this theory. "Of course," Ishiki Ujijin said, "if it is the kind of person who just caters to the eyes of others and becomes the shining one in the eyes of the group, and is bound in the real person group and has no autonomy, this kind of person is called a fake real person." Shirakawa Zeping nodded. This kind of person is probably equivalent to the follower around the core of the group, and is a completely replaceable role. No wonder Ishiki Ujijin called it a fake real person. But there is another type of people who are approachable, have many friends, and are easygoing in dealing with people. Many people, whether they are of the same sex or the opposite sex, have a good impression of them and are willing to communicate with them. This type of people is probably the real person. The weaknesses you mentioned, are they real people or fake real people? If they are real people, I advise you to give up early, Shirakawa-san. Those people are the protagonists. If you are not careful, you will be killed. At that time, you will be socially dead. Ishiki Haji said earnestly. Shirakawa Zeping smiled without comment. It is still uncertain who is the protagonist. A little Ogama Sato is far from being scary to him. Ishiki Haji shook his head slightly, leaned over and gossiped. "Shirakawa-san, you said you can't deal with it. Which classmate are you referring to?" "Could it be the classmate Hayakawa Natsuji, who is often rejected by you?" "No," Shirakawa Zeping said concisely. "Oh." Ishiki Haori Nishiki lost interest immediately and said listlessly, "I thought it was Hayakawa-san. Speaking of which, Hayakawa-san is super pretty. I ran into her at the stairs today. She looked so cool with a calm expression. Her hair looks soft, I really want to touch it." Ishiki Haori Nishiki talked about Hayakawa Natsuji, and she looked like a little fangirl. "You were attracted by my study girl on the first day of your transfer. You really don't deserve your own looks." Shirakawa Zeping thought silently. Isn't it said that beautiful women are all arrogant? Pretty girls look down on each other, so why did Ishiki Haori Nishiki become Hayakawa Natsuji's captive so easily? Is it because Hayakawa Natsuji's looks and temperament are too amazing? Or is Ishiki Haori Nishiki's strength too weak? Shirakawa Zeping asked back. Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're pretty? Not that no one has. The cute Ishikiyu sighed dejectedly. It's just that their reactions weren't as big as I thought. The books are all lies. They say that boys with poor self-control will drool, look stupid, and twitch all over when they see a peerless beauty. Shirakawa Zeping, are you sure you didn't suddenly get sick? I only realized when I grew up that only girls with big breasts are worthy of being called beauties. The cute Ishikiyu said indignantly. They are all the same flesh. Why do we still distinguish between high and low? Girls with big breasts are bullies. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while. Even with his intelligence and talent as the top student in the school, he really didn't know how to take up this topic. He had to lie to appease the girl in front of him and said, I think so too. To be honest, Hayakawa Natsushi is not really a bully. Only Tsukimi Sakurazawa can be called a real school bully. Shirakawa-san, you are indeed a flat-breasted person, aren't you? Ishiki Eugenie said excitedly. In this cold world, I didn't expect that there is someone as innocent and kind as Shirakawa-san, who only pays attention to the most essential beauty of things and appreciates all the existence worth looking forward to in the world with an artistic eye. I really didn't misjudge you. Well, I guess so. So you don't have to be too sad. Sad? Why should I be sad? Ishiki-yu said proudly. My chest is not flat. You are not flat-chested. Why do you look like you are defending flat-chested girls? In fact, there are many advantages to having smaller breasts. It takes more effort to draw big breasts to look sexy, but it's different for flat breasts. I envy girls with flat breasts, such as Asano-san. With a figure like hers, it must be easy for her to exercise. Stop talking. If Asano Natsuori, that little A-loving loli, hears your dangerous remarks, I'm afraid she will come up and take your life. A typical example of a full man not knowing the hunger of a hungry man. However, Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the cute little Ishikiya and felt that judging from her appearance, he was not sure about the accuracy of her words just now. If she wasn't lying, she should be one of those legendary strong people whose actual size is not small. She looks thin when she's dressed, but has flesh when she's undressed. This setting seems a bit tempting. Is this really the kind of person this silly and imaginative girl can have? He didn't continue to dwell on this point, and secretly sped up his eating speed so that he could get away as soon as possible and not be choked by Ishiki Hajini's words. In any case, it was the first time that Shirakawa Zeping felt that eating could become very difficult. After the two of them finished eating ramen, they were about to part at the intersection. After Ishiki Hajini confirmed again and again that Shirakawa Zeping didn't want to send her home, she breathed a sigh of relief, waved her hand contentedly, and skipped all the way home. As Shirakawa Zeping walked, he was thinking about how to deal with the revenge of Oga Masamune's group of impersonators on Miss Tachibana Chimo. Using force to subdue people is the last resort. It's better not to take action unless it's absolutely necessary. He looked at his own panel. After a year of high school study, his high school education skill has reached level 6, which is basically the same as Hayakawa Natsuji, but his experience bar is a little longer than hers. The calligraphy skill he got from Miss Tachibana Jimo has just reached level 3. But it doesn't matter. He learned calligraphy mainly for Japanese writing, and it is not very useful for other purposes. Although Shirakawa Zeping can get skills from the Learning Princess, it does not mean that his skill level will be as high as the Learning Princess. It still depends on Shirakawa Zeping to gain experience. What the Learning Princesses provide is more important in the talent of a certain skill. Just like Hayakawa Natsuji's close combat talent is also very high, but her skill level is only level 2. As a man, Shirakawa Zeping naturally cannot waste this talent. He takes time out every day to practice hard for a while. Finally, not long ago, he upgraded his group fighting skill to level 4. With this level 4 close combat, Shirakawa Zeping can even be as confident as a certain Dan, and declare domineeringly, "I want to fight 10!" In this way, if it weren't for Hayakawa Natsuji, Baichuan Zeping felt that his life counterattack plan might be difficult to implement. This school beauty Hayakawa Natsuji, who is well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor, really has the flavor of a novice gift package. Otherwise, try to ask her for help and see if there is any way to solve the hidden danger that girls may collectively exclude Miss Jujimo. Baichuan Zeping's heart moved for a moment, and then he remembered the famous scene of his sainthood in front of the auditorium today. Well, just think about it. He is not narcissistic enough to think that Hayakawa Natsuji, a proud woman, would have admiration for him. He is not some living dragon Aochian who can make a girl's waist and knees weak with just a glance. As for finding Hayakawa Natsuji's weaknesses, sorry, Baichuan Zeping has not had the opportunity to find her weaknesses. Or rather, Hayakawa Natsuji has no weaknesses. The only tragic defeat in her life was falling at the hands of Baichuan Zeping, a wall hanger. Things seem to have come to a stalemate. Shirakawa Zeping sighed. He could only deal with the situation as it happened. The next day, Shirakawa Zeping arrived at school half an hour early as usual. Ishikihaori Nishiki was lying on the table, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Shirakawa Zeping paused for a moment and silently chose to bypass her table. She looks so troublesome, so I'd better stay away from this girl for the time being. But Ishikihaori Nishiki didn't choose to let Shirakawa Zeping go. When she found that Shirakawa Zeping had taken a seat, she quickly pushed her chair away and ran to his seat. Shirakawa-san, my youth is over. Ishikihaori Nishiki's eyes were filled with tears. Is Kaguya Shinomiya a loser? Or is there a second season for Azure Blue? Ishikihaori Nishiki continued. Last night, Asano-san and I were chatting online, but I didn't know the answer to any of the math problems she asked. Am I going to be despised by Asano-san? I'm screwed. Am not qualified to be Asano-san's best friend. Kami-sama, why are you so cruel to me? Why I won't have the courage to talk to her when she comes to school. She's a lowly being like a bug, but she has the audacity to say she wants to help Asano-san. I'm so bad, I suddenly want to go back and die. Shirakawa Zeping said with a headache. Why don't you just tell her honestly that you're a weakling? That's the only thing I refuse. Ishikihaori Nishiki said excitedly. You have to keep your word. This is the family motto of the Ishiki family. Then you should have not said it in the first place. Who would have thought that Asano-san, who has been on leave for a year, would ask such profound questions? It's not a problem that I can solve, with just a little effort behind the scenes. Then what are you going to do? Ishikiyushi Nishiki said pitifully. I don't know. Shirakawa-san, what do you think? Shirakawa Zeping thought about the skill level of the A-Lowly 5, and then thought about Ishikiyushi Nishiki's poor love too, and said, I advise you to give up. She is really not someone you can teach with a little effort. You can't give up on Asano-san so easily. Shirakawa-san, can you cheer up? What do you mean by giving up on Asano Natsuori easily? I'm clearly giving up on you. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but complain in his heart. Go to a cram school, learn it yourself, and then teach her, he said. Ishiki Hajini was confused and said, Isn't there any easy, enjoyable, and efficient way to improve grades? Shirakawa Zeping thought for a moment and said, Then put a book under your head when you go to bed in the future. Ishiki Hajini was shocked and said, No way, so the infiltration learning method is really effective? I always thought it was nonsense on the internet. It must be a lie, right? Will knowledge really transfer from a place with high concentration to a place with low concentration? That's not the case. Shirakawa Zeping thought to himself that putting a book under your head is good for your cervical spine. I just don't want you to fail in your studies and ruin your body first. This Ishiki classmate, maybe he's not stupid, but foolish. Shirakawa classmate, how about you teach me how to study? Ishiki Hazini suddenly said in surprise. After all, Shirakawa-san, you are the top student in the school, so you are more than capable of teaching me. Besides, we have formed a bond. Well, although this bond is not very good, we can still be considered friends. Ah, by the way, although I have said it before, Shirakawa-san, please don't have the idea that because the beautiful girl actively seeks help, I think the other party must like me. Otherwise, I will still be very sleepy. I refuse this. Huh? Shirakawa Zeping curled his lips and asked, Are there quintuplets in your family? What does tutoring have to do with quintuplets? Nothing. Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, I just don't have much time. Can you squeeze out some time after school? No, I have club activities. Okay. The cute Ishiki sighed and asked, If there is no hope for the top student, I can only find the second student. Shirakawa-san, do you think that 3,000 yen an hour can hire Hayakawa-san to tutor me? Isn't it a little too low? Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? I said, can I ask Hayakawa-san to help me with tutoring at 3,000 yen an hour? Ishiki Ha-Origin asked curiously. Shiraka-san, do you have poor hearing? Shirakawa Zeping was silent immediately. For the first time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that his previous path might have been narrow. Why did I go to great lengths to work part-time and be exploited by capitalists? If I had found a few more little fools like Ishikiha, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to raise enough money for college. 3,000 yen an hour? Does this little fool have no concept of money? Or does her family have a mine and she's a super hidden rich woman? Ishikiya-san, Shirakawa Zeping said. I think Hayakawa-san might be quite busy and she's not familiar with you. That's true. Shirakawa Zeping opened his mouth. Although he was very tempted by this high hourly wage job, it would be a bit of a loss of the protagonist's status to suddenly change his mind. More importantly, it always feels a bit unreliable to be a tutor for a fool like Ishikihaori Nishiki. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Shirakawa Zeping pinched his chin, hesitated for a while and said, Can you really afford 3,000 hourly wages? 3,000 yen, is it a lot? Ishikihaori Nishiki asked, curiously. I think this price is a bit low. After all, Hayakawa has such good grades and is beautiful. I won't feel bad about spending more money to study with a girl like her. Baichuan Zeping heard this and said seriously, Forget it. She has always been ranked second in the school. She is already very pitiful. If you leave me alone and go to her, Hayakawa might think you are mocking her. Huh? Is it that serious? No one knows Hayakawa Natsuki better than me. Baichuan Zeping said flatly. Are you kidding? After becoming a study girl, even Hayakawa Natsuki's measurements are clearly written in the system's detailed information. How could I not know her? Baichuan Zeping felt that he needed to save Hayakawa Natsuki's self-esteem. Ishikihaori asked suspiciously, Shirakawa-san, are you telling the truth? But I heard that you and Hayakawa-san haven't had much contact. How do you know her? We've been friends for a long time. No, what do you mean by friends? Shirakawa-san, you're a little suspicious now. Didn't you follow Hayakawa-san before? Why do you want to say that? Shirakawa Zeping thought about it and was too lazy to continue to argue with Ishikihaori about following, so he said directly, I'll help you with your studies so that you can have the opportunity to help Asano Natsuori. How about that? Deal! The cute Ishikihaori immediately reached an agreement with the stalking suspect Shirakawa Zeping in his mouth. But, Shirakawa Zeping coughed twice. Although you said we are friends, in order to avoid giving me the illusion that you like me, I think the 3,000 yen should not be less. Ishikihaori was shocked and her chin almost dropped. What's going on? Has Shirakawa finally grown up? Has he stopped dreaming about unrealistic things? He actually asked to draw a line between us. Did he really listen to what I said? Ishikihaori Nishiki was looking at Shirakawa Zeping with a look of satisfaction, but then she thought about it and felt that something was wrong. This move seems to be called playing hard to get, pretending to be uninterested in girls, attracting the curiosity of beautiful girls, and then completing the strategy of the mainstream plot. This is clearly a routine used too often in girls' comics. What a deep mind, Shirakawa. It's really hard to guard against. Ishikihaori Nishiki silently clenched her fists. I understand. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa Zeping patted Ishikihaori Nishiki's shoulder with satisfaction. Although you can't become my study girl, it is obvious that you can still become my money-printing girl. But then again, why didn't I think that tutoring is such a profitable industry before? Poverty limits my imagination. There is clearly a lot of potential in my system that can be tapped. If you have high learning skills, you can be a tutor. If you have high cooking skills, you can be a general of a pub. If you have high fighting skills, you can be a bodyguard. A personal master of the neon version of the school beauty? It seems to be a work in progress. For the first time, Shirakawa Zeping felt that his system did not seem so abominable. Although the upper limit of changing destiny through learning is the highest, in this primitive stage of accumulating strength, it seems that it is not bad to occasionally spend some time to brush up other skills. Looking at the LV1 skills in his skill library, Shirakawa Zeping sat in his seat and fell into deep thought. When Asano Natsuori came to school, it happened that Ishiki Yuji turned around and left Shirakawa Zeping's seat. Damn, they hooked up so quickly. This pretty boy must be attracted by her beauty. Seeing this situation, he pursed his lips tightly to the little loli. This woman named Ishikiyu is indeed problematic, she thought firmly in her heart. Regardless of what the little loli Asano Natsuori thought, Shirakawa Zeping was not idle all morning. He first took out a piece of draft paper and listed the skills he had currently acquired from Hayakawa Natsuji and Tachibana Chimo. First of all, high school education, which can actually be collectively referred to as learning skills, is the highest level 6, followed by LV4 close combat and LV3 calligraphy. Hayakawa Natsuji's innate skill is a photographic memory, which naturally needs no further mention. Miss Tachibana Chimo's innate skill seems to be called innocent heart, and the effect is that when lying, the credibility is increased by 50%. A very powerful skill, but it is completely useless to Miss Tachibana Chimo because her lies are too easy to be seen through. Eyes evasive, little face flushed, and speech is not fluent. If she can be deceived by this, it can only mean that the other party is teasing her. On the contrary, if this skill is given to Asano Natsuori, the drama queen with ulterior motives, it must be like adding wings to a tiger, and it can be called a super killer. There is no way to obtain cooking skills, and neither of the two learning girls have them. The woman named Hayakawa Natsuji should not be bothered to cook by herself. She looks pampered and a bit like a daughter of a rich family. Although Miss Tachibana Chimo is a little interested in cooking, she has not yet reached the level of forming a skill. It is not that someone can form a level 1 skill after teaching her a few times and exploring it for a few days. The skill judgment of the learning princess seems to be quite strict. The system pays more attention to whether the learning princess has the talent bonus of this skill. Shirakawa Zeping's dream of becoming the store's general seems to be shattered, but he doesn't care much. Anyway, if he really wants to develop in the catering industry, he can also extract cooking skills from the cute little Ishiki-yu. I don't know how this silly girl was judged by the system to have a talent for cooking. Hayakawa Natsuji's piano skills? Level 1. There is no place to find a piano for Shirakawa Zeping to gain experience. Asano Natsuori's level 5 music skills are much better. If there is a chance to practice piano and write songs in the future, it is better to use her talent to brush it. Level 1 business negotiation skills? Forget it. He doesn't have the money and energy to start a business now. He is not a pig on the wind that can fly up with a breath. Level 1 acting cute? Hayakawa Natsuji, you have something. You even have this talent, but it's meaningless to me. Shirakawa Zeping picked, and he began to dislike Hayakawa Natsuji's novice gift package. What? Apart from learning, the skills seem so unrealistic. They don't show any sympathy for him, a novice with no financial accumulation. Playing the piano? Do I have the money to buy a piano to practice? Acting cute? Do I go to a gigolo to act cute to rich ladies? Shirakawa Zeping shook his head and continued to check the skills from Jujimo. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be an extra skill in his skill panel. Acting, EV1, applicable to all types of acting and dubbing. He hesitated and felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, a new line of small words was added under Miss Jujimo's panel. The favorability of the target increases, unlocking new skills and bonuses. There is no specific favorability value, only a simple prompt. Shirakawa Zeping. No, Jibianji, listen to me and learn. I really wasn't trying to increase the favorability before. Acting? Miss Jujimo actually has this talent? But it's completely invisible on the surface? Shirakawa Zeping thought about it, and then he was relieved. In fact, everyone has a lot of hidden talents. Some talents shine like comets and will shine on people no matter what. But some talents may really be completely buried by personality, external, environment, and fate. It's like a business wizard. If he spends all day in a mountain valley without access to the outside world, facing the lowest and back to the sky, then no matter how talented he is, it will be difficult for him to dig out his talent. How do you know if you have talent without trying? Miss Jujimo may be such an example. She didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of everyone, let alone muster up the courage to stand in front of the screen and accept the eyes of thousands of people. Favorability unlocks new skills? Maybe there is a way. Asano Natsuori secretly watched for the whole morning and found that the pretty boy Shirakawa Zeping seemed to be possessed by a demon and did not even do any exercises. Just writing and drawing on the draft paper took up most of his time. Her first feeling was that Shirakawa Zeping was playing tricks, so she secretly paid attention to the strokes of Shirakawa Zeping's handwriting, trying to silently guess what he was writing in her heart. However, Japanese writing is awfully not as easy to detect as English letters. After just looking at it for a while, she was a little confused. Could this pretty boy have discovered something? Restraining her strong curiosity, Asano Natsuori pretended to be a good baby and listened to the class carefully, and did not make a move to explore the truth of Shirakawa Zeping. What also surprised her was that Ishiki Haori Nishiki had never come to bother her since he hooked up with the pretty boy in the morning. Asano Natsuori decided to take the initiative and start with the woman Ishiki Haori Nishiki. During the lunch break, she took the initiative to sit next to Ishiki Haori and said in a friendly way, "Ishikiha, come and try my cooking." Ishikiha was flattered. "Wow, delicious! Asano, your cooking skills are very high." The little angel smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, and said, "Great, I thought my cooking was not delicious. How could it be? With this level, you can open a store. You are definitely a general." Asano Natsuori sneered at the words, thinking that this was originally made by a master chef in Japan. A standard fine dish, if it is not delicious, my money will be wasted. It would be great if Ishikiha likes it. Asano Natsuori continued, "By the way, doesn't Shirakawa eat lunch with you? I see you two seem to have a pretty good relationship." Ishiki Nashiki paused while eating and said vaguely, "It's just so-so." Of course, she would not tell Asano Natsuori that she had boasted before that she would help Asano Natsuori with her studies, but ended up having to ask Shirakawa Zeping for help because of her lack of ability. It would be too embarrassing to say that. "Well, I'll tell Asano the truth after I finish my studies. This kind of white lie is good for me, Shirakawa and Asano." "Is that so?" Ano Natsuori sighed, with a look of grievance between her. "Shirakawa-san doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Did I do something wrong? How could that be?" Ishiki Haori Nishiki held a piece of golden fried chicken in her mouth and said earnestly, "Actually, this may not be your fault. It's mainly because Shirakawa-san is a little strange." "Oh? In what aspects is he strange?" "Like hobbies, personality? Shirakawa-san has a very bad attitude towards girls. Not gentle at all. Several times I felt that he was too hard. His fists were too hard, and I almost hit his head with a blow." "Really? Great, Ishiki Haori-san. How did you know all this?" Asano Natsuori gave a little fangirl's admiring look at the right time. For a high-level black-bellied drama queen, it was effortless to coax Ishiki Haori Nishiki, a silly and sweet girl with a unique mind. "No, it's mainly about careful observation. I just discovered it recently. You're really amazing, Ishiki-san, for being able to get along with Shirakawa-san to this extent." Asano Natsuori sighed. "I also want to be friends with Shirakawa-san, but unfortunately I never have the courage to talk to him." "Ishiki-san, how did you do it?" Asano Natsuori's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked with curiosity. During this lunch break, Shirakawa Zeping did not choose to spend it in the activity room of the calligraphy club. After buying a fried noodle bread, he went straight to the rooftop. The rooftop of the teaching building should have been a holy place for couples. They snuggled up to each other and fed each other, which always easily aroused the lemon emotions of single dogs. But now there is no couple here, because there are 2 bad boys here. Life is so boring, Aaron. That's right. This kind of repetitive life is really boring. I really want to experience the passionate youth. Aji, give me some of your fried noodles and bread. Hey! This is my lunch. People who bring lunchboxes to school should not be so shameless. What can I do? These are just leftovers from last night. I have no appetite at all. You kid? Shirakawa Zeping just walked onto the rooftop when he heard the topic of the 2 bad boys changed from expressing their feelings about life in a stylish way to snatching of fried noodles and bread. His face darkened unconsciously. These 2 bad boys are really problematic. A bad boy heard the sound of someone coming up and thought that some fearless student had walked into their forbidden area. He couldn't help but get angry and said, "I'm talking to you. Haven't you heard of the several prohibitions of this school? Can you go up to the rooftop whenever you want?" He turned his head, and before his expression could brew into the most ferocious and terrifying state, he immediately turned into a flattering face and said, "Ah, it turns out to be Brother Shirakawa. Please sit down. Please sit down. How come you have time to come up and guide us today? Is it because you are determined to step into the field of bad things and become the king of all bad boys? Really? Brother Shirakawa, have you finally awakened? Are you going to become the strongest man in Mingjiu? What nonsense are you talking about? Aji, Brother Shirakawa is going to become the strongest man in all of Japan. Mingjiu High School is just the starting point of Brother Shirakawa's great journey." Shirakawa Zeping is already immune to the exaggerated rainbow farts of the 2 bad boys. At this age, he still thinks about the strongest man in Japan. It can no longer be simply described as a middle school student. The prevalence of high school second-year syndrome is indeed getting worse. "I need your help with something," Shirakawa Zeping said succinctly. "No matter what it is, as long as I can sacrifice myself for you, Shirakawa-san, I, Imamura Ryuta, will do anything, no matter how hard it is. The difference between cultured and uncultured people seemed to be reflected in the two delinquents at once. Shirakawa Zeping shook his head and said, "It's not necessary to go to that extent. I just want you to help me keep an eye on someone." Imamura Ryuta said angrily, "Who dares to disobey Shirakawa-san? Tell me quickly. I will beat him so hard that his sister can't recognize him." "Eh? Why can't the sister recognize him here? Shouldn't it be said that the mother can't recognize him?" Aoki Yosuke raised his question at the right time. "Shut up, because there are too many Japanese brother-con, idiot." Aoki Yosuke put on an expression of strange knowledge has increased. Shirakawa Zeping was speechless for a while. He was too lazy to watch these two high school sophomores playing tricks, so he said directly, "You are from class B1, right? Do you know Oga Masato from the next class?" Imamura Ryuta was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is it the kid from class C1's tennis club?" Shirakawa Zeping frowned and said, "What's his problem?" "There's no problem, but I heard that he seems to be representing the school to participate in the National College Tennis Tournament. It seems a bit inappropriate to move him at this time," Imamura Ryuta said cautiously. "Of course, if you, Brother Shirakawa, say you want to do something to him, then I will absolutely not say a word. I don't know what on earth that bastard has pissed off Brother Shirakawa. 9 lives are not enough for him to die." Shirakawa Zeping had a headache. "I'm not a Yakuza person. Do you think I take his life at every turn? I just want you to keep an eye on his whereabouts and see if he has any leverage." Aoki Yosuke said with a rapid breath, "Tail, follow him? It's a bit exciting." "Not much, I see," Imamura Takada said excitedly. "We will definitely help you, Brother Shirakawa. Find out his foxtail." Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and said, "Do you have any connections among the female delinquents? I want to find a few people to help." Imamura Takada and Aoki Yosuke looked at each other, and they saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Imamura Ryuta said, "Brother Shirakawa, it's not that we don't want to look for him, it's just that we don't recognize all the bad guys in Mingjiu. Usually, everyone keeps to themselves. Suddenly showing up will be considered a provocation. The two of us wanted to unify the bad world of Mingjiu High School, but weren't we conquered by you in the end? Of course, we don't think you did anything wrong. It was a great grace that you were able to use your strength to make us wake up." "That's right. So we have been waiting. Only a man as strong as you, Brother Shirakawa, is qualified to conquer Mingjiu, conquer the entire county, and finally conquer Japan. Brother Shirakawa, please come out soon. The bad world of Japan cannot do without you." As Imamura Ryuhei and Aoki Yosuke were talking, they began to pull Shirakawa Zeping's trouser legs and howled, with the attitude of Liu-san visiting his thatched cottage. These two idiot delinquents were unlucky back then. They went to Shirakawa Zeping's A1 class and wanted to challenge the strongest man in the class. As a result, someone casually pointed at the strongest man in the class. What's more tragic is that the two of them couldn't even beat Shirakawa Zeping, the strongest man in the class. Shirakawa Zeping took time out of his experience to beat them up. The two of them hugged each other and howled when they lost, with a sense of sadness that they died before they could achieve their goal. Maybe the sound of their dreams being shattered woke them up. The two of them thought about it and felt that although they couldn't become the strongest delinquent, they could become the delinquents around the strongest delinquent. Although we can't conquer the world, I can find a big brother to conquer the world. So, they began to pester Shirakawa Zeping and flatter him all the way, wishing to say that Shirakawa Zeping was the only myth of electricity and light. Although Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to pay attention to them. But it must be admitted that the two guys' identities as delinquents are still very useful. After knowing that the delinquents call him Big Brother, the voices of those who were jealous of him behind his back have become much smaller. Such low-level students can become delinquents. The quality of Japanese high school students really needs to be explored. Not every high school student can save the world. Shirakawa Zeping threw the extra fried noodles and bread he bought to them and told them, "Be smart and don't let outsiders see it. Don't worry, Brother Shirakawa, we will do the job, don't worry." Imamura Ryuta and Aoki Yosuke were ready to fight, and they wanted to rush to Class C1 immediately to execute the person who offended the big brother on the spot. He did not stay on the rooftop for long. After explaining his purpose, Shirakawa Zeping walked back to his classroom quickly. Unexpectedly, he saw his own department head Tsukimi Sakurazawa, Asano Natsuori, and Ishiki Yuji Nishiki gathered together. Tsukimi Sakurazawa noticed that Shirakawa Zeping had returned and said carelessly, "Shirakawa, come here quickly. There is a super cute child who wants to join our calligraphy club." Shirakawa Zeping frowned slightly, and without thinking, it must be that little lowly Asano Natsuori who was causing trouble. It's just that she usually pestered me in class, but now she actually wants to join the calligraphy club? Could it be that her goal is not just for me? Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, "Aren't you the director of the calligraphy club? Just make the decision." "No way, Shirakawa, you are my right-hand man, a capable person. Your suggestions have a great influence on me." Tsukimi Sakurazawa said excitedly, "Asano-san is really super cute. With her joining, our calligraphy club will definitely be even more powerful." Asano Natsuori looked at Shirakawa Zeping timidly. "Hey, does the calligraphy club rely on appearance and cuteness to make a living?" Ishiki Yuji Nishiki was shocked. "Ishikiha, you don't know this. So far, our calligraphy club has the best appearance among all the clubs in the school, so the new members should not lag behind too much. Besides, calligraphy skills can be practiced slowly in the future. But if I miss such a cute child, I feel I will regret it for the rest of my life. I see, Tsukimi-san, your insights are so profound. You are worthy of being the president." "Ah, no. Ishikiha wants to join? Our club is really short of people. That's not necessary. I have already joined the light music club." Upon hearing this, Tsukimi Sakurazawa turned his gaze to Shirakawa Zeping. "Shirakawa, we are good brothers. You can't just watch the president in such a dilemma and do nothing." Tsukimi Sakurazawa habitually grabbed Shirakawa Zeping's arm and started shaking it. "Oh, brother." Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Tsukimi Sakurazawa's pretty face. "Brothers often meet each other shirtless. If you can give me one shirtless, I will accept you as my brother. Go to the student union and report yourself. Don't expect me to run errands for you." "Tsk! Shirakawa, you are so unkind. I saw you didn't go to the calligraphy club today, so I came to find you." Tsukimi Sakurazawa pouted, then immediately smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. This trip today was not in vain. At least I got a super cute member. Our calligraphy club will soon grow." "Thank you, head. I will definitely practice hard," Asano Natsuori said with emotion. She really didn't expect that God would give her a good opportunity and take the initiative to let Tsukimi Sakurazawa, the head of the calligraphy club, run to the classroom of Class A1. After a conversation, Tsukimi Sakurazawa was quickly attracted by Asano Natsuori's personality and appearance, and also took the opportunity to propose that she join the calligraphy club. Hearing this, Asano Natsuori almost laughed out loud. "Sure enough, I said it was the problem of that pretty boy. I thought my charm was suddenly emptied. This world is still normal. The only one wrong is that pretty boy. They can't get close to you in class, but you finally have no reason to hide in the club." Ishiki Yuji Nishiki heard what Tsukimi Sakurazawa said and asked curiously, "Tsukimi, are you and Shirakawa childhood sweethearts?" Tsukimi Sakurazawa was stunned and said strangely, "How could it be? Shirakawa and I didn't know each other before. Why does Ishiki Yuji have such an idea?" "This? Because I think you two seem to be very close." Ishiki Yuji Nishiki looked at Shirakawa Zeping's face and said cautiously, "That's not the case. Shirakawa and I are very good friends, and it's not an exaggeration to call them close friends. What's more, Shirakawa doesn't like girls with big breasts." "Huh?" Ishiki was shocked for a moment, and then whispered, "Fortunately, my breasts are big." "You two are openly talking about breast size in front of Asano Natsuori. Are you really treating her as if she doesn't exist? I didn't expect that Shirakawa-san has such a little-known hobby." Ishiki Yujin sighed. Tsukimi Sakurazawa continued, "That's right. Shirakawa has a lot of strange habits. Like every time I wake up, he likes to stare at my skirt. His eyes are super scary. It's obviously your clothes that are messed up, and I look unhappy, okay? Can you please not say it as if I'm going to commit a crime? Also, as long as the activity room is messy, he will feel uncomfortable all over, and he will clean it up no matter how much you persuade him. When I read a book, I fold the pages a little, and he will frown at me. Except for talking to Xiaomo a little normally, I can't feel his gentleness towards girls at other times. He's just a steel-straight man." Tsukimi Sakurazawa vividly described the various evil deeds of Shirakawa Zeping in life, and Asano Natsuori was stunned when she heard it. She really didn't expect that this pretty boy would have such a weakness. Could this pretty boy be a Virgo? I wonder what this pretty boy will do if I throw a bunch of rice in front of him one day. Are there other members in the calligraphy club, the head? Asano Natsuri heard a key piece of information. Oh, yes, there is. There is also a child who is also super cute. She blushes easily and is very shy. Asano-san, you will definitely like her when you meet her. Really? I'm looking forward to the club activities, Headmaster Tsukimi. Asano Natsuri smiled sweetly and said, Then when do we start? Today. Although I haven't officially submitted my application to join the club, it's totally fine for me to come and participate in the activities. Thank you, Headmaster. Please give me more advice in the future. Asano Natsuri stood up and bowed to Shirakawa Zeping. Her dimples were full of sweet and charming smiles, and she looked particularly lovable. Shirakawa Zeping hummed without commenting and did not object to this matter. In fact, he had no position or reason to oppose Asano Natsuri's joining the club. The image that Asano Natsuri has shown so far is very positive. She has not shown any hostility towards Shirakawa Zeping at all. She just seems to want to get close to him in both open and covert ways. This is not a big threat to him for the time being. He cannot conclude that this girl will harm him just because Asano Natsuri has concealed her true strength. Although he is more cautious and likes to take the initiative in everything, this does not mean that he will be timid. Known troubles are much safer than hidden time bombs. Did Tachibana contact you at noon? Shirakawa Zeping suddenly asked. Xiaomo? No, she should still be in the activity room of the calligraphy club. He was thinking about something when a call suddenly came from the door. It was the student council president Mita Takuma who was calling him warmly and enthusiastically. Junior Shirakawa, are you free after school? I have something and want to discuss it with you. Shirakawa Zeping didn't know what Mita Takuma was trying to say. His interactions with the student council president were limited to greetings when attending campus activities. If you want to help, there is no need to look for a stranger like him. He walked over and whispered, President Mita, is there anything important in the school? The student council president lowered his voice awkwardly and said, This is not a school matter. It's just a small personal commission from me. Junior Baichuan, can you help me with this? Baichuan Zeping glanced at him and said politely, Although I don't know what President Mita needs me to do, if I can do it, I will do my best. The implication is if it's difficult, don't blame me for refusing directly. Mita Takuma didn't block the words immediately. Hearing the words, he said happily, Great, Shirakawa, then after school, I will wait for you behind the teaching building. After Mita Takuma left, Tsukimi Sakurazawa came over first. She said, Shirakawa, you and President Mita are still hooking up? Shirakawa Zeping moved Tsukimi Sakurazawa's head away from her face and said, It has nothing to do with you, right, Tsukimi-san? Oh, I hate you, Shirakawa. Why are you poking my face? You won't be able to get married. If you are really worried about not being able to get married, then don't be so close to me all day long. Shirakawa Zeping said unhappily, Don't you notice that the eyes of other classmates are almost green with jealousy? Tsukimi Sakurazawa snorted and said nonchalantly, Our friendship is pure. It's just that they have dirty thoughts. Obviously, it's your figure that is too dirty. Shirakawa Zeping silently complained in his heart. It's time for class. Hurry back. I know, Asano-san, remember to come to the activity room with Shirakawa in the afternoon. I know, Chief. Ishiki Haori Nishiki came over and whispered, Shirakawa-san, our tutoring. That's right. She also agreed to tutor this idiot so that she can happily show off in front of Asano Natsuri. But there are club activities in the afternoon and part-time jobs on weekends, so it seems that there is no time to squeeze out. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and asked, Is your home near that noodle shop? Then come. Ishiki Haori Nishiki quickly took a step back, and her black and white eyes were full of vigilance. Shirakawa-san, you don't want me to go to your house? No, absolutely not. No matter how big your house is, I won't go. Why does this girl always seem to be driving when she talks? Could it be that you are not my money-printing princess, but the legendary old driver princess? Imamura Ryuta and Oki Yosuke did not dare to neglect Shirakawa Zeping's instructions. As soon as the afternoon class started, they went out to discuss countermeasures under the pretext of going to the health room. Hey, Aji, what do you think is Shirakawa's purpose in wanting to attack that Oga Masato? Do I need to ask? Of course I'm not happy with him. I'm also often unhappy with those guys who can chat with girls very well. If it weren't for my dream, who would be willing to be a delinquent instead of a real guy? Stupid. Do you think Shirakawa is as brainless as you are? Imamura Ryuta was disappointed with his partner. Think carefully about it. Who is Shirakawa-san? With his strength, would he suddenly take action against such a weak member of the tennis club? You mean, there is a deep meaning behind Shirakawa-san's action? That's right. I think that Shirakawa-san might want to use that Oga Masato to give Ishida Koji from Class C1 a blow. Is this true? I've been annoyed with that bad boy from Class C1 for a long time. Is Shirakawa-san finally going to unify Akihisa? Imamura Ryuta smiled knowingly. Ishida Koji, this ignorant country bumpkin, actually tried to stop Shirakawa-san from conquering Japan. Well, if that's the case, let him be the first stepping stone for Shirakawa-san to dominate Japan. The wheel of history cannot be stopped. If you want to defy Shirakawa-san's torrent, you must be prepared to be crushed to pieces. Sugoi, so awesome. Aaron, what should we do? Don't worry, let's discuss it slowly. An afternoon passed quickly. Japan has very few afternoon classes, so more time is squeezed out for various sports and clubs. Such a huge investment of time also means that many clubs are not just for fun, they have to produce results. The school's activity funds are not in vain. If the clubs of their own colleges become famous, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the entire school. Enrollment will also benefit from this. The calligraphy club where Shirakawa Zeping is located is not short of talents in terms of making a name for themselves. Although Paramecium headmaster is extremely lazy and has a very bad personality, his calligraphy skills are still amazing. He has won several awards in succession, which has made the activity funds of the entire club quite loose. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Tachibana Chimo was more qualified than her in terms of learning, Shirakawa Zeping might have chosen her as a study girl. Shirakawa-san, let's go to the club together? I'm a little unfamiliar with the road. Asano Natsuri was afraid that the pretty boy would slip away, so he hurried forward to talk to him. Shirakawa Zeping didn't respond. He said, "Sorry, I promised President Mita that I have to go to the appointment." "It's okay, I can wait for you." Asano Natsuri smiled sweetly, showing her signature angelic smile. "If it's Shirakawa-san, it's okay to wait all the time." "Oh, then wait for me in the classroom." Shirakawa Zeping nodded, ignoring Asano Natsuri's offensive to gain favor. Asano Natsuri was still smiling adorably. Her little angel character was almost flawless. Shirakawa Zeping packed up casually, put his bag in place, and then walked down the stairs quickly. The area behind the teaching building of Mingjiu High School was also a disaster area for couples to confess. Most people would consider whether to accept the other party's confession when they heard the opposite sex say to him that he would come to the back of the teaching building after school. Unfortunately, Mita Takuma was a man. He couldn't. At least he wouldn't confess to him. Shirakawa Zeping thought secretly. He didn't set Mita Takuma as a learning base, no matter how overbearing the system was. At most, he would let himself be mistakenly involved in Hayakawa Natsuki's confession. It was impossible for him to replace Hayakawa Natsuki and be confessed to. He still had to be careful for a while, and retreat immediately if the situation was not right. Mita Takuma seemed to have been waiting behind the teaching building for a long time. When he saw Shirakawa Zeping coming, he immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Junior Shirakawa, it's really great that you can come." "What's the matter, President Mita?" Shirakawa Zeping didn't plan to greet him for a while. Hearing this, Mita Takuma hesitated for a moment and struggled to speak. "Actually, I want to trouble you with something. Junior Shirakawa, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I like Hayakawa, I hope, to confess to her. Become a true lover." Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, "Nonsense, if you don't like Hayakawa Shiaji, would I be dragged up by the system to confess? Junior Shirakawa has guessed it." Mita Takuma sighed. "Then I won't hide it. As for me, I'm about to graduate and will leave this academy soon. But when I think about not being able to see Junior Hayakawa's face in the future, I will feel an uncontrollable pain in my heart." This feeling, can you understand, Junior Shirakawa?" Shirakawa Zeping was expressionless. "Although I can't understand, people with cardiovascular diseases may have something to talk about with you. So, Junior Shirakawa, I hope you can help me so that I can confess to Hayakawa. Please." Shirakawa Zeping calmly moved away and said, "So the confession at the opening ceremony was planned by you, the president. Then why don't you continue to ask them for help? It would be difficult for me to accomplish anything alone, right?" Mita Takuma was furious and said, "I get angry when I mention them. They are the kind of people who are good at making trouble but not good at doing things. They ruined my carefully planned confession plan. As if he remembered something, Mita Takuma added, I know this has nothing to do with you, Junior. You are just a victim. It's all the fault of that group of people. Although he complained about the unreliability of that group of friends, Mita Takuma came to Shirakawa Zeping for help this time because of their words and deeds. After the failure of the confession at the beginning of school, he and his friends learned from their mistakes and contacted several previous failed confession cases, but they still could not draw a conclusion. In the end, they even began to doubt the correctness of the world's metaphysics. Otherwise, why is it so weird? People who like Hayakawa Natsuji confess their love to each other 4 times, but they were all bumped into by Shirakawa Zeping, and they were all successfully ruined. The most important thing is that you have no evidence to prove that he did it on purpose. The friends called this phenomenon a coincidence of fate and advised Mitakuma not to think about it. Shirakawa Zeping might be the son of the plane. If he continues like this, the world line may collapse. But Mita Takuma couldn't accept it. They didn't know what level of girl Hayakawa Natsuji was. He would hate himself for giving up the opportunity to work harder for 100 years so easily. So when a friend had an idea, a plan called Pull Shirakawa Jr. into the confession team to avoid the world line being affected, was born in the brainstorming. It must be said that if Shirakawa Zeping knew their ideas, he would definitely have sincere respect for that friend. Being able to see through the essence of things from clueless events and make the most accurate guesses, Neon is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. However, he does not intend to agree to this. What a joke. Who is Hayakawa Natsuto, his strongest study girl? Although Shirakawa Zeping is not familiar with her, this does not mean that he is in a hurry to help her pull a CP. If the strategy fails because of this, the skill level will be reset to 0. Who will help me take the college entrance examination? Who will give me a scholarship? In Shirakawa Zeping's opinion, it is best for these study girls not to fall in love during the 3 years of high school and let themselves brush up their experience. Go through this most difficult accumulation period and wait until you have a certain financial strength later. You can consider taking the initiative to fail so as to remove the ties between him and them. He thought so, and he also chose so. Hayakawa Natsuto looks so arrogant that he is too lazy to look at people straight in the eye. He will definitely not fall in love. The same is true for Miss Jujimo. Although her personality is cute, it is also difficult for her to develop an intimate relationship with others. Even if Shueiji is talented and has high skill levels, she will be defeated by the system in 2 days. Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? I lost a great opportunity to study, but got a girlfriend in return. You say it's a loss or not? President Mita, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. In order to avoid Mita Takuma's continued entanglement, he said directly. How could it be? Mita Takuma said anxiously. You don't have to do anything, just join. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while and said, My relationship with Hayakawa is not good. If I join, it may cause her disgust. Mita Takuma was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect this. At the last opening ceremony, this Shirakawa Jr. confronted Hayakawa Shiaji in public, which was a big deal. If it were a normal girl, I'm afraid she would have blacklisted him 800 times, right? Mita Takuma was a little disappointed. He didn't believe in the so-called metaphysics of that little friend. At this moment, Shirakawa Zeping's reason was revealed, which further strengthened his belief. I was too impatient. He took a deep breath. Junior Hayakawa will definitely not like me to pin my hopes on something illusory. I understand. I will continue to work hard until the day I can successfully express my feelings to Junior Hayakawa. Shirakawa Zeping opened his mouth, wanting to persuade the student council president not to continue to wrestle with the system. As a host, he himself could not twist this low-level system. Ordinary people should save their energy and not continue to struggle. If I wait for these 3 years peacefully, can I put Shueiji back? He thought about it, but still held back and didn't say it. He wouldn't believe it even if I told him. However, Shirakawa-san, Mita Takuma couldn't help but remind him, have you offended anyone recently? It seems that rumors about you are spreading in school. It's said that your grades were not very high before, and your current scholarship was obtained by cheating. There are also some rumors about the calligraphy club. Someone anonymously reported that there was a problem with the activity funds of the calligraphy club. There are many small problems. The student union is investigating. Such sudden rumors are likely to be promoted by someone with ulterior motives. Shirakawa Zeping was slightly startled when he heard this, and nodded. I know. He didn't expect that Oga Genren from the current group would start the revenge so quickly. He originally thought that he would be a little bit concerned about his face, but he turned out to be shameless. Hypocrites are much more terrible than real villains, and their bottom line is much lower. Although the rumors they spread are all groundless, there is never a lack of market for conspiracy theories. If the rumors are allowed to ferment, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no trouble. And that group of people are really right about one thing. He did rely on cheating to beat Hayakawa Shiaji. As the saying goes, the only thing that can defeat a wall hanger is money. If Oga Masamune doesn't have that, then he is doomed to lose in this contest. He is just a clown, not to be feared. Before he and Mita Takuma could express their gratitude, the mobile phone in his bag vibrated. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment and said sorry. Although mobile phones are relatively expensive, they are essential tools for social communication, and Shirakawa Zeping still has no reason to save them. However, not many people know his number. In addition to the two girls in the calligraphy club and the class teacher, only the part-time boss knows it. As soon as the call was connected, Imamura Ryuta's pig-killing voice rang out in the microphone, shouted, "Brother Shirakawa, help! Help!" He seemed to be chased by something, and a roar came from behind. "You bastards, don't underestimate the bad guys. I advise you to turn back quickly. You'll be finished when Brother Shirakawa comes." Aoki Yosuke shouted while running, and there seemed to be a sound of wind in his words. "Fuck! Aaron, did you get through? I'm running out of energy. How can this guy be so strong? There's no chance of fighting him." Shirakawa Zeping. He wanted to hang up the phone on impulse, but he couldn't. He was the one who asked them to do it at noon, and he also gave his contact information to those two low-class bad guys. I don't know what these two idiots did to be hunted down. I was too optimistic about them. Shirakawa Zeping reflected silently in his heart. After asking about their location, Shirakawa Zeping said goodbye to Mita Takuma. He also sympathized with this good but unlucky student council president. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't help him. Imamura Ryuta leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and next to him was Aoki Yosuke, who had also run to a state of being unrecognizable. "Aaron, that Ishida Koji, how come he is so energetic? Doesn't he get tired? How do I know? Has he caught up?" Aoki Yosuke waved his hands. "There is no way to catch up. I really can't run anymore. If I had known that being a delinquent requires physical strength, I would have joined the track and field club." "What track and field club? Do you only think about running away when you become a delinquent?" Imamura Ryuta was about to criticize his partner's mistakes in thinking, but his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When he answered it, he heard the calm voice of Brother Shirakawa. "I see you. Wait for me near that location." Imamura Ryuta and Aoki Yosuke were stunned at the same time. This simple sentence seemed to give these two overdrawn delinquents great courage and faith. They held their heads high and stood up from the corner. Aoki Yosuke unbuttoned 2 buttons of his school uniform, revealing his unimpressive chest muscles, and sneered, "Aaron, we seem to have been looked down upon by that Ishida kid just now." "That's true, Aji. Let's go. We're gonna fight." "Asshole, don't underestimate us." The 2 delinquents roared and rushed out, confronting Ishida Koji, who was still looking for them. Ishida Koji is a delinquent. This can be seen vividly from his ferocious eyes, ferocious face, and the tone of his voice when he speaks. Although people often think that he is difficult to approach, it doesn't matter. Delinquents who yearn for the underworld are always lone wolves, with nothing but shadows following them. He has always advertised himself as a tough guy, with every part of him being tough from head to toe, just like the heroic and cold steel man in Ken Takakura's movies, exuding an aura that fascinates girls. However, today he seems to be a little excited. It all started when he received a strange letter in his locker after school. Ishida Koji thought that a girl had finally discovered his shining point behind his bad appearance, so he punched the locker in excitement, causing a timid girl next to him to kneel down and cry on the spot. "I'll give you all my pocket money. Please don't kill me." Although he couldn't agree to the other party, receiving a love letter was a good proof of his masculine charm. But it turned out to be a letter of challenge. Ishida Koji was a little disappointed, but he was right. The road of bad boys is always accompanied by fists and scars. After being in Mingjiu High School for such a long time, no one has challenged him, which made him feel a little bored. So Ishida Koji went to the appointment. Then he was even more disappointed. The two boys in front of him did not understand the true meaning of bad boys at all, and did not understand where the path of bad boys was. They actually wanted him to submit to their boss shamelessly, which made Ishida Koji really unbearable. "Don't underestimate bad boys," he roared, wanting to teach these two young boys a lesson. He swung a fist, as if to cut through the air and burn with intense heat. A thin figure blocked his fist. Ishida Koji looked up and met the helpless eyes of Shirakawa Zeping. "Although it's not right, I hope you can stop and listen to me." Ishida Koji was startled and took a breath of cold air. Cough, cough. The cold air was very cold, but his heart was even colder at this moment. He could actually take his punch head on and didn't change his face. This kid is so terrifying. Huh? Why did I have such a strange idea? Ishida Koji was a little confused. Is it because the opponent has changed, so the fighting style has also changed? He pulled his hands and found that the man in front of him was incredibly strong. So he was not convinced and pushed Shirakawa Zeping away with force, shouting, "Who do you think you are?" He returned to his own style. "You want me to stop, but you are still far away." "Ah! Department! Imamura Ryuta and Aoki Yosuke, Masaka!" Shirakawa Zeping threw him out very simply. Ishida Koji climbed up with a confused look on his face. What happened? Wasn't I just delivering my strongest attack? Why did I suddenly lose my balance and fly out? The feeling of dizziness just now was weightlessness, right? I was just picked up and thrown out by him like a chicken, right? Lie. What kind of terrible thing am I? Fighting. Brother Shirakawa, you are the strongest delinquent. Brother Shirakawa, you are the only light in this darkness. The face of the short-haired tough guy, Ishida Koji, gradually became solemn. To be able to suppress me like this person must be no ordinary person. Ishida Koji suddenly felt fortunate that he did not act on impulse to unify the Mingjiu delinquent world before, otherwise he would have been beaten to doubt his life. You must know that there are people who are better than you, and there are heavens beyond heavens. The ancient Chinese people never lied to me. Wait, this guy seems a little familiar. Ishida Koji looked at Shirakawa Zeping, trying to recall whether he had seen such a powerful person before, and suddenly heard the two guys calling him Brother Shirakawa, and he couldn't help but realize it. Damn, it's actually Shirakawa Zeping, the top scholar who gets a lot of scholarships, super academic god. He was a little desperate. He had looked down on those who were good at studying. He didn't expect that Baichuan Zeping was an outlier. It was okay that he was very good at studying, but he was also so strong. It was too bullying. How did God give him such a good appearance? After recognizing the reality, Ishida Koji said with a face full of grief and indignation, "Shirakawa, today I lost. But I hope you can agree to a few of my requests. Otherwise, even if I quit the bad world, I will not be willing to be humiliated by you. First, although I have become your subordinate, I will never do anything against my conscience. This is my pride as a bad boy. If you..." While Ishida Koji was still expressing his integrity passionately, Shirakawa Zeping waved his hands and said with a headache, "Stop for a moment. Maybe I'm not here to subdue you." The steely, tough guy Ishida Koji was stunned when he heard this, and said angrily, "A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I didn't expect you to humiliate me in this way. I will not submit to you. Go ahead." He thought that Shirakawa Zeping looked down on his strength and thought he was too low, and suddenly his tough guy complex broke out, wanting to use blood to justify his integrity. Shirakawa Zeping sighed and said, "I asked them to find you because I want you to do me a favor. Maybe something went wrong in the middle, leading to this result. Although I'm not the direct cause, it's still because of me. I apologize first." Benevolent and generous, humbly asking for help, respectful to the wise, taking the initiative to cover the mistakes for his subordinates, Brother Shirakawa is worthy of being the man destined to become the strongest delinquent. Kakuoi. Brother Shirakawa's wisdom is worth my lifetime to learn and figure out. The two licking dog delinquents next to him immediately spread their rainbow farts desperately. Shirakawa Zeping pretended not to hear, and said directly, "You can choose to help me or refuse. I won't force you." The expression of the steel tough guy eased a little. He nodded and said, "I understand. What do you want to ask me for help? I will do it. This is my dignity as a man. Just say it. I'll do the rest." Aoki Yosuke interrupted. "Don't be too sure, Ishida. What if you want you to wear women's clothes?" Shirakawa Zeping and Ishida Koji's faces turned black at once. "No, I can't do that anymore. I've already got the image." "Gee, are you stupid? Ishida has a short haircut and a square face. How can he wear women's clothes?" At least he should have an oval face to be suitable. Huh? Why do you say it as if you have studied it yourself? Shirakawa Zeping silently moved away, indicating Imamura Ryuta and Ishida Koji to do it themselves. Ah, no! Please, Aji! Yami, save me! Brother Shirakawa. After the two of them had a fight and vented their anger, Shirakawa Zeping motioned Ishida Koji to sit down and asked, "How much do you know about Oga Masato in your class?" Ishida Koji asked curiously, "Oga Masato? Shirakawa, do you have any connection with him? That guy seems to be a very difficult character. He is good at using the atmosphere and maintaining a balance in interpersonal relationships very delicately. He is very popular in our class. In short, he is a man who looks sunny and cheerful but is actually very scheming." Ishida Koji said disdainfully, "I look down on this kind of man the most." Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and said, "Which girl in your class is more popular and has more appeal?" "Girls? If it's girls, it's probably Ozaki Kayu, who is an all-rounder in sports and studies, and there's also Mishima Nami, a hot girl-type character." "Shirakawa, why are you asking this?" Shirakawa Zeping did not answer his question directly, but continued, "Ozaki Kayo and Mishima Nami, who is closer to Oga Masato?" There is not much difference, but it is said that Mishima Nami, the hot girl, is interested in Oga Masato. When asked about such in-depth gossip, Ishida Koji, the steely tough guy, was a little overwhelmed. He originally had a bad image in the class, and no one would take the initiative to share and discuss these gossips with him. Just now, he pieced together the information he heard from his memory. Shirakawa Zeping nodded. Mishima Nami liked Oga Masato, and she was a hot girl, so she was a perfect target. If their live-action group acted quickly, I'm afraid that in a few days, the isolation and exclusion of Miss Tachibana Chimo would begin. Miss Tachibana Chimo was just a little transparent. Although others didn't talk to her, at least they didn't deliberately target her. If that group of people fanned the flames, things would definitely get worse. Has Oga Masato ever had a grudge against anyone? Ishida Koji shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but if you want to find an enemy, it might be much better to go to the tennis club. Shirakawa Zeping understood what he said. Indeed, if you are a member of the same department, it is easier to breed jealousy and disgust than other people. What's more, Oga Masato is the top player of the tennis club and will participate in the national college competition. His heart slowly tightened, and he pondered for a moment and said, I understand. If possible, I hope you can intimidate Oga Masato. Are you going to beat him up? The steely tough guy understood immediately. That's not the case. Shirakawa Zeping shook his head. There is a classmate in your class, Tachibana Chimo, who is my friend. I hope she won't get hurt. Ishida Koji said in confusion. Does our C1 class have this classmate? It's best not to reveal your purpose. Shirakawa Zeping didn't want to waste time explaining the existence of the little transparent Tachibana Chimo, and continued. You can create an image of hatred for evil, and don't let people think that you are biased towards Tachibana. Brother Shirakawa is really painstaking, Yashaksi. Following such a boss, I can already die happily. Ishida Koji nodded heavily. Since she is your woman, Shirakawa, I will definitely help you with this. This is a promise between men. We'll do it even if I die. Shirakawa Zeping's face darkened a little and explained, Tachibana and I... No need to say more, Shirakawa. I can feel your sincere manly heart. You are a tough guy. Ishida Koji touched his short hair, and his square face showed an expression of appreciation. Although I always think that bad boys should be like lone wolves, galloping alone in the wilderness. But your appearance may be a revelation from God to me. I think I may really need a partner like you. Aibang, from now on, let's go forward on the road of badness together. Cut through the waves. What's wrong with this group of Japanese bad boys? Do they all have this problem of liking to make up their minds and not listening to others? How did I become your partner? You also arranged a tough guy role for me without authorization. Do you want to become a supporting role in a philosophical novel? It is worthy of being the birthplace of the second-year disease. I really have too little experience. He was too lazy to continue to care about this group of high school second-year disease and waved his hand to indicate that he was leaving. Imamura Ryuta and Aoki Yosuke on the side were immediately dissatisfied. Why did we come first and can only be younger brothers, and you want to be on an equal footing with brother Shirakawa as soon as you come? Is there still the law? Is there still law? I say, Ishida, you are too arrogant. We have been following Shirakawa-san for a long time. You are considered as our seniors. How dare you shamelessly ask to become a love stick with Shirakawa-san? You are so ugly, but you are dreaming. Ishida Koji stared at the direction where Shirakawa Zeping left, and there seemed to be fire burning in his eyes. He ignored the shouting of the two licking dogs and spoke to himself. You are worthy of being my destined partner. Is this fate? He murmured. Hey, Ishida, can you hear people talking? Answer us quickly, bastard. You bunch of idiots. Ishida Koji turned his head and responded disdainfully. As the follower of my partner, you can be so weak. Let me teach you a lesson for my partner. In the department. Shirakawa Zeping naturally had no chance to hear the screams of the two licking dogs and bad boys behind him. This meeting with Ishida Koji finally yielded some results. At least it can ensure that Miss Tachibana Chimo will not be harmed for the time being. But this is not enough. Their revenge is more on the spiritual level. Although they will not be hurt, it will still be suffocating to listen to the weirdness of people around them and live in a hostile atmosphere. We still have to solve the current group of Oga Masato from the root. It would be best to disintegrate that group and support a new group leader. There must be a Lich King, a certain sage once said. If the goal is just to disintegrate them, it will be difficult to guarantee that the next group that appears will not cause trouble. Shirakawa Zeping thought about it calmly and decided to find a relationship to get into the tennis club. It was already late at this moment, and Shirakawa Zeping decided not to go to the calligraphy club today, but to try his luck in the tennis club directly. It would be best to meet Oga Masato's teammates directly, saving time and effort. Tsukimi Sakurazawa received the message. Then he said that if you don't come, I will die in front of you. He ignored the threat of the single-celled organism, closed the line interface, and prepared to go to the tennis club of Mingjiu High School alone. Why do I feel like I forgot something? Never mind. Since I can forget it, it must not be an important thing. Shirakawa Zeping took a step with peace of mind. A certain A Lolita who stayed in the classroom. The scale of the tennis club of Mingjiu High School is amazing. Not only does it have a large training ground, but it also has a specially equipped indoor gymnasium, which is fully capable of hosting a medium-sized tennis match. After Shirakawa Zeping entered the gymnasium, he saw the members of the tennis club. They all wore sportswear and conducted their own training one-on-one. Some of them seemed to have gone through a round and were sitting aside drinking water and chatting. It's a bit troublesome to approach. Shirakawa Zeping frowned. Oga Masato must be on guard and hostile to him now. Although he won't show it directly, it will definitely alert the enemy if he rushes forward like this. Should we use the stupid method of waiting for something to happen? Shirakawa Zeping was thinking about a countermeasure when an unexpected figure appeared in his sight. Hayakawa Shaji was wearing a cotton-white tennis skirt, a white tennis hat on her head, and her ponytail swaying gently behind her. Her slender and white legs were clearly revealed under the skirt. At first glance, her figure was well-proportioned, and the lines of her calves were exquisite. Both her appearance and temperament were pleasing to the eye. She saw Shirakawa Zeping and then glanced at him lightly. No words were spoken. Shirakawa Zeping certainly didn't have the audacity to approach her and say hello. He didn't know how to face his #1 student, so he could only respond with silence. Silence! Silence is Cambridge tonight. Shaji-chan, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. A short-haired girl who was also wearing a tennis hat ran over. When she saw Shirakawa Zeping, she paused while waving her hand. She said in surprise, isn't this? She looked at the distance between the two of them, as if she was a little curious about how the two of them met here. This girl knew Shirakawa Zeping, and Shirakawa Zeping also had an impression of her. She was a good friend of the first study princess and worked as an accountant in the student union. Shirakawa Zeping would occasionally contact her for scholarships. Now that he was discovered by this girl named Koide Anzi, he no longer had any position to continue pretending not to see it. What a coincidence, Koide-san, and Hayakawa-san. This was the first time that Shirakawa Zeping had encountered such an awkward scene. When Hayakawa Shiaji heard Shirakawa Zeping's words, he slowly turned around, and his delicate and deep eyes were filled with vague emotions. As if he was happy to see Shirakawa Zeping being humiliated, Hayakawa Shiaji paused for a moment and said slowly, "Well, it's quite a coincidence. It must be said that the appearance of this top student girl is too outstanding. She just stood there so crisply, as if she had gathered all the beauty in the world, making people unable to help but stick their eyes to her. Even a steel straight man like Shirakawa Zeping, who has no feeling for beauty, can't help but move his eyes away from her several times. He thinks he is not a short skirt control, but Hayakawa Shiaji is really beautiful in a tennis skirt. She is just a tool person. She is just a tool person. Shirakawa Zeping muttered in his heart. Did Shirakawa come here specifically to watch Shiazi play tennis? The student union's accountant Koide Anzi looked at the atmosphere between the two and asked curiously, "This?" Just as Shirakawa Zeping was about to speak, Hayakawa Shiaji's cold and calm voice came slowly. "Anzi, don't talk nonsense. Shirakawa-san is usually very busy, and he doesn't have time to care about girls who are ranked lower than him." "Is that right? Shirakawa? This woman must be holding a grudge. Is Koide-san familiar with the tennis club?" Shirakawa Zeping asked without explaining anything. "Tennis club? It's okay. Not too familiar. Shiaji does know someone. Do you want to ask?" "The people I know are people that Shirakawa-san is not interested in, so it may be difficult to help," Hayakawa Shiaji continued. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly felt that it might not be a wise move for him to show off in front of this black-bellied and vengeful woman. With her proud little temper, if she didn't lower her head, it would probably be difficult to get her to help him. She is definitely the kind of ruthless character who would smile and chat with people on the shore even though her enemies are about to drown in the river. "You will be thirsty after playing ball. I will buy you some drinks." Shirakawa Zeping had to bow his head. Well, he had already squeezed so many benefits from Hayakawa Natsuji anyway. It was not shameful to give her face occasionally. "Eh? Is this okay? Would it be too much trouble for you, Shirakawa-san?" Koide Anzi was obviously a little surprised. "Yes, thank you for your help, Shirakawa-san." Unlike Koide Anzi, Hayakawa Natsuji nodded gently after hearing this, and naturally accepted Shirakawa Zeping's obvious bribery. This made Shirakawa Zeping a little confused about Hayakawa Natsuji's thoughts. "What's going on? You forgive me so easily? Does this woman look so easy to please? Is there any backup trick?" He thought about it and gave up thinking about this problem. It is more important to solve the problem here first. As for the others, she can't eat me anyway. The vending machine is not too far from the gymnasium. After Shirakawa Zeping returned with a bunch of soda, Hayakawa Shiaji had just started the first game. He was bored and sat down to watch for a while. Hayakawa Shiaji's tennis movements are quite smooth. I don't know if it's because she is beautiful, so everything looks good, or because she is very good at sports. Shirakawa Zeping always feels that she seems to have a halo, and every move exudes dazzling beauty. It's obviously a doubles match, but it inexplicably became her home court. Could this be the legendary dog-licking filter? Shirakawa Zeping thought about it calmly, but still felt it was unlikely. I am clearly the protagonist and I am a dog-licking? It doesn't exist. Even if it is a dog-licking of a super beautiful girl, it is still a dog-licking. Dog-licking is inferior. Only singles are superior. It must be an illusion. An illusion. Hayakawa Natsuto's tennis skill is level 3. Shirakawa Zeping did not inherit this talent, so of course he could not understand what was going on the court. But it doesn't matter. The venue chosen by Hayakawa Natsuto and the other 4 is not far from the tennis club's training ground. Taking this opportunity, Shirakawa Zeping chose to secretly observe the situation of Oga Masato over there, trying to find some clues from their small movements. Soon, Shirakawa Zeping discovered some very interesting phenomena. When a person likes someone, body language and subconscious movements will betray this feeling. The same is true for disgust, although it is not easy for the person concerned to notice. If you pay attention, you can still find some clues. During the doubles training and competition, the brilliance of Oga Masato's teammates is always easily covered up. But even so, Shirakawa Zeping did not feel his dissatisfaction from his actions. In other words, there is no gap between Oga Masato's partner and him. The problem was a girl sitting in the audience. She had a ponytail and was wearing a red sportswear. She was in the middle of a group of girls, as if she was cheering for the members of the tennis club. However, when Oga Masato made a mistake, her encouragement was obviously not as enthusiastic and proactive as those around her, as if she was half a beat slower. And when Oga Masato played a good ball, her cheers were not very loud. It was as if she was just echoing the people around her. Thanks to the physical fitness improvement brought by the level 4 fighting skill, Shirakawa Zeping could clearly see that the girl looked at Oga Masato with a strange emotion. If she was not sick, then she must be a fake fangirl, Shirakawa Zeping concluded. He thought about it and decided to leave the soda at the seat occupied by Hayakawa Shiaji and others, and then left to wait for the rabbit. Hayakawa Shiaji glanced at his leaving figure and didn't care about his strange behavior. Shirakawa Zeping waited patiently, as if luck was on his side. After a while, the girl stood up and looked like she was going to the bathroom. Shirakawa Zeping appeared not far away and stopped her. The girl with the ponytail was obviously startled when she saw the stranger who suddenly appeared. She asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "My name is Shirakawa Zeping. If you remember, you should have seen me at the opening ceremony." The girl with the ponytail was still vigilant. "Shirakawa-san, why did you suddenly appear like this? Is there anything?" Shirakawa Zeping thought for a moment and said, "I want to ask you something. What is the name of this classmate?" "Just call me Nagashima." "What's the matter, Shirakawa-san?" Nagashima Asamiko said, "I want to ask you about Oga Masato." Nagashima Asamiko's face changed slightly and she said, "Is Shirakawa-san also a friend of Oga-san? It seems inappropriate to ask me about this kind of thing. Although I know Oga-san, I just know him." Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and confessed, "To be precise, I have some problems with Oga Masato." He was betting that this girl really had a problem with Oga Masato. Otherwise, the two of them would keep testing each other at the beginning, standing still, and unable to make things go further. If this girl actually has no conflicts with Oga, then it means that he made a wrong bet, and he might even alarm the enemy. But if he made the right bet, what he won was very precious time and opportunity. Nagashima Asamiko paused and said something else. "Do Shirakawa-san and Oga-san have conflicts? That's a pity. Can't they get along well?" "If they could get along well, I wouldn't come to you." Shirakawa Zeping looked straight into her eyes and said, "That's a pity. Oga-san obviously has a good personality." Nagashima Asamiko forced a laugh and seemed to not want to continue the topic. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll see Shirakawa-san later." Shirakawa Zeping looked at the figure who hurriedly fled and frowned unconsciously. "Failed? No, that's not right. There is definitely something wrong with this girl. She was obviously avoiding the topic as if she was afraid of something." He felt a bit of a headache for a moment. He couldn't use threats or inducements to force this outsider to tell her the secret. It seems that Shirakawa-san was rejected by someone she is not interested in. Hayakawa Natsuji drank a lime-flavored soda and walked out slowly, saying with interest. At this moment, she seemed to have finished a round of ball. A cotton white towel was hung around her neck, and her posture was as elegant as some kind of precious cat. The mysterious and indifferent emotions occasionally revealed in her eyes were also very similar to the temperament of a cat, so arrogant that she would not look at people straight in the eye. Sometimes she was like a proud little peacock, and sometimes like a noble and indifferent cat. The complexity and changeability were really unpredictable. Hayakawa Natsuji didn't wait for Shirakawa Zeping to answer and continued. "Shirakawa-san, sometimes when you ask for help, you don't need to see what you say, but what you do." Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment but still asked for help. "Does Hayakawa-san know her?" "Nagashima Asamiko. Well, I have some impression," she said softly. "The person that Hayakawa-san mentioned before, is that Nagashima-san?" "Yes, but not really." Shirakawa Zeping asked, curiously, "What do you mean by that?" "I don't need to know them all, as long as they know me." Hayakawa Natsushi's delicate face was full of a matter-of-fact meaning. This is really something that only Miss Hayakawa Natsushi, who is at the top of the food chain, can say. "Do you know what to do?" Shirakawa Zeping asked back. Hayakawa Natsushi glanced at him and said softly, "I don't want to know." Well, it seems that asking this vengeful study girl for help is indeed not a good choice. If you don't know, then you don't know. What do you mean you don't want to know? If it weren't for your good talent, I wouldn't bother to get involved with you. The feeling is probably, I also want to refuse, but the money he gives is too much. I also want to give up this study girl, but her talent is too high. The moment Hayakawa Natsushi entered the gymnasium, Oga Masato immediately tensed up. The daily training, which he didn't care much about at first, also began to become serious. Who wouldn't like Hayakawa Natsuji? When they were students, every boy thought he would be the most handsome boy in front of the school bell. Oga Masato was no exception. What's more, he thought he was the most handsome boy. After focusing on a few beautiful attacks, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of Hayakawa Natsuji to see if she was paying attention to him. As a result, he found that it was the boy Shirakawa Zeping who was talking to Hayakawa Natsuji. Damn it! A trace of haze flashed across Oga Masato's sunny and handsome face. It was okay that Jujimo was ruined by him because she was just a playmate. The kind of timid and quiet girl was obviously not very opinionated. She was not qualified to match him. If she wasn't really cute, Oga Masato probably wouldn't even bother to look at her. Hayakawa Natsuji was different. In school, his appeal was definitely dwarfed by Hayakawa Natsuji. But why was she talking to that guy, Shirakawa Zeping? And after the fight, she actually took the initiative to walk towards him? Aren't they on bad terms? That Shirakawa Zeping even provoked Hayakawa Natsuji at the opening ceremony. When did they start hooking up? Is there still a law? Is there still a law? Oga Masato suddenly felt that this world was very confusing. He really couldn't help it. He had suffered a loss in the incident with Tachibana Chimo and almost vomited blood. I'll give you Hayakawa Natsuji. Where's my face? He gestured to the members, indicating that they should take a break first. Before he had time to wipe the sweat with a towel, he took a bottle of mineral water and walked towards Hayakawa Natsuji. Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Natsuji noticed that someone was coming and frowned slightly at the same time. What a coincidence, Shirakawa-san, Hayakawa-san, are you also here to exercise? Oga Masato said skillfully. As soon as he opened his mouth, he called the boy's name first. This action would unconsciously lower the psychological defense of the girl being spoken to. If you only look at his sunny and handsome appearance, most people would be fond of his conversation and would not have any idea of resistance. Unfortunately, he met Hayakawa Natsuji. Facing the conversation of this sunny and handsome man, Hayakawa Natsuji first took a step back calmly, frowned his handsome eyebrows and hummed. When Dahegenran saw this reaction, his heart suddenly sank. I have heard that Hayakawa Natsuji is quite cold to boys, but I didn't expect that he would subconsciously stay away from someone like me. Could it be that there is something wrong with my steps? Shirakawa Zeping saw Hayakawa Natsuji's reaction and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You said that you are a sporty, handsome guy, but you have to come over to chat when you are sweating profusely after training. Don't you know that Hayakawa Natsuji hates this kind of people the most? Oh, you don't have a system, then it's okay. Do you really think that because Hayakawa Shaji came out to play ball, she is a sunny girl who loves sports? Her level is just to move around casually, and she didn't sweat at all. With her cold and proud personality, she can reply to you with a which means she is in a good mood today. If you still want others to talk to you, can you have some shame? Can you stay a little further away? It smells. Baichuan Zeping said indifferently. Since Hayakawa Shiaji is in a good mood and didn't mention it, let me help to be the bad guy. Dahegenran was stunned when he heard it and laughed and said, Shirakawa classmate is still brooding over that incident. Although it's over, I will still be angry if you do this, Shirakawa classmate. He half-jokingly resolved the embarrassment, and at the same time gave Shirakawa Zeping a hat for attacking him because of his narrow-mindedness. Normal girls don't like narrow-minded boys, right? He looked at Hayakawa Shiaji with satisfaction and found that she was looking at Shirakawa Zeping with surprise, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Well done! Shirakawa Zeping noticed his actions. It's pointless to talk about that thing. Why don't we talk about Tachibana-san? You should know what a girl did in Tachibana-san's locker this afternoon. This was the line message just sent by the two licking dog bad guys, saying that they were waiting in the locker and indeed caught a girl who wanted to do something bad. After turning into a messenger of justice, the girl was so scared that she ran away. Although they are not very qualified as bad guys, they are still very lethal to ordinary students. Oga Masato's face froze and he said, Shirakawa-san, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Aren't you dissatisfied with me because I confessed to Tachibana-san and want to target me everywhere? He said sincerely. I've already apologized to Tachibana-san about this matter and she has forgiven me. Shirakawa-san, I don't want to keep confronting you like this. Can't we be friends? These words were extremely humble and sincere. If Shirakawa Zeping hadn't heard the news from the licking dog, he would probably have doubted whether he was too suspicious. No. Shirakawa Zeping said simply. Oga Masato paused and said frustratedly, I understand. I'm sorry, Shirakawa-san, I've caused you trouble. Whether they can be friends or not is naturally not something Oga Masato cares about. He even hopes that Shirakawa Zeping will reject him arrogantly. The last time he acted as a weakling, he failed because of that problematic girl Tachibana Chimo. This time he met Hayakawa Natsuki. It's impossible for him to fail again. He looked at Hayakawa Natsushi, smiled dejectedly, and said, "Sorry, Hayakawa-san, I made you laugh." He was waiting for Hayakawa Natsushi to comfort him, or even to feel bad for Shirakawa Zeping and scold him. But he waited for a long time and Hayakawa Natsushi showed no sign of speaking. He couldn't help but want to see Hayakawa Natsushi's eyes, hoping to see contempt, disdain, and disgust in them. But there was none. Finally, Hayakawa Natsushi seemed to want to end this strange silence, and in a cold voice he slowly said, "Actually, if you really feel sorry, you can stand further away. It does smell good," she added. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but laugh softly again. Watching the back of Dahi Genrin, who seemed to be in a state of disarray and doubt about his life, Baichuan Zeping couldn't help but say, "The thing you don't want to know is related to him." "Well, I already know. What do you say?" Baichuan Zeping still hopes to get the help of this #1 learning princess. If she is the middleman, the success rate of getting the chips will be much higher. Although I often confronted you in the past and rejected you, unilaterally at every turn, you are still the most beautiful boy among my learning princesses. The same thing. Hayakawa Shaji leisurely drank a sip of soda and said casually, "I don't want to know." Well, this woman is still angry. Baichuan Zeping complained a few words in his heart and turned to leave. Hayakawa Shaji's voice came from behind again. "But Shirakawa-san, I still have a suggestion for you. When you are at the card table, no matter how good the situation is, you must be wary of the possibility that the other party will overturn the table." Baichuan Zeping paused and took another step, a strange woman. After drinking the last sip of soda, Hayakawa Natsuji held the can, staring at the packaging of the can of soda, as if she wanted to see through it. At the end, she slowly exhaled and chuckled softly. "It's quite interesting." Although there was nothing gained from the first visit, and Hayakawa Natsuji lost a few cans of soda in vain, Shirakawa Zeping was not discouraged. This is the normal situation. How could others tell everything to a stranger right away? The more cautious and nervous Nagashima Asamiko was, the more Shirakawa Zeping concluded that she knew some inside information. Seeing that there was no chance today, Shirakawa Zeping decided to go home first, and then seemed to remember something, shook his head and walked towards the library. "I said I always felt like I forgot something. It turned out that I forgot to help Ishiki Yuchi with tutoring. However, it seems that something is still missing. Well, as I said, since I can forget it, it means it must not be very important." Indicating that the enemy has disappeared. Shirakawa Zeping walked into the library. It didn't seem that there were many people inside. There were only a few top students studying there. Of course, these top students did not include Ishiki Haori Nishiki, who was secretly reading a light novel. She pretended to put a few exercise books on her desk and then covered the light novel below with a large book. As if she was guilty, Ishiki Haori, who was fascinated by the book, would occasionally look up and look around vigilantly to see if anyone noticed her behavior of covering up her crime. In the afternoon, Ishiki Haori Nishiki and Shirakawa Zeping had a disagreement about the location of the tutoring. It was called a disagreement, but in fact, it was all Ishiki Haori Nishiki's unilateral reasons. At Shirakawa Zeping's house, she felt that she had to be on guard against his beastly nature, and she would feel uneasy, so she refused. It was even worse at her own home. If Shirakawa Zeping was bold enough to take risks, her safety would still not be guaranteed. Video tutoring is not an option either. What if Shirakawa Zeping knows network technology and secretly uses a camera to monitor her life? That would be a big loss. Shirakawa Zeping thought to himself, "Can't you consider tutoring on the premise that I won't commit a crime?" This girl's mind is full of weird restricted-level plots, and there are so many loopholes that it's speechless. Until the end, Ishiki Hajini agreed hesitantly and went to the school library to study for a while after the club ended. But on the first day of tutoring, Shirakawa Zeping almost stood up the cute little Ishiki Hajini. He walked to Ishiki Hajini and found that she was concentrating on reading a light novel, and he was speechless. The self-consciousness of the weak students is really unreliable. It hasn't been long since they sat down, and they can't help but start reading novels. He knocked on the table lightly to indicate that he was here. Ishiki Hajini was startled and quickly covered the cover of the light novel. When she found out that it was Shirakawa Zeping, she was angry and said, "Shirakawa-san, why are you walking without making any sound? You are too focused." Shirakawa Zeping refused to take the blame. Ishiki Hajini blushed and murmured, This can't be counted. It's all about studying. It's the business of scholars. Okay, let's get started. Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to watch this girl's fancy quibbling and directly pulled out a chair and said, "For mathematics, what content and knowledge points are you good at?" Seeing this, Ishiki Hajini answered Shirakawa Zeping honestly. Then, based on Ishiki Hajini's self-narration, Shirakawa Zeping quickly summarized several plans in his mind to help her find weaknesses and strengthen them. However, choosing a teaching plan is a bit difficult. If you want a quick and effective solution in a short time, Ishiki Haji's IQ is probably low, and she is completely clueless. After all, not everyone has the level of Hayakawa Natsuji. But it will take a long time, the kind that moistens things silently. And I am a little worried that he will pluck this fat sheep bald. What should I do? Ishiki Yujijin was on the opposite side, secretly observing Shirakawa Zeping's expression. One look, another look. Well, he was actually in deep thought, instead of taking the opportunity of deep thought to secretly covet my beauty. The cute Ishikiyu suddenly felt that there was a big problem with Shirakawa-san, but he didn't even dare to look me in the eye. Did I reject him too harshly before? Or is this a new routine of playing hard to get? Or has he really let it go? Well, this is good. At least Shirakawa-san won't be sad for me anymore. Hey, speaking of sadness, the heroine of the light novel I just read seems to be being abused by the author. It's over. I can't stand tragedy. It seems I have to go back and eat some sweets to replenish my energy. Oh yes, there is a new crepe shop at the corner of the street. I can go and have a look after school. I don't know if I have enough change. It seems I didn't bring my wallet with me when I went out today. The shopping spree before transferring to another school seems to have almost overdrawn my small treasury. As soon as I started studying, all kinds of messy thoughts started to pop up in my mind. Ishiki Yujijin obviously didn't realize that he had been distracted, and he was staring at the air opposite and daydreaming. Shirakawa Zeping felt the gaze from the opposite side and knocked on the table. Ishikiyu-san? Oh, I'm solving a problem. I was just thinking about how to solve the problem. God damn, solve the problem. You still have a light novel on your desk. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but sigh. Let's start with the basics. The tutoring time passed quickly. When Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Howari got up and packed up to leave the library, the horizon was already only a little red. Dusk fell, and the neon lights gradually began to shine. Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Howari's homes were in similar directions, so they got on the train together. But Ishiki Howari seemed to react strongly to the scene of the train and refused to let Shirakawa Zeping stand behind her. Shirakawa-san, it's not that I don't trust you, but I'm worried about my charm. Ishiki Howari sighed and explained earnestly. When he was with Ishiki Howari, the expression he made most often seemed to be this speechless expression. This girl's head really needs to be purified. He thought so. Can't you have a little bit of the shyness of a normal girl? Would ordinary people think of that level? I think your mind is full of trains. The line phone vibrated several times. Shirakawa Zeping pulled out his phone and saw that it was Tsukimi Sakurazawa. Shirakawa, you bastard! You actually forgot to bring Asano to the calligraphy club. Do you still have a conscience? I thought you and Asano had asked for leave together. Shirakawa! Bastard! Reply to my... followed by a frantic expression. Line messages have a read function. Before Shirakawa Zeping could reply, a bunch of messages came in. Shirakawa, how could you bear to do such a cruel thing to Asano? Do you know how desperate and helpless she was when she was waiting for you alone in the classroom? I have already comforted her well. To show your sincerity, Shirakawa, you have to comfort her in person. I have helped you so much this time, you have to treat me to a meal later. As expected, she is the minister of single-celled organisms. Apart from eating and sleeping, her life activities are probably growing breasts. She is always thinking about eating my food. She should be a little more reserved like a girl. He thought about it, replied, I know, and then began to ask her for Asano Natsuori's line number. This is indeed his fault. No matter what Asano Natsuori intends to do to a loli, she has not done anything out of line yet. What's more, he promised her first. I said why I always feel like I forgot something. Shirakawa Zeping murmured. What did you say? Ishiki Yujini, who was standing face to face with him, looked up and asked vigilantly. In order to prevent Shirakawa Zeping from doing something strange behind her back, she chose to confront him head-on. But the girl's figure is still a little petite compared to the boy. At a glance, others thought Ishiki Eugenie was shrinking in Shirakawa Zeping's arms. This is clearly more ambiguous, and Shirakawa Zeping doesn't know what's going on in her little head. Nothing, he said perfunctorily and clicked to add Asano Natsuori's line friend. However, the application was rejected immediately. Shirakawa Zeping felt a little strange and sent another application, but it was still rejected. After checking carefully, Shirakawa Zeping tried for the third time. The result was like a drop in the ocean with no response. After a long while, Asano Natsuori finally came and agreed to Shirakawa Zeping's application. Sorry, Shirakawa-san. My phone broke down just now, so I didn't agree to it right away. I hope you don't mind. Shirakawa Zeping could feel Asano Natsuori's resentment and dissatisfaction across the screen. He suddenly smiled and thought this little girl was quite interesting. The little angel personality finally couldn't help but want to collapse. Asano Natsuori was indeed furious. She had never thought that one day she would be stood up in public for several hours. What is this? This is an insult to her charm. The nature is extremely bad. She felt that she must vent her anger. When the pretty boy sent her a friend request, Asano Natsuori sneered and decisively chose to reject it. Ha man, I want to let you know what a girl's pride is. In the second round, Asano Natsuori was still angry and poked the screen fiercely as usual, as if she wanted to directly use the network to poke Shirakawa Zeping on the other side to death. It was not until the third round that Asano Natsuori's temper eased a little. She remembered her purpose, suppressed the remaining resentment, and accepted Shirakawa Zeping's application. She followed her character setting and sent a few words called explanation. Although normal people generally don't believe such nonsense reasons, it doesn't matter. This lady just wants to let that pretty boy know that I am very angry now. Very angry. However, after being angry for a while, the little loli thought about it calmly and felt that it was a bit unwilling to fail at the last hurdle, so she didn't think about it, directly smashed the screen of her mobile phone, and then took out another mobile phone to take a photo and sent it over. Shirakawa-san, do you know a shop that can repair screens? Followed by a cute expression similar to kuwak. Shirakawa Zeping typed with a weird look on his face. Then how did you take this photo? Asano Natsuori was stunned for a moment and felt that her extremely high IQ had a tendency to decline at that moment. I borrowed my classmate's phone to take it. Asano Natsuori immediately made up for it wittily. Oh. Shirakawa Zeping paused. I'm sorry about what happened today. It's okay. Did Shirakawa-san run into any trouble? Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and typed, well, a little. If possible, Shirakawa-san can talk to me. Asano Natsuori's little angel personality started again. I'm happy to listen to your troubles, Shirakawa-san. Thank you. You're welcome. We are classmates. Asano Natsuori sent a cute smiley face. Shirakawa Zeping saw that Asano Natsuori seemed to have forgiven him, so he put the phone back in his pocket. Well, it seems that she is quite easy to coax. Asano Natsuori waited for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Don't you have anything to say, Shirakawa? Asano Natsuori couldn't help asking. After a while, Shirakawa Zeping replied no. Asano Natsuori was so angry that she smashed another phone. Don't stop me. I want to kill that pretty boy. It's useless for anyone to plead for him. Ishikiya saw Shirakawa Zeping taking the time to reply to other people's messages on the train and couldn't help but ask curiously, Shirakawa-san, who are you chatting with? Asano-san. Huh? Shirakawa-san, are you going to Asano-san's line number too? How come? I thought I could have Asano-san alone for a few more days. What kind of strange possessiveness is this? Shirakawa Zeping wondered. Do you like girls? Ishikiya was stunned for a moment and said cautiously, Shirakawa-san, I just don't accept your feelings. It doesn't mean I'm a lesbian. I also like normal boys. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while and looked away. Such an abnormal girl said that she likes normal boys. There must be something abnormal in this world. Eh? No, when did I express my feelings? Because he was delayed for some time after school tutoring. Shirakawa Zeping directly chose to solve dinner at the ramen restaurant to save him from running again later. Ishiki Haori made a phone call first and found that her father and mother were not at home, so she decided to go out to eat with Shirakawa Zeping. In the ramen restaurant, Ishiki Haori suddenly said that studying in the school library seemed inefficient, and the atmosphere of reading was not strong. She thought of a place that was very suitable for tutoring activities, and it was also very safe. Shirakawa Zeping hummed a few perfunctory words. Anyway, the money was paid by her, so it didn't matter where to go for tutoring. I'll take you to see it in a few days. It's very interesting. Every time I'm there, I will be immersed in the ocean of knowledge and can't extricate myself. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her. I'm afraid that what can make you unable to extricate yourself is not serious knowledge. In addition to the usual study time in the evening, Shirakawa Zeping also borrowed a few books from the library, which were about acting. Books such as Self-Cultivation of Actors and 6 Lectures on Acting are helpful for Shirakawa Zeping to gain skill experience. When the skill level is low, reading often gains more experience than training. He didn't want to develop in the entertainment industry, but he thought that Miss Jujimo's skill was very interesting and he might have the opportunity to use it in the future. It happened that he had time now, so it wouldn't hurt to learn more about it. Well, he could also find some books on piano and other things to improve his musical literacy. The next day, Mingjiu High School C1 class. Ishida Koji came to the class early. As a delinquent, being late and leaving early is commonplace. Arriving at school on time is a shame, and you have to apologize to all the delinquents in the country. However, for the woman of his love, he had to bear this shame. Just last night, 2 of his partner's younger brothers caught a criminal while squatting at the locker. This incident stimulated him. I can't even compare to those 2 pieces of trash. How can I stand by Ibong's side and accompany him to the throne of the strongest delinquent? How can I repair it? I must perform well and let Ibong know that I, Koji Ishida, am the only man he can rely on. We are destined to be partners. The goddess of luck seemed to have a special favor on Koji Ishida today. Not long after he pretended to sleep on the table, a girl came to school and sneaked towards Miss Tachibana Chimo's seat. Koji Ishida was startled, and his nerves suddenly tensed up. What a godsend! It was a godsend! At the moment when the girl's hand reached out to Miss Tachibana Chimo's table, he jumped up from the table and roared, "Don't move!" The girl was so scared that she raised her hand. The few people who came to school also looked at this side in confusion. She didn't know why the bad boy was so angry, and asked tremblingly, "What? What happened? You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? What's that thing in your hand? Answer me! What is it?" The bad boy's roar scared the poor girl, and she didn't know why the vicious bad boy suddenly said such a thing. "No, nothing. You are still quibbling. Didn't you pour the glue in my desk yesterday?" I didn't," the girl shouted in injustice. The people around seemed to see the situation clearly. It turned out that the bad boy was the one who was causing trouble. This classmate was really bold. "Asshole, I hate it most when others do such tricks behind my back. How dare you mess with me? Are you going to die?" "I really didn't." The girl was about to cry. She was just following the instructions of others to do something disgusting to Jujimo. Who would mess with the bad boy for no reason? Even the teacher turned a blind eye to those guys. "Asshole, you are a parasite of society. Do you still have any dignity as a human being?" Ishida Koji continued to roar, carrying out the point of lying with open eyes to the extreme, and his voice was so loud that it seemed to pierce the eardrum. For a tough guy, this volume is just a piece of cake. If he were in a real man's battle, he could roar even louder. If I hadn't found evidence in my desk yesterday, I wouldn't have known that such a despicable guy existed in the area under my jurisdiction. Ishida Koji pointed at his position and was heartbroken. "You actually had the courage to do such a thing under my nose, and you even did it to me. Do you really take me seriously?" The girl was about to cry. "I really didn't have the courage to bully you. Which bastard recognized the wrong position? I was innocently caught in the crossfire." More and more people from Class C1 gathered. Seeing that his purpose of showing off had been achieved, Ishida Koji concluded with a sentence. "If I find out who is doing bad things behind my back again, I will have reason to suspect who was the one who poured glue into my desk yesterday. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Go away." Ishida Koji lay down again. He was pretending to sleep before, but now he is really asleep. After all, he yelled for so long in the morning, and his mental exhaustion was quite great. Very good, the method taught by Ibang is really useful. It is called out of nothing. There is, or what is it called? It's a pity. In order to make the effect realistic, I really poured glue into the desk myself yesterday. No one suspected me. Ibang is really good at predicting things. Ishida Koji, who directed and acted in a play by himself, was very satisfied with his performance. Thanks to his roar, no one dared to touch Miss Jujimo in the morning. It was only when he slept until the 4th class that Ishida Koji heard the teacher's voice in a daze. The student sitting in that seat? Let me see. Is it Tachibana-san? Why isn't she in the classroom? Maybe she went to the health room, teacher. Let's start the class soon. It's been delayed for a long time. A girl dressed as a hottie responded lazily. Not in the classroom? Wasn't she in the last class? The steely tough guy took a closer look and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Shit, did I forget that there is another place to attack girls besides the classroom? He quickly sent a line message to Shirakawa Zeping. On the other side, Shirakawa Zeping was still quietly doing his homework when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the message and his face gradually darkened. Teacher, Ishikiya said that she suddenly felt a little unwell. I'll take her to the health room. Ishikiya Orihime, who was slacking off in class. The teacher on the stage did not doubt this model student and nodded and said, "Oh so, thank you for your hard work, Shirakawa-san." Huh? Wait. The cute Ishiki-yu was pulled out of the classroom by Shirakawa Zeping. Before they had walked far, Ishiki-yu Jijin struggled to break free from Shirakawa Zeping, covering her chest with tears and said, "Shirakawa-san, why did you suddenly take me to the health room? I can't agree to any strange requests from you. Healthroom.av is absolutely prohibited. Health room is an excuse. I mainly want to ask you for a favor." "Help you vent?" Ishiki-yu Jijin said vigilantly. Shirakawa Zeping had no time to correct the strange thoughts in her head. He pulled her towards the women's restroom and said, "Please help me save someone." Ishiki Yujini followed Shirakawa Zeping's instructions half doubtfully and walked into the restroom. Sure enough, she found that the handle of a cubicle was blocked by a mop. She hurriedly asked, "Is anyone there?" There was a noise from the cubicle, and the girl said in a trembling voice, please save me. Please." Ishiki Yujini quickly opened the door. Only after leaving the bathroom and seeing Shirakawa Zeping did Miss Tachibana Chimo's trembling body begin to calm down. Her eyes turned red and tears gradually filled her clear eyes. Even though she was just locked in the bathroom, she didn't have the urge to cry like she did at this moment. "Shirakawa-san," she whispered. I didn't seduce him. Really not. Why did they say that? Why did they do that? I don't even know that person." Shirakawa Zeping hummed indifferently. Just by listening to Miss Tachibana Chimo's straightforwardness, one can imagine how unpleasant the words those girls said at that time. Ishiki Yujijin was stunned when she heard the words, and then looked at Shirakawa Zeping, and found that his face had changed into something she couldn't understand. He shook the hand of Miss Tachibana Chimo, and felt that her temperature was normal. He then said to Ishiki Yujijin next to him, "Ishiki-yu-san, please send Tachibana-san to the health room for a while. I'll help you catch up on the course content you've fallen behind on." "Ah, where are you going, Shirakawa-san?" "I have something to take care of," he said calmly. "I should be back soon." The actions of Oga Masato and his group had already made his anger reach the limit. Beat him up? That would be too easy for him. What's more, there are those accomplices, and beating them one by one is not what he wants. The current group of real people? Group bullying? Then I'm going to let you, the parasites who rely on the group, see what it feels like to have the things you rely on for survival completely broken and crushed. At that time, will you behave like a stray dog with your tail between your legs, or will you continue to parasitize on the new group with a shameless face? Shirakawa Zeping said nothing and walked towards a classroom. Asano Natsuori in the classroom watched Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Haori Nishiki go and never come back, and she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Did that pretty boy really go to the health room? Impossible. Ishiki Haori Nishiki looked very healthy. How could there be a problem? Not to mention that the pretty boy suddenly decided to go out after reading the message on his phone. The problem must be with the message. She took out her phone and opened the line interface. Just yesterday, Shirakawa Zeping's account was on the verge of being blocked and deleted for a whole night, but in the end she gritted her teeth and forced herself to bear it. I won't argue with that pretty boy, Asano Natsuori thought. She wanted to send a message to ask about the situation, but she felt that it was inappropriate to ask now, so she suppressed the impulse in her heart and waited until the get-out of class was over before going to the health room to check on the situation. From a standpoint, I am also a friend of Ishiki Haori Nishiki, so this move is completely flawless. However, when she rushed to the health room, she did not find Shirakawa Zeping, but instead, Ishiki Haori Nishiki was sitting with a strange girl. She walked in and asked in confusion, "Little, where's Shirakawa-san? Ishikiya-san?" Ishiki Aorihime spotted Asano Natsuori and said happily, "Asano-san, why are you here too?" I heard that Ishikiya-san was not feeling well, so I came to see. Why isn't Shirakawa-san here? Ishikiya Orihime was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand and said, he went out for something. But Asano-san, don't worry, I'm fine. Ah, I forgot to introduce her. This is Tachibana Tomoe, also a member of the calligraphy club. Asano-san, have you met her? Asano Natsuori remembered being stood up last night and smiled. No. Tachibana-san, my name is Asano Natsuori. I told the club leader yesterday that I want to join the calligraphy club. Please take care of me. Miss Tachibana Tomoe's communication with people of the same sex seemed much more normal. She stretched out her hand and whispered, please take care of me. Why is Tachibana-san in the health room? Ishiki Haori said indignantly, it's all those girls from Class C1 who want to exclude such a cute kid like Tachibana. Don't they feel guilty? Asano Natsuori understood what she said and tried to ask, so Shirakawa-san called you out for this matter? Yes. So that's it. Asano Natsuori continued. Tachibana-san, you didn't get hurt, did you? Miss Tachibana Chimo shook her head. Apart from being frightened, she didn't feel any great pain. Fortunately, it's okay. Asano Natsuori comforted Tachibana Chimo and suddenly asked, does Tachibana-san have to go back to eat lunch at noon? It will be very unhappy to stay with those guys. Why don't we eat lunch together at noon? I haven't been to the calligraphy club's activity room yet. Huh? Can I go with you? I also want to see Tsukimi-san again. Tachibana Chimo blinked her pure and clear eyes and nodded. Well, welcome Ishikiha. Do you want to contact Shirakawa? Asano Natsuori achieved her goal, but still did not forget to attack the pretty boy. This? I don't think so. Shirakawa said he had something to deal with and will be back after he's done. He should be done soon now, Ishikiha said hesitantly. Shirakawa Zeping, who Ishikiha said was dealing with something, was now confronting a top-level student on the rooftop. There was a bit of an infernal affairs atmosphere. During class, Shirakawa Zeping took the initiative to run to Hayakawa Natsuki's class and used the ridiculous excuse that the school had something to do to get this student out of the class. Although the excuse was ridiculous, considering Shirakawa Zeping's status as an excellent student, the teacher thought about it and did not suspect anything. It seemed reasonable that the first and second place students were suddenly assigned something by the school. So Shirakawa, what was the reason for suddenly tricking me out? Hayakawa Natsuki said softly. Shirakawa Zeping did not hesitate and said directly, I want to ask you for help with the previous matter. Hayakawa Shaji showed a smile on her face. Oh, Shirakawa, do you think you can't solve it? It's not that I can't solve it, but I don't want to wait. If you don't want to wait, just go downstairs. No one will stop you anyway. It's because it's a bit troublesome to enter, so I want to ask you for help. Why should I help you? Hayakawa Shaji asked back. Shirakawa Zeping thought about it and tried to ask, I'll treat you to a meal? Hayakawa Shaji stared at his eyes for a while and rejected his naked bribe. I brought my own lunch. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a mocking arc appeared. It seemed that she was very satisfied with Shirakawa Zeping's failure. Then what do you want? Hayakawa Natsuji glanced at him calmly. I want you to lose to me seriously once. Without waiting for Shirakawa Zeping to reply, Miss Hayakawa said again, but I can do this myself, so I don't need Shirakawa-san to give it to me. Sure enough, this woman has always been upset about being suppressed by me. With her arrogant personality, it must be very unpleasant to find someone ahead of her. So, please treat me to a meal. Shirakawa Zeping agreed immediately. Okay? Hayakawa Natsuji's face suddenly showed a meaningful smile. In this way, after joining forces with Mingjiu High School, the top student of the food chain, Shirakawa Zeping's counterattack officially began. In the past few days, the first thing that Oga Masato felt was a kind of invisible pressure in the air. Just like when he was chatting with friends who had a good relationship with him before, he would suddenly change the topic when he saw him coming. The atmosphere would also become stiff. He clearly felt that he was excluded from a certain group. But he didn't know why, nor did he know how to change it, because the atmosphere that excluded him was made up of a group of people who were similar to him. In other words, he couldn't become the excluder who controlled the fate of others like before. The juniors who had a good impression of him never came to see his training again, and the student council president Mita Takuma, who had a good relationship with him, would look at him with contempt. He wanted to find someone to ask, but no one answered him. It was as if he had changed from an idol admired by thousands of people to a disaster that everyone avoided in a short period of time. Mishima Nami also came to him anxiously, wanting to ask him what happened and why everyone's eyes on him suddenly changed. He scolded the woman in annoyance and scolded her away. He had always known that Mishima Nami liked him, but he had never thought about being with her. She was just a stupid woman who was so dirty, and she actually wanted to climb up to his high branch? Doesn't she know what the 4 words wishful thinking mean? Finally, after he relentlessly pursued and intercepted a former friend, his friend finally gritted his teeth and said something to him. "Masato, it's not that I don't want to forgive you, it's just that what you did to Naoki was too much. I used to say such excessive things to him together with you. You have made many people feel guilty, Masato. Take care of yourself in the future." Hearing the name of Oga Naoki, Oga Masato's body couldn't help but shake, as if he couldn't stand and was about to fall down. Impossible, impossible, how could someone know that? That thing is obviously impossible for anyone to know. How could a perfect plan be seen through? Even the school couldn't investigate it. How could someone know? He couldn't help but grab his friend's shoulder and said forcefully, "What nonsense are you talking about? What Naoki, the bastard who cheated in the competition? Hasn't he already dropped out of school?" His friend couldn't bear it anymore and shook off his hand. "Stop it! If it weren't for Hayakawa and Shirakawa who investigated this matter, we would all still be kept in the dark by you and deceived like fools. If you want to apologize, kneel down and confess to Naoki." "You despicable bastard, Hayakawa Natsuji, Shirakawa Zeping." Oga Masato staggered back 2 steps, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that he would have the chance to offend Hayakawa Natsuji. But if it wasn't Hayakawa Natsuji, who else would have the influence to spread this matter so widely? And at the same time, make everyone have no doubt about the authenticity of this matter? Damn it, it must be that damn guy. Shirakawa Zeping, this despicable bastard. Masato Oga immediately went to find the only insider, Nami Mishima. He suspected that this stupid woman had leaked the news. "How is it possible? How could I do such a thing?" Nami Mishima shook her head desperately. "Masato, I can't betray you, not to mention that I was also involved in that matter." "Then who is it? Who else knew about this matter at the beginning?" Masato Oga said angrily. The name Naoki Oga represents a nightmare for Masato Oga. He can't remember the time when he was suppressed by him and everyone was paying attention to that man. It seems that all the flowers and applause have always been around him. He has always been the shining Masato Oga, not the marginal person covered by Naoki Oga. He was angry and unwilling. Why are we both sunny and handsome, and our tennis skills are almost the same? Everyone only cares about him, and I can only be called Naoki Oga's best friend. This is unfair. The strong jealousy made him lose his mind in a big competition. He teamed up with Mishima Nami, who liked him, secretly gave him banned drugs, and successfully ruined his tennis career. The coach once said with regret that if nothing unexpected happened, Oga Naoki might become a professional player. Hearing this, Oga Masato secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, if I didn't do it, I'm afraid I would be suppressed by him all my life and couldn't raise my head. After the incident, Oga Masato took a group of people to question Oga Naoki. He still clearly remembered that his best friend looked at him painfully and asked, "Masato, do you believe me? Others doubt me. I only ask you, do you believe me?" He didn't answer and let the doubts and insults drown out his nightmares of the past. Oga Naoki dropped out of school. As for whether he transferred to another school, he didn't find out. He thought he had lived in the sun for so long, and all the shadows were abandoned yesterday. But who would have thought that this past event would be turned up again? Mishima Nami hesitated for a moment and said, "Could it be that Oga Naoki discovered something and came back to find you?" "Impossible." Oga Masato's face was gloomy. "He has been gone for a long time. How could he come back?" "Then did you offend someone? Isn't your uncle the director of Mingjiu High School? Ask him to put pressure on the school and suppress this matter." "Are you an idiot?" Oga Masato shouted impatiently. Of course he knew that he should call for help at this time, but this was not a reason for Mishima Nami to point fingers in front of him. "It must be Shirakawa Zeping. It must be that guy." "Shirakawa Zeping? The one who helped Tachibana Chimo?" Mishima Nami's eyes flashed with anger. "Damn it, if I had known, I would not hold back. I should have let them deal with Tachibana Chimo properly. What's the point of saying so much now? Can you still call people now?" Mishima Nami's face froze, and she said stubbornly, "If I can't call anyone, I'll go by myself. What a fool, Oga Masato cursed in his heart again. He was too lazy to see this woman again, so he turned and left. Masato, where are you going? Mind your own business. Shirakawa Zeping has been staying with Hayakawa Natsushi at noon these few days. Neither of them got too close to the only witness, Nagashima Asamiko. This is to prevent Oga Masato from suspecting her. This girl is indeed alert enough. When she accidentally learned the truth, she did not choose to expose it immediately, but endured the humiliation until today. If she hadn't known that Hayakawa Natsutoshi was going to intervene in this matter, she would probably have kept it buried in her heart. This has nothing to do with a sense of justice, but whether anyone would believe you if you said it, and whether you would be retaliated against. Shirakawa Zeping had to admit that the name Hayakawa Natsutoshi did have a magical power. Nagashima Asamiko, who was originally very wary of him, revealed everything with red eyes after seeing Hayakawa Natsutoshi come forward. And she also presented a piece of evidence in her hand, a recording file of the conversation between Mishima Nami and Oga Masato. She believed that if Hayakawa Natsutoshi was there, this matter would definitely be cleared up and Oga-san would be innocent. Even if he was no longer in this school, he couldn't help but glance at Hayakawa Natsutoshi's face, wondering if this woman had some hidden talent, such as a domineering aura that made others bow down at the sight of her. What are you looking at? Hayakawa Natsutoshi asked lightly without looking away, his voice gentle and cold. She chewed a wagashi gently, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she was struggling with something. Nothing. Shirakawa Zeping took a bite of his bread. It was obviously an ordinary wagashi, and the movements were all similar, but when Hayakawa Natsuji ate, he looked much more elegant and pleasing to the eye. As expected, being good-looking means you can do whatever you want, not to mention Hayakawa Natsuji's amazing appearance. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly understood why everyone was willing to believe her. Appearance is justice. If you don't like sweets, don't force yourself. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but say. Hayakawa Natsushi stopped moving and looked at him. Oh, how did Shirakawa-san know that I don't like sweets? Girls should like sweets, right? Or does Shirakawa-san think I'm not like a girl? To be able to make such an arbitrary inference, Shirakawa-san is still as arrogant as ever. Shirakawa Zeping thought to himself, you are kidding me. The system clearly states that you don't like sweets. This girl is really a little arrogant. Hayakawa Natsushi's image seemed to be more vivid in his heart. Shirakawa Zeping didn't dwell on the issue of sweets and asked, how long do you think it will take for Oga Masato to fight back? Soon. Hayakawa Natsushi said indifferently. Won't Shirakawa-san go and make arrangements for his friends around him? They should have been arranged. Shirakawa Zeping thought of the two licking dog delinquents and the tough guy delinquent, and hesitated. No, at least there won't be any trouble. That's good. Hayakawa Natsushi put away the food box and stood up. The red and black skirt swayed slightly, revealing the white and tender lines that made people yearn for it. Next, it's time to meet one of the protagonists of the incident, Okawa Naoki. Can you find him? Why not? Hayakawa Natsushi asked back. Do you want to help him come back here? Shirakawa Zeping was a little confused. No. Hayakawa Natsushi shook his head. Whether he comes back or not has little to do with me. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, you won't report the case to the police station. Hayakawa Natsushi smiled. Will you let that person go? Let him stab you in the back from time to time in the future? Hayakawa Natsuto taunted. Forget it, Shirakawa-san. You are not the male protagonist of the harem. I just did what you will do next in advance. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but chuckle. His study girl is really a very interesting girl. Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Natsuto naturally knew that even if they reported the case to the police station, it would be very difficult to turn over such an old case. The recording file cannot play a final effect. Moreover, strictly speaking, Oga Masato is still a minor. Even if he can be convicted, it is probably not that serious. Then, the purpose of the two people reporting the case to the police station is only one: to exert pressure. Whether it is for the school or for the two criminals of Oga Masato, the intervention of the police station is undoubtedly the most terrifying signal. Even if they are just going through the motions, it is enough for the school to start considering whether to quickly resolve this matter. And the fastest way to resolve this matter is to prevent the criminals from appearing in school again. As for whether to forgive Oga Masato in the future, that is Okawa Naoki's problem. No one can stop him from continuing to fight Oga Masato. Shirakawa Zeping simply handed the scepter of judgment to him. No one can forgive on behalf of the victim, and Shirakawa Zeping naturally knows this. Shirakawa Zeping had no idea how Hayakawa Natsuto found Okawa Naoki, but when he saw the former top player of the tennis club, he almost thought that Hayakawa Natsuto had found the wrong person. His long hair had never been groomed, almost covering his eyes, and his eyes were very gloomy when he looked at people. The whole person seemed to have lost his vitality and became lifeless. He studied in a campus far away from here and never tried to live a modern life again. Youth was already a thing of the past for him. After knowing the truth of the year, Okawa Naoki was silent for a long time and finally said thank you in a hoarse voice. Nagashima Asamiko wanted to comfort this boy who used to shine in her eyes, but after struggling for a few times, she still couldn't say it. At the beginning, I was just an inconspicuous admirer. I guess I didn't even remember Oga's name. As she thought so, she heard Oga Naoki bowing to her earnestly and saying, "Thank you." "Thank you, Nagashima. Thank you for working hard for someone like me." Nagashima Asamiko was stunned for a moment, and a smile with tears in her eyes emerged. Sure enough, it was that Oga. Oga Naoki decided to cooperate with the police station to fully investigate the incident that year. The tone of this matter was set accordingly. However, what surprised Shirakawa Zeping was that just after meeting Oga Naoki, the person who was shaken by Oga Masato couldn't help but jump out. He was called to the office of a school committee member. "Shirakawa," the fat man in the office said with a pleasant face, "I heard that you have some conflicts with Oga recently, so it's very unpleasant, right?" Shirakawa Zeping did not answer his question. If he really admitted it, this matter might be characterized as deliberate revenge, and he would fall into the trap of the fat man in front of him. "Who is this?" He looked at the dean standing beside him. The dean wiped his sweat and introduced, "This is the member of the school board, Dahi. Today we are looking for Shirakawa because of Dahi's matter." "What's the matter with Dahi?" Shirakawa Zeping asked calmly. "I don't know him very well." The fat man still smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if we are not familiar with each other. We will get familiar with each other soon if we communicate more. We are all classmates. If there is anything unpleasant, just talk it out, don't you think? Is Dahi a member of the school board begging for Dahi?" The smiling fat man heard the words and said, "Shirakawa is a good student. Don't waste your future because of such a small matter." "Who can decide my future?" Shirakawa Zeping said mercilessly. The dean of the school beside him almost felt weak in his legs as he listened. He didn't know why Shirakawa Zeping, a good student on weekdays, was so tough. He also didn't know why the Dahi committee suddenly came to find a student like Shirakawa Zeping. "What if I can decide?" The fat man's smile disappeared, and he knocked on the table and said, "Young people, don't think you are the center of the world. You should know that there are many things in this world that you can't touch in school. Do you think you can make a difference? It's ridiculous. A student who has a scholarship and lives on a part-time job thinks he can compete with real adults. You and that classmate Nagashima want to be messengers of justice?" The middle-aged fat man smiled disdainfully. "The police station called me. Do you really think you can hide it from everyone? Believe it or not, I can complete your withdrawal procedures within 1 day and let you leave this school directly." The dean opened his mouth and felt that the words of this member Oga were a bit too direct and naked, but he thought about it and shrank back. He still has a family and a career, so there is no need to sacrifice everything for justice. Shirakawa Zeping showed a mocking smile on his face. It seems that this is what Hayakawa said before Shiaji, to be on guard against the other side directly overturning the table. What a smart woman. She must have expected that the other party would have such a trick. "Well, I don't believe it." "What?" The middle-aged fat man thought he had misheard. "I said, I don't believe it." Shirakawa Zeping repeated calmly. The dean of studies was anxious. "Shirakawa, you have something to think carefully about. This is a major matter that will affect your studies. Young people should think clearly before doing things. I always plan before I act. I want to see how long you can be tough." The middle-aged fat man suddenly laughed. "There will be a time when you come and kneel down to beg for my forgiveness." Shirakawa Zeping nodded. "Then wait and see." The first confrontation between the two ended unhappily. Shirakawa Zeping was a little worried that Nagashima Asamiko would be threatened. As soon as he left the office, he walked towards her class. Oga Masato walked into the committee office. "Uncle," he smiled apologetically, How's the situation? Oga Masaki glanced at his nephew, smoked a cigarette, and said, "That's it. Is that kid willing to give in?" "Humph," Oga Masaki said disdainfully. "What else can he do if he doesn't give in? Can he still beat me?" "Next, just put pressure on that Nagashima Asamiko and use these two people to force Oga Naoki to give up the investigation. The matter will be resolved," Oga Masato said happily. "Really? I want them to apologize to me publicly." "You bastard! Where's your head?" Oga Masaki cursed. "If that Hayakawa Natsushi hadn't intervened in this matter, I would have asked them to kneel down and lick your shoes. If she is angered later, I can't even protect you." "Got it, uncle," Oga Masato said obviously reluctantly. Oga Masaki seemed to have remembered something and asked with some concern, "Are the relationships between Hayakawa Natsutoshi and that guy really normal?" "You didn't say that on purpose to trick me into doing something?" "No, uncle," Oga Masaki hastily assured. "Everyone in the school knows about it, and that guy even mocked her. I don't know why Hayakawa Natsutoshi got involved this time. It might be because of Nagashima Asamiko's relationship." Oga Masaki hummed. "That's good, I warn you, you have to be low-key in the future." "Okay, I understand," Oga Masato responded, and then said in his heart, "Next time. Next time." In other words, Asano Natsuori keenly noticed that Shirakawa Zeping's whereabouts in recent days were a bit strange. First of all, the lunch location. According to the calligraphy club members, the pretty boy usually bought a piece of bread and stayed there for the whole afternoon. But now he disappeared as soon as the get-out of class was over. Tsukimi Sakurazawa said bitterly that it must be that Shirakawa had hooked up with some woman, so they couldn't even be brothers anymore. Miss Tachibana Chimo blinked and said nothing. She knew where Shirakawa Zeping was going, but he didn't let her say it. Although she didn't know the reason, Miss Tachibana Chimo still agreed obediently. Asano Natsuori felt that she had guessed something, but she didn't dare to follow Shirakawa Zeping to confirm it. She had to wait patiently with a sullen face. Even the woman Ishiki Eugenie was faster than me in approaching the pretty boy. What's wrong with this world? Isn't the beauty trap my strong point? She cursed the damned pretty boy who was obsessed with his sister several times again, thinking about countermeasures in her heart. There have been dark waves in the school in recent days, and Tachibana Chimo and the carefree minister Tsukimi Sakurazawa couldn't detect anything. But this doesn't mean that she can hide it. The conflict between Oga Masato and the pretty boy has been very intensified. That woman should have also made a move, otherwise the influence of the pretty boy alone would not be enough to get to this point. But why did she do it? Could it be that she really fell in love with that pretty boy? Asano Natsuori shook her head decisively. This was impossible. There was no such thing as love in the eyes of that black-hearted woman. She thought about it and still felt a little worried. So she decided to endure the humiliation after school today, secretly follow the pretty boy, find an opportunity to pretend to meet him by chance, and then test him. Unfortunately, the first time she followed someone after school in such a long time, she ran into Shirakawa Zeping at his worst time. They were blocked by someone. It seemed that they were a group of Yakuza members. When Shirakawa Zeping found Asano Natsuori and the Yakuza members, he was silent for a while and asked, "Asano classmate, we don't have such a big grudge, right?" Asano Natsuori couldn't help but said aggrievedly, "I am also a victim, okay? They seem to think I am one of you." "Shirakawa classmate, you will protect me, right?" Before he could respond, a familiar figure walked out. He pointed at Shirakawa Zeping and said maliciously, "It's him." The leader, a man with a blonde hair and a flowery face, looked at Shirakawa Zeping and blew out a smoke ring. "Got it. Remember to pay me." The group of younger brothers behind him approached slowly with metal baseball bats without saying a word. Shirakawa Zeping pushed Asano Natsuori, who had come in behind him, and said to Oga Masato in front of him, "It's you." Oga Masato spat. His face was not the sunny and handsome look he usually had. He said with a vicious look in his eyes, "You knew it was me. Why didn't you hide? I've been investigating you for several days. This time you just wait for the explanation here, you bastard." Shirakawa Zeping frowned slightly. The person who was able to get the banned drugs to ruin Okawa Naoki's sports career must have had some dirty tricks. He was not worried about his current situation. He was just wondering if Oga Masato had already taken action against Hayakawa Natsuji or Nagashima Asamiko. "How dare you, a pig like you, destroy me! Today I'm going to let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." He looked at the A-loli behind Shirakawa, Zeping, and smiled sinisterly. Hey, the one behind you is your sister. It seems that I'm lucky. Little sister, your Oni-chan will be beaten to tears soon. Remember to take good care of him for the rest of your life. Hey, I think this kid's sister is super cute. How about this, little sister? I'll ask them to beat your Oni-chan lightly, and you go on a date with me? The blonde man teased. The younger brother behind him laughed. Boss Matsuoka, you are really a romantic. Asano Natsuori's face suddenly darkened. God damn, sister. Are you blind and don't you see that I'm wearing the same school uniform as the pretty boy? Everyone who mocks me must die. The little loli behind him gnashed her teeth secretly, thinking about how to teach this group of ignorant guys a lesson. Shirakawa Zeping handed the bag to Asano Natsuori behind him and walked up with a blank expression. Help me hold the bag. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then took it and said, Oh, huh? Wait, what does this pretty boy want to do? Didn't he see so many people on the other side, and he was holding a baseball bat? Could it be that his brain was scared? The blonde man saw Shirakawa Zeping walking up on his own initiative, and he laughed instead of getting angry. He has been in this street for so many years, and he has seen people who were scared to pee their pants, and he has also seen people who fought to the death. But it is the first time he has seen someone as weak as Shirakawa Zeping who is willing to die. Yeah, there is really nothing I can do with you young people. In that case, then I will give you. The blonde man's voice suddenly stopped, like a tape recorder with a broken line, and instantly made a strange sound. He felt that not long after his face touched Shirakawa Zeping's fist, the scenery in front of him was in a trance and stuck to the cold ground. Generation, and generation. Heard himself shouting frantically in his heart. Matsuoka Chengtai climbed up, spat out a mouthful of blood and said with great effort, Did anyone see him sneak attack me just now? The younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. No, boss, it was too fast. This guy might be Superman. You kid, are you looking for death? Go to hell. He rushed forward with his fists waving, but on the way, his heart skipped a beat due to his years of street fighting experience, and he subconsciously protected his chest. With a bang, he was kicked out by Shirakawa Zeping's powerful kick. Shirakawa Zeping looked at him expressionlessly, and found that in fighting, practical experience is indeed much more important than theory. With his level 4 skill level and speed, he was actually blocked by this old gangster for a while, which was really embarrassing. Matsuoka Chengtai didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, and directed his younger brothers who were stunned to rush up and beat him. Shirakawa Zeping sat on the steps on the street to rest for a while. The group of people in front of him were all standard doxa. Metal baseball bats were thrown and bent, all scattered on the ground. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Asano Natsuori's face was full of shock. She stared at this pretty boy blankly, as if it was the first day she met him. Thanks to Shirakawa Zeping's brave performance, a group of bodyguards hiding in the dark and aiming at the gangsters also put down their guns with peace of mind. Well, don't make a big deal out of it. Shirakawa Zeping sighed. How much did Master Oga pay you to help? This. The blonde leader Matsuoka Chengta was a little embarrassed. He sighed again and tried to stand up. Matsuoka Chengta was afraid that he would attack again, and with dark circles under his eyes, he quickly said, I haven't collected all the money yet. I originally planned to blackmail him after the fight. I only collected 100,000 yen before. Shirakawa Zeping curled his lips, thinking that this Oga Genren was indeed rich. He could spend more than 100,000 yen just to beat him up and take revenge. Could it be that he has a family in the mine? But that kid was also a cunning one. After seeing Matsuoka Chengta being hammered, he immediately retreated and hid. After the group of people were defeated, they ran away without a trace. Shirakawa Zeping felt a little regretful that he didn't take the opportunity to defeat him with force. He planned to stay here and wait for the police station to come, but Asano Natsuori kept looking at him with a monster-like look, which made him a little uncomfortable. It looks like he was scared. Shirakawa Zeping thought so. However, as a single straight man of the same age, he was helpless in comforting girls. He could only choose to stare at Asano Natsuori and stare at each other. The little girl sighed and said faintly, Shirakawa-san, aren't you going to explain anything? What is there to explain? Shirakawa Zeping asked doubtfully. I was defending myself. Asano Natsuori said speechlessly, I'm not asking you to explain this. Shirakawa-san, have you learned any fighting skills before? It's okay, I know a little bit. Bah! Matsuoka Chengtai, who kept the posture of sitting down and didn't dare to look up, cursed in his heart that he was a pretentious dog. I hate people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers the most in my life. They all bully people. Who did you learn it from? The little girl asked relentlessly. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her and thought, do I have to tell you if I extract skills from Hayakawa Natsuji? I learned it from reading books. The A-loli stopped talking. She looked sullen, as if she was very unhappy with Shirakawa Zeping's attitude. Shirakawa-san, Asano Natsuori said, do you hate me very much? I know everything. Shirakawa-san has been avoiding me, but I still want to pester you, whether in the club or in class. I must look very annoying, right? Tears suddenly overflowed from Asano Natsuori's black and white eyes. She wiped her tears while speaking. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned. The tears of this little loli actually fell without any emotion. At first he thought that this drama queen was acting, but if acting could be so real, then the little loli must have a talent for acting. She actually cried when she said she would cry. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly had a headache. He didn't have much resentment towards this transfer student, but he felt that her purpose of approaching him was not pure, so he was always on guard. But even if that's the case, there's no need to cry so hard. If you don't know, you'd think we broke up. Until the police came to take the group away, the little girl continued to shed tears. Shirakawa Zeping had to buy a bottle of water to prevent Asano Natsuori from crying to exhaustion. A member of the police station who was taking notes couldn't help but say, "Hey brother, you should also comfort your sister. Girls must be more fragile when they are frightened." Shirakawa Zeping's face darkened. "She is not my sister." The man took a breath of cold air when he heard it and was about to touch the handcuffs around his waist. Shirakawa Zeping then continued, "She is my classmate." "Oh, not your girlfriend. I thought you were with an elementary school student." The detective breathed a sigh of relief. Being humiliated in person again, she couldn't help crying again. Although she cried for acting, she was really wronged. With Asano Natsuori's angel face, she was only loved and praised wherever she went. When has she ever been so angry as Shirakawa Zeping? Damn it, I will never reconcile with sister control in my life. After the police officers left, Shirakawa Zeping squatted down and sighed, "I'm sorry." The little girl sobbed and didn't say anything. He chose his words carefully and said, "Actually, I learned my skills from a girl. Because she didn't let me reveal it, I concealed this fact." Shirakawa Zeping didn't think it was a lie. His skills were originally acquired from the learning girl. The other party didn't know about it, and of course couldn't agree to let him reveal it. The little girl paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is it Hayakawa Shiaji?" Her eyes, with tears in them, stared straight at him as if she wanted to see the clues from his eyes. Shirakawa Zeping would certainly not be scared by such a small test. He said calmly, "No." "Why do you think it's Hayakawa?" he asked back. "Are you familiar with her?" The little girl wiped her eyes and explained, "Because I think you and Hayakawa seem to be very close, and Hayakawa is very powerful. So of course I would have this guess." This time it was Shirakawa Zeping's turn to stare at the little girl's eyes. He stared at her for a while, then looked away. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this little girl. Asano Natsuori's heart was beating fast. She was so anxious that she forgot to cover up and ask the question directly. Looking at the expression of the pretty boy, it seemed that he almost doubted himself. Damn, he was so careless. "Pretty boy, just wait. One day I will fall out with you, and I will let you know how terrifying Miss Natsuori is." She secretly set a flag in her heart, and her face turned from gloomy to bright. "So that's it. I misunderstood you, Mr. Shirakawa. I'm sorry." "Mr. Shirakawa, you won't blame me, right?" The little girl's expression was pitiful, and anyone who saw it would want to say to her softly that it was okay. No matter how big a disaster she caused, just this angelic and lovely smile was enough for many people to choose to forgive her unconditionally. Shirakawa Zeping helped her stand up. Seeing the dust on her skirt, he frowned and subconsciously wanted to reach out to brush it off. But halfway through, he remembered that this was a girl, and his hand stopped in midair. Fortunately, he almost died socially. Shirakawa Zeping took back his hand, thinking to himself that it was fortunate that it was not the girl Ishiki Haori Nishiki, otherwise he would have suspected that he had bad intentions towards her. Seeing Shirakawa Zeping's hand was retracted, the muzzles of the guns of a group of bodyguards hiding in the dark were silently retracted. "Young man, I didn't expect you to be so brave. You almost died physically. How are you going back? Seeing the dusk, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help asking. I'll just take the train. Asano Natsuori pretended to be pitiful and said, Shirakawa-san, do you want to come with me? No, I have something to do. Shirakawa Zeping looked at the time. It seems that he has classes to make up today. Originally, the tutoring was scheduled in the school library, but because Ishiki Haori Nishiki didn't feel like studying in the library, she changed it to another place. If Oga Masato hadn't asked someone to take revenge, he would have reunited with Ishiki Haori Nishiki at the ramen restaurant. Asano Natsuori's tears were about to overflow again when she heard this. Sure enough, Shirakawa-san still hates me. I'll see you off. Asano Natsuori smiled brightly when she heard this, with an expression that looked like an angel or a devil. Thank you, Shirakawa-san. She smiled sweetly, with a hint of subtle coldness in her eyes. Shirakawa Zeping sent the little girl to the train, holding the handrail without saying a word. There weren't too many people in the train at that time. At least there was plenty of standing space. The little girl stood on the left side of Shirakawa Zeping, holding the corner of his clothes, and leaned against him obediently. Even though Shirakawa Zeping wanted her to stand by herself, he was a little worried that this drama queen would cry again. He had no choice but to bear it. As if she could see that Shirakawa Zeping was unhappy, Asano Natsuori behaved herself quietly along the way without causing any trouble. She gave people the feeling of a cute and well-behaved little sister being taken out for a stroll by her brother. The sister is soft and cute while the brother is aloof. They are a pair of siblings that couldn't be more lovable. It's so nice to have a sister. Many people on the train thought with envy. It wasn't until Asano Natsuori was about to arrive at the station that she raised her head and pretended to muster up the courage to talk to Shirakawa Zeping in a low voice. Shirakawa-san, can we be friends in the future? Why do you say it as if you just gave me a nice guy card? Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, We were originally friends. Really? That's great. The twin ponytails hung down cutely behind her head, and the innocent smile on her face was enough to make most people let down their guard. She whispered, Shirakawa-san, did you know? In fact, in addition to the calligraphy club, I also joined the school's drama club. Our club is preparing to put on a performance at this year's cultural festival. Oh, really? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the little drama girl and thought to himself that with your scheming and acting skills, no one in a mere drama club can be your opponent. Then I wish your club a successful performance. No. Asano Natsuori smiled brightly and she continued, but the script we chose seems to have some problems. I don't know if it can pass the review. Shirakawa Zeping was a little confused about why the little girl mentioned this, and thought she was looking for a topic to get close to her. He asked in confusion, What script? The little girl's smile became brighter, and a smug light was revealed in her eyes. It's a love comedy about the relationship between brothers and sisters, Shirakawa-san. Shirakawa Zeping's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose. The name of the script is, If Mom and Dad find out, we won't be able to go on dates together anymore, right, Oni-chan? The little girl didn't lower her voice anymore, but deliberately spoke it out loud. She blinked her eyes and looked at Shirakawa Zeping innocently. The sound of the train arriving at the station just happened to ring out, and Asano Natsuori ran out first, waving her hand and saying, Look forward to seeing you next time. Wait for me. Shirakawa Zeping stretched out his hand to grab the little girl who was running away, but failed. His movements froze in midair. He faintly heard a cracking sound. That was the sound of his image as a human being living in this society, cracks appearing. 2 or 3 passers-by nearby looked at Shirakawa Zeping with shattered eyes, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Too sexy, really too sexy, twat. He looked around, and everyone's expressions were obviously shocked. Shirakawa Zeping could only bite the bullet and explain, We are discussing the drama. But looking at their expressions, Shirakawa Zeping felt that no one seemed to believe it. He fell silent, held the handle and didn't say anything. Damn Asano Natsuori! She actually added drama to herself at the last moment. I thought you had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. I'm so stupid, really. I knew she was a black-bellied little devil with impure motives. But I was fooled by her performance. Shirakawa Zeping silently reflected on himself and made up his mind not to be soft-hearted to this black-bellied little loli again. After Asano Natsuori waited for the train to arrive at the station, she was afraid that Shirakawa Zeping would chase her out and beat her. So she ran outside for a while with her short legs, and then she looked back and felt relieved. Humph, damn pretty boy, if you dare to make me cry for so long in vain again, I will let you know what it feels like to be ruined. If I hadn't been soft-hearted at the end, I didn't say that I was going to a love hotel for a date. That pretty boy will probably be handed over to the prosecutor's office by the righteous masses. Asano Natsuori suddenly felt that she was indeed a kind-hearted person. However, although it was very satisfying to have tricked a bunch of pretty boys in the end, it would be even more difficult to deal with the subsequent operations that approached him. Asano Natsuori thought about it and felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, that pretty boy seemed to have noticed something, so it was not a loss. At worst, I could openly compete with that pretty boy in acting and see who can act better. A certain black-bellied little drama queen thought so. After getting off the train, Shirakawa Zeping walked straight towards the ramen restaurant. Ishiki Haori sent a message. "Shirakawa-san, did you stand me up?" He replied casually, "No, I'm on my way." Then he thought about it and sent another message. "Have you finished eating?" Ishiki Haori took a look at the empty bowl of noodles in front of him and replied righteously, "Shirakawa-san, what are you talking about? How can I eat before you? That's too rude. Oh, will you have another meal later?" Ishiki Haji looked around cautiously. She thought that Shirakawa Zeping might have secretly seen her nearby, so she deliberately asked this. "What do you mean by another meal? Is this the image of me in your mind, Shirakawa-san?" She replied with some dissatisfaction. Shirakawa Zeping understood. "Will we eat together later?" Ishiki Haji said with satisfaction. "Okay. However, I'm trying to lose weight recently, so I may not be able to eat too much." Ishiki Haji hesitated for a moment, but still gave himself a way out. Shirakawa Zeping put away his phone and continued walking forward. For him, meeting Oga Masato with people to take revenge today was just the last performance of a jumping clown, and it was not worth worrying about it. If the police station could follow the clues and hammer Oga Masato a little more thoroughly, Shirakawa Zeping would not mind adding the last shovel. But this is just a thought. Although Matsuoka Chengta's group is not very strong, the Japanese Yakuza has its own set of survival rules, and it is not so easy to fall. Shirakawa Zeping knew this very well, so he did not think of using this incident to nail the coffin of Master Oga a little tighter. He just handed Matsuoka Chengta and his group to the police station and got out of it. Master Oga's body has been buried by himself in Hayakawa Shiaji, so this hammer is not enough. Except for being manipulated by the little loli at the end and being humiliated, there seems to be nothing too important today. However, there is no special day for Shirakawa Zeping, but it may not be the same for others. At night, a top student was playing the piano casually in a side hall and suddenly received a call. After listening to the report on the phone, the casual smile on the student's face gradually subsided. "Master Oga?" she said softly with a slight smile on her lips. "It looks like someone is going to be in trouble." Dahe Genren's uncle Dahe Jengming died very quickly, not to mention that there was a young lady who helped him to nail the coffin board in an emergency. That night, when he was still dreaming about his lover, a strange phone call suddenly came in, politely asking him if he was the executive member of the board of directors of Mingjiu High School. At that time, he thought it was his wife who came to catch him cheating, and he was so scared that he almost jumped out of bed. After realizing that it was a stranger, he immediately cursed the other party in a bad mood. Other party was not angry or annoyed, and waited patiently for Dahe Jengming to finish speaking, and then politely said, "Dahe, the board of directors has notified you that you don't have to go to school from tomorrow. Regarding the handover of the official seal and other work content of the school organization, we will have a special person to handle it. You are fired." Dahe Jengming was confused. He hurriedly wanted to ask who the stranger on the other side was, but after the other party notified him, he hung up the phone directly without giving Dahe Jengming any chance. The lover woke up, rubbed his eyes and asked, "What happened?" Oga Masaki said blankly, "Just now someone said that I seem to have been fired by the college." The lover was also anxious. The financial strength of the group behind Mingjiu High School is quite amazing, and it can be called a new generation of overlords. She finally climbed up to the high branch of Oga Masaki. "How could it be cut off? How could your career end so quickly? I absolutely can't stand this. Could it be a scam call?" the lover asked hurriedly. "It's possible." Oga Masaki was also a little confused for a while, but soon he recovered. I haven't made any mistakes recently, nor have I participated in any internal power faction struggles. There is no reason to target me. He was comforting himself like this when a new call came in. It was his immediate boss, Nishiyama Kenichi. As soon as he answered the phone, the other side started to scold him. Are you crazy? How dare you mess with anyone? I'm so unlucky to have a subordinate like you. Why are you still working? Pack up your things and go back to your hometown to plant watermelons. You idiot. Oga Masaki's fat body trembled at the scolding, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Nishiyama, what happened? Nishiyama Kenichi on the other side said fiercely, You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? That young lady is someone you can afford to mess with? Do you think your life is too smooth? He was also unlucky. He was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night because one of his subordinates caused a huge trouble. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although the young lady on the other side sweetly called him Uncle Nishiyama, he didn't dare to have any attitude of treating himself as an elder. After learning the whole story, he called him immediately and was furious. The core meaning is, if you want to die, go ahead. I don't care if you take the high-speed rail, just don't drag me down with you. Idiot! Come over tomorrow to pack up your things and get out. You're an eyesore. Nishiyama Kenichi said this and hung up the phone fiercely. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Oga Masaki's small eyes were filled with great confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Who did I offend? The next day, when Oga Masaki came to his office, he found that all his things had been packed. He was so angry that he almost fell over. This is too fast. People say that when people leave, the tea gets cold. I'm just about to leave, and the tea is almost iced black tea. Are you bullying people like this? Several colleagues in the executive committee looked at him with a sense of ridicule. This guy was still a glorious executive committee member yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, he became a vagrant. He needs to collect unemployment benefits to make a living. Who can stand this? After hearing the news that his uncle was dead, Daihe Genrin rushed over in astonishment and saw him for the last time at Mingjiu High School. This, uncle, have you been purged by a high-level coup? Daihe Genrin sighed. His figure looked a little older. Maybe some things are hard for me to say. Damn it! I really want to know who is doing this to me. Daihe Genrin hated and feared the mysterious young lady. He hated why she wanted to attack a pure middle-aged man like him without any grudges. He was afraid that she would make him unemployed as soon as she attacked him. If she did it again, wouldn't he be put in jail? It felt like he was setting a flag. Daihe Genrin also knew the situation. Since you, uncle, are not in Mingjiu anymore, I won't stay here to study. I plan to ask my father to help me transfer to another school. He saw it clearly. His only hope of turning the tables in Mingjiu was to rely on his uncle. Now that his uncle has fallen, he naturally has no ability to reverse his reputation and whiten it. It's a pity that we didn't kill that damned Shirakawa Zeping. That guy is actually quite good at fighting. We couldn't beat him up yesterday. Oga Masaki heard something and asked, Did you go and take action against him yesterday? Oga Masashi nodded. Yeah, I spent a little money, but it was a pity that I didn't succeed. His sister was there. It's a pity that I couldn't embarrass. Oga Masaki was stunned for a moment. Shirakawa Zeping's file records that he is an only child. Oga Masashi didn't react for a while? Not a sister? Asano Natsuori transferred to the school only a few days ago, and he didn't expand his social circle to her. In addition, the little loli has a very petite figure. She can't be seen clearly hiding behind Shirakawa Zeping, with only a small head exposed. He naturally preconceived that this is Shirakawa Zeping's sister. Then it may be a classmate. Oga Masaki didn't dwell on this point. He was just about to say a few words about the gains and losses in life, and fortunately, he was about to pretend to be cool in front of his nephew. The nephew next to him pulled his clothes and pointed at a girl. It seems to be that girl. It turns out that she is also wearing Mingjiu's school uniform. He pointed at the A Lolita Asano Natsuori, who happened to pass by nearby. Daihe Genrin took a look and his blood pressure immediately rose. You, turned out to be. The traitor who harmed me was found. It was my nephew. Daihe Genrin almost couldn't catch his breath and slapped Daihe Genrin's head with a red face. Are you crazy? How dare you mess with anyone? I'm so unlucky to have a nephew like you. Why go to school? Hurry up and pack your things and go back to your hometown to grow watermelons. You idiot. He changed a few words of his boss's words and threw them all at his unlucky nephew. Finally, he vented a little anger in his heart. Dahejenrin's small eyes were suddenly filled with great doubts. Who am I? Where am I? Who did I offend? Dahejengming was unable to vent his anger on his nephew for too long, and his previous flags soon came true. The police drove over to arrest him, charging him with dereliction of duty and accepting bribes. Faced with this pile of clearly organized and well-documented accusations, Dahejengming's eyes darkened and he was about to fall down. It's over. It's really over this time. That young lady is really going to kill herself. Dahejenrin didn't dare to breathe, and watched helplessly like a quail as the person he had shaken was easily crushed. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew that he had hit a wall this time. Shirakawa Zeping was not that simple, and his sister's identity was even more terrifying. Who could completely send an executive member of the school board to hell overnight? You have to know that although Dahejengming's position is not too high, it is also the result of a balance of forces from many parties. If you want to move him, you will probably encounter resistance from the various factions of the consortium behind him. The level of the opponent is beyond the cognition of Oga Masato, and he secretly decided in his heart. Transfer to another school, immediately, right now. If you can't afford to offend me, can't you hide? At worst, I can go to a place where few people know me and continue to be my pretender. As for the uncle who was killed by him, well, let's just pretend nothing happened. Unfortunately, the police station didn't seem to intend to let him just ignore it. One of the detectives glanced at Oga Masato and said, "You are the nephew of Oga Masaki. Someone accused you of intentional injury, defamation, and other crimes. Please go back with us to investigate." Oga Masato's eyes darkened, and he pretended to fall down in the same posture as his uncle. "It's over. It's really over. It must be Oga Naoki. He still won't let me go." The uncle and nephew got into the car together with bitter faces, as if they had lost their parents. Although not many people saw this scene because of the class. But Shirakawa Zeping soon discovered that something seemed to be wrong with Oga Masato and Oga Masaki. He was patient and waited until lunch break before he ran to the rooftop where he usually met with the study girl and asked his doubts. "You did it?" Hayakawa Natsuji looked at him strangely. "What are you talking about?" "Oga Masato and Oga Masaki." Shirakawa Zeping was puzzled. "Didn't you tell me to be careful before? Why did you suddenly change your mind and help me solve it? Could it be that my study girl is a typical little tsundere who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside?" Hayakawa Natsuji smiled contemptuously. "Shirakawa classmate, you must have misunderstood. I didn't do anything." "Yeah, got it." Shirakawa Zeping seemed to understand something and nodded in response. Sure enough, a tsundere is a tsundere, trying to pretend that something has happened and leave, hiding her achievements and fame. I didn't expect that Miss Hayakawa Natsuji, who is usually so arrogant, noble, and cold, actually has such a hidden attribute. Alas, girls are cuter when they are soft and cute. Hayakawa Natsuji vaguely sensed that something was wrong with Shirakawa Zeping's attitude, and frowned. "Are you doubting what I said?" I know, I don't doubt it." Shirakawa Zeping is a straight man who has watched a few love dramas, and he knows that tsundere cannot be manipulated. "Yeah, since you are my first study girl, I will give you face. If it was that little girl Asano Natsuori, I would have fought back and exposed her without mercy." Hayakawa Natsuji glanced at Shirakawa Zeping and retracted his gaze. With her proud personality, it is naturally impossible for her to explain too much. It's a misunderstanding, and she doesn't care much about what others think of her. Anyway, the coffin of Master Oga has been nailed shut by the two of them. As for whether there will be a chance to open the coffin and rise in the future, it depends on how strong the victim Naoki Oga's desire for revenge is. After solving the problem, Shirakawa Zeping finally felt a lot more relaxed. Next, the task became to support a live-action group in Class C1. With this live-action group, at least it can be guaranteed that Miss Tachibana Chimo will not encounter such bad things in the future. He thought about it and felt that it was still difficult to influence the popularity of a class by relying solely on himself. The person who could do this was sitting next to him and eating his lunch quietly. "Hayakawa-san, I refuse." Shirakawa Zeping said depressedly, "I haven't said anything yet. The result will be the same even if I say it." Hayakawa Shiaji replied indifferently. Shirakawa Zeping heard this and did not force it, but just said, "Well, I still have to thank you for this time. We are equal exchange." "That's right. I will also treat you to a meal." "Do you regret it, Shirakawa-san?" "I can still afford a meal." Hayakawa Shiaji responded without saying anything. concentrating on finishing his lunch. Shirakawa Zeping was also happy with this atmosphere and did not speak to break the silence. If you are worried that Tachibana classmate will encounter such a thing again, then you can rest assured, Hayakawa Natsuji suddenly said. After the circle of Oga Masamune was broken up, he mixed into other circles and would not be entangled in this matter. The remaining remnants are just a mob and have no conditions for revenge. After all, it's not a deep relationship. Once it's broken, there is no going back. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and asked, will the hot girl Mishima Nami, who is said to have a crush on Oga Masamune, be in trouble? Mishima Nami? Hayakawa Natsuji nodded slightly. She should be deeply implicated by Oga Masamune. If you are still worried, you can use this to make her keep her tail between her legs. She handed over a photo, and Shirakawa Zeping took it and looked at it, and his expression suddenly became colorful. You can do this. The photo shows Mishima Nami kissing a middle-aged man in a car. If nothing unexpected happens, this middle-aged man is probably her adoptive father. As expected, they are children of the underworld, looking at money instead of looks. That adoptive father is indeed very rich. Thank you. Shirakawa Zeping put away the photo and sincerely thanked his student. Although you are a little arrogant, it does not affect you being the most beautiful and worry-free person under my command. We are an equal exchange, Hayakawa Shiazi still emphasized lightly. In fact, Shirakawa Zeping did not wait for the opportunity to use the photo. During the afternoon break, he heard from the gossiping girls in his class that Mishima Nami had transferred to another school. It seems that she is still going through the procedures, but she has not come to class anymore. This result surprised Shirakawa Zeping, but it also saved him a lot of trouble. Logically speaking, although the black material is very lethal, it is mainly aimed at Oga Masato, and the AoE damage to her is not very sufficient. This sudden transfer may be because he smelled some dangerous breath. Maybe it was that the black-bellied and cold little arrogant girl in his family who secretly did it. Yes, although this study girl of his family often gives him a cold look, in terms of the degree of reliability, she is far better than the crazy girl like Ishikihaori Nishiki. When it comes to Ishikihaori Nishiki, Shirakawa Zeping can't help the urge to cover his face. Yesterday, the two of them were supposed to meet at the ramen restaurant, and after dinner, go to the perfect study place mentioned by Ishikihaori Nishiki. But when they were halfway there, Ishikihaori Nishiki slapped his forehead belatedly. Oh no, I forgot that she didn't open the store today. If the other party was not Ishikihaori Nishiki, Shirakawa Zeping would even suspect whether this girl deliberately made an excuse to have dinner with him. But, since the object is her, well, there is no need to think too much. It's simply because her IQ is low. This little episode did not affect Ishikihaori Nishiki's enthusiasm to study in that mysterious study place. After asking her friends, Ishikihaori vowed that she would definitely go tomorrow. Shirakawa-san, you have to believe me. A real beautiful girl won't lie. When Shirakawa Zeping thought about having to tutor this crazy, silly, and super narcissistic girl for a long time in the future, he felt very melancholy for no reason. It was like the feeling of giving up on yourself when there were only 2 days left before school started, but you only wrote your name on your summer homework. Shirakawa, help me buy desserts from the internet celebrity store after school. In the activity room, Tsukimi Sakurazawa ran over crying and complained. That store is so nasty. They actually use some kind of marketing gimmick. The desserts are limited to boyfriends. It's so abominable. I hate this kind of store owner. They treat single people like non-human beings. Shirakawa Zeping did not even pause in answering the questions, and did not even raise his head. I can lend you my uniform. It's no use lending it to me. Didn't I try it on once? Tsukimi Sakurazawa said depressedly. I explained to them that these are my pectoral muscles, but they refused to believe it. Hey, Shirakawa, we are close friends. You can't just watch me being in love. Girls are made up of 50% desserts and 50% cuteness. Can a girl without dessert still be called a girl? Don't you often lament that you are not a boy? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at his own paramecium minister. Boys are good. They can run around and do all kinds of fun things, and they won't show their underwear when they sit on the back of a bike. By the way, Shirakawa, when are you going to buy a bike? I can help you a little. After buying a bike, I have to take you with me every day. I think it's more cost-effective to take the train. Yeah, I'm not that heavy. Tsukimi Sakurazawa punched Shirakawa Zeping and rolled his eyes. Do you want to play games this weekend? No, I have a part-time job. Forget it. Just say that your girlfriend is on her period and you have to be around to take care of her. Tsukimi Sakurazawa took the opportunity to come up with a bad idea. There is no such delicate girlfriend in this world. Tsk, don't regret it if you don't come. Xiaoji, do you want to play games together this weekend? Tsukimi Sakurazawa suddenly asked the little loli. Asano Natsuri was stunned for a moment, waved her hand and said, I don't play games. I'm not good at that. Eh? Do you want to try it? Tsukimi Sakurazawa failed to seduce Shirakawa Zeping and took the opportunity to seduce the little loli to become a comrade. Let's not do it. Asano Natsuri showed two cute dimples. I just transferred here, and it's time to study hard. She just listened to the conversation between the little white face and Tsukimi Sakurazawa, and suddenly found that the little white face was not only so bad to her as a girl. This Minister Tsukimi with a great figure can't feel his tenderness towards girls in front of him. Crying, I didn't expect that my Miss Natsuori would fall to the point of needing to rely on others' comparison to get comfort. But she thought about it carefully and felt that this conclusion was still a little unreliable. The relationship between Tsukimi Sakurazawa and him is more like a very familiar friend, so that the girl's part seems to be ignored by the little white face. This kind of relationship should not be enough to determine whether the little white face is a damn sister control. Tsukimi Sakurazawa turned his gun around and went to Asano Natsuri to complain about the abominations of the internet-famous dessert shop. Shirakawa Zeping seized this precious opportunity and concentrated on leveling up his skill. He didn't know what the upper limit of this skill was. If he could reach the maximum level, he might become the legendary ultimate academic god who knew the answer to the question at a glance. Nobel Prize in Mathematics? It seems like there is some hope. I just don't know if the system can give me a subject wife. Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and felt that something was wrong. It seems that there is no Nobel Prize in Mathematics. What's more, it seems that this is a love system, so why should I give out a wife? Designated official matches are not allowed unless you are a blue-haired, flat-chested liberal arts tycoon or a red-haired, iceberg-contrasting cute female teacher. Otherwise, you have to apologize to the people of the whole country. Line suddenly sounded a message alert, and Shirakawa Zeping took out his phone and saw that it was one of the bad dogs, Imamura Ryuta. Brother Shirakawa, I have a major discovery. Very important. It's about the sister-in-law of Tachibana Chimo. Brother Shirakawa, actually I found it. I have been squatting in class C1, and this time I finally got the chance. Don't listen to them, Peng. Actually, I found out. Those two bastards wanted to take credit. You can't believe their lies. Without thinking, Shirakawa Zeping picked Imamura Ryuta, who spoke first, and asked, What's the matter? This afternoon, someone stuffed something into my sister-in-law's seat again. I thought it was some fearless person who dared to do something, so I went up to take a look, and found that it was a love letter. Shirakawa Zeping frowned slightly. Why did he come again? Master Dahi's coffin hasn't been buried yet, and there is another guy who is unwilling to give up and thinks he is the son of destiny? Who is the other party? Do you know him? It turns out that Beauty is a disaster. The cuteness of Miss Jujimo is no longer something that can be concealed by her identity as a nobody. He couldn't help but glance at Miss Tachibana Chimo, who was practicing calligraphy quietly across from him. She seemed to have noticed the sight, her face turned red, and her eyelashes trembled. Shirakawa-san? Seeing this, Tsukimi Sakurazawa quickly hugged Miss Tachibana Chimo tightly. Shirakawa, why are you peeking at Xiaomo? Although you drove away that bastard Oga Masato for Xiaomo, you can't be proud of your achievements and make excessive demands. You must have learned this idea from Ishiki Uchijin. Shirakawa Zeping didn't bother to pay attention to her. He had already planned that if the other party was an ordinary high school boy, he would give Miss Tachibana Chimo the right to choose and let her know about it. Anyway, her choice would definitely be to refuse. It was just an extra step. However, if the one who confessed was a so-called sunny and handsome guy, Shirakawa Zeping would naturally let the bad boys destroy the letter and completely kill all the shadows in the bud. Ishida said that the other party seemed to be a handsome guy with a good reputation in Class D1. He was about to type when another message came from the other side. There's nothing strange about the rest, it's just that guy who stuffed the confession letter. It's a girl. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned at first, and then his face quickly became strange. Is it really a girl? Absolutely true. Absolutely genuine. Imamura Ryuta replied to the message almost in 1 second. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but stare at Miss Tachibana Chimo for a while, thinking that this little transparent learning girl of his is too popular with the guys. The old man in front, Da-hei, hasn't gone far yet, and suddenly another one comes. Don't they have skill cooldowns? Is it really unlimited firepower per person? What's even more outrageous is that this time even girls have attacked Miss Tachibana Chimo. Even if Miss Tachibana Chimo looks like she is very protective, you are still a girl after all. How can you protect her? There is a saying that goes, Yuri is infinitely good, but, the difficult problems that stand in front of countless seniors are not so easy to jump over. Girl, your thoughts are very dangerous. Wait, those stupid bad guys didn't catch the Yuri girl who confessed. Shirakawa Zeping quickly sent a message, only to see Imamura Ryuta replied smugly. Of course, Shirakawa brother. Since you took action against that bastard Oga Masato, this kind of credit is very rare. Of course I can't miss this opportunity. It's a pity that these two guys, Aji and Ishida, want to steal my credit. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but express sincere sympathy for the poor girl in his heart. He finally mustered up the courage to confess to Miss Tachibana Chimo, who was also a girl, but was caught on the spot by a few stupid bad guys. He could even imagine how stupid the scene was when the three bad guys rushed over to capture her and competed for the credit. This blow is too much for a girl. In the words of accountant Ishigami, she just wanted to go home and die. You let the girl go, Shirakawa Zeping said reluctantly. Huh? Let her Kawa. This is a love rival. What the hell is a love rival? Shirakawa Zeping's head was full of black lines and then typed, let her go. No more. I understand. As expected of Brother Shirakawa, I understand everything. In the eyes of Brother Shirakawa, this kind of small character is not a love rival at all. Your journey is to the stars and the sea. You really shouldn't worry about such a small matter. Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to pay attention to the flattering dog bad boy's rainbow fart, put away his phone and continued to do the questions. Imamura Ryuta also put away his phone and nodded to the two bad boys next to him. Brother Shirakawa said to let him go. You are worthy of being my idol, Koji Ishida. This demeanor is really unmatched. Koji Ishida was in awe. Brother Shirakawa's mind and demeanor are worth my lifetime to follow and comprehend. Hey, you can go now. Our boss has spoken. This time I will let you go. The short-haired girl who was squatting in the corner, covering her face and trembling, heard this, and her shoulders trembled slightly. She never thought that the first confession in her life would end up in such a scene. It seems like I should go home and die immediately. Brother Shirakawa, is there such a bad bully in our school? I have no impression of it at all. Why is this bad boy related to Tachibana-san? Why is my citrus-flavored love so difficult? The animations are all lies. A short-haired Yuri who had a magical confession experience squatted in the corner and uttered a kind of doubtful mumbling. The confession episode of Little Yuri-san did not have much impact on Shirakawa Zeping. In the activity room with only 4 people, Shirakawa Zeping was doing exercises. Miss Tachibana Chimo was practicing calligraphy, and Asano Natsuori and Tsukimi Sakurazawa were chatting. Time was spent lightly and comfortably. When the club ended, Miss Tachibana Chimo suddenly plucked up the courage to stop Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa, classmate, when is your birthday? Miss Tachibana Chimo's face was slightly red, and she didn't dare to look at Shirakawa Zeping at all. Her fingers gently wrapped around the corner of her skirt, as if she was deliberately making things difficult for her clothes. Baichuan Zeping saw the little movements of the shy girl who looked like a little deer when she was nervous. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Miss Jujimo was startled when she heard this, and her voice trembled. Nothing! Nothing! Just... She bit the tip of her tongue gently to calm her tangled tongue. I'm just very grateful to Baichuan classmate for helping me solve the problem. So, I want to give Baichuan classmate a gift. Baichuan Zeping smiled. That's nothing. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. He helped Jujimo not for her to repay him, so there was no need to consider gifts. Jujimo's pretty face showed confusion. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked cautiously, Then, can I thank both of them at the same time? You want both? Baichuan Zeping hesitated for a while and said, Let's forget it. I don't celebrate my birthday very often. Oh, Miss Jujimo looked a little disappointed. Otherwise, you can just buy me a cake for my birthday. Shirakawa Zeping really couldn't bear to see such a distressing look in Miss Tachibana Chimo's eyes, so he had to compromise. Let's have dinner next weekend so I can arrange my part-time job. After making a simple agreement, Shirakawa Zeping packed up his things and walked out of the school. He and Ishiki Haori Nishiki still had a tutoring appointment to fulfill. But today they were going to a place with a more learning atmosphere. I hope Ishiki Haori Nishiki won't let me down again this time. Shirakawa Zeping prayed silently. He didn't believe in gods at first, but after getting along with Ishiki Haori Nishiki for a long time, he felt for the first time that it was actually not bad to have gods in the world. Shirakawa-san! Ishiki Haori Nishiki waved to Shirakawa Zeping at the station. The two people's houses were not far away, almost only 2 streets apart. But Shirakawa Zeping's was a rented apartment, while Ishiki Haori Nishiki's house was a typical Japanese family building. It looks a bit like Crayon Shinchan's house, and there is a yard for raising dogs. Did the calligraphy club activities end so late today? You arrived later than me. Something delayed me. Shirakawa Zeping replied. Your friend, she shouldn't be away today, right? Of course not. This time, she and I have already agreed. Even if the world is destroyed, we will study hard there tonight. I feel like I've made rapid progress recently. Ishikiha's self-confidence is extremely inflated. Ha, weakling. Shirakawa Zeping is no stranger to this situation. Usually, weaklings will develop this kind of inflated mentality after studying hard for a few days. There's nothing much to say. If you want to cure it, one exam is enough. Ishiki Haorijin led Shirakawa Zeping through several streets and took a few train stops. Finally, they stopped at a newly opened commercial street. Look, it's over there. My friend's new store is right there. Shirakawa Zeping looked in the direction she pointed and found that it was a store that was neither big nor small. The decoration was very simple, but it faintly revealed a bit of otaku flavor. In other words, the owner of this store should be an old 2D fan. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment, pointed at the store and asked, "Is this the perfect place to study that you mentioned?" "This is clearly a comic book store." Ishikiyu patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry, the owner and I are good friends. She can provide us with a place to study. The treatment is definitely super good. She is a very enjoyable person." As she spoke, she walked towards the comic book store. On the wooden sign at the door, a cute kitten pattern was lazily hung, and it said Cat's Bookstore. There were many cute patterns around it. Judging from this design choice alone, the owner should be a cat lover. Welcome. As soon as Ishiki Yujijin entered the comic book store, she felt as familiar as if she had entered her own home. She looked around and didn't find the person she was looking for, so she asked a cashier, Ranko-chan, where did Sister Rine go?" "Hey, Nishiki, how come you have time to come over? Manager Hyuga? She seems to be catching up on her sleep. I heard that she queued up overnight to buy a fan-only work of an old author last night, and she was so excited that she didn't sleep well the whole day. Is that so? The adult world can be hard sometimes." Ishiki Haori Nishiki nodded in agreement. "What kind of hardship is this? You can leave the store closed and queue up to buy things at any time, and you can catch up on your sleep after that. This is clearly the life of the rich second generation that everyone envies, and the office animals are so jealous that they cry. Then let's go in and find her directly." Ishiki Haori Nishiki waved her hand, suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right? I almost forgot to introduce. This is Shirakawa-san, my classmate after transferring to another school." "Hello?" Shirakawa Zeping nodded politely. "Please take care of me. My name is Ranko Nakamoto." The cashier bowed. "Please take care of me." Although the two people were not related at all, they still had to say polite words. "Let's go! Shirakawa-san, we have to start studying quickly." Ishiki Yuji Nishiki was visibly full of energy. I don't know what kind of love potion Asano Natsuori gave her to make this girl with a high talent for slacking off so obsessed with studying. Ranko Nakamoto helped open a door and pushed it open to enter. The material of the door seemed to be relatively thick, and the sound insulation effect was quite good. Shirakawa Zeping walked into the door and felt as if he was isolated from the outside world. The space inside was quite large, and the decoration inside the door was much more refined. The warm-toned wallpaper created a warm and peaceful atmosphere. It seemed that the owner bought the space of 2 stores, but only used one for business. Ishiki sat down and said seriously, "Shirakawa-san, hurry up! Don't you need to say hello to your friend?" Shirakawa Zeping hesitated. "No, she should be catching up on her sleep in her room now, so let's not disturb her." "Well, let's get started." Shirakawa Zeping lowered his voice a little and began to tutor as usual. Time passed slowly. After a while, Ishiki Ajijin poked his chin with a pen, pondered over the questions in front of him for a while, and suddenly asked with concern, "Shirakawa-san, are you a little hungry? I'm full for dinner." "Oh." After a while, the cute Ishikiha looked up and said, "Shirakawa-san, don't feel embarrassed so you don't want to eat here. I have a good relationship with the owner. Don't worry about that." "I'm not embarrassed." Shirakawa Zeping didn't respond to Nuhuru Ishikiya's slacking maniac Jijin at all. "Oh, Shirakawa-san, are you a little thirsty?" "No." "What about now? Are you hungry or thirsty?" Shirakawa Zeping pinched his eyebrows and felt a little tired. "A little now." Ishikiha ran to the refrigerator with satisfaction and took out a bunch of snacks and a few bottles of Fat Otaku Happy Water. She said generously, "Shirakawa-san, I'll treat you. You can eat as much as you want." After that, she skillfully tore open the packaging of a bag of potato chips, and the crisp sound suddenly continued. "Shirakawa-san, try this. This tastes super delicious." This guy clearly wanted to slack off, but he had to drag Shirakawa Zeping as his accomplice in the fall. He was really a little rogue. He even began to suspect that Ishiki Ajijin designated this place as a tutoring place, because he could eat snacks and slack off openly here. "You are so casual here. Won't your friends complain about you?" Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the scattered packaging bags on the table and frowned slightly. He picked up the potato chip crumbs on the table and threw the garbage into the trash can. Ishiki Yushijin explained, "It doesn't matter. I have a good relationship with her. She has pajamas in the closet at my house. We used to be childhood sweethearts." It turned out that they were childhood friends. Shirakawa Zeping asked in confusion, "Isn't she older than you?" "Yes, Sister Rion is already 23. The cute little Ishiki-yu sighed and continued, "Except for the different philosophies of the sects we belong to, my relationship with Sister Rion is still very good. It's a pity." Shirakawa Zeping was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Ishiki Yujijin, a silly girl, would have different philosophies when making friends. It's true that you can't judge a person by appearance. What are your philosophies? Shirakawa Zeping suddenly became curious. Of course it's her. Ishiki Yujijin was about to speak, but immediately reacted, covered her mouth and said vigilantly, "Shirakawa-san, are you trying to trick me? That was a close call. Just a little bit. You really are still not giving up. Shirakawa-san." "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Shirakawa Zeping waved his hands in frustration. "Huh? Wait, wasn't I just doing exercises to study? How did the topic get diverted to this?" As expected of the level 3 slacking skill, I lost this time. As if trying to get rid of the topic just now, Ishiki Yujijin forced an explanation. "Actually, I have different ideas from Sister Rini. I was just joking. Really, Shirakawa-san, there is really nothing between me and Sister Rini." "What nonsense." "Xiaojin, did your boyfriend catch you?" "Oh no, Xiaojin, you are a girl. You should have caught this boyfriend." With the sound of a door lock coming from a small room separated from the space inside, a voice came to Shirakawa Zeping with the owner's brisk footsteps. Looking in the direction of the voice, Shirakawa Zeping saw a woman with short wine-red hair in a pink dress. It seemed that she had just woken up, and her voice was still a little lazy. There was a silver star pendant hanging on her earlobe, which was shining against her fair and slender neck. A curious smile appeared on the iconic oval face of the beauty. Although I don't know why, when I heard her speech when she appeared, I always felt that this woman must not be a normal person. Would a normal person drive with a stranger as soon as they met? What kind of handle or loophole is there? The wheel is rolling over my face. Although he silently made such an evaluation in his heart, Shirakawa Sawahei, who was visiting as a stranger, still stood up and bowed, saying, "Sorry to bother you." "Sister Riton, why did you wake up suddenly?" Hyuga Riton pinched Ishiki Haori Nishiki's pretty little face, winked and said, "I've been slept for almost a day, and I'll become a pig if I sleep any longer. What's more, Xiaojin, this is the first time you bring a boy here to play? Could it be that he is really your boyfriend?" "No, no, 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 Sister Riton," hastily whispered. "Shirakawa-san is just my classmate." "So that's how it is?" Hyuga Riton made an expression of sudden enlightenment, stretched out her hand and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Hyuga Riton. It's Shirakawa-kun, right?" "Yes, nice to meet you. My name is Shirakawa Sawahei." "Oh, Shirakawa-kun, have you known Xiaojin-san for a long time?" "Not too long. We met after Ishiki-Hasan transferred here." "Huh? Then how did you become such good friends with Xiaojin? Is it just because she is cute?" He considered his words and said, "I think Ishiki-Hasan still has other advantages." The implication is that this girl's beauty is not to the point of making me lose my mind. Even if I really have to choose such a woman, her name should be Hayakawa Natsuji. Ishiki Nariki heard this and was immediately unhappy. Shirakawa-san, isn't the advantage of being cute enough to cover up my other brilliance? Being called an idol is much better than being called a talented person. Shirakawa-san, can you read a little bit of emotional intelligence? Ishiki Nariki was disappointed. That's right, Shirakawa-kun, a girl's heart is a very difficult subject to understand. The two childhood friends immediately united to confront him, and Shirakawa Zeping had no choice but to choose to shut up silently. So, Shirakawa-kun is not pursuing Nishiki. Could it be that Shirakawa-kun is actually a fan of Nishiki? Then have you. Hinata-rin hadn't finished her words when she was quickly covered by Ishiki Haori Nishiki's mouth. Aha, Sister Rin, you're really still so fond of talking nonsense. How can you be a fan? I'm not an idol. Shirakawa Zeping didn't understand what Ishiki Haori Nishiki was doing, shook his head and sat back in his original position. He no longer paid attention to the fight between the two childhood sisters. As expected, the idiots all appeared in groups. Seeing that Shirakawa Zeping didn't notice this, Ishiki Yuji Nishiki whispered viciously, Sister Rine, I didn't reveal anything when I transferred this time. Now my image is innocent. Oh, no, not much. Xiaojin, are you going to turn over a new leaf? Do you want to join us? Go to hell, I won't go along with Sister Rine and you guys. What do you mean by going along with the flow? This is the general trend. Bah, everyone can kill you. Humph, you are stubborn and don't know how to think about the truth. The two little sisters snorted face to face and turned their heads away without looking at each other. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at them and thought that the two sisters seemed to have a big difference in their ideas. I don't know what it is that can make childhood sweethearts who have a good relationship so close that they can wear the same pants split like this. Although it seems that no one is convinced by the other, the stalemate between the two did not last long. Soon they began to lean against each other and happily eat snacks and read comics. Sister Rine, buy more of this flavor next time. It's delicious. I know. Ah, Nishiki, look, this kid is so handsome in this shot. No. Let me see. Shirosawara? He couldn't help but knock on the table and asked, Ishiki-san? Oh, I still have to study. I'm sorry, Shirakawa-san, I got too carried away. For some reason, Shirakawa Sawara suddenly felt that agreeing to tutor this lazy girl for a high hourly wage didn't seem to be a wise choice. Huh? Nishiki, so you guys are holding a study session? How strange. Don't make me sound so unlearned, okay? Ishiki Haorihime complained. I was also very strong when I was in junior high school. What a pity. Okay, I'll cheer for you. As an adult who had long left her student days, Hinata Rine was completely unable to empathize with Ishikiha Orihime's suffering and just casually perfunctorily replied, But according to this, Shirakawa-kun should be a good student? Shirakawa Zeping did not even raise his head and continued to do the questions. Not bad. Really? What's your ranking in the school year? What's your deviation value? What university are you determined to apply to? Hinata Rin asked 3 questions in a row. Rin, don't you think you are like an elder who asks questions during a family gathering? Ishiki Haori Nishiki complained. Yeah, I'm not that old yet. Hinata Rinon lifted the wine-red hair on her face. Shirakawa-kun is a very determined person, unlike you, Xiaojin, who is always confused. I am also very goal-oriented and determined, okay? Oh, really? Then why are you still stuck in that quagmire? Heh, you actually said that I was in the quagmire, but it is obviously the dirty quagmire where Rinoni-san is. The two of them didn't say a few words and started to quarrel with each other again. Shirakawa Zeping was not surprised and lowered his head to continue thinking about his own things. Tachibana Chimo's questions came one after another, which made people speechless. But this time, fortunately, she didn't know it at the first time, so there was still room for maneuver. Shirakawa Zeping is still considering whether to meet that Yuri princess. In fact, if the other party doesn't have any bad intentions, you can consider letting her contact Tachibana Chimo herself. I just don't know what expression Miss Tachibana Chimo will have on her face if a girl confesses to her in person. It should probably be that her mouth is slightly open, her eyes are wide open, and her worldview is shattered. It seems quite cute when you think about it. He was lost in thought for a while, but was immediately brought back to reality by the voice of Hyuga Rin. The manga bookstore owner with short burgundy hair grabbed Shirakawa Zeping's hand with disdain and said, Shirakawa-kun, Tell her quickly, as a boy. Is this future a world of minotaurs? No, Sister Rin, stop daydreaming. Pure love is obviously the best. Pure love is the best in the world. Am I entering the palace? Shirakawa Zeping never thought that the two sisters, Ishiki Haori and Hyuga Rin, had always had a disagreement about minotaurs and pure love. Are you two the legendary brothers in the palace? He suddenly felt his cognition had been severely impacted. The pure love god Ishiki Haori clenched his fist and said, "Of course it's pure love. Pure love is the right way in the world." Chief Hyuga Rin immediately retorted, "Vulgar. Pure love has no connotation at all. The content is stereotyped and has no ideas. You are a bunch of heretics. Kami-sanma will punish you one day, then let Kami-sanma wipe out half of the Japanese." The Japanese are not as bad as you say. You are a fake Japanese. Is this your first day living in our Japan? Minotaur is the trend of the times. Not only Japan, but the whole world will be the world of Minotaur. Okay? The short-haired store manager was beaming with joy and in high spirits. High school students are really young and ignorant. They don't know how to follow the trend. You deserve to be less popular than me. Nonsense. My fans are not as bad as you. Looking at Ishiki Haori clenching his fists and getting angry, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly remembered a sentence. One day, I will hold a sword in my hand and slaughter all the bulldogs in the world. With the momentum of Ishiki Haori Nishiki, I am afraid that she is not far from this realm. Shirakawa-kun, show your opinion. Tell this naive high school student what the general trend is. Don't listen to her, Shirakawa-kun. That is heresy. God will punish him. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment. Can I not choose? I have no interest in joining the palace, no matter what identity. Nishiki was anxious. Shirakawa-kun, how can you hesitate on such a thing? Any human being will choose pure love. Ha ha! Don't be obsessed anymore, Nishiki. Shirakawa-kun hesitated because pure love is not as invincible as you said. Hinata-rin was very proud. How can this be impossible? Shirakawa-san, I believe you are not that kind of person. Shirakawa Zeping said with a headache. I am not. Okay, I choose pure love. Yeah! Great victory. Sister Rine, you heretics have no future. Shirakawa-kun, don't be bewitched by her. Hyuga Rine advised. I believe you must have never come into contact with the Book of the Minotaur. How about this? I have a lot of classic collections here. I will bring them to you today to preach. She quickly took out a pile of pamphlets from the bookshelf in the room. This one tells a story about love and entanglement. The plot is ups and downs. The painting style is exquisite, and the emotions are very deep. Masterpiece in my mind. No, Miss Hinata? This one is about. How about it? Does it sound like a slight sore in the tip of your nose? Don't worry, it's not just the tip of your nose. The body will have many different reactions next. You should experience it well. This woman has already started to run people over with train wheels, right? It was like a mad attempt to test the edge of 404. Listen to me, Miss Hyuga. Despicable. Ishiki Eugenie saw Hyuga Rin start to preach and immediately shouted that it was unfair. Shirakawa-san, calm down, don't believe her. I have a lot of pure love books at home. They are all top-notch stuff. I have collected them for a long time. There are also some I drew myself. I can show you too. Xiaojin, you are so bad that you actually went out to recruit believers yourself. Shirakawa-kun, I have some too. Come and see mine. The pure love god of war and the bull-headed chieftain had no intention of surrendering to each other. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, Ishiki-yu-san, the information you revealed, isn't it a little too much? Ishiki Eugenie heard the words and was stunned in place as if struck by lightning. There seemed to be a cracking sound coming from her body. It was the sound of Ishiki Eugenie's image cracking as a human being living in this society. Her face quickly turned pale, and then her body swayed lightly, as if she was about to fall down. Shirakawa Zeping quickly supported her to prevent her head from hitting the table. It's over. It's over. My youth, my life is all over. Ishiki Eugenie tugged at the corner of Shirakawa Zeping's clothes with tears in her eyes. Shirakawa-san, you didn't hear anything just now, right? You didn't understand anything, right? Shirakawa Zeping was silent. If he pretended not to hear it, it would be too insulting to his intelligence. Chief Hyuga Rin shrank his head guiltily to make his presence a little weaker. She stuck out her tongue at Shirakawa Zeping and made a shushing gesture. The pure love god of war fell, because she had already died socially in front of Shirakawa Zeping. He patted Ishiki Eugenie's little head and said with a heartfelt consolation, Actually. Shirakawa Zeping was at a loss for words for a moment. He couldn't possibly say that your pure love comics are actually more noble than Hyuga Rion's Minotaur comics. The problem is that as a high school girl, Ishiki Haori Nishiki is actually a comic artist. Maybe even an R18 type. Comparing the quality of comics with Hyuga Rion, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Actually, you're pretty cute. Shirakawa Zeping could only bite the bullet and comfort her. Ishiki Haori Nishiki, what I need now is for you to praise me for being cute. She felt like she was even sadder. Hyuga Rion didn't dare to say anything for fear that Ishiki Haori Nishiki would come to her senses and discover that she was the culprit. Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly, "Actually, I think drawing comics is just a hobby. Hobbies should not be laughed at, but should be respected. What's more, I think your level should be very high. There should be a lot of fans who like you. If you want to change your path, you can consider drawing plainer fan fiction in the future. Don't draw R18 ones." Hinata Rion couldn't help but said, "Shirakawa-kun, what are you talking about? If the comic is not H, can it still be called a comic? Apologize to other fan fiction writers, you Minotaur comic artist." Ishiki Yujijin raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, "Really, Shirakawa-san, do you really think it's okay? Don't you think I'm a bad girl? Look at what you said. If I don't know that you are an R18 comic artist, do I think you are a normal girl?" She added, "Actually, I haven't drawn for a long time. Didn't even attend last year's Winter IC. But I saw you when I was queuing to buy doujinshi." Chief artist Hinata Rin whispered. Ishiki Hajini pretended not to hear the complaint, looked into Shirakawa Zeping's eyes, and said pitifully, "Shirakawa-san, you must believe me." Shirakawa Zeping turned his head. "Yeah, I believe you. I have always believed in you very much. Okay, let's continue studying." No, Shirakawa-san, you are obviously just perfunctory." Ishiki Hajini wiped her tears with her small hands. "I knew that, Shirakawa-san, you are not a good person. From the first time I saw Shirakawa-san, I had a premonition that I was doomed. Now it turns out to be the case. My world seems to have turned gray. It's over. It's all over. Should I start transferring to a place where no one knows me, or finding a deserted island where no one cares about me, and end my life is also a good choice. No, Ishiki Hajini, I think you should calm down." "Calm down? How do you want me to calm down?" "Shirakawa-san, it's not you who was discovered to be the artist of the doujinshi." "Hey, wait." Ishiki Hajini seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "Shirakawa-san, since you have discovered such a big secret of mine, why don't you tell me one of your secrets so that we can keep it secret for each other? What do you think?" "I refuse." Ishiki Hajini was shocked. "Shirakawa-san, are you really planning something bad to me?" He held his forehead and said helplessly, "I still say the same thing. I won't reveal your secret, and I have no interest in using secrets to coerce you. Please think about it with normal thinking, Ishiki Hajini. I'm not the protagonist in your book. How can there be such a weird plot development? This kid, I'm afraid he has become stupid from drawing books." "Really?" Shirakawa Zeping sighed. "We have been together for a while, and my image in your eyes should not be so rotten that it is hopeless." Ishiki Hajini thought about it and finally nodded with tears in his eyes. "Since Shirakawa-san said so, then I'll believe you again." "But." "No buts." Shirakawa Sawahei immediately blocked Ishiki Haori's fierce words. Ishiki Yujijin's face froze and he said dejectedly, "Okay, but." Seeing that Shirakawa Zeping was getting hard and his fists were hard, Ishiki Yujijin quickly shrank his head and whispered, "But Shirakawa-san, do you really not need any reward for helping me keep a secret? How about this? I still have a lot of exquisite collections of pure love books for missionary use at home, all of which are super sweet and touching. As a hush money, I will give them all to you." "Are you kidding, Xiaojin? Those are the holy books you use for missionary work. Do you really want to give them all to him?" "Shut up!" Ishiki Yujijin finally remembered the culprit and said viciously, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? It's also your fault for not joining the Minotaur camp sooner." Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to listen to the two old men in the palace bar arguing with each other and directly refused. "Please change the hush money. I feel it will be very troublesome if I give this." What a joke. How many harem male protagonists have fallen for little H books? How could I fall for such a low-end trap? Since it's troublesome to read pure love books, why not? Hinata Rin took the opportunity to fan the flames and tempt her. "You too." Hinata Rin took back her collection in disgrace. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but sigh. "Let's talk about hush money later. Compared to this, I think it's better for us to start tutoring as soon as possible. He was still quite honest. He accepted Ishikihari's high hourly salary. If he still wastes teaching time on such issues, he would feel a little guilty. But then again, Ishikihari was able to become a small rich woman. Could it be that she made her first pot of gold by selling doujinshi? Yes, it's possible. I just don't know how their doujin world operates and makes money. If possible, it seems that it would be a good choice to squeeze Ishikihari's painting skills and become a painter. Without a doubt, this girl's painting skill level is the highest that Shirakawa Zeping has ever seen. Hyuga Rin is so many years older than Ishikihari, but her level is only level 4. It can be considered top-notch, but definitely not a genius. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly became curious. When Ishikihari first came, she said that her dream was to become a singer, but with her conditions, it is obviously much easier to be a painter. Is she deliberately inducing people not to suspect that she is a book painter? Or is this actually her true dream? He thought for a while, but still didn't ask his question here. After all, Ishikihari's mental shock today is indeed a bit big. If he asked directly, I'm afraid she would have to worry about this and that again. In the following time, there was no trouble in the tutoring of the two. Hyuga Rin seemed to know that she was in the wrong, and she lay aside and looked through the new fan book she bought yesterday. After politely saying goodbye to Hinata Rin, Shirakawa Zeping and Ishikihari Nishiki set out on their way back. Ishikihari Nishiki lowered her head, looking very worried. Alas? Shirakawa Zeping thought she was still entangled and regretting about that matter, and couldn't help but comfort her. It's just a small matter. Don't take it too seriously. Ah! Ishikihari Nishiki raised her head. This matter can't be careless. Ishikihari Nishiki said seriously. I'm thinking about which fine products to choose so that you, Shirakawa-san, can feel the charm of pure love. Shirakawa Zeping turned his head silently and ignored this carefree girl. I'm so stupid, really? Jub? After returning home, Shirakawa Zeping washed his face and prepared to do some questions before going to wash and go to bed. Not long after he sat down, the line notification sound rang. He unlocked the screen and saw 2 messages. Shirakawa-san, do you like girls who are younger or older? Strange questions increased. Shirakawa Zeping took a look and immediately decided to ignore Ishikiyushi Nishiki's message. He turned to read another message. Shirakawa, summer is coming. Let's ask the student union for some funds to go to the beach. Oh, big-breasted and brainless woman, if the students see this, the calligraphy department will probably have to practice calligraphy with a mop dipped in water. And it's not even May yet, there's no summer. Then he added, don't try to trick me into submitting the club activity fee application form. Tsukimi Sakurazawa was seen through his thoughts and said angrily, Humph, if you don't want to go, then don't do your crafts by looking at the swimsuit photos of me, Shaji, and Xiaomo. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at it with disdain and didn't reply. How could the swimsuit benefits appear so early? Do you really think that the school god doesn't watch harem animation? Without the support of Shirakawa Zeping, Tsukimi Sakurazawa seemed a little bored. Since we can't go to the beach, why don't we go somewhere else to live together? It's just the right time to celebrate Natsuori's joining our calligraphy club and improve everyone's relationship. Shirakawa Zeping kindly reminded, wait for your activity funds to be approved and issued, and the midterm exam will probably be coming soon. After the exam, do you still have the mood to improve your relationship? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then he said, Shirakawa, you devil. Shirakawa Zeping put down the phone with satisfaction. You can't feel the happiness of the academic god at all. Excuse me, everyone in the calligraphy club. Tachibana, please stand up. Everyone here is a loser. Although Tsukimi Sakurazawa's grades are not bad when taken alone, Shirakawa Zeping is there. In comparison, I feel like I'm a loser. Speaking of which, I seem to owe Hayakawa Natsuji a favor. Shirakawa Zeping thought of Hayakawa Natsuji's incredibly pretty little face, and he felt a little conflicted. In the midterm exam, should he deliberately let her win and give her the first place? If he did, wouldn't he be severely slapped in the face? But if he didn't let her win, with the speed at which his 2 learning girls gained experience, Hayakawa Natsuji would never be able to catch up with him. This was equivalent to him stepping on Hayakawa Natsuji's shoulders and competing with her in high jump. It was impossible to win, so he had to consider how to make her lose more beautifully. Shirakawa Zeping thought about it carefully and felt that letting her win was a bit unreliable, not to mention whether he could grasp the scale. Just with Hayakawa Natsuji's proud personality, if she noticed this, she would hate him for the rest of her life. It would be better to pay for her meal as soon as possible, and then find a chance to repay her. Asano Natsuori came to school early in the morning. As she walked along, she greeted classmates she knew or teachers she didn't know. Because she was petite and cute, and her mouth was especially sweet, everyone smiled at her along the way. "Hey, Asano-san is very energetic today." "Asano-san, oh!" "Asano-san, you are still as cute as ever today." "Perfect, my little angel personality is flawless." Asano Natsuori walked proudly with her short legs, feeling that the resentment she had caused by the pretty boy was diluted a little. She was about to walk towards the locker and put on her indoor shoes. Unexpectedly, she ran into a character that surprised her there. "Asano-san." Bent down to put on his indoor shoes, and said in a flat tone, "What a coincidence." Asano Natsuori restrained her smile, snorted secretly, and said, "Ah, isn't this Hayakawa-sama? I feel like my mood will be better for the whole day when I meet you so early in the morning." Hayakawa Natsuji seemed not to hear the provocation in her words and walked over. Asano Natsuori took a step back unconsciously. "What do you want to do?" She walked in front of Asano Natsuji, stared at her for a long time, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised a little. "I don't want to do anything." Seeing this, Asano Natsuori was immediately furious. "Damn it, this woman is mocking me again. Others think you are laughing, don't I know? This is your exclusive mocking action." She wanted to jump up and smash Hayakawa Natsuji's chin, but it was a pity that she was powerless. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, "What are you laughing at?" "Asano-san is really weird. Can't I laugh even if I find it funny? You're clearly mocking me." Asano Natsuori secretly gnashed her teeth, her eyes fixed on a certain part of Hayakawa Natsuori's body, waiting for herself to bite it when she couldn't help it anymore. Seeing that the little girl was getting a little angry, Hayakawa Natsuori didn't rush to further irritate her. She turned her head and said lightly, "There's nothing to say. Remember to be careful about your own limits." After that, Hayakawa Natsuori turned and left. Asano Natsuori couldn't help but shout, "Don't be so proud. I will definitely take your things away." Hayakawa Natsuori stopped. Asano Natsuori couldn't help but take another small step back. She didn't even look back, just paused for a moment and continued to walk forward. "Don't forget what happened to you when you made me angry before." "That was in the past." Asano Natsuori was so angry that she jumped up and down. This sudden episode made Asano Natsuori's good mood in the morning vanish. She sat in her seat with a sullen face until Shirakawa Zeping arrived at school. The situation did not improve, but what made her even more angry was that Shirakawa Zeping was busy looking at his phone after class and did not give her a chance to talk to him. "Damn pretty boy, you are as annoying as that black-hearted woman." She secretly criticized Hayakawa Natsuki and Shirakawa Zeping in her heart, then lay on the table and began to think about the next big plan. Shirakawa Zeping was communicating with Imamura Ryuta about the Yuri who appeared yesterday. According to the Licking Dog bad guys, the characteristics of the Yuri are short hair, round face, and medium build. It seems that the last confession left a deep impression on her, so when the Yuri sees the three bad guys, she will choose to stay away from their sight. This has brought great inconvenience to the investigation of the three bad guys. Koji Ishida felt that he was the man who was going to conquer the world with Ipeng, and it was embarrassing to do this kind of tracking work with these two low-class bad guys. So he chose to change another way and use his own network of relationships to obtain specific information about Yuri G. Oh, this matter is successfully completed. Ipeng will definitely think that I'm a very reliable companion, so he will probably take me to conquer Japan. Well, maybe it's not bad to conquer Mingjiu first. As for the two followers of Ipeng who insulted the name of bad boys, let them help cheer behind. It's just that ideals are always beautiful, but reality is very cruel. Koji Ishida embarrassedly found that his circle of friends and Yuriji's live circle had no intersection at all. He could only provide the name of Ishihara Azusa, and the other information value was almost zero. However, for Shirakawa Zeping, a name is enough to allow many things to proceed. For example, go directly to Class D1 to talk to Yuriji. Shirakawa Zeping did not choose this most direct method. He and Ishihara Azusa are still at the stage where they don't know each other. If he goes up to her and asks her directly, "Are you a Yuri girl?" he might be blocked. Maybe the police will be called directly. The best-case scenario is that Ishihara Azusa can confess her feelings secretly and catch her on the spot, and then communicate with her. Apart from the possibility that the Yuri girl's mentality will explode, this plan doesn't seem to have any major problems. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. If you are in doubt, you can ask Hayakawa. After all, she is the biggest live-action boss in Mingjiu, and everyone knows her. A little Ishihara Azusa is not a problem for her at all. The only thing that makes her a little uncomfortable is that she owes a lot of favors, and she may be embarrassed to confront her in the future. Although she is a little arrogant, when it comes to the usefulness of a tool, Hayakawa Natsuji is the best. Think about it, this world is amazing enough. Not long ago I complained that the system was always giving me trouble to confess to Hayakawa Natsuji. Now whenever I have trouble, I can't help but think of her as a tool. Could this be the legendary fate? Shirakawa Zeping still can't figure out why Hayakawa Natsuji chose to help him, and it was just symbolic for Shirakawa Zeping to treat her to a meal. There was no revenge at all. Is this woman so generous? She is obviously super vengeful. After thinking about it, Shirakawa Zeping can only conclude that Hayakawa Natsuji may have other means to make Shirakawa Zeping suffer. Otherwise, it can only be speculated that Hayakawa Natsuji has already taken a fancy to his beauty, so she chose to help him unconditionally. Of course, for the latter guess, Shirakawa Zeping can only say that everything is possible in dreams. This is not because he is not confident. The main reason is that if Hayakawa Natsuji has already fallen in love with him, why does the system always arrange for him to confess his love? Do you think those young boys who like school beauties are heartbroken like glass slag? Anyway, we will all be calculated by Hayakawa Natsuji, so it seems that there is not much difference between owing a little more favor and owing a little less favor. In the morning physical education class, Shirakawa Zeping's class happened to meet Hayakawa Natsuji's class. This is undoubtedly a godsend. While Shirakawa Zeping was still warming up and running, he had already begun to think about what posture he should use to approach Hayakawa Natsuji. Bah, what approach? I'm looking for my own study girl. Can that be called approaching? That's called communicating openly. The physical education teacher is a middle-aged woman named Takamoto Jia. She used to be the main player of the women's track and field team and won gold medals in many major competitions. Later, she retired and chose to work as a physical education teacher at Mingjiu High School, a wealthy academy. For her, the meaning of life has changed from chasing gold medals to discovering outstanding seedlings and then watching them chase gold medals. Hayakawa Natsuji is such a good seedling, shining with golden light in her eyes. It's a pity. If her grades weren't so good, Takamoto Yoshi would have wanted to visit Hayakawa Natsushi's family in person, so that she could change her ambition and focus on the path of the sports department. Hayakawa, take a break? She smiled softly. While the other students had just finished a warm-up run and were still resting, Takamoto Yoshi said, "Do you want to reconsider what the teacher said last time?" Hayakawa Natsushi smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Takamoto. I really have no interest in track and field. But if you need it, I can recommend you a few excellent students." Hayakawa Natsushi said slowly, "Look, this is Shirakawa." Shirakawa Zeping just walked over and heard such a strange word and couldn't help but be stunned. "Shirakawa-san?" Takamoto Yoshi stared at him for a while, then shook his head and said, "No matter how good Shirakawa-san is, he is also a male track and field athlete. For me, the best student is still you, Hayakawa-san. I'm sorry, I didn't have the chance to accept Mr. Takamoto's kindness." Takamoto Yoshi shook his head and walked away. Shirakawa Zeping seized the opportunity and walked forward. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so few people around Hayakawa Natsushi. The time that physical education teacher Tamoto Yoshi bought for him could not be wasted so easily. "Hayakawa-san, I have something to ask you," Shirakawa Zeping said straight to the point. "Is it convenient for you now?" "Now?" Hayakawa Natsushi said with a smile. "Maybe there is time. What do you want to ask, Shirakawa-san?" Just as he was about to speak, whistles sounded in the distance. Takamoto Yoshi blew the whistle in the middle of the stadium to prepare for assembly. Such a great opportunity was missed, which made Shirakawa Zeping a little depressed. It seems unfortunate. Hayakawa Natsushi walked to the center of the stadium without looking back. "Ask me again when there's a chance." Shirakawa Zeping had no choice but to go to his class and start grouping activities. Today's event is badminton, practiced in pairs. Shirakawa Zeping played with the guy wearing glasses opposite for a while, and finally waited for the break time, but found that there seemed to be a lot of girls gathered around Hayakawa Shiaji. Damn school beauties, so popular. He gritted his teeth and waited until there were only one or two people, then stepped forward and said, "Hayakawa-san?" "Shirakawa-san, what's the matter?" Hayakawa Shiaji looked into his eyes and said slowly, "I have something to say to you alone." A girl who was watching nearby was so scared that the melon seeds in her hand fell off. "What's going on? Shirakawa-san, are you going to confess to Hayakawa-san again? If you have something to say to a girl alone, isn't it equivalent to confessing at the age of high school students? Could it be that after several wrong confessions, Shirakawa-san finally discovered the charm of Hayakawa-san? So he wanted to confide in Hayakawa-san. So exciting. This is the plot of a real girls' comic. There are two girls present. One of them is waiting to eat the melon with excitement, while the other one unexpectedly shows a shocked and scared expression. Shirakawa classmate. The same year. In other words, he is the top student in the school, Shirakawa Zeping. The girl's face suddenly showed a hesitant expression. "Do you want to talk to me in private?" Hayakawa Shiaji smiled and said, "In that case, Ishihara-san and Seto-san, let's continue what we just discussed later." The girl was suddenly called by her name, and she felt a little uneasy and said quickly, "No, it's okay. Hayakawa-san, you should talk to Shirakawa-san first. It's okay for us." Although the melon-eating girl was a little dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do. Since she wanted to eat melons, she had to give the melons time to mature and fall off the stems. "Let's go over there first, Azusa-san." Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment and turned his head in confusion. "Sorry, are you Ishihara Azusa-san?" "Huh? Yes, it's our first meeting. My name is Ishihara Azusa." The melon-eating girl was a little confused and said, "What's wrong, Azusa-san? I always feel that you are a little nervous." No, Kako, don't joke around. Doesn't Shirakawa-san have something to say to Hayakawa-san? Then we'll go first." Shirakawa Zeping narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ishihara Azusa?" After searching high and low for someone, it finally came to me without any effort. Such a good thing actually happened to me. Is today my lucky day? It doesn't matter. Suddenly, there is nothing important to find her for. The melon-eating girl? She was just being mysterious and wanted to talk to him alone? How could she change her mind in a second? Where's my melon? Where's my super big melon that is exclusive to the entire network and guaranteed to be ripe? Don't pull out all my melon vines. Hayakawa Shiaji was calm and expressionless. She glanced at Ishihara Azusa and Shirakawa Zeping with a half-smile in her eyes. It seemed that she didn't care about Shirakawa Zeping's actions at all. In that case... Ishihara Azusa hesitated for a while and seemed to have made up her mind. Is Shirakawa-san free now? Shirakawa Zeping didn't care about the resentful look of the girl who was watching the show. He looked at Ishihara Azusa's face and asked with interest, "Ishihara-san, do you have something to talk to me about?" Ishihara Azusa hesitated for a second, then nodded slowly. Ishihara Azusa has been in a very down mood lately. She has been entangled with 3 strange delinquents. The entanglement here is not the kind of entanglement in the conventional sense, where they are attracted to her and want to force her to be their girlfriend. Instead, it is the kind of entanglement where they follow her secretly, check who she is chatting with, and can't get rid of her no matter what. It's as if the delinquents suddenly changed their careers to become private detectives. The cause of everything was because she revealed the secret that she liked Tachibana in front of the delinquents. Lily Princess Ishihara Azusa, who was caught on the spot, now thinks back to that scene and still has the urge to die. It was okay during the day, but at night, she couldn't help but roll around on the bed wrapped in the quilt. What a psycho! Aren't you delinquents? Why do you suddenly care about other people's confessions? Where is your dignity as a bully? Conquering Japan is the dream you should have. What's the point of coming here to bully a weak, pitiful, and helpless girl like me? If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just hide away? At worst, I'll just bury this feeling in my heart in the future. It's a pity for my treasure girl, Tachibana Chimo. Ishihara Azusa just had such a melancholy thought and immediately came to his senses. No, that's not right. Why did those 3 bad boys happen to appear in Tachibana's class together? And they chose to jump out to stop me just after I handed in the confession letter? Could it be that they were actually monitoring Tachibana? Ishihara Azusa suddenly shuddered, and a sense of mission and responsibility arose in his heart. Oh no, my treasure girl might have been targeted by a bully. It seems reasonable. Tachibana is so beautiful, and has such a lovable personality. It's reasonable for her to be targeted by such a school bully. What's the name of the mastermind behind the scenes? Oh, Shirakawa. His last name is Shirakawa. Ishihara Azusa immediately began to investigate the bad bully named Shirakawa in Mingjiu High School. There was no progress on Shirakawa Zeping, but Ishihara Azusa had already investigated Shirakawa Zeping thoroughly. The surname Shirakawa is not common, and there are only 2 people with this surname in Mingjiu. One of them is a freshman in the first year of high school. It seems that he has just arrived in Mingjiu. It is impossible for him to develop power so quickly and win over those 3 terrible bad subordinates. Hiss! Ishihara Azusa took a breath of cold air. She was shocked by her discovery. Shirakawa Zeping, the top student in Mingjiu High School and an absolute top student, is actually the leader of the bad boys. What should I do? What should I do to save Tachibana from the hands of this devil, Shirakawa Zeping? After careful consideration, Ishihara Azusa decided to approach the devil, Shirakawa Zeping, first. In the dark, the heart is towards the light. If I unfortunately fail in the way of approaching the devil, I wonder if Tachibana will know that there is such a person who once took risks alone for her? No matter what, for the sake of Tachibana, I must bravely defeat Shirakawa Zeping, the devil in sheep's clothing. The energetic Yuri princess clenched her fists and cheered herself up. She originally planned to approach the big devil naturally through the introduction of acquaintances. But who would have thought that in physical education class, Shirakawa Zeping would actually bump into her? The opportunity is not to be missed, and the energetic Yuri princess Ishihara Azusa gritted her teeth and said the first hello. The horn of the girl who fought for love and counterattacked the big devil officially sounded. Fortunately, Ishihara Azusa did not encounter the defensive treatment like Asano Natsuori. Shirakawa Zeping became a friend who could talk to Ishihara Azusa almost very easily and happily. They smiled at each other, each with their own ulterior motives. Very good, this devil hasn't discovered yet, but I already know his true face. Very good, this Yuri princess hasn't discovered yet, but I already know her true face. If Asano Natsuori saw this scene, she would definitely start to doubt her life. Damn you, Sister Complex. I will cut you into pieces in the future. Shirakawa-san, actually, I have something that I want to ask you for help. Ishihara Azusa hesitated and chatted for a long time before speaking. Shirakawa Zeping's eyes flickered slightly and he said, "What is it?" Hayakawa Natsuji and the melon-eating girl had already left. Now there were only Shirakawa Zeping and Ishihara Azusa nearby. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will come to hell. I want to see what you, a woman who is thinking about my study girl, are up to. I want to ask Shirakawa-san for a love consultation. Shirakawa Zeping was obviously stunned. Love? Love consultation? His face quickly became strange. Could it be that this Yuri girl is actually popular with both men and women? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? You know, he has no intention of dating in high school. Hayakawa Natsuji still rejected him, not to mention Ishihara Azusa. Why did you look for me? Shirakawa Zeping said calmly. Well, because Shirakawa-san has always been the top student in the school, I think that the perspective of people who are good at studying may be more helpful to people in love. Please, Shirakawa-san, please forgive me for such a willful request. Then you can tell me first. Shirakawa Zeping decided to wait and see. It's like this. I have a friend. She's in another school. Very good. A familiar sentence pattern. It begins. Shirakawa Zeping smiled as expected. She's been in trouble recently because she's liked by a bad bully. That bad bully is very vicious. He's just a devil, and he has another face that no one knows about. Everyone thinks he's a good person. And my friend, she's gentle. Maybe she's not very good at saying no. So Shirakawa-san, from a boy's perspective, please tell me, my friend, how can I safely say no to that two-faced devil? Ishihara Azusa stared at Shirakawa Zeping seriously, as if trying to read something from his eyes. After listening to the story of I Have a Friend, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but fall silent. According to the law of I Have a Friend Daipake, there is no doubt that this friend is Ishihara Azusa. However, this character setting and experience obviously don't match Ishihara Azusa a bit. He couldn't help but think about which other bad bully in Mingjiu High School would be interested in this Yuri girl. Although her appearance is not ranked among the girls Shirakawa Zeping knows, she is at least a little beautiful to be able to be a popular girl in the eyes of others. Imamura Ryuta? Forget about that. If you really knew him, you wouldn't think he was a vicious delinquent. Apart from his silly nature, his other characteristics have nothing to do with the delinquent group. The same goes for Aoki Yosuke. Could it be that tough guy Ishida Koji who always shouts that he wants to be my partner? Two unknown faces? Different inside and outside? What's the connection? No one can really see Ishida Koji's villain face and still think he is a good person, right? What exactly does this Ishihara Azusa want to say? Ishihara Azusa's eyes were fixed on Shirakawa Zeping's expression, afraid to miss the slightest subtle change. She took great pains to test him in this way. Of course, it couldn't really be for love consultation. This wave is a diversion, an indirect attack. In the first charge to declare war on the great devil Shirakawa, Ishihara Azusa went straight to the heart of the matter, as if to tear off his disguised mask. If Shirakawa Zeping was a smart person, he would surely associate himself with these hints and then start to reflect in shame, right? Yuri felt that her move was too clever. If she was born in ancient times, she would definitely be a famous minister who advised the monarch wisely. What is the art of speaking? This is called the art of speaking. Directly cursing is completely useless for the great demon Shirakawa, because villains are generally thick-skinned. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while and slowly said, "What do you think of, oh no, your friend, that bad bully? There is no doubt that she will reject the other party." Ishihara Azusa replied decisively, "It's just that I don't know how to reject it." Shirakawa Zeping understood what he said and smiled thoughtfully. "That's right. Yuri Ishihara Azusa likes girls and she will never choose to agree to the confession of a bad bully." However, this smile fell into Ishihara Azusa's eyes and became a signal full of deep meaning. Sure enough, he understood my hint. Then let him give up when he sees the difficulty. How do you do that? Ishihara Azusa did not flinch. "Didn't you say that guy has two faces? Then just expose the true face of that bad bully," Shirakawa Zeping said strangely. "After exposing it, won't he know that he has no chance? Does he need consultation for this?" Hiss. Ishihara Azusa took another breath. Has this great demon Shirakawa reached the point where he is fearless? Did he understand my metaphor and then tell me in this way that he is not afraid of being exposed? Too arrogant. Won't that bully be afraid of his image being shattered? I'm not a bully. How can I know the bully's mental journey? And weren't you the one who was going to reject him? Why are you still concerned about him? Maybe, he casually said, perfunctorily, trying to take the initiative of the problem into his own hands, and asked, "Ishihara seems to care about his friends. Is it because Ishihara has never been in a relationship that he chose to ask me for help?" Ishihara Azusa was stunned by the question, and laughed and said, "No, I haven't met the right person yet." Both of them fell silent. In the first round of confrontation with Yurihime, Shirakawa Zeping seemed to have no advantage at all. Just relying on his own words, it is still difficult to test Ishihara Azusa's true nature. Shirakawa Zeping decided to go to Hayakawa Natsuto for help later. However, Shirakawa Zeping did not find a chance to talk to Hayakawa Natsuto alone throughout the morning. At noon, the little arrogant study girl did not choose to go to the rooftop for lunch. This made Shirakawa Zeping very helpless. He had to put this matter aside for the time being, and then went to find the steely tough guy Ishida Koji. In a way, this matter is also very important. "Ishida-san." Shirakawa Zeping's expression was very solemn. "Why? What's wrong?" Ishida Koji, who was always tough from head to toe, suddenly felt a little weak in the knees. Did something happen? Peng actually spoke to me in such a serious tone. Peng finally decided to start conquering Japan. Ishida Koji felt his heart trembling. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. "I'm ready!" Shirakawa Zeping was stunned by this answer. "Prepare for what? What are you ready for?" He didn't think much, just patted Ishida Koji on the shoulder and said, "I have something to ask you. Are you hiding two different faces inside and outside?" Ishida Koji was shocked. "Peng, you actually know this." As expected of my Peng, he can easily see through my hard disguise on the outside and find that I am actually a man with a soft heart. Shirakawa Zeping was also a little surprised. "It's actually true?" Ishida Koji, who has a villain face, is actually considered by ordinary people to be a good person? This world is really magical. He thought about it and patted his shoulder, saying with some regret, "Although I don't know whether I should tell you, but you may be heartbroken." Ishida Koji stood there blankly, his face full of disbelief. Shirakawa Zeping was also a little sad to see him like this, but there was nothing he could do. Who made him fall in love with that lily princess? And she even noticed it, which is simply a shame in the world of secret love. It's better to get out of it early than to be ruthlessly rejected by Ishihara Azusa in person. But then again, since Ishida Koji likes her, why did he catch her on the spot and confess his love? Is it because of love turning into hate? The bad people in Japan are really complicated. Ishida Koji was stunned for a while, and his legs knelt down weakly. Then he cried out in a heart-wrenching way. No! Shirakawa Zeping covered his ears, patted his back to comfort him, and hurriedly left this place of trouble. Fortunately, this guy is Japanese, otherwise this scene should be accompanied by the background music of snowflakes flying in Yijianmei. Tide Sea Spirit Ishida Koji Jekt. He cried for a while, took out his mobile phone with trembling hands, and dialed a familiar number. Why? Why are you leaving me, Yami-chan? What did I do wrong? Where is our love? Where did our love for so many years go? How can you do this to me? Woo! There is no tutoring for Ishiki Yushijin tonight, so for Shirakawa Zeping, this will be a long-lost free time. He decided to go back and have a good rest after he finished the questions in the calligraphy club's activity room. These days, I always feel like I am running around and working hard every day, and I have a very hard life. I have to relax myself. However, after school, class monitor Kimura Takamiya stopped Shirakawa Zeping, who was about to slip away. Shirakawa-san? Kimura Takamiya held a booklet and said, "The student union has begun to collect ideas for the cultural festival. Shirakawa-san seems to be in the calligraphy club, right? I wonder if there will be some content this year." Calligraphy club? What does it have to do with me? This kind of thing has always been handled by that paramecium department head. According to Shirakawa Zeping's previous understanding, cultural festivals have always been used in animations to water the plot and to capture girls. As for what to do specifically, he really has no idea. During the cultural festival in his first year of high school, Shirakawa Zeping was busy brushing up his skills to catch up with Hayakawa Natsuki, and he was a transparent person throughout the whole process. Now he is in his second year of high school. How about being a transparent person again? He was about to reject the class monitor's request when the troublesome character Ishiki Haori came up to him and asked with a curious look, "Cultural festival? Is this year's cultural festival coming up soon?" "Great, I haven't participated in an Akihisa's cultural festival yet. Shirakawa-san, what do you think we can come up with?" Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Ishiki Haori and felt something was wrong. Cultural festival? The little angel Asano Natsuori also came over. "Shirakawa-san, what will our calligraphy club come up with this year? Should we ask the headmaster?" "I really want to visit the stalls at the cultural festival, but the light music club seems to be putting on a stage musical." "What a pity. Ishiki Haori-san, you should also work hard on the stage play." "Huh? What, I wasn't selected to perform?" "If you didn't perform, why are you complaining?" Seeing Asano Natsuori choked by Ishiki Haori, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly felt much more balanced. "So, Ishiki-san, what are you struggling with?" "Me? Of course I'm struggling with whether I should help Asano-san and my friends in the calligraphy club plan the cultural festival, or whether I should just enjoy the event. Both ways have their own advantages, and both can really make you feel the joy of the cultural festival. It's so hard to choose." Shirakawa Zeping really wanted to tell her that she didn't need to worry about it, because the cultural festival was always handled by Tsukimi Sakurazawa, with at most Tachibana Chimo helping out. As for you, the lazy idiot? Sorry, I'm afraid your work efficiency will be lower if you're added. I don't know where she learned this lazy skill. Could it be that she learned it by being a fan artist and procrastinating on her manuscripts? Later, we can go and see if Chief Hinata Rin has any lazy skills. If so, then this skill should be a professional skill. It is a talent skill that belongs exclusively to creative professions such as authors, cartoonists, and painters. There are no good ideas in our class yet, and it's always difficult to solicit opinions. Kimura Takamiya said with a headache. You know, in Neon, being a class monitor is not really a good job. He was in charge of all the hard work, and it was not easy to serve his classmates. He was in a completely thankless role. Is Shirakawa going to attend the class meeting next week? Kimura Takamiya suddenly said. If it's Shirakawa, it will be of great help. I want to attend. The cute Ishikiha raised her hand quickly, fearing that the class monitor Kimura would ignore her. She was always full of energy for things. Okay, I look forward to Ishikiya's suggestions. Kimura Takamiya pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, Does Asano have any ideas? He really wanted to call the whole class to solve this cultural festival together. The more people participated, the better. If he had to complete the planning alone, he would definitely be exhausted. If I could do it again, I would definitely not run for this damn class monitor. Asano Natsuori subconsciously glanced at the pretty boy. She was a little unsure of Shirakawa Zeping's attitude. If it was up to her, she would of course decisively refuse. Miss Natsuori would never waste time attending such a boring class meeting. However, if the pretty boy wants to attend, she will miss a lot of information and opportunities if she doesn't go. A white light suddenly reflected on Kimura Takamiya's lens. So that's it. As a class monitor, it is a necessary skill to read people's expressions. With this skill, how could he not see the meaning behind Asano Natsuori's action? There is no doubt that these two people are definitely having an affair. As expected of Shirakawa-san, it has only been a short time since Asano-san transferred to the school, but this beautiful lowly girl has fallen in love with. It's really amazing. Class monitor Kimura smiled knowingly at Shirakawa Zeping and did not ask Asano Natsuori. He changed his target and said, "Shirakawa-san, I hope you can come to this class meeting." Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "I will, but I may not be able to come up with any good suggestions." "It doesn't matter. The meaning of the class meeting is to brainstorm," Kimura Takamiya said and quickly wrote a few words in the booklet. "Then I won't disturb Shirakawa-san's club activities. See you tomorrow." As soon as Kimura Takamiya left, the cute Ishikiyu couldn't help but come up to him. "Hey, Shirakawa-san, what did the calligraphy club do last year? Was it a calligraphy exhibition for all members? It sounds very interesting." Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but pour cold water on her and said, "I didn't participate last year." "Hey, you're kidding. This is a rare youth. Don't you feel very sorry for Shirakawa-san? Youth is gone and never comes back." In addition to the plot of the book and slacking off, there is actually something like youth in your little head? So will Shirakawa-san participate this year? Asano Natsuori looked expectant. Although he didn't know how sincere her expectation was, Shirakawa Zeping still replied, "Probably not." The cultural festival sounded boring. Shirakawa Zeping had watched so many anime before that he could probably guess the routine. Either you open a shop and make some snacks, but the flow of people is bleak for various reasons. Then the protagonist comes on stage, and through hard work, he changes his fate and increases the sales of the shop several times. Finally, he gets a substandard attribute title. If the production team is conscientious and broadcasts a welfare collection, you may even meet the heroine in a maid outfit. Of course, if you don't open a shop, you can also perform a stage play. After something goes wrong, the protagonist descends from heaven to play the protagonist and saves the whole scene. The reward is also to get a substandard attribute title. After wearing the attribute title, the protagonist, whether it is an iceberg or a tsundere, a loli or a queen, all have their intelligence reduced by 50%, and it only takes a light click to enter the harem. Well, if I really can't make it in the future, maybe I can consider writing a light novel to make my debut. In any case, the cultural festival in Shirakawa Zing's impression is really nothing to watch. The only thing worth noting is that he doesn't have to go to class during the cultural festival, which makes it more convenient for him to do his own things. In that case, wouldn't it be only Tachibana, Tsukimi, and Asano who are working hard in the calligraphy club? Ishiki Haori clenched her fists. "Okay, it's decided. I'm going to help Asano and the others." "To be honest, it's better if you don't go," Shirakawa Zeping said, tactfully. He didn't want the calligraphy club to have some strange problems because of Ishiki Haori, an unreliable girl who was slacking off. Wouldn't he be the one who had to take the blame and solve the problem? "Why, Shirakawa, don't you believe me?" Ishiki Haori's face was puffed up. "That's about right." Asano Natsuori tried to hold back her smile. "Shirakawa," Ishiki Haori said faintly, "you will definitely have a harem in the future if you do this. Good luck to you." Shirakawa Zeping is not afraid of this level of poisonous milk at all. Not every cup of poisonous milk is called huang mudong. Ishiki Haori snorted and turned her head away. She secretly made up her mind to let Shirakawa Zeping know what it means to be in a different situation. I, Ishiki Yushijin, will definitely help the calligraphy department. On weekends, Shirakawa Zeping wore a waiter's uniform and worked as a part-time worker in a warmly decorated family restaurant. This was a job he found when he was penniless. The boss was a very nice person and agreed to give Shirakawa Zeping an advance on salary when he could barely afford to eat. If it weren't for this boss, Shirakawa Zeping's initial stage would probably have been quite difficult. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness, so even though he now had a scholarship to ease the financial pressure, he did not quit this job. Instead, he changed his working hours to work part-time on weekends when the family restaurant was the busiest. During this period of time, it was usually the busiest time, and the workload was much more than usual. The boss offered to give him more money, but he refused. Repay grievances with justice and repay kindness with virtue. He really needs money, but he will not go against his principles for this little money. Moreover, such a small amount of work is nothing for Shirakawa Zeping, who has a very strong physical attribute. Shirakawa-kun, the set meal ordered by the guests at table number 2 is ready. Please send it over. Okay? Shirakawa Zeping picked up the plate and walked towards table number 2. Excuse me, this is the barbecue set meal you ordered. Please enjoy it. Hey! Wait! The voice behind him seemed familiar. Shirakawa Zeping didn't think much about it and turned around and said politely, Excuse me? Hey, Shirakawa-kun, you can't forget me so quickly. Hinata Rin tilted her head, and the silver star pendant on her earlobe shone with a bright luster. We just met a few days ago, and I was impressed by Shirakawa-kun. Miss Hinata, what's the matter? Shirakawa Zeping didn't have so much time to chat with the chief painter here. A lot of guests were waiting for him to order and serve. No, I was a little surprised to see Shirakawa-kun working part-time here. But I heard from Xiaojin that Shirakawa-kun got tuition fees for tutoring her. Is Shirakawa-kun short of money? About the same. Shirakawa Zeping said perfunctorily. My family is relatively poor. I see. Hinata Rion stood in awe. A scholar from a poor family. If there is nothing else, I will go to work first. Please wait a moment, Shirakawa-kun. This time it was the voice of an uncle who called him. It was a middle-aged man with a beard, tall and straight, with a gentle face. When ordinary men grow beards, they will be more or less a little messy, but the beard on his face is trimmed very finely. It makes people look very charming. The store manager, Yuan Pinghang, walked in from outside. He smiled gently and said, Stop for a moment, Shirakawa-kun. I have something to tell you. Then in the store. As for the store, please trouble Tamura-kun first. Shirakawa Zeping nodded when he heard it. No way, Uncle Ahang. The young man with great potential you are talking about is Shirakawa-kun. Hinata Rin pointed at Shirakawa Zeping and said in surprise. Huh? What young man with great potential? Shirakawa Zeping's face changed slightly. This posture. Could it be that the store manager saw that I was good-looking and wanted to arrange a blind date for me? Looking at Hinata Rin's age, it seems that she has reached the stage of blind dating. But she is several years older than me. This wave is not an old cow eating young grass, right? If the chief painter Hyuga Rin knew what Shirakawa Zeping was thinking, he would definitely pounce on her with his fangs bared and die with her. What blind date? I'm still very young. What's more, my limited life is to be dedicated to the great cause of the infinite minotaurs to conquer the world. Love affairs will affect my life in the world. That's right. Rin, have you met Shirakawa-kun? Yuan Pinghang said strangely. I know him, but he seems to be a student. Wouldn't it be inappropriate? It doesn't matter if he's a student. The laws in Japan are not very strict about, as long as you're not too young, you can do it. Shirakawa Zeping's face changed drastically. Damn, this must be discussing blind dates. What laws? It's not good to get married so early. I don't even want to be a couple with the study girl sent by the system, and you, a minotaur painter, want to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. This is too rampant. I can tolerate it, but Hayakawa Shiaji can't tolerate it either. He couldn't help but ask, What are you two talking about? Yuan Pinghang said, and explained with a smile. I haven't had time to tell Shirakawa-kun yet. Rin is the daughter of a close friend of mine. She wants to open a coffee shop recently, so she wants to find a few people. I think Shirakawa-kun is very down-to-earth and a very suitable candidate, so I recommended you to her. Shirakawa Zeping was relieved. Fortunately, it's not a blind date. For some reason, Hinata Rin suddenly felt that she had been insulted by some mysterious thing. She held her chin and said with some regret, Actually, I originally wanted to open a beer house. I've thought of a name. It's called 5 Tap. I'll give it a stage name of Sahara. Don't think that you can just change the name of the desert. People will sue you for infringement. But think about it carefully. Although it is more literary, I prefer things in the second dimension, so it is more appropriate to change it to a coffee shop. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated and asked, Can you make coffee? No. Then how much do you know about coffee? Does a maid cafe count? What kind of coffee do you like? Add sugar, no ice, and cat pattern latte art. The combination is my favorite coffee full of hope. It has been confirmed that this guy does not understand coffee at all. He couldn't help but glance at Hinata Rin. This Minotaur artist was the owner of a comic book store yesterday, and today she suddenly changed and wanted to become a bay coffee shop owner. This span is too big, not to mention that she has the label of a Minotaur artist. Are all artists such a group of creatures with strange and jumping imaginations? No matter how you think about it, it feels magical. Shirakawa Zeping doesn't know anything else, but he can be sure that this Minotaur artist must be from a wealthy family. This store was opened as soon as it was said, and it really doesn't take us workers seriously. This is my personal request. It would be great if Shirakawa-kun can agree to it. Yuan Pinghang said sincerely. If it were someone else, Shirakawa Zeping would refuse without hesitation, but when this came from the mouth of the store manager who was very kind to him, he couldn't help but hesitate. I don't know much about coffee. It doesn't matter. That's not important, Yuan Pinghang said with a smile. I always think that Shirakawa-kun is a very serious and excellent person, and excellent people will shine wherever they go. I believe that Shirakawa-kun, you can definitely help Lian realize her dream. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. From a waiter in a family restaurant to a waiter in a coffee shop, the status seems to have improved a little. The salary and benefits will definitely not lag behind. For ordinary people, this may be a great opportunity. Being able to change from a part-time waiter to a part-time job in a relatively high-end coffee shop is undoubtedly a big step forward. But for Shirakawa Zeping, working for Hyuga Rin, a Minotaur painter, is really a bit uncertain about the future. It is probably an investment of the second generation of the rich, and it is unknown how long she can stick to it. In comparison, Shirakawa Zeping even thinks that it is more reliable for him to work as a clerk in a comic book store than to stay in a coffee shop. At least there are still many otakus in Japan, and comic book stores should not be so easy to close down. Then you guys will talk about it. I'll go to work first. After Yuan Pinghang greeted, Hyuga Rin and Shirakawa Zeping were left staring at each other. He sighed and said, Miss Hyuga, I wonder how you want to open this coffee shop. Hyuga Rin took a sip of the drink that was served and tried to ask, What do you think of a maid cafe? I refuse. Shirakawa Zeping replied without thinking. He doesn't know how to make coffee, and he might as well kill him if he stays among a group of waitresses in maid costumes every day. I knew Shirakawa-kun would refuse. Hyuga Rin said happily. In that case, let's change to the butler cafe, which focuses on female customers. Shirakawa-san, you are a ready-made good employee. Then let's go to the maid cafe. Shirakawa Zeping changed quickly. Working with a group of cute girls or working with a group of handsome boys? Normal people would not have any hesitation. Is the butler cafe not good? The friendship between boys is very interesting. I don't think so at all, Hyuga Rin said angrily. In that case, then Shirakawa-kun, what will you do? Although Yuan Pinghang asked me to go over to help, it was really difficult to choose what to do. Waiter is impossible. The name of the maid cafe is there. There is no chance to be a waiter except for women's clothing. Women's clothing is impossible. It is impossible to wear women's clothing. It is impossible to wear women's clothing in this life. But apart from waiter, it seems that there is no leisure position. Foreman? This is a hard job. If something goes wrong, you have to help clean up. The salary is high, but it doesn't fit Shirakawa Zeping's schedule. It seems that he can only be a behind-the-scenes staff member who makes coffee at the bar or prepares meals in the kitchen. Then I'll work in the kitchen, Shirakawa Zeping said. That's not enough. Hinata Rin said, The kitchen work has been taken over by Xiao Nishiki. Shirakawa Zeping was a little depressed. Ishiki Yu Jijin, a lazy girl, could actually take his job. Could it be that he really has to make coffee at the bar? Working at the bar shouldn't require wearing a maid outfit, right? Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and said, Miss Hinata, don't you want to see Ishiki Yu wearing a maid outfit? I do want to, but Xiao Nishiki chose to work in the kitchen because she doesn't plan to wear a maid outfit. Could it be that Shirakawa-kun has a way to get Xiao Nishiki out? Shirakawa Zeping nodded. Great. It's you. I was right about you, Shirakawa-kun. Hinata Rion said with a beaming smile. Shirakawa Zeping stood up. Since Miss Hinata has made up her mind, I'll wait for your notice. But I still hope Miss Hinata can learn more about the operation of a coffee shop. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that this shop won't go bankrupt soon. It's okay. As long as there is love, all problems will be solved. Where did you get this stupid line from? A girl's comic. Eh? Shirakawa-kun, where are you going? To work. Shirakawa Zeping didn't even turn his head. Uncle Aheng said you don't have to go to work today. After all, there's nothing to do. After get off work, Shirakawa Zeping sent a line to Ishiki Haori Nishiki. I heard that you are going to help out at the coffee shop opened by Miss Hinata? Not long after, Ishiki Haori Nishiki replied. Shirakawa-san, how did you know? Miss Hinata said. At the end, Shirakawa Zeping added, she also said that the two of us will compete for the job in the kitchen. If you don't have this confidence, Ishiki-san should consider retreating as soon as possible. The cute Ishikiha on the other side of the screen was stunned by these words and quickly sent a message to Tsukimi Sakurazawa. Director Sumi, can Shirakawa-san cook? How good is he? Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who was surfing the internet intensively, did not keep Ishiki Orime waiting for too long. What? Cooking? Shirakawa-san doesn't know how to cook at all. I've never heard of it. The only one in our club who can cook is Xiao Mo, but he just knows how to cook, not good at it. Ishii breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, Shirakawa-san, if you are so arrogant, it will be embarrassing if you lose. Then see you then, Shirakawa Zeping replied. His confidence comes from Ishiki Ajini herself. From her level 1 skill level, it can be seen that this girl is not very interested in cooking and has not practiced seriously. At that time, he only needs to squeeze out her cooking talent, brush up a little experience, and defeat her with strength. It will be a piece of cake. It's just a pity that his precious learning girl slot has to be used on Ishiki Hajini, a lazy girl. Wait, if he gets her lazy skills, will he become a lazy person from now on? He has only 3 learning girl slots after crossing over. The first 2 have been used for learning. What if the 3rd learning girl loses investment? Wouldn't he be mentally collapsed? It should be. It can't be so weird. Shirakawa Zeping thought hesitantly. It's impossible that the shortcomings of the learning girl can also affect me, right? Miss Jujimo is so introverted and shy, and I haven't seen any changes in me. Well, I'd better calm down. Think about it more. If possible, this precious slot should be used on Asano Natsuori, the malicious drama queen. Although she is very suspicious, her skill level is really good. Anyway, it will take some time for Hyuga Rin's coffee shop to open, so there is enough time to consider countermeasures. In the following days, Shirakawa Zeping's life was relatively calm. There is still some time before the cultural festival, and various departments in the academy have begun to have the momentum of a storm. As the main planners in labor, they seem to be the most nervous. Although Mingjiu High School is a new school, it also has the momentum to compete with the old high schools. In addition to competing for intuitive data such as the enrollment rate, the cultural festival is also a good opportunity to show off its muscles. Last year, Mingjiu even invited many TV reporters to interview and film. The reporters did not disappoint, and after returning, they praised Mingjiu High School a lot, saying that it is an excellent school in the new era and a place to discover excellent students. In short, they praised what they could and glossed over what they couldn't. There is no other way. After eating someone's food, you have to do something. What's more, Mingjiu High School does have the financial resources and strength. The members of Class A1 were naturally affected by this atmosphere. Okay, classmates. Class monitor Kimura Takamiya knocked on the blackboard and said, regarding the content of the cultural festival, any opinions and ideas you have can be raised at this class meeting. Everyone has any ideas. Please speak up and discuss them together. There was silence for a while, and it seemed that no one stood up to take the lead. Seeing this, Kimura Takamiya sighed slightly and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had found a few people. This type of class meeting for soliciting opinions is the most difficult to carry out. If no one takes the lead to warm up the atmosphere, everyone will remain silent. Kimura Takamiya is also an old class monitor and knows people's hearts well, so before the class meeting, he specially asked Shirakawa Zeping and others to speak up. A girl with curly hair raised her hand and said, "Class leader, why don't we open a store as usual? We opened one last year. It would be boring to do it again this year. But opening a store is the most common choice. Maybe we can start with the things we sell and come up with something new." Yeah, that's good. Good idea. The students below started discussing in this direction. Kimura Takamiya nodded and wrote down the option of opening a store on the blackboard. How about a haunted house? The paint from last year's sports festival hasn't been used up yet, so it can be used this time. A haunted house seems interesting, but the idea is a bit old. We can only focus on the haunted house itself. Kimura Takamiya wrote down the option of a haunted house again. Any other ideas, everyone? Hi, Ishiki Haori Nishiki raised her hand. Why don't we do an event similar to a music festival this year? Everyone can bring the instruments they know to school and we can play together. It sounds interesting. Class monitor? Let's choose this. But there are still people who are not good at instruments. A classmate raised an objection. It doesn't matter. I'm not good at it either. As long as everyone has fun. Listening to music is also a good choice. Others may say this modestly, but Ishiki Haori Nishiki said this. Then she must really be not good at it. It just so happens that I have to participate in the school performance. I can bring my guitar. A girl agreed. Kimura Takamiya wrote down the music festival option again, and then cast his eyes on Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa Zeping was a little embarrassed by being looked at. He had never experienced a cultural festival and really didn't know what to do. I could only bite the bullet and raise my hand and say, why don't we hold a class study session this time? The atmosphere was awkward for a full 5 seconds. No, you're already tired from studying. Who's going to stop Shirakawa-san? Shirakawa-san, you're a devil! Ishiki Yujijin was shocked. This is too cruel. Shirakawa-san, I'm sorry. I can't vote for you for this one. Little Loli Asano Natsuori's eyes lit up. Here comes the chance. She raised her hand and smiled, sweetly to show her agreement. Shirakawa-san's idea is good, and I'm a little behind in my studies recently. Shirakawa Zeping turned his head and gave her a strange look. The little Loli didn't dodge or evade. Her 2 dimples smiled cutely at Shirakawa Zeping, as if to cheer him up. Humph, so many people are against you, but I'm the only one standing on your side. This time, you should have a better impression of me. Unexpectedly, after hearing what the little angel Asano Natsuori said, the classmates in the class, especially the boys, began to waver instantly. That makes sense. Since the little angel has said so, let's vote for this one. Just for Asano-san's cute face and smile, I won't regret it even if I continue studying. Okay, let's choose this one. Asano Natsuori was stunned. Her original strategy of turning the whole world into her friend was completely ruined by this group of stupid fans who were obsessed with her looks. This was the first time she felt that her charm was not used properly. No, you don't have to listen to me. Just choose according to your own ideas. Don't worry about my opinion. No, Asano-san, our little angel fan club will follow you to the end of the world. No matter what choice you make, we will never leave you and will follow you through life and death. Kimura Takamiya came out to smooth things over and said, you don't have to be so negative. In fact, there are many different forms of study sessions. We can learn through competitions. Something like a quick answer quiz? Yeah, that's it. Then what's the point of holding it? Why not just give the championship to Shirakawa-san? That's right, there's no motivation to compete with him. It seems to be true. In terms of knowledge competition, wouldn't the top student in the school year have to use different methods to beat these scumbags? Why don't we limit the content of the questions? Kimura Takamiya couldn't ask Shirakawa Zeping to give up and not participate, although Shirakawa Zeping would be happier if he did. How to limit it? Kimura Takamiya thought for a while and said, it can be divided into team competitions. The competition topics will include but are not limited to common sense of life, sports common sense, makeup common sense, game common sense, etc. Everyone can invite friends they are familiar with to form a team, preferably with both men and women. Students who don't want to participate can also sit below as judges and spectators. The class monitor described the outline of a small knowledge contest in a few words. The students in Class A1 seemed to be very interested in it, and the discussions suddenly became louder. This is okay. My family likes baseball very much. I know a lot about baseball-related knowledge. In that case, I can provide help with common sense of life. My mother taught me a lot of home economics knowledge. Not bad, Xiaoxi. You are a game expert. We can't do without you this time. No, don't be so loud. It's embarrassing. Okay, since there are so many choices, let's start the secret ballot next. Kimura Takamiya knew that if the discussion continued, more choices would interfere with judgment, so he clapped his hands in time and prepared to end this class meeting discussion. Shirakawa Zeping was a little confused about this situation. He didn't expect that the study session he casually mentioned would eventually turn into such a strange form. Was this a self-defeating move, or an accident? The voting results were quickly counted by the class committee, and in the end, the option of forming a team for the knowledge competition came out on top. There were also many supporters of Ishiki-Yu's music festival idea, but compared to the former, it was still far behind. As for the previous two ideas of the haunted house and the store, they were undoubtedly abandoned in the face of novel choices. Even the proposers of these two ideas enthusiastically voted for the music festival. The cute Ishiki-Yu looked a little depressed, but after being pulled into a team by a girl, he seemed to quickly forget that little emotion and happily began to discuss the issue of who to find to form a team. Thank you so much, Shirakawa-san. If you hadn't come up with such a great idea, our classmates wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. After class, Kimura Takamiya found Shirakawa Zeping and thanked him sincerely. Kimura-san, you are too kind. This is not my idea at all. I just came up with it. The rest is what you and your classmates came up with. Shirakawa Zeping didn't think he had any credit. He was a little depressed. How could a study session turn into an intellectual express? I just want to learn. I don't have any other ideas. If it weren't for Shirakawa-san's idea, we wouldn't be able to think in that direction. Kimura Takamiya started the business mutual praise mode. By the way, Shirakawa-san, I'm going to submit the application for the cultural festival now. Do you want to go with me? Kimura Takamiya said and made an invitation. That's not necessary. Shirakawa Zeping declined politely. I still have something to do. Is that so? Then I won't keep you. I'll leave first. Kimura Takamiya said goodbye to Shirakawa Zeping and walked towards the student union office. Shirakawa Zeping looked for a while, then retracted his gaze. It's not that he didn't want to go, so he made an excuse to shirk. He did have a new idea just now, and he needed to find Ishiki Haori to confirm it. If he didn't use that precious learning slot, would he have a chance to survive this coffee shop incident? Shirakawa Zeping first thought of his own skills. The piano skills provided to him by Hayakawa Natsuji seemed to be just the right solution to this problem. It sounds normal that a coffee shop needs a pianist, right? It's both reasonable and high-end, and the time arrangement can be very reasonable. Just go there and play for a few hours every night to meet the needs of this small coffee shop, Hyuga Rion. Perfect. The only regret is that Shirakawa Zeping has not had the opportunity to practice his skills on the piano so far. So much so that the piano level on his panel can only be 10,000 year LV1. Since Ishiki Haori is a member of the Light Music Club, he should know how to use the school piano. After listening to Shirakawa Zeping's request, Ishiki Haori looked at him suspiciously and said, Shirakawa-san, why do you want to borrow the piano in the music room for no reason? Do you want to start learning piano? Yes, I want to learn a little bit. Shirakawa-san, your lie is too low level. Ishiki Haori said with a face full of suspicion, Are you attracted to a member of our Light Music Club? With Ishiki Hassan's example, ordinary people will definitely not be attracted to other girls. Oh my god, I'm not as good as Shirakawa-san said? You can hear this sarcasm. Shirakawa Zeping complained silently. Since Shirakawa wants to learn piano, I'll take you to the music room. The cute little Ishikiya changed his mind quickly. But you can't use the title of loving music to pursue the girls in our Light Music Club. If that happens, the president will definitely scold me for letting a wolf into the house. Then when are we going? After school? Well, there are rehearsals for the cultural festival recently, so the music room may not be available. Let's go and ask the president first. Shirakawa Zeping nodded and said sincerely, Thank you, Ishikiha. I practiced the piano just to avoid taking your job as a chef. If you help me, we'll be even. He returned to his seat with peace of mind and waited until after school to see if there was an opportunity to brush up his skills. Mita Takuma has been very busy recently. He was so busy that he even postponed the schedule for his confession plan to Hayakawa Natsuki. There was really no other way. When the cultural festival came, the student union was the busiest organization. Not only did they have to coordinate the activity plans of various departments and classes, but they also had to arrange the performances of the college. The pressure was so great that he lost a lot of hair every day. He was originally a candidate, and it was time for him to give up the position of president. But the election would not be held for another month, and if no one took over, he could only bite the bullet and take over. This is how the student union presidents were appointed generation after generation. What else can he do? Just do it. There was a knock on the door. Takuma Mita said, Come in, without even raising his head. Kimura Takamiya walked in and saw that the members of the student union were all processing documents. Unconsciously, his voice became a little lighter. President Mita, this is the activity plan for the cultural festival of Class A1. Well, you've worked hard. Leave it over there. Takuma Mita pointed to the position of a boy with eyes. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Kimura Takamiya closed the door quietly, and the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper in the president's office continued. Suddenly, a light exclamation broke the tacit understanding. The man with glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said, Takuma, President Mita, this plan. Is there any problem with the plan? If there is, call it back and ask them to redo it. No, President Mita, it's that this plan is quite interesting. The man with glasses blinked at Takuma Mita. Takuma Mita understood his brother's hint and walked over to whisper, What's wrong? Takuma, look, the activity form of this plan might be very interesting. The man with glasses also whispered. As a member of the wingman battle group that assisted Takuma Mita's confession, the man with glasses learned from the last defeat and was determined to find a perfect time to prove the ability of their wingman battle group. And this perfect time seemed to be provided by the cultural festival activity plan in his hand. Takuma, look, this competition is something that is very easy to operate. If you make a few changes to the content of the competition, and then in the final stage, everyone will be paying attention, and you make another move. Junior Hayakawa will definitely be moved to tears. Listening to his brother secretly describing his plan, Mita Takuma's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he patted his shoulder and said in surprise, Tanimura, you might be a genius. I said it a long time ago. The last time was an accident. It can't prove anything. The bespectacled man Tanimura said proudly. The next thing to consider is to persuade that Junior Shirakawa not to participate in the competition. Tanimura suddenly said worriedly, Although I don't believe in gods, this metaphysics is too outrageous. We have to be on guard, Takuma. No need, Mita Takuma said with a firm look. I have talked to my Junior Shirakawa. He and Hayakawa have such a big grudge, it is impossible for him to come up again this time. Believe in science, Tanimura. He can still do something bad this time. I will eat the competition microphone on the spot. When school was over, Shirakawa Zeping said to Asano Natsuori, who was sitting next to him, that he would take a leave of absence for the club activities today, and then walked to Ishiki Haori's seat and watched her dawdling to pack her things. Sit down and wait for a while, okay, Shirakawa-san? Ishiki Haori suddenly felt that being watched like this was very stressful. Oh, so much. Let me think. In addition to this, I also have to take this application form to hand in. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but sigh and took over the various messy books, documents, application forms, and other items in her hand. He patiently helped her to sort them out. Ishiki Haori Nishiki blinked her eyes when she saw this. She found that Shirakawa Zeping was much more efficient and neat than herself when she started to work. Shirakawa-san, you are really a Virgo, right? Let's go first. Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to answer her question. Asano Natsuori stared at her position for a while, feeling that she seemed to have missed something. At a certain time that she didn't know, Ishiki Haori Nishiki and that pretty boy seemed to have reached some agreement again. This feeling made her very unhappy. She gritted her teeth and resisted asking them where they were going. Instead, she decided to use Tsukimi Sakurazawa to find out where Shirakawa Zeping was going. This kind of thing can get the result with a little trickery. There is no need to step on the minefield and make the pretty boy more suspicious of her. The two left the A1 classroom and walked straight to the music room. There is a piano in the activity room of the Light Music Club, but now someone is practicing for the cultural festival performance. Shirakawa Zeping, a member of the outside club, certainly can't have such a big face to let them give up their seats for him. The music room of Mingjiu High School is next to the auditorium. There is also a piano in the auditorium, but it is very expensive and is a piano used for performances. It is rumored to be a piano made in France in the 19th century, which is high-end and classy. Shirakawa Zeping has no idea about this kind of piano. He doesn't even want to touch it. If the paint falls off, he is afraid that the school will directly drag him to sign a compensation agreement. The two were about to pass through the auditorium when they suddenly found that there seemed to be a group of people in the auditorium. The clear and pleasant notes floated out, which made Shirakawa Zeping look a little surprised. Is there someone playing the piano in this auditorium? He is very brave. He is not afraid of damaging the treasure of the academy. Oh, it is Hayakawa Shaji. Then it's okay. In the sight, Hayakawa Shaji sat beside the piano, her fingertips dancing lightly, and a string of extremely elegant music gradually sounded between her fingers. She played a fragment of a famous song. Even Shirakawa Zeping, who knew almost nothing about piano, could easily tell which was better between her and some so-called pianists on the internet. The audience members nearby all looked at their idol. If this was a concert, they would probably hold up light boards and shout slogans of "Only Love Shaji." But this cannot be considered a concert. If it is counted, it can only be considered a concert. Can you hold up light boards and shout loudly at a concert? That's definitely not possible. Ishiki Yuji covered her mouth, fearing that she would make some exclamation sound and ruin the atmosphere of this concert. Shirakawa Zeping listened for a while and suddenly felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Don't I want to brush up my skill levels so that I can control lightning in the future? What's the matter with staying here and being surrounded by fans of the girl I'm learning from? He patted Ishikiya Orinori on the shoulder and whispered, "Ishikiya-san?" Ishikiya-san uttered a soft "ah" and seemed very dissatisfied, with Shirakawa Zeping interrupting her appreciation of Hayakawa Natsuji's beauty. Ahem, a wonderful performance. After the piano keys played the last note, the music stopped abruptly. Hayakawa Natsuji stood up and adjusted her skirt, and there was a neat and warm applause around. Hayakawa-san is amazing. With this level, she is only a matter of registration away from winning the gold medal in the competition. Hayakawa-san has already won the gold medal. She has always been a kid in the piano circle. I heard that a foreign music master came to visit Hayakawa-san. Sikunichi, you are worthy of being Hayakawa-san. The cute Ishikiha also clapped her hands desperately and expressed how excited she was with her flushed face. Shirakawa-san, did you see that? Hayakawa-san's ability is what I've always dreamed of. Shirakawa Zeping asked curiously, don't you want to be a singer? Playing the piano doesn't have much to do with you. Who said it doesn't have much to do with you? It obviously has a lot to do with you. Ishiki-yuchi retorted, who doesn't want to be a singer who can sing and dance all the way? With your level 1 skill level, you actually dare to say such a thing. Look, Hayakawa-san is walking this way. Ishiki-yuchi pulled Shirakawa Zeping's clothes hard, speaking like a little fangirl. Hayakawa Shaji did walk towards him, and Shirakawa Zeping looked at her, subconsciously thinking that she was going to say hello to him. He opened his mouth slightly, and suddenly found that Hayakawa Shaji's eyes didn't seem to care about him. He immediately closed his mouth, and the two of them didn't say anything, just passing by each other. I almost forgot that Hayakawa Natsuki is a little tsundere, and it is impossible for her to take the initiative to greet him in front of everyone. Hayakawa is so handsome, I really want to follow her and be her fan for life. Shirakawa Zeping said non-committally, even if you have such an idea, please take me to the music room first. I am practicing the piano for you, please pay a little attention. If I can't make it in the piano career and take your job in the kitchen, don't come to me in a maid costume to cry. Although he was delayed on the way, Shirakawa Zeping's luck was not bad. As soon as he arrived at the music room, a group of classmates packed up the music scores and pretended to leave. The application form has been filled out. We can start practicing after we report to the teacher. Shirakawa Zeping nodded. Then how do we start practicing? What do you mean how to start practicing? The cute little Ishiki-yu was confused. Teach me the basics of music theory first, Shirakawa Zeping said after a moment of hesitation. Ishiki Haori is at least able to form a level 1 vocal skill, so it shouldn't be that she can't even teach this. Shirakawa-san, I think it's better to let our department head teach you. She's a very nice person. You should learn from her. Ishiki Haori hesitated for a while, and suddenly said, I'll send her a line and ask her if she wants to come over later. I really shouldn't trust this girl with super good slacking skills. I actually want to try to let her teach me and save a favor. I'm still too young, he sighed, imperceptibly. Then please bring me a music theory book. I'll try to learn it by myself. With the powerful talent bonus of Hayakawa Natsuji, Shirakawa Zeping is slowly increasing his piano skills and experience even when he is flipping through a basic music theory book. Reading and taking classes are both ways to gain experience, but there will always be a limit. As the saying goes, learning from books is always shallow. For most things, practice is the only way to reach the pinnacle. After watching for a while, he began to try to climb the scale with Ding Dong. Seeing this, Ishiki Haori couldn't help but feel guilty. I told Shirakawa that I wanted to be a singer and joined the light music club. But I can't even teach. I'm such a loser. She thought with a sad face, but there's nothing I can do. I just like music. I don't have to be good at what I like. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be a genius? Shirakawa is so kind, he will definitely understand my difficulties. If Shirakawa wants to get into the painting industry, I can consider helping him get started. I'll definitely be rewarded by the gods for raising a child who likes pure love. She was in a daze, and Shirakawa Zeping, who was sitting in front of the piano, suddenly said casually, "Ishikiha, what song did Hayakawa play just now?" "What, Hayakawa?" Ishikiha Jijin came back to her senses, thought about it, and replied, "It seems to be called Wilderness. I can't remember which chapter. Is this song difficult?" Ishikiha Jijin was shocked and said, "Shirakawa, you actually used difficult to describe this song. It's too arrogant. That is a recognized super difficult masterpiece. It's difficult for people who don't work hard to even play it through the score." Okay. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while. I was indeed a little too ambitious. I just started playing the piano not long ago, and I was thinking about learning a battle with the little tsundere. It was really a bit inhuman. However, it is not his style to just mess around without any goal. He has always been striving for perfection. If he doesn't do it, he will do it to his satisfaction. People really can't arbitrarily think that learning something is useless in a certain period of time. Without a sufficient time span, no one can guarantee whether a skill is useful or not. It is better to learn a few simple piano pieces first and then go to the coffee shop to practice hard. If he has the ability by then, he will ask the chief painter Hinata Rion to give him a raise. He used a metronome and began to slowly practice his finger rhythm to cultivate his musical sense. By the way, why was Hayakawa able to play the piano in the auditorium just now? Is she going to participate in the performance? Before Ishiki Haori Nishiki could answer, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly found that Hayakawa Natsuki, who had just appeared and disappeared in the auditorium, appeared in front of him again. "Minister Aoki?" Ishiki Haori Nishiki was delighted when she saw this and waved to a girl next to Hayakawa Natsuki. "Ah, Xiao Jilian!" The head of the light music club, Aoki Motoka, smiled and waved. "Why did you call me here so urgently? Do you want to participate in the musical?" "No." Ishiki Jilian stuck out her tongue. "I need your help with something." "Hey, Hayakawa-san." It's the first time that Ishiki Yu-san and I have greeted each other. Hayakawa Natsushi smiled slightly, and the goddess aura was undoubtedly revealed. The little fangirl Ishiki Jilian blushed and said, "No, I never had the chance to greet Hayakawa-san before." "Great, Hayakawa-san actually knows my name." "So why did you call me here, Xiao Jijin? I even brought Hayakawa along with me. If it's nothing important, I won't let you go." "Ah, it's not a very important thing. It's just, this Shirakawa wants to learn piano and you, the director, are very good at piano. So, hey, Xiao Jijin, I treat you well, don't I? You actually said that I'm good at piano in front of Hayakawa. It hurts my self-esteem. We can't be friends anymore." Aoki Motoka deliberately said jokingly. Shirakawa Zeping watched the two girls joking with each other and was speechless. "You said you would come, so why did you bring Hayakawa Xiaoji with you?" I saw that the smile in her eyes was almost hidden. Pretending to be cool and slapped in the face should be my main job. I don't want to experience being beaten up by the learning girl and having my self-esteem hit. Hayakawa Natsuji glanced at the depressed Shirakawa Zeping and said slowly, "So Shirakawa-san has this hobby." Just now she was so arrogant and didn't bother to talk to me in the auditorium, but now she finds a chance to show off in front of others and starts to talk to me? You are really something, Hayakawa Natsuji. Damn it! If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. If I had known that this day would come, I should have found a good opportunity to practice this damn piano. If I had brushed up my skills earlier, would she show off in front of others and save my face? Just learning a little more. Shirakawa Zeping said sullenly, and didn't say anything else. He stood up and greeted the Minister Aoki, saying, "First meeting. Minister Aoki, please take care of me." "No, I've seen Shirakawa a lot. Since a certain period of time in the first year of high school, you have always been the one who spoke at the assembly. I have a very deep impression of you." To be precise, it was after Shirakawa Zeping's skill level caught up with Hayakawa Natsuji that he began to dominate the academic performance list of Mingjiu High School. This incident is probably a black history for Hayakawa Natsuji. And it is the kind of black history that has never been washed away. With her arrogant personality, it would be strange if she didn't care. Shirakawa Zeping took a sneak peek and found that the little arrogant study girl's beautiful eyebrows were slightly raised. She glanced at Aoki Motoka lightly without saying anything. Unexpectedly, Ishiki Yujijin, who was more familiar with him, betrayed the organization, and Aoki Motoka, who met him for the first time, helped him to build a wall without making a sound. The inexplicable favorability increased. So Shirakawa-san, do you want to learn to play the piano from now on? Right. Let me ask you one more question. Why does Shirakawa-san want to learn to play the piano? Aoki Motoka asked gossipingly. Why? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the lazy girl next to him and thought to himself, I can't say that I'm afraid of this lazy girl's lazy skills, so I want to change from a chef to a pianist, right? To make money? That's true. But it doesn't sound very good, and there's no such urge to press the button to turn the chair. In this case, Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while and then said lightly, You may not believe it, but I'm doing it for my dream. For my dream? Yeah. Whether it's the dream of becoming Hinata Rin's maid cafe or the dream of one day battling with Hayakawa Natsuki, what Shirakawa Zeping said is true. I see. Aoki Motoka nodded, not quite understanding. Shirakawa-san is very goal-oriented. In that case, I will teach you some basic knowledge for the time being. What a pity. If Hayakawa-san hadn't been participating in the school performance and had no time to teach, it would have been perfect for her to help Shirakawa-san. Forget it, Shirakawa Zeping said with a headache. Not to mention whether she is willing to teach or not, the key is that Miss Shaji will definitely mock him crazily when she teaches. She is such a vengeful person. It is impossible for her to miss this opportunity to strike Shirakawa Zeping and be proud of herself. Minister Aoki, what you said is wrong. Hayakawa-san is so busy, of course he has no time to teach Shirakawa-san. Ishikiya's little fangirl immediately retorted. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? That would be a waste of Hayakawa-san's talent. Hayakawa Shiaji and Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Ishikiya Origin at the same time. One of them had a look of slight appreciation, while the other had a look of dissatisfaction that exuded resentment. As my money-printing princess, she actually went to talk to Hayakawa Natsuji, which simply didn't take me seriously. Shirakawa Zeping silently decided in his heart that he would definitely give this student who called himself a weakling a super double homework. If you don't mind, let's get started, Minister Aoki. Oh, okay, we really have to hurry up. I still have to watch them rehearse later. Since Shirakawa Zeping had already taught himself some music theory, Aoki Motoka saved a lot of time to guide Shirakawa Zeping on small issues such as fingering, rhythm, and posture during practice. Minister Aoki, do you know which songs are suitable for playing in a coffee shop? Shirakawa Zeping suddenly asked after practicing for a while. At the moment, Hayakawa Natsuji and Ishiki Haori Nishiki were no longer around, and they seemed to have gone somewhere else. Without these two people, Shirakawa Zeping could finally ask this question without any disguise. Coffee shop? Aoki Motoka asked doubtfully, Why do I have to play in a coffee shop? Could it be that? Shirakawa Zeping nodded and replied, Yes, I do it for a part-time job. The look of surprise on Aoki Motoka's face flashed away. Then This matter has something to do with Ishikiha, so I don't want her to know for the time being, Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. Please keep it a secret for me, Minister Aoki. So that's how it is. Motoka Aoki covered her mouth and said with emotion, Little Jinxie will be very happy when she knows it. Wait a minute, did you misunderstand something? If you want songs that are commonly found in coffee shops, you can choose the Nightingale or Angel Concerto No. 3 with a light and leisurely rhythm. Depending on the time period, you can also consider piano music suitable for the evening, such as Bahrain Waltz. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated and said, Is there any song that is more otaku-like? Motoka Aoki gave him a strange look, as if to say, I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also an old second-dimensional artist. If that's the requirement, then it's better to choose the piano version of the OP or ED of a popular anime. But that's an advanced option, so don't consider it for now, Shirakawa. Shirakawa Zeping nodded. Then let's learn the songs you mentioned first. Okay, then I'll play them once to demonstrate to you. Aoki Motoka was teaching Shirakawa Zeping very hard. After she played once, she turned around and asked, Shirakawa, do you remember it? I remember it. Aoki Motoka couldn't help shaking her head. Shirakawa, you can't do this. The most important thing in learning is to be humble. It's a taboo to pretend to know something when you don't. So cool. You actually showed off in front of the top student in the school. Aoki Motoka, you are worthy of it. Okay, I'll play it again next. You watch carefully and ask if you don't understand. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, but did not stop Aoki Motoka's action. Do you remember it this time? Aoki Motoka asked with a little expectation. I remember it. Don't be so proud, Shirakawa-san. Aoki Motoka continued to sigh. I spent a lot of time practicing this piece. It feels so good. Let's play it again. Like this. I'll play it again in a moment. Minister Aoki, I really remember it. Shirakawa Zeping quickly stopped her. Aoki Motoka was slightly dissatisfied with Shirakawa Zeping interrupting her show of power in front of others. What? Shirakawa-san is such a stingy person? It's so cool to be the top student in the school, but now you can't even let me have a teacher's craving. You just want to show off in front of many people, so why tell such a low-level lie? Remember the whole piece after listening to it twice? If you can really do it after listening to it twice. I, Aoki Motoka. On the spot, I'll eat this piano. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, sat down in front of the piano, and slowly played the song Nightingale. Although the Nightingale is not difficult, that is only relative to veterans. It will take several weeks for beginners to play it completely. I still remember that when I was learning the piano, I spent a week to barely play the whole song, and the teacher was surprised and praised her as a little genius. Shirakawa-san? This weakling who still uses a metronome? How is it possible? Although I admit that he is an incomparable genius in learning, the piano is not like an ordinary. Huh? What's going on? He actually played the first note correctly? What? There is no mistake at this point. It must be fake. The next beat must be... Damn! This guy is cheating. Aoki Motoka's mentality began to gradually collapse. After the song was played, Shirakawa Zeping shook his hands and felt that he was still a little awkward. Although he relied on Hayakawa Natsuji's gift of photographic memory to barely play this song, it was obvious that he still had a lot of room for improvement. Minister Aoki? Aoki Motoka said a little absent-mindedly. You must be kidding. She grabbed Shirakawa Zeping's clothes excitedly. Shirakawa-san, you must have learned piano before and you came here just to tease me. I'm not that free yet. Since there is you, why is there Liang? Aoki Motoka sighed, thinking, could this be the legendary genius? He is a master in learning, handsome, and has such a high talent for piano. I'm so jealous. I'm really jealous. I don't know who is stronger between Shirakawa-san and Hayakawa-san with this powerful talent. Alas, the duel between the children of destiny is not something that a mortal like me can spy on. Enough! I have nothing to teach you anymore. You can leave as a disciple. Aoki Motoka said with a tired face. Being with a genius, the atmosphere is filled with despair every minute. I was just proud to show off in front of him, pretending to be a mature master. Minister Aoki, please cheer up. The piano teacher, who was full of energy just now, turned into a salted fish in the blink of an eye, which made Shirakawa Zeping unacceptable. There is a special term to explain Aoki Motoka's current situation. Trying to be cool, but end up being shown off. That's why I hate people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers the most. They all bully honest people. Shirakawa Zeping had no choice but to let Aoki Motoka play the remaining 2 songs, and then let this girl with a resentful face leave the music room. After a while, Ishiki Haori came back and saw Shirakawa Zeping playing the piano alone. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, Eh? Where is the director? She? Something? Oh, so how are you doing with your studies, Shirakawa-san? Not bad, Shirakawa Zeping said perfunctorily. Where is Hayakawa-san? She was just called away by the student council. It seems that she was about to perform. Ishiki Haori said with envy, talented people always look shining. Shirakawa Zeping wanted to say that your talent in drawing books is also outstanding, but then he thought that if he said this, Ishiki Haori would probably die with him. The talent in drawing books and the talent in piano seem to be quite different. Comparing them together, it feels like publicly executing Ishiki, so he closed his mouth, hummed, and said nothing. Let's go. Shirakawa Zeping played it again, and after gaining some experience points, he spoke. Ah, wait a minute. Asano-san just sent me a line message saying she wants to come over to play. Ishiki Haori Nishiki shouted, holding her phone. Did you tell her we were in the music room? Director Tsukimi asked me where you were. I guess they were together at the time. Let me reply to Asano-san first. Well, maybe when Hayakawa-san returns to the music room later, the two of them can meet. Huh? Ishikihari Nishiki was talking and suddenly let out a cry of sorrow. What's going on? Asano-san said she suddenly felt unwell and didn't want to come. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment. This little drama queen has always been full of tricks. This time he said he wanted to come over to see, but suddenly changed his mind. Is he playing some tricks? What a pity. It's obviously a good opportunity to meet Hayakawa-san. Then let's go. Shirakawa Zeping didn't think much about it. By the way, Sister Rine said that the address of the coffee shop has been chosen. She asked us to go and have a look together in the evening. If possible, it would be best if you could give some suggestions on the decoration. I will not give you the throne of the kitchen, Shirakawa-san, Ishikihari said, clenching her fists. Let's compete when the time comes. She learned from Tsukimi Sakurazawa that Shirakawa Zeping can't cook at all. Now her self-confidence is extremely inflated. She almost laughed at Shirakawa Zeping in front of him as a weak chicken. Of course, whether to say it or not is one thing, and whether to dare is another. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Shirakawa Zeping was not in a hurry to tell her that he had already retired. He is still in the beginner stage of piano learning, and it is always bad to say it too early. With this idea in mind, Shirakawa Zeping and Ishikihari came to the store address chosen by Hyuga Rine. Xiao-jin, Shirakawa-kun, you are finally here. The rich young lady Hyuga Rin, who owns a comic book store, a coffee shop, and a minotaur painter, waved to the two of them. Listen to me. I am planning to decorate this store in a cute way. I want cat maids and everything. The lights here can be replaced with anime patterns, and the font of this sign should be cuter. Hyuga Rin was talking about her career plan, while Shirakawa Zeping turned his head to look at the store. The area is not too big or small, but medium, and the street is just right, so that there is not so much traffic that it scares away all the otakus. From this point of view, Hyuga Rin should have spent some time choosing the location. He took a look at the space design of the store and said, Miss Hinata, you chose a good store. What a kindred spirit! Hinata Rin replied in surprise. As expected of a talent recommended by Uncle Ahang, you actually have such high taste. Yeah, the space here is just right, and it can be used to put a piano. As soon as Shirakawa Zeping finished speaking, there was no sound next to him. He couldn't help but turn his head and found that Hinata Rin and Ishiki Yujijin were looking at him with shocked eyes. What's wrong? No, Shirakawa-san, you are not stupid. There is no piano in a maid cafe. The selling point here is obviously the cute girls. Are you an old 2D person? Shirakawa-kun, I thought you had good taste. Talking is talking. Why are you cursing? He couldn't help but stand there awkwardly for a while. And when he came to his senses and thought about it, he felt that there was nothing wrong. Ordinary coffee shops can use piano music to embellish the petty bourgeoisie atmosphere and satisfy the pretentiousness of those white-collar young people. But if this is placed in a maid cafe, it seems to be completely useless. Do otakus need piano music to show off? Absolutely not. Ask yourself, which one is more pleasing to the ear, the piano music or the cute girls, dog Shojin-sama and Oni-chan? Don't even think about it. Big mistake. This time it's all over, and in the end I have to compete with Ishikihari Nishiki for the only sacred position that doesn't require wearing a maid outfit. He felt a little unwilling, and struggled to say, it would be a good choice to play some piano music for anime OP and ED in the coffee shop? No one will care about this. People are not here to listen to the piano. Shirakawa-san, can you invite voice actors to sing? If there are voice actors coming, I can move the piano over. Don't dream. Top voice actors don't have so much free time to participate in the activities of your small shop, Sister Rine. Don't be so negative. Maybe there is a voice actor who likes to read the books I draw and is my fan, Hinata Rine said proudly. Please don't destroy the beautiful image of voice actors in my mind. Please let them go. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while and sighed imperceptibly. It seems that it won't work, and my mentality collapsed. In the end, the little tsundere study girl put up a wall in front of him in vain, so angry. During the chat, Hyuga Rin brought up the topic of fans. At the end, she patted her head and suddenly said, Yes, I can also invite my fans to the new store to support it. Sister Rin, please give them a way out. Their last bit of dignity as human beings is about to be trampled under your feet. Shirakawa Zeping also asked in confusion, Isn't this a public execution? Will anyone really come? You are underestimating our Minotaur sect? Hyuga Rin shook her earrings and said proudly, I believe that those who can follow the Minotaur trend must be brave people who are not afraid of worldly pressure. Sister Rin, you are talking nonsense. No matter how brave they are, they dare not appear in places other than Anime IC to declare their hobbies. That's a world-destroying destruction. We in the Pure Love sect don't dare to be so tough. For your poor fans, please think about it. Ishiki Haori was madly complaining about Hyuga Rin's suicidal behavior of losing fans, and Shirakawa Zeping nodded and agreed. It's indeed a bit inappropriate. So, Miss Hyuga, you should use other methods to notify them to come and support you. Forget about the opening ceremony. Hyuga Rin thought about it and said regretfully, that's the only way. Does the restaurant need any special dishes? Isn't it enough to just have omelet rice? At most, you can just write on it with ketchup. Ishiki Haori's expression and tone clearly showed her desire to be lazy. Oh, in other words, the competition between the two of us is just about omelet rice? This, of course, Ishiki Haori paused and suddenly felt a little guilty. If we really only compete in omelet rice, what if Shirakawa-san learns before the battle and can match my level? After all, omelet rice is not a very difficult dish. If Shirakawa-san really has that talent, I, who was originally sure to win, would be in trouble. Don't worry about that for now. Hinata Rin waved her hand and said, the important thing now is to send out the recruitment information for maids. Without cute girls, the maid cafe will lose its soul. Shirakawa-kun, when are you free? Come and interview with us. Shirakawa Zeping frowned. Do you still need me to interview the maids? Of course. Hinata Rin said, there are still differences in the cuteness that boys and girls care about. Although I also want to choose all the maids I like, I can't help it. I have to make a living. For a living, you, a carefree rich Minotaur painter, can't say such words. When talking about her hobbies, Hinata Rin's painting style will be a little off the mark, but when talking about serious things, she immediately puts on an adult look. She discussed all her requests with Shirakawa Zeping, and seemed to care about the opinion of this much younger boy. Ishiki Haori Nishiki listened silently for a while, and then wisely hid aside. Well, I don't understand at all. I'd better think about how to make a simple omelette rice flour. After chatting about the general rules for a while, Hyuga Rin stretched and said, I'm so tired. Let's take a break. Sister, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. How about it? Great, I want to eat tamagoyaki. Why not some Japanese sake? It's a must-try with sushi. Sister Rin, please have some adult consciousness. It's not your job to persuade minors to drink. Don't pretend, Xiaojin. It's not like I haven't seen you secretly drinking your father's beer. Ishiki Haori Nishiki blushed. It's a childhood thing. That can't be called stealing. Zeping wanted to refuse, but Hyuga Rin, as the future boss, forced him out. You two wait here for me. I'll drive over. Hyuga Rin said a word, stepped on high heels and walked towards the parking lot, her short hair swaying in the night wind, looking quite chic and mature girl temperament. Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Haori Nishiki were temporarily abandoned on the side of the road. Speaking of Shirakawa-san, Ishiki Haori couldn't stand the loneliness, blinked and asked curiously, What kind of maid do you like? I don't like maids. You're kidding. Are there any boys who don't like maids? Yes, and there are quite a lot of them. Shirakawa Zeping said casually. His sight was suddenly attracted by a scene on the roadside in the distance. It was a tall and burly boy who didn't look like a good guy, who was arguing with a girl. The reason he cared was not because he wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, but because he happened to know the boy. Tell Miss Hinata that I suddenly have something to do, so I won't go for supper. Shirakawa Zeping whispered to Ishiki Haori and walked quickly towards the couple in the distance. Hey, Shirakawa-san! Ishiki Haori was stunned for a moment and hurriedly called out, Do you need me to pack it for you? Shirakawa Zeping didn't look back. To be precise, he was too lazy to look back and pay attention to her. Ami-chan, what did you mean by that before? What do you mean, even if we break up? It's still a good choice. Answer me now. Are you just going to abandon our love like this? The girl was upset and shook off the boy's hand. Just as she was about to blurt out, Can you calm down? Stop being like a child. In a blink of an eye, she found that the boy in front of her was suddenly lifted up like a chicken. Shirakawa Zeping lifted up the impulsive steel man, sighed, and said helplessly to the confused girl, Sorry. After all, he was someone she knew, and he had helped her a lot. Shirakawa Zeping definitely couldn't just watch him go out on the street to harass strange girls because of his broken heart. Alas, since ancient times, love has left only regrets. Asking what love is in the world, it makes bad people miss each other. What are you doing? The girl was stunned for a moment when she saw this, and rushed over, trying to help Ishida Koji break free from Shirakawa Zeping's hand. I'm telling you, this is the street. I can call the police. Don't be so arrogant. Isn't this situation right? Shirakawa Zeping was a little confused. Why did this girl seem to be speaking for Ishida Koji, even though she was being harassed? Is this the legendary hostage complex? Ishida Koji found out that the person behind him was Shirakawa Zeping, and he couldn't help but slowly stop his actions. Ipeng. He didn't expect that when he was the most down and out, Shirakawa Zeping was still standing behind him. Just like the plot in the comic book, when the whole world abandoned him, only the lifelong partner stood behind him and said to him, "Are you done crying? It's time to move on." What is this? This is the Ipeng friendship that is more precious than gold. For a moment, the steely man could not help but shed 2 lines of hot tears and shouted in grief and anger, "I'm sorry, Ipeng. I'm ashamed of your trust. What nonsense are you talking about?" The girl shouted, "Koji, stay away from this dangerous guy. Why do I feel like I have misunderstood something? These 2 people clearly know each other." Ishida Koji said with tears in his tiger eyes, "Don't say it anymore, Yame-chan. What happened between us has nothing to do with Ipeng. It's come to this time, and you are still speaking for others." Yame-chan bit her lip and suppressed her voice. "It has always been like this. No matter what, you have never thought of changing it. You fool, when will you understand what I am thinking? Yeah?" Ishida Koji stretched out his hand, but he still couldn't catch his girlfriend, who turned and ran away. Seeing that familiar back getting farther and farther away, he withdrew his hand, grabbed his hair, and slowly sat down. Shirakawa Zeping. Although I don't know what happened, it seems that it has something to do with me. He also squatted down and stayed silent with Ishida Koji for a while. After a while, the bad boy raised his head and said hoarsely, "Ipeng, do you have a cigarette? Do you smoke?" The tough bad boy paused. "No, but I heard that men usually start to learn to smoke after a breakup." He hesitated and asked, "Do you mind telling me what happened?" Ishida Koji laughed bitterly and sighed, "What's there to mind? It's all in the past." The story started from the day Ipeng suddenly told me that I was going to break up. Shirakawa Zeping listened, and shock gradually popped up in his mind. Damn, this bad boy actually has a girlfriend. Damn, it turns out that the person this bad boy likes is not that lily princess Ishihara Azusa at all, but his childhood sweetheart. It must be fake. Even he who looks so fierce can have a girlfriend. I don't think that Yami-chan just now seems to be blind. Ishida Koji continued. Later, I went to Yami-chan to verify it in person. Unexpectedly, she said that it wouldn't be a bad thing even if we broke up. It turns out that she wanted to break up with me a long time ago, but I always thought that our love hadn't changed. So that's how it is. Because of his false news, Ishida Koji went to his girlfriend to verify it, and found that his girlfriend seemed to be really dissatisfied with him. Is this my merit, or is it my fault? By the way, how did you know that Yami-chan wanted to break up with me a long time ago? Ishida Koji, who had been melancholy for a long time, suddenly asked. I have a friend, she told me. Not much? Ishida Koji nodded and sighed again. For someone like me, a girlfriend may really be a luxury. If Ami-chan wasn't my childhood sweetheart, I'm afraid she would be scared away by my ferocious appearance. I really should put aside those sentimental things and concentrate on being with Ipeng. Ishida Koji was suddenly moved. You should calm down. Shirakawa Zeping hurriedly dissuaded him. He didn't want to suddenly change from the male lead of a youth love comedy to the male lead of a philosophical drama. This meta span is too big. Not to mention that the audience can't accept it, the censorship standards can't accept it either. Actually, I think there is still a chance for your case. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and said slowly, although this matter was not directly caused by him, it was also a coincidence that it became like this because of him. In terms of the result, he helped the couple discover the hidden contradictions between each other in advance. But you can't always look at things from a favorable side. If there was no conflict between the two, then Shirakawa Zeping would be the only designated scapegoat. He believes that he is not the kind of person who would shirk responsibility when he did something wrong. He should stand at attention when being beaten. Since it was his own mess, he should settle it one by one. Really? What a turn of events! Ishida Koji said in surprise. Is there really still a chance for Ami and I to be together? Ai Peng, can you really save my happiness? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be possible. Shirakawa Zeping was also a little hesitant. When it comes to the level of love, he doesn't have the confidence to pat his chest and say that he can fully understand a woman's heart. Can a woman's mind be called a mind? That is a high-dimensional thing that humans can hardly understand even with all their wisdom. Even if it is a system that dominates, can't it only assist in your strategy? Can it also directly give the girls psychological activities like a gal game? Then let's get started. Ishida Koji tightly grasped Shirakawa Zeping's hand. Love consultation? It's up to you, Ai Peng. Why are those who come to me for love consultation either weird Yuriji or weird steel straight men? Can't there be a normal human? Before the smile on Ishida Koji's face faded, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of something and immediately changed to a fierce tone. I'm talking to you. What are you eavesdropping on? The cute little Ishikiyu hiding in the corner not far away shrank back. Seeing that the vicious bad guy was about to come over, she quickly ran behind Shirakawa Zeping. Didn't you go for a midnight snack? Ishikiyu Jijin grabbed the back of Shirakawa Zeping's clothes tightly and whispered, How is it possible? Normal people would be curious when they see Shirakawa's strange behavior. Let's care about you. She was a little afraid of the steely tough guy Ishida Koji and kept shrinking behind Shirakawa Zeping and didn't dare to come out. Miss Hinata is not coming here too? No, I haven't had time to wait for her yet. Did she call you? What a joke. How could a qualified eavesdropper be discovered because of such a low-level mistake as the ringing of the phone? I muted it a long time ago. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and took a look, and found that his line was indeed full of messages from the Minotaur painter Hinata Rion. Shirakawa, where have you been? You weren't kidnapped? I'm going to call the police. No way, I just wanted to treat you to a midnight snack. There's no need to hide from me. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken you to the painter's gathering in the name of a midnight snack. Shirakawa-kun, talk to Xiaojin and ask her to come back, quickly. Meow meow meow. If nothing unexpected happens, Ishikiyu Jijin's line and call records are probably also exploded. Shirakawa Zeping put away his phone. You should call Miss Hinata first and tell her that we have gone to eat by ourselves. I'm still hungry. Let's go eat ramen right away, it's my treat. Okay. Ishiki Haori began to dial the number without hesitation. He turned around and said to the steely, tough guy who still didn't understand the situation, Mr. Ishida, if you don't mind, let's go have a midnight snack together. It's a good opportunity for us to discuss how to do this love consultation. In the ramen restaurant, Ishiki Haori ordered 3 servings of soy sauce pork bone ramen with ease, and then placed them in front of Ishida Koji. This steely, tough guy was originally in a sad moment, and he wanted to say to everyone who was close to him in the world, I'm heartbroken, don't get close to me. But the 2 people in front of him, one was Ai Peng, and the other was the girl next to Ai Peng, were obviously not the ones he could yell at. So he could only shake his head and dejectedly start to deal with the rich tonkatsu ramen in front of him. Forget it. Let's have a good midnight snack first. The ramen restaurant they were in was the one near the homes of Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Haori Nishiki. Since the 2 of them met here to eat a few times, they always felt that this place had inexplicably become a meeting place for him and Ishiki Haori Nishiki. Japanese people don't bite noodles very hard when eating them. Shirakawa Zeping has been here for a long time, so he has inevitably developed this habit. The 3 of them slurped for a while, and finally the chatterbox cute Ishiki Haori spoke first. Shirakawa-san, what exactly is the love consultation you mentioned? Shirakawa Zeping briefly told the story. After hearing this little story, Ishiki Haori couldn't help but said with tears in her eyes, So that Ami-chan must love Ishida-san very much. Ishida Koji asked in confusion, But Ami-chan said she wanted to break up with me. Are you stupid? A girl's breaking up doesn't necessarily mean a real breakup, Ishiki Haori said with obvious regret. Speaking of knowledge about love, she seemed to have forgotten Ishida Koji's vicious and bad identity, and said incessantly, First of all, we must make one point clear. That is, the definition of breaking up that boys and girls think of is actually different. Ishida Koji looked at Shirakawa Zeping with a confused face. Go on. Shirakawa Zeping was obviously curious about this kind of theory. Sure enough, only magic can defeat magic. If you want to understand girls, you still have to rely on people who are also girls to analyze them. Generally speaking, girls' breakups are tests, a process of proof, and boys think of breakups as a conclusion. The conclusion is easy to understand. They don't love each other anymore, so they break up. So for them, breaking up is just a simple breakup. But testing is different. She may be dissatisfied with some aspects of you and want you to reflect on yourself. It may also be that she thinks you don't care about her enough. In short, if you don't ask for a breakup in a particularly calm way, you should treat it as a pampering. Not at all. Ishida Koji was stunned by the bluff. Master Ishiki-yu, please give me some advice. Ishiki Yujijin was flattered by the word master and waved her hand. No, there's no master or not. I'm not as great as you say. Please, master, your theory is my last hope. Ishiki Yujijin subconsciously glanced at Shirakawa Zeping, and seeing that he had no intention of objecting, she said with a smug look on her face, Actually, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Since she wants you to care about her, you just need to show your concern. I'll send a message to ask her if she's had dinner. Ishida Koji was about to take out his cell phone. Ishiki Haori quickly stopped him, saying, Don't do that. Ami-chan is furious right now. Unless you have a face like Yamazaki Kento, everything you do will only add fuel to the fire. Yamazaki Kento? Ishida Koji touched his square face and said, This is a little bit difficult. Ishiki Haori was shocked when he heard this. What do you mean by a little bit difficult? This classmate actually dared to think in that direction? Doesn't he usually look in the mirror? In other words, you should find another time to admit your mistake, right? Shirakawa Zeping said. That's right. Based on my observation just now, I found that Ami-chan still cares about Ishida-san. When she found out that Ishida-san was captured by Shirakawa-san, her first reaction was to come and save him. The straight man Ishida Koji realized it belatedly and said, So, that's how it is. Master Ishikiha, you are really a genius. You can even notice such details. No, the main thing is that Ishida-san you understand very quickly. Shirakawa Zeping interrupted the two shameless business flattery and said, Then in your opinion, when is the best time to go to Ami-chan? I don't know. Huh, master? Didn't you just say? Yes, I don't know. Ishiki Orihime said frankly. Every girl has her own little temper. How do I know when Ami-chan will calm down? Girls are a kind of creature that is both complex and simple. Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and said, Ishida-san, can you briefly reveal the conflict between you and Ami-san? Ishida Koji touched his crew cut and asked in confusion, Actually, I have never known what dissatisfaction with Ami-chan is with me. Iso seo haikoi. Yes, this is very straight man. Even Shirakawa Zawahe, who has never been in a relationship, thinks that this bad thing should be read, emotional intelligence. He asked patiently, Do you have any differences or something in your daily life? Difference? No, I usually give in to her very much. She decided on the movies she watched, the taste of the drinks she drank. Enough, Shirakawa, this guy is no longer saved. Iso Hayao Kitani complained. Shirakawa Zawahe shook his head. Think about it again. If you insist on saying it. Ishida Koji opened his confused eyes and said slowly, Maybe she has never liked the fact that I became a bad boy. Why didn't you say such an important contradiction earlier? Hey, is this very important? Shirakawa Zawahe felt clear when he heard this. No wonder Ami-chan seemed so nervous when she saw him grab Hiroji Ishida and said she wanted to call the police. It turned out that they thought he was a delinquent boy who came to seek revenge on Ishida Koji. Then it's easy to solve. You should stop being a delinquent boy. No, Ishida Koji's voice suddenly became louder, and he said firmly, The only thing I can't agree to is this, Ami-chan. Huh? That's the only girlfriend who likes you. Don't you really feel bad? Although I like Ami-chan very much, I can't give up this one, Ishida Koji said and looked at Shirakawa Zeping, as if he wanted to get some eye support from him. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a delinquent boy, Shirakawa Zeping frowned. Is it really impossible for you to graduate from the delinquent class? Absolutely impossible. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he heard this. This time he was in trouble. He didn't expect that Ishida Koji, who was usually stubborn, would use this persistence to become a delinquent boy. And looking at this posture, I'm afraid no one can easily persuade him. This guy must be addicted to the looping of the man's metal? Do you really think that if you become a delinquent, Kana Hashimoto will come to you to date? Shirakawa Zeping didn't think about trying to persuade him. On the one hand, he felt that he couldn't persuade him. On the other hand, even his childhood sweetheart failed. If he really succeeded, wouldn't it prove? It's really scary to think about it. Why do you want to become a delinquent so much, Ishida-san? Ishiki Eugenie asked in confusion. Ishida Koji smiled faintly, shook his head and looked at Shirakawa Zeping. You girls won't understand. Don't talk like I understand it very much. I have no idea what the point of you being a delinquent is. To bully the weak and be evil? But I see that you don't bully anyone except for not attending classes. Shirakawa Zeping was very confused. Think of another way. He couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows and said helplessly, Delinquent things? Take your time. He can only hope that time will cure his second-year delinquency. The most urgent task is how to get these two childhood sweethearts back together. Ai Peng, you've worked so hard for me. I'm so touched. The tough guy was about to burst into tears as he spoke. We're lifelong friends. Stop talking. Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. I don't want to get involved in your matter. Problems between couples are always the most troublesome. Ishida, try not to take the initiative to see Ami after you go back. The necessary calmness is good for both quarreling couples. I understand. I will definitely avoid her, Ishida Koji said confidently before leaving. Although the two people's homes are neighbors only a few dozen meters apart, he is confident that he can perfectly execute what Ai Peng said. This request! Simple. I say, Shirakawa-san, does this guy really need to be saved? Looking at Ishida Koji's confident back, Ishiki Haori complained faintly. Why do I feel like we are harming Ami-chan? Forget it. Let's go back first. Shirakawa Zeping really couldn't think of any reason to defend this steel straight man. Forget it. Now we can only pray that these two people are truly in love. Otherwise, it will be difficult for even a god to save them. The next day after school, Shirakawa Zeping had just packed up his things and was about to go to the calligraphy club to find Tsukimi Sakurazawa and the others to discuss how to save the steel straight man. The class monitor Kimura Takamiya stopped him in time. Shirakawa-san, good news. The student council has adopted our idea for the cultural festival. And the president is also planning to expand the scale of this competition and promote it to the whole school so that all students can participate. Shirakawa Zeping was puzzled when he heard this. Didn't the student council also prepare a performance? Won't it conflict if two large-scale events were held together? That's not the case. Performance was held in front of the principal, the dean of studies, and other teachers. But if there are teachers present, the students may not be able to relax enough. So the president decided to hold such a relaxing event so that everyone can participate, whether as an audience or a contestant. Shirakawa Zeping heard this and curled his lips without comment. The people in the student council are really bored. That means the question-setting group will become the student council, right? Shirakawa Zeping asked. He was originally asked by Kimura Takamiya to come up with some knowledge-related questions, but the cultural festival was still early, so he never took it to heart. It's like this, Kimura Takamiya nodded. Shirakawa-san, you can relax and prepare well to get a good ranking. I heard from the president that the rewards for this competition are quite good. With you in our A1 class, we will definitely be able to compete for the championship. Thank you, Kimura-san. This is a team competition, and the power of an individual is still limited after all. Shirakawa Zeping evaded. He didn't necessarily have to participate in this knowledge competition, but he couldn't let Kimura Takamiya talk him down. That's not entirely true. In the final stage, we still have to choose a representative to compete for the final glory. It's better for you to go, class monitor. You have more leadership, said Shirakawa Zeping. Kimura Takamiya smiled bitterly and said, Although you have leadership, this competition is not about leadership. My classmates and I all agree that it's best for you, Shirakawa-san, to be the representative. Let's talk about it later. Aren't the teams not formed yet? Shirakawa Zeping didn't rush to agree. Well, let's select a team in our class first, and then consider Shirakawa-san to participate. The requirements for participation are still being drafted, but there should be at most 2 teams. Kimura Takamiya asked, Does Shirakawa-san recommend any suitable contestants? Contestants? If there is any knowledge of driving, the book artist Ishiki Haori Nishiki will undoubtedly beat all his peers in seconds. Shirakawa Zeping said with a strange expression, If you want to get a good ranking, you can consider asking Asano-san. Although that little loli is scheming and a drama queen, in terms of strength, her level 5 learning skills will definitely beat everyone in the class except Shirakawa Zeping. Kimura Takamiya immediately smiled as expected. Okay. He quickly wrote a memo on his notebook, and then said, by the way, President Mita asked me to tell your calligraphy department that according to the school's requirements, the calligraphy department still has to contribute to the exhibition of the cultural festival. It will be exhibited together with the art department and the photography department. Shirakawa-san can notify the calligraphy department to prepare early. Shirakawa Zeping nodded and hummed. It was just a matter of asking the paramecium department head to make use of his spare time, so just saying it would be fine. He walked out of the classroom. Asano Natsuori outside had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing him appear, she smiled sweetly and said, Shirakawa-san! Well, Shirakawa-san seems to have talked to the class monitor for a long time. Did something happen? Something about the cultural festival? Nothing. Shirakawa Zeping said. I see. Speaking of which, the cultural festival is not too far away, and we can look forward to it. The two chatted casually, and when they arrived at the calligraphy department's activity room, Shirakawa Zeping had not pushed the door open when he heard a familiar voice talking to Tsukimi Sakurazawa. Ah, Shirakawa! You're here! Come and see who's here! Tsukimi Sakurazawa saw Shirakawa Zeping pushing the door open and said with a smile. Man looked at the person and said with a smile, Shirakawa-san, long time no see. It's Ishihara-san. Shirakawa Zeping responded calmly. Since the last confrontation, he and Sayuri-hime Ishihara Azusa have not seen each other for a while. This time she suddenly appeared in the calligraphy club. Could it be that she has made some new moves? Shirakawa, Ishihara-san is here to see you. When did you two meet? How come I didn't know about it? I also wanted to ask the president how you know Ishihara-san. We were classmates in the first year of high school. Tsukimi Sakurazawa lay on the table, supporting herself with her capital. She said, It's normal for girls to know each other, but Shirakawa, how come you know so many girls? Tell the truth. Are you a very frivolous person at heart? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the poor table in the calligraphy club's activity room. It was obviously bearing a weight that it shouldn't have to bear at this price. No, actually, Shirakawa and I are just ordinary friends, Ishihara Azusa said. I feel embarrassed to come to him this time. What does Ishihara want to talk to me about? This, Ishihara Azusa choked for a second and said, It's about the cultural festival. Yes, that's it. Our art department is going to display the results together with the calligraphy department and the photography department, so I want to discuss it with Shirakawa. Oh, Ishihara, what does it mean to display the results together? Is it a collaboration? Asano Natsuori stretched out her hand and asked. Ishihara Azusa then noticed the little loli next to Shirakawa Zeping. The moment she looked at her, she felt that she seemed to have lost a part of something. What she lost was her dedicated and only love for the treasure girl Tachibana Chimo. In other words, she felt that she was about to be captured by Asano Natsuori's little angel face. What's going on? What's wrong with this world? This child is so cute. Sayuri was roaring wildly in her heart. Shouldn't I be faithful to my precious girl? Why did I meet such a lovely child again? Is this God's punishment for me? Could it be that my love for Tachibana-san is just this? Ishihara Azusa was deeply remorseful, but Asano Natsuori couldn't wait any longer and called out softly, Ishihara-san? Sorry, is it because I didn't say hello first? Nice to meet you. My name is Asano Natsuori. Ishihara-san, please give me your guidance in the future. Asano Natsuori said again. Ishihara Azusa finally came to her senses this time and quickly responded. Ah, okay, Asano-san, my name is Ishihara Azusa. Please give me your guidance. Where is Tachibana-san? Shirakawa Zeping asked. Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who was desperately pressing on the table. Xiaomo? She seems to be having a class meeting again. She will probably be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Miss Tachibana Chimo hurriedly opened the door of the activity room. Before she could even say sorry, she found that so many people had come to the activity room, and the volume of the sentence, "Sorry I'm late," was reduced by half. So embarrassing, I should have run faster. Tachibana Chimo blushed and walked to Tsukimi Sakurazawa and sat down. Tsukimi Sakurazawa introduced enthusiastically, Xiaomo, this is Ishihara from the art department. First meeting. Tachibana Chimo said with a trembling voice. First meeting. Lily Princess Ishihara Azusa was ecstatic. After seeing the beauty of Miss Tachibana Chimo, she resisted the temptation of the little angel Asano Natsuori and reaffirmed her faith. I really still like Tachibana. When Shirakawa Zeping saw Ishihara Azusa's expression, how could he not know her real purpose of coming to the calligraphy club? Sure enough, she came here to attack my study girl. Good fellow, it was not enough to test the love letter from the side before. But she actually wanted to confront him face to face. What a bold man. Shirakawa Zeping sneered in his heart and silently increased his vigilance. I wonder how the art department wants to cooperate with the calligraphy department. Shirakawa Zeping asked calmly. If we want to cooperate, why don't we discuss it together? Ishihara Azusa said quickly. She came here to get close to Tachibana Chimo so that she could better protect her treasure girl from the hands of the great devil Shirakawa. The so-called looking for Shirakawa Zeping, the art department, etc. are all excuses. Now Shirakawa Zeping is going to expose her excuses. How can she not be anxious? Well, it's a discussion anyway, so we can say that the art club didn't pass this resolution. As she wished, Ishihara Azusa asked the members of the calligraphy club to have a meaningless discussion. As the initiator, she secretly looked at her treasure girl with her peripheral vision, her mind wandering. Tachibana-san's hair looks so soft, I really want to touch it, and the fairy braid on the side is also very suitable for her temperament. Tachibana-san looks so cute when she blushes and speaks carefully. Before Lily Princess Ishihara Azusa completely fell into the dog of Miss Tachibana Chimo, the discussion here was over. She said with regret, it's over. That's right, Ishihara-san, you can go and report to the head of the art club. In this case, I won't bother you for now. Although Ishihara Azusa's face was full of expressions that she wanted to continue to disturb, she had no choice but to not show it too obviously. It's okay. If Ishihara wants to play here, that's fine. Tsukimi Sakurazawa said generously. By the way, Shirakawa, you said before that you had a question that you wanted to consult everyone. What is it? Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Ishihara Azusa, who stayed here, and thought it was okay to let her know, so he said, it's about love. As soon as he said this, the whole calligraphy club fell silent. Miss Tachibana. Her no. Shirakawa. Zeping paused and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Tsukimi Sakurazawa was the first to speak. Shirakawa, you actually ran away without telling your brother. Tell me, when did you find a girlfriend? Let me see who she is. Ishihara Azusa looked mad. She felt vaguely that the big devil Shirakawa might be hinting something to Tachibana. Could it be that he wanted to confess to Tachibana directly under the pretext of love consultation? How despicable! Shirakawa Zeping, you bastard! Who will save my treasure girl? God, please have mercy on me. Please. It's not my love problem. Why are you reacting like this? Shirakawa Zeping asked curiously. Asano Natsuori and Ishihara Azusa breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, I thought this pretty boy was secretly flirting with a black-hearted woman behind my back. I think he wouldn't dare to do such a coquettish operation even if he had courage. Ishihara Azusa looked at Tachibana Chimo with lingering fear, thinking that fortunately the god was on my side. Otherwise, she really couldn't guarantee that she could protect Tachibana from the hands of the great devil Shirakawa. Yuejin Sakurazawa was satisfied when he heard it. I knew that Shirakawa, you wouldn't abandon your good brothers and be single alone. Why do you seem very happy that I'm single? Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. Of course, being single is not uncomfortable, but it's uncomfortable that everyone around you who knows you is single, and you are still single. Okay, tell me, who is so big name that can persuade our young master Shirakawa to help? That's right, Ishihara Azusa hurriedly said. Shirakawa classmate, please tell us, we will all help you. Only you are not qualified to say such words. Shirakawa Zeping silently complained in his heart. If it weren't for Yurihime's inexplicable actions, he would not have been involved in Ishida Koji's emotional experience. This is fate. Shirakawa Zeping simply told everyone about Ishida Koji's experience. After listening to all the causes and consequences, Tsukimi Sakurazawa couldn't help but say something. Shirakawa, does the person you are talking about really have such a thing as emotional intelligence? It's more than emotional intelligence. It's simply zero desire to survive. Yurihime Ishihara. Azusa obviously couldn't understand Ishida Koji's actions. If I could be with Tachibana classmate and start a citrus-flavored love, I would definitely obey Tachibana classmate and wish I could stick to her all day long. Give up being with the person you like in order to become a bad boy? What kind of brain circuit is this? That guy must be a mentally retarded person. However, Shirakawa Zeping can become friends with such a person, and he really deserves his great devil nature. The sinister Asano Natsuri said suddenly, "Why not make him never become a bad boy again?" As soon as these words came out, Asano Natsuri seemed to feel that it was a bit inconsistent with her cute little angel character, and quickly added, "Bad boys. It sounds like they are a group of scary guys." As expected, Tsukimi Sakurazawa was attracted by her next words. "That's right. There seem to be two bad boys in our class who are often late and leave early." Huh? If I remember correctly, the bad boys in Tsukimi Sakurazawa's class are those two idiots, Ryuta Imamura and Yosuke Aoki, right? Just based on the two of them, can we really use the word scary to describe them? The style of painting is a bit inconsistent. The issue now doesn't seem to be discussing bad boys. Shirakawa Zeping knocked on the table. "As girls, do you think it is possible to make that girlfriend change her mind? Send a gift. This is the simplest and most effective way to apologize." Tsukimi Sakurazawa winked and hinted, "If Shirakawa makes me angry one day, I will forgive you without hesitation if you give me a big gift." "Forget that. I won't give you the chance to be angry," Shirakawa Zeping said mercilessly. "That's too much. Let's break up for 1 minute." Tsukimi Sakurazawa was so angry that he punched Shirakawa Zeping on the shoulder. What Tsukimi said does make sense. Ishihara Azusa nodded and said, "That boy doesn't sound like a person who can talk. Since he is not good at talking, he can only express his heart with sincere actions. I think we can break through from that girlfriend's best friend." Asano Natsuri's eyes flashed slightly. A roundabout strategy is often more efficient than a direct approach. Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and felt that this trick seemed a bit reliable. Sure enough, the high-level, black-bellied drama queen can always find the core key in a second when dealing with such things. He sent a line to the steely tough guy, Ishida Koji. "Does Ami have a best friend? Can you find her out to talk?" replied quickly. "Yes!" Shirakawa Zeping was refreshed, and Ishida Koji sent the second message. "But I forgot what her best friend looked like. I only remember that she had long hair. Ai Peng, is this information useful? Are you fucking providing the portrait features of the suspect? Is it useful to bring information? There is no hope. Wait for death." Shirakawa Zeping sighed and took back the phone. "Let's think of other ways. He can't even remember the appearance of his girlfriend's best friend. Does he really have the consciousness of falling in love?" After hearing what Shirakawa Zeping said, Ishihara Azusa couldn't help but complain. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment. As a straight man, he actually didn't quite understand the importance of his girlfriend's best friend. In addition to helping introduce his girlfriend when he is angry, are there any other uses for a tool like a best friend? No one present answered Shirakawa Zeping's doubts, so he stopped the urge to ask. After a long brainstorm, several people reluctantly said that giving gifts was the only survival option for the straight man. As for other advanced options, on the one hand, Ishida Koji couldn't come up with them, and on the other hand, Shirakawa Zeping was afraid that he would make things worse. However, the core of the problem still lies in the point of bad boys. If this is not solved, giving gifts can only cover up the problem temporarily. Just like the decline under the prosperous scene, it will eventually be exposed when the time comes. Shirakawa Zeping did not intend to leave this problem to the girls in the calligraphy club. After the club time was over, he packed up his things, stood up and said, "Thank you all, today." "Nothing, I'm glad I can help, Shirakawa classmate." "Since you have this awareness, why don't you treat me to dessert after school, Shirakawa? I'll treat you to the cookies I made later." "As far as I know, you don't know how to make cookies at all," Shirakawa Zeping said bluntly. He didn't bother to pay attention to the paramecium department head who had no girlish reserve, and turned to Tachibana Jimo and said something. "Tachibana-san, if it's okay, let's meet at the square on Shinhara Street this weekend?" Tachibana Jimo had been listening quietly throughout the discussion just now, and didn't say much. Now that Shirakawa Zeping suddenly asked a question, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Okay. Shirakawa Zeping left with satisfaction. The three girls in the activity room suddenly fell into a stagnation again. "Ishihara Azusa? My head seems to be glowing. Has anyone seen it? There really is some special light on my head. I'm done. My treasure girl is going to be conquered by the big devil. Woo, 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 woo." Tsukimi Sakurazawa was much more direct. She took Tachibana Jimo's little hand and asked in a low voice, "Hey, Xiaomo, have you been coerced by Shirakawa? I'm telling you, Shirakawa's behavior is actually illegal. If he really dares to do this, you can't tolerate him going down the path of crime. That's not the case. I asked Shirakawa-san to go out together on the weekend. Tachibana Chimo hurriedly explained in a low voice. Tsukimi Sakurazawa was stunned for a moment, with a strange look on her face. Xiaomo, I didn't expect you to be a carnivorous girl. I always thought you were a good girl. I was cheated on. I was cheated on by that bastard Shirakawa Zeping. What's the reason for that? Asano Natsuori felt that this matter should not be as complicated as they imagined at the beginning. Miss Tachibana Chimo opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but then she remembered that Shirakawa Zeping had told her not to reveal that he helped to solve the problem of Oga Masato for her. She immediately said aggrievedly, I can't say. This is definitely coercion, Tsukimi Sakurazawa said excitedly. Shirakawa is a scumbag. I really misjudged him. No, it's not like that. Asano Natsuori comforted Tsukimi Sakurazawa and said softly, Tachibana, since you have been asked not to tell the reason, let's ask some simple questions, and you only need to answer yes or no, so that it won't be leaked. What do you think? Miss Tachibana Chimo obviously didn't have as many tricks as Asano Natsuori. She thought for a moment and nodded gently. Are you going on a date this weekend? Tachibana Chimo shook her head quickly. Ishihara Azusa suddenly felt that the thing that had been oppressing her head disappeared. I was scared to death. I thought that Tachibana classmate was going to fall into the clutches of the great devil Shirakawa. Then is the purpose of your going out to have fun? Miss Tachibana Chimo shook her head again. There was a cold light in Asano Natsuori's eyes, and she asked a few questions that seemed to have nothing to do with the agreement again. After sending away Xiaomo, who was confused and didn't know what questions she had answered, Asano Natsuori calmed down and said to the remaining two people, It's confirmed. It should be just a simple return of favors. Are they really okay? Tsukimi Sakurazawa breathed a sigh of relief. I thought they were actually dating under my nose, and I didn't even notice it. It's really worrying. Asano Natsuori pretended to be casual and said, Although there is nothing wrong with Tachibana-san, Shirakawa-san's attitude is very unpredictable. If I can have a chance to ask him, or see with my own eyes his attitude towards Tachibana-san. Ishihara Azusa's heart was immediately moved. Asano-san's words are a bit strange. It's still a bit embarrassing to go on a date with them. Even if we are good friends, there is still a risk of being disliked. Not to mention that Tachibana-san and I have only known each other for a short time. Huh? Ishihara-san, you are not going to go? Tsukimi Sakurazawa asked curiously. You actually plan to go and watch them date? Anyway, I don't have anything to do on the weekend. I'm practicing calligraphy at home, so I might as well go out for a walk. Then I can pretend to run into Shirakawa by chance. Tsukimi Sakurazawa showed no trace of girlish shyness and said nonchalantly, This, in that case, doesn't it mean? Ishihara Azusa said incoherently. What does it mean? Tsukimi Sakurazawa said frankly, As the director, I have the responsibility and obligation to help Shirakawa get on the right path. Even if you really can't find a girlfriend, you can't start with the girls around you. Xiaomo is so cute. Wouldn't it be a pity if she was chased away by Shirakawa? Ishihara Azusa nodded in agreement. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. If classmate Tachibana is really deceived by that big devil, then I really have nowhere to cry. Asano classmate, do you want to play together? It's just right that the three of us can go shopping. I won't go. Asano Natsuori smiled and said, I have something to do at home. I may not have time. Is that so? That's a pity, Ishihara classmate. Have you decided? Ishihara Azusa hesitated for a while, still couldn't get over the timidity in his heart, shook his head and said, I forget it. It seems that I can only go shopping alone. By the way, I can also call Jinjing Chen. Ishikiya classmate? Yeah, she should be free. Shaji, why are you reacting like this? No, nothing. Asano Shaji wanted to persuade Tsukimi Sakurazawa to calm down and not to involve Ishiki Haori Nishiki without permission. But after thinking about it, there was really no suitable reason, so she had to give up. One more variable should not have much impact on her plan. Asano Shaji thought so. While Ishihara Azusa was waiting anxiously, the weekend arrived as promised. Ishihara Azusa hurriedly wiped her face early in the morning. After a quick wash, she didn't even have time to eat breakfast and hurried to the square near Shinyuan Street to wait for an opportunity. Of course, saying that I won't go is a lie. That's the treasure girl I like. How can I watch her fall into the clutches of Shirakawa Zeping? A peaked cap, big sunglasses, a mask, and a short windbreaker, Ishihara Azusa's outfit today mainly highlights one word: suspicious. Quite suspicious. Thanks to her behavior and dress, several patrolling police officers came to question her. There were even a few passers-by who ran over excitedly and asked her if she was a famous idol. What a psycho! I am a brave girl, fighting for love. Don't use the title of idol to fool me. She had no choice but to put away her sunglasses. She didn't need to take off her mask. Japan is a country with a high incidence of hay fever. Many people can't go out in spring, and wearing a mask will not arouse suspicion at all. She didn't get any information about what time the two would meet, so she had to use the dumbest method and wait. However, when the sun rose completely and it was almost time for dinner, her treasure girl still didn't appear in the square. What? Did I go to the wrong place? Ishihara Azusa was hungry and confusedly sent a line to Tsukimi Sakurazawa. Did you see Shirakawa and the others dating this morning? Did you find anything? After a while, Tsukimi Sakurazawa replied lazily. Ah, Shirakawa. Xiaomo said he stayed up all night last night, so the appointment time was postponed. Speaking of which, I am quite lucky. Not only Orihime-chan, but even I almost didn't have the willpower to get up this morning. Shirakawa is really a good brother, and he also knows how to be considerate of my biological clock. I don't know if it was because of hypoglycemia, or because he was irritated by Shirakawa Zeping's behavior, but Ishihara Azusa felt that he had a tendency to fall forward. Shirakawa Zeping, you are really a scumbag. Shirakawa Zeping, who was madly dissed by Lily Princess, was quite wronged. He didn't want to postpone the appointment with Miss Tachibana Chimo, but the manager of the Minotaur painter, Hinata Rin, was really a rude person. She dragged him to select and judge the maid uniforms of the coffee shop. In her words, it is not enough to rely on the vision of girls alone to support a maid cafe. In a sense, Shirakawa Zeping's opinion determined the fate of this coffee shop. She really believed in Shirakawa Zeping, or more precisely, in Yuan Pinghang's vision. Once she decided to let Shirakawa Zeping join, she really regarded him as a reliable assistant. Shirakawa Zeping did not live up to her trust. He devoted all his efforts to the serious business of running the store. Except for the occasional time when Hinata Rin recommended the Minotaur book to him, he would refuse without giving the store manager any face. His performance was perfect. Shirakawa Zeping was finally confused by the selection and randomly pointed to one of the several sets he had ordered before. This one. This one. Hinata Rin touched her chin and thought for a while. The set that Shirakawa Zeping chose was a combination of conservatism and fashion. It was neither too revealing nor too tightly covered, so that people would not want to take a second look. But correspondingly, it also lacked the forbidden temptation of the conservative type, and it did not have the ability to attract the attention of the fat otaku type with cool fabrics. Generally speaking, it is a normal maid outfit, not to the extent that it will be blurred when worn. It's a bit tangled. There seem to be many styles of maid outfits. Such a uniform will test the appearance of our store clerks. It would be great if we could trick Xiaojin into coming here. Hinata Rin said regretfully. Shirakawa Zeping thought to himself, why don't you put on your armor and go into battle? The Minotaur painter becomes a maid cafe waiter. This must be very interesting. Shirakawa-kun, do you know any cute girls? Introduce them to me. I offer a very high hourly wage. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and said, forget it. Among the people he knew, Hayakawa Natsuji, who had the best appearance, didn't look like she was short of money at all. Miss Tachibana Chimo was so soft-hearted that she wouldn't consider taking a part-time job. Asano Natsuori could be considered. The little angel character, plus the words, welcome back, master, were enough to kill most of the fat otakus in seconds. I was just afraid of being reported for using child labor. As for Tsukimi Sakurazawa, forget it. With her sexy figure, she can wear any type of clothes to look different. If she is reported and banned by someone without paying attention, there will be no place to complain. We'll think about this during the interview. Shirakawa Zeping stopped Hinata Rin's fantasy and said, oh, you reminded me. The interview will be tomorrow night, Shirakawa. Remember to come with Xiaojin? Can I not attend? Although he knew it was unlikely, Shirakawa Zeping still struggled. Reject the request. Hinata Rin said righteously, Shirakawa-kun, you are a very important reference. I'm not a fat otaku. What reference can I have? Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but ask, Miss Hinata, have you posted your recruitment notice? It's posted. Would it be convenient for me to take a look? Hinata Rin showed the poster she took on her phone to Shirakawa Zeping, shook her burgundy hair, and said proudly, "This is the copy I designed and wrote myself. How about it? It can be compared with some advertising companies on the market. This is the work of the famous master Yin Kei in the inner circle. Ordinary people can't ask me to do this kind of design." Hinata Rin boasted. Shirakawa Zeping looked at the poster and was silent for a few seconds. It was a cute two-dimensional maid girl, wearing a slightly sexy maid outfit, saying, "Want to come together?" with a vague expression and a confused look. This guy must have drawn the recruitment poster as a book. Even the lines are so excessive. This has reached the point where it can be censored. "I think, let Ishiki-Yusan draw the recruitment poster." Shirakawa Zeping said tactfully, "Miss Hyuga's painting style may not be suitable for a coffee shop." "Huh? Is that so?" Hyuga Rin said curiously, "But Xiao Nishiki's painting seems to be even stranger." Shirakawa Zeping took a look at Ishiki, Yujin Shiki's work, couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, and said, "Still, let's use Miss Hyuga's." In addition to the lines being more normal than Hyuga Rinshiki's, the degree of eroticism is even more excessive than hers. Especially the coolness of the fabric, it is estimated that many people will vomit after posting it. He originally thought that Ishiki Yujinshiki's old driver was essentially influenced by Hyuga Rinshiki, but now it seems that it is not certain who influenced whom. Because he stayed up all night to finalize the design and modification plan that day, Shirakawa Zeping did not have the opportunity to keep the appointment the next day, so he had to send a line message to Miss Tachibana Chimo in the evening, briefly explaining the reason. Tachibana Chimo quickly replied with a little bare expression that it was okay, and it seemed that she was not asleep yet. The next appointment time was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shirakawa Zeping arrived at the square of Shinyuan Street half an hour early. This newly opened commercial street has a large flow of people. Shirakawa Zeping squeezed for a long time before he saw the cute figure of Jujimo. Today's private clothes are forest-style fresh outfits. Miss Jujimo's slender figure is hidden by the half-length gauze skirt. The upper body is matched with a white cartoon-patterned t-shirt under a light blue short shirt. It looks fresh and cute. The soft hair is woven into a fairy braid on the side. The pure and cute eyes like a deer complement the forest-style outfit. Passers-by can't help but take a second look at this cute girl. I don't know who such a cute girl is waiting for. If it's her boyfriend, how lucky that guy is. Miss Jujimo obviously didn't get used to so many people looking at her, and couldn't help but blushing and lowering her head again. "Tachibana, I've been waiting for a long time," Shirakawa Zeping said from a distance. He arrived half an hour early, because he was afraid that Tachibana Chimo would arrive earlier than him. If he had an appointment with the lazy girl Ishiki Yuchijin, he would definitely arrive at the time he said he would, and would never arrive earlier. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't make it. Looking at Tachibana Chimo, it seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but apologize. "I'm sorry." No, I came early." Shirakawa Zeping didn't dwell on it and said directly, "Let's go shopping first. Didn't you say you wanted to buy something? It's just right to go to dinner after shopping." "Yeah," Tachibana Chimo responded. She also wanted to take this opportunity to carefully choose a gift for Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa Zeping and Tachibana Chimo walked side by side in a very ordinary way. The street was bustling with pedestrians, coming and going, but what Shirakawa Zeping found strange was that Miss Tachibana Chimo didn't walk on her toes as usual. Although her expression was still a little nervous, it could be seen that she was trying very hard to go shopping with Shirakawa Zeping normally. This simple action was of great significance to Tachibana Chimo. Because of her character flaws, she had never gone shopping with her friends so simply, not to mention that Shirakawa Zeping was a boy. Perhaps it was because of a lot of practice and constant rehearsal in her mind, or perhaps it was because she gave herself crazy psychological hints that she overcame her fear for the time being. Miss Tachibana Chimo perfectly showed the demeanor of a top-notch beautiful girl today. "Come on, you can do it!" Tachibana Chimo secretly clenched her fists and gave herself a sip of milk. Shirakawa Zeping next to her was a little uncomfortable and asked with concern, "Tachibana, are you feeling unwell?" No, that's not the case." Tachibana Chimo shook his head quickly. "That's good. If you feel unwell, be sure to tell me." Shirakawa Zeping followed his gaze and pointed to the front, then said, "We're almost there." "Yeah!" Shirakawa Zeping obviously didn't realize that his way of shopping at this moment was a typical straight man's way of shopping. As soon as he went out, he went straight to his destination, completely ignoring what he saw on the way. Shopping, the key point is to focus on the word shopping. It is very annoying for girls to end it before it has started. If Tachibana Chimo was a normal girl, she would certainly stop him from doing such unromantic things. Unfortunately, she is not. She has never experienced anything like this, and she just believes whatever Shirakawa Zeping says, as if the person who initiated this agreement was Shirakawa Zeping. Miss, the target person has appeared in Area B and is walking in the predetermined direction. A middle-aged man who looks normal in the crowd whispered into the microphone. Area C is ready, target has been targeted. Asano Natsuori was lying on the bed flipping through a magazine and said casually, "Keep following. Don't let that guy find out." "Huh, I understand." She stretched herself, and the big screen in front of her showed the video images from Shirakawa Zeping and Tachibana Chimo. The whole picture was clear and stable, and it was obvious that the person following was an old paparazzi. Well, even if I suggested to check on the date of the pretty boy, you want Lady Natsuori to follow him around? Haha, just go to bed. I, Asano Natsuori, will never do such a thing as following someone even if I am murdered by that black-hearted woman and jump down from here. Asano Natsuori, who said this, obviously forgot that she followed Shirakawa Zeping and encountered revenge from the Yakuza. Observe carefully again to see if there will be any target female characters appear. Asano Natsuori reminded again. As soon as the voice fell, an anxious voice came from the other side. Target characters number 3 and number 4 appeared in Area C at the same time. At this rate, they are likely to run into each other. Asano Natsuori was refreshed. Good. Keep following closely. I want to see them meet as soon as possible. On the other side, Shirakawa Zeping and the other person walked into a store called Every without noticing. This is a large-scale fashion store that also sells small items such as scarves and hats. Shirakawa Zeping has been here for so long, but he has hardly been shopping. When it comes to the brands and styles that young people here like, he knows nothing about them. Fortunately, although Miss Jujimo is shy, she is not a otaku. She often goes shopping with her family to buy clothes. She has her favorite stores and brands, so she doesn't fall to the point of only having a few sweatshirts to change back and forth throughout the year. This store is on Jimo's recommendation list. Shirakawa Zeping followed Jimo around and found that the clothes in this store were full of design, but the prices were not so expensive that he immediately liked it. What is this? A conscientious store. You can consider buying clothes here in the future. Jujimo picked up a scarf with a black and white pattern, looked at it and turned his head to look at Shirakawa Zeping's face. Before Shirakawa Zeping could react, she blushed and said, "Shirakawa-san, do you want to try it on?" Shirakawa Zeping then remembered that Tachibana Chimo was picking out a gift for him, so he took the scarf, tried it on, and said, "Not bad." He really thought it was good. After all, in Shirakawa Zeping's aesthetic, as long as it wasn't so ugly that it was infuriating, it was basically the same. Practicality is the biggest advantage. The scarf just now seemed to have a woolen feel and it was quite warm to wear. Miss Tachibana Chimo looked at it for a while, and suddenly whispered, "It seems a bit like a panda." Miss, you can associate a simple black and white patterned scarf with a panda. Are you a panda fan? Seemingly feeling a little dissatisfied, Tachibana Chimo put the scarf back and started to pick other things along the shelf. Shirakawa Zeping followed him for a few steps, and then looked at a middle-aged man not far away without making a sound. He seemed to come in with his daughter to shop, and the family of 3 was laughing happily. Is it an illusion? I always feel like something is wrong. He frowned, locked on the target, and used the system authority to analyze the suspicious man. Strategy pre-selected target, Jincheng Yudai, photography LV3, lurking, acting LV3, proficiency in sex shops LV4, bragging, strategy difficulty, simple money strategy available. Note, the growth of this target is low. It is recommended that the host think calmly. Shirakawa Zeping's mind was full of thoughts, and for a moment he didn't know where to start complaining. God, proficiency in sex shops. Other people normally have proficiency in weapons, one-handed swords. What are you doing with proficiency in sex shops? The legendary god of sex shops? You can't write a guide to evaluating Japanese sex girls, right? Bragging actually has a LV2 level, so it turns out that bragging depends on talent? Isn't this something that everyone can do? I don't think calmly. I just want to see his background. Why do you still advise me to think calmly? It's as if I would consider him if he has a high growth potential. Tachibana Chimo noticed that Shirakawa Zeping beside him seemed to be stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shirakawa-san?" He came back to his senses. He said, "It's okay, let's keep going." Although the suspicious middle-aged man has a very interesting talent, from his other skills, Shirakawa Zeping can see that he is not a serious person. No, that's not right. Just the proficiency in the custom shop can already tell that he is not a serious person. Could it be that some idol's rumored girlfriend appeared in disguise nearby? So the paparazzi were attracted? Shirakawa Zeping thought about it, slowly blocked Tachibana Chimo's figure with his body, and at the same time inadvertently quickened his pace, as if he was about to leave the store. However, the strange uncle who is proficient in custom shops did not rush to catch up like in a normal spy war drama. He was leisurely choosing clothes with his family, and he looked completely harmless. Of course, Jincheng Yudai is not in a hurry. He is just one of many chess pieces. If he loses, other members will naturally take the opportunity to make up for him. What they care more about is the problem of concealment. Although I don't know why that guy suddenly looked at me, with my acting skills as a paparazzi for many years, it should be impossible to be discovered, right? Jincheng Yudai recalled his glorious past and couldn't help but sigh. He, who is nicknamed the Artist Ghost, also has the time to follow an unknown person. Although the girl next to him is quite pretty, there is nothing he can do about it. The employer pays too much money. Baichuan Zeping took Tachibana Chimo and slightly deviated from their sight, whispering, "Tachibana, it seems that an artist here has been secretly photographed by the paparazzi, and it may be chaotic in a while." Tachibana Chimo looked around nervously and whispered, "Well, okay. I'll take the scarf to check out first." Baichuan Zeping took the shopping bag from Tachibana Chimo after he paid the bill and pulled the young lady out of the store. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at the strange uncle. Such a strange skill. It's a pity that he can get such a high level. Jincheng Yudai was stunned by the look, and he didn't understand the meaning of Baichuan Zeping's eyes at all. After a while, the team leader's question came from the headset. "No, 6, what's going on? Are you exposed?" No, I haven't done anything yet." Is the target's intuition so sharp? He can even find me. There was obviously another undercover person next to Baichuan Zeping just now. Why did he find me who was so far away? Just because I looked at him a few more times. This guy has eyes on the back of his head. Your professional level is too low. What kind of artist is this? Go back to your hometown and grow watermelons." The team leader shouted angrily, "No, team leader, give me another chance. Just once. Go and negotiate with the young lady." The team leader cursed again, switched the channel again, and said to all the members, "Pay attention. The target object's vigilance has initially increased. Everyone must be careful. Be sure to broadcast this date perfectly for Miss Xia Ji." After leaving the Every store, Tachibana Chimo and the others went into a store selling glasses. After finding that the strange uncle did not follow them, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he was too suspicious. With his current identity, it is not likely that someone will follow him specifically. "No problem? Well, it has nothing to do with us. Does Jusan want to buy glasses?" Jujimo shook his head and said, "I'm not nearsighted yet, but does Shirakawa-san need them? After all, Shirakawa-san seems to study very hard." "Me?" Shirakawa Zeping asked curiously. "I don't think I need them." "Then, what about radiation-proof glasses?" Jujimo seemed to want to buy Shirakawa Zeping a pair of glasses and asked, "Or blue light-proof glasses?" "Don't take it so seriously, just buy a gift. I don't really care about this kind of thing," Shirakawa Zeping advised. Jujimo was a little disappointed, and Shirakawa Zeping saw this and had to say, "Then buy a blue light-proof pair." "Yeah?" Looking at Miss Jujimo, who immediately became happy, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but feel speechless. This kid, I feel wronged for saving her money. Before Shirakawa Zeping and Tachibana Chimo had time to choose, a call of pretended surprise came from the door. "Hey, Shirakawa! Chimo, why are you here?" Tsukimi Sakurazawa ran over without any acting skills and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. I can actually meet you here." Ishiki Eugenie, who was dragged to join the shopping, was really shocked. She looked at Shirakawa Zeping and Tachibana Chimo and couldn't help saying, "Shirakawa-san, you and Tachibana-san, are you not dating?" Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, "No." Ishiki Eugenie was even more shocked. "Shirakawa-san, you scumbag! How can such negative words come out of a boy's mouth first? Of course, it would be more appropriate for Tachibana-san to say it. Really, Shirakawa-san, can you read emotional intelligence a little bit and pay more attention to other things? Ishiki was so cute that she felt sorry for her failure. It's decided, your homework will be doubled. Tsukimi Sakurazawa blinked and deliberately asked, will Xiaomo hate Shirakawa-san because of this? Of course not. Tachibana-san, you don't have to be so gentle. It's okay to be a little strict with Shirakawa-san. Shirakawa Zeping said to Tsukimi Sakurazawa and Ishiki Haori Nishiki bluntly, stop talking nonsense. If you want to go shopping, just go quickly and don't disturb us. Tachibana Chimo next to him pulled his sleeve and whispered, it's okay. Everyone can come together. I really want to go shopping with Xiaomo, but forget it. It's rare for Xiaomo to come out to play. No. It's okay, Tachibana Chimo said with a blushing face. If you can, please come with me. Shirakawa Zeping saw the desire of his own learning girl, and he couldn't bear to reject her feelings, so he had to change his words and said, then let's go, together. Tsukimi Sakurazawa looked at him strangely. Shirakawa, you have to think about it. There's nothing to consider about this, Shirakawa Zeping said indifferently. Except for the trouble of carrying the bag, it's not a physical job to accompany shopping. He really didn't believe that the things these three girls bought when they went shopping could make him so tired. No, Minister Sakurazawa. After all, Shirakawa-san is a boy. But this is Xiaomo's idea. Can you bear to refuse her? This? Ishiki Yujijin looked at Tachibachimo's pure eyes like a little deer and couldn't help but sigh. I really have no resistance to cute things. Shirakawa Zeping looked at Ishiki Yujini in confusion, wondering why her reaction was so big all of a sudden. Half an hour later, Shirakawa Zeping finally understood the reason. He stood at the door of a women's underwear store called Wober, not knowing whether to go in or out, with an extremely awkward expression. I was so stupid, really. I only knew that Tsukimi Sakurazawa was a guy who liked to call me a brother, but I didn't expect her to be so scary. You should have said it earlier. You should have said that you two were going to buy underwear. If you had said it earlier, I would have decisively abducted Miss Tachibana Chimo. Now, when Miss Tachibana Chimo saw the store, she was stunned. Fortunately, Tsukimi Sakurazawa seemed to have taken some care of Tachibana Chimo's face. After shopping inside for more than half an hour, they finally came out with bags. Shirakawa Zeping stood there with no intention of reaching out to help them carry the bags. Tsukimi Sakurazawa stretched and said, I finally bought it. The previous size always felt like it was going to murder me. Indeed, Minister Sakurazawa looks very hard. Miss Tachibana Chimo's face flushed, and she lowered her head without saying anything. For her, it was almost shameful to let a boy like Shirakawa Zeping accompany her to such a place to buy clothes. Where are we going next? In order to avoid the three of them going to another lingerie store to choose again, Shirakawa Zeping asked in advance. Next? Of course, we'll go to the next door to pick out swimsuits. This time, Shirakawa, you finally don't have to squat at the door of the store. You have to come in and give a good review before I let you go. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned. Well, I've seen this episode. The sister chapter of the legendary Swimsuit Welfare Collection. Swimsuit Store Welfare Incident. Swimsuit Store Welfare Incident, also known as the Shura Field of Flat Breasts. Especially when there is a big-breasted girl in the incident, the lethality to Loli is extremely great. Fortunately, Asano Natsuori is not here today. Ishiki Haori Nishiki heard Tsukimi Sakurazawa's speech and said in surprise, do we still need Shirakawa-san to comment on it? It's nothing, right? Isn't Ishiki Haori-san very strong? Ah, it's not because of that. Ishiki Haori Nishiki supported Tachibana Tomoe, who was leaning on her shoulder. Tachibana-san is blushing so much that she's about to faint. Oh no, Tomoe's shame level has exploded. It's really too early. Tsukimi Sakurazawa said in surprise. Shirakawa, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that I couldn't get you any benefits. You should use your apology in the right place. Apologize to Tachibana-san. No, it's okay. I can do it. Miss Tachibana Chimo struggled to get up and whispered, Just choose a more normal style. Forget it, Shirakawa. Don't provoke Xiaomo anymore. This benefit will be distributed by me and Jijin. Eh? Why should I send such a weird thing to Shirakawa-san? Ishiki Yujijin quickly covered her chest. Minister Sakurazawa, you are not going to take me into a strange world. It's okay. Just treat it as being cheated and try it out once. No. Minister Sakurazawa, your statement is very problematic. Don't be afraid. Shirakawa is a typical person who has a dirty mind but no guts. Although he often stares at my skirt, he has never done anything excessive. You treat him as a brother, he won't think of having sex with you. How many times have I said it? I was just upset that your skirt was not arranged properly. Don't add a weird personality to me without permission. Go shopping. I'll buy you some drinks. Shirakawa? You remember to go early and come back early. Tsukimi Sakurazawa couldn't stop Shirakawa Zeping's steps, so she had to change her words. Go early and come back early? Ha, woman. I won't show up until I see you guys come out of the swimwear store. Tsukimi Sakurazawa pushed the two girls into the store and started wandering around. Asano Natsuori, who was far away, saw this scene on the screen and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this lady was smart enough not to follow and get involved. If she had followed, I'm afraid this lady would never be able to raise her head in front of them. Follow that pretty boy, she gave orders. Everyone immediately started to move busily, and after a while, an urgent voice suddenly came from the channel. Miss Shaji, it's bad. The target person has met that person. Asano Shaji was stunned for a moment, and when she looked carefully, the screen suddenly showed the scene of the little white face and the black-hearted woman Hayakawa Shaji meeting. She immediately said anxiously, Quickly withdraw. Don't let that black-hearted woman find out. Hayakawa Shaji glanced behind Shirakawa Zeping casually and said lightly, What a coincidence, Shirakawa-san. While waiting in line for drinks at the dessert shop, he could meet Hayakawa Shaji. Shirakawa Zeping felt that this world was very wonderful. Recently he has not met Hayakawa Shaji much at school. On the one hand, there is no reason to meet, and on the other hand, there is really no opportunity to meet. Well, speaking of Ishida Koji's matter, should we also ask Doraemon Shiazi for help? Since he is a tool, he should make the best use of it. Shirakawa Zeping thinks this matter is a bit of a deal. Is Hayakawa out shopping alone? Waiting for a friend? Hayakawa Shaji said leisurely, Is Shirakawa out with friends too? Shirakawa Zeping hesitated and nodded. Although he didn't want to admit the other two, Miss Tachibana Chimo was innocent. Shiaji! A girl waved and ran over from a distance. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't recognize her face, but he seemed to have seen her at school. She should be a member of Hayakawa Shaji's friend group. Sorry, I'm a little late. Hey, is this Shirakawa-san? Did you just happen to meet? Yes, I see, the girl said excitedly. Does Shirakawa-san also like to drink the dessert milk tea from this store? I guess so. Shirakawa Zeping answered casually. He just accidentally saw that there were many people queuing in this store, so he ran over to kill time. So we are in the same league, but there seem to be a lot of people here. We have to wait in line for a long time. Hayakawa Shaji did not respond, but glanced at Shirakawa Zeping casually. It was close to May at this moment, and the sun in the sky had already looked a little bit like summer. Shirakawa Zeping felt the gaze from Shueiji-ji and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy, it's obvious that he wants me to help her queue up. It's really Hayakawa Shaji's style to use his eyes to order others around so naturally. Why don't I help you queue up? Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. He owed Hayakawa Shaji a lot of favors, so it's not too much to help her run errands. Although it was a bit suspected of bribery, Miss Shaji would not care about this little problem. The girl looked at Shirakawa Zeping with a confused look on her face, as if she didn't understand why Shirakawa Zeping would suddenly make such a request. For herself? Not possible. She and Shirakawa Zeping were not familiar with each other. What's more, standing next to her is Hayakawa Natsuji, and normal boys know how to choose. Masakaka! Is Shirakawa showing his affection to Hayakawa? Is this pair of CPs that are said to be inexplicably matched but have always missed each other, finally going to blossom and bear fruit in front of her eyes? The girl's gossip spirit instantly ignited. Will it be too much trouble for Shirakawa? As if she thought it was very interesting, when Hayakawa Natsuji said this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised a beautiful arc. No trouble, Shirakawa Zeping said against his will. You didn't prepare too many sunscreen measures today. It would be bad if you get tanned. Then thank you, Shirakawa, for your concern. Then we'll wait for you over there, Hayakawa Natsuji said, and took away the melon-eating girl who was still confused. Hey, Natsuji. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. I'll enjoy my melons more if I communicate more. The melon-eating girl roared in her heart. Regardless of what the melon-eating girl imagined, Shirakawa Zeping had already taken on the job of running errands. The boredom of waiting in line was really not a problem for him. As the line slowly moved, He silently took out the music scores downloaded on his mobile phone and tried his best to improve his piano skills. Although his dream of becoming a coffee shop pianist failed, it is always good to have more skills, just in case he needs them to show off one day. Shirakawa Zeping has never lacked enthusiasm for things like preparing for a rainy day. Shirakawa Zeping walked up to Hayakawa Natsuji and the other person with 5 cups of summer drinks. "Sorry, I forgot to ask you what flavors you wanted, so I just bought a few at random." He subconsciously handed the lemon-flavored matcha milk cap to Hayakawa Natsuji, then opened the bag and let the melon-eating girl choose. Hayakawa Natsuji glanced at him, took it, and said nothing. "Ah, you've worked so hard, Shirakawa-san," the melon-eating girl said as she started to pick up a cup of strawberry flavor, and said with satisfaction, "I like strawberry flavor." Shirakawa-san is really considerate. He knows to choose several flavors to deal with this situation. The melon-eating girl sighed for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Just now, Shirakawa-san seemed to have naturally handed Shiaji-san a lemon-flavored cold drink. Is it a coincidence? Or does Shirakawa-san know Shiaji-san better than I thought? This is the smell of fresh melon. Shirakawa-san seems to know Shiaji very well. He bought the flavor that Shiaji likes right away. The melon-eating girl said meaningfully, "Could it be that Shirakawa-san also bought the information like those boys?" Shirakawa Zeping paused and asked in confusion, "What? Can you buy information?" "Of course, our Shiaji guard often sells information to earn funds for activities, but whether this information is true or false is up to you boys to identify." The melon-eating girl showed a provocative smile. Shirakawa Zeping opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. According to Hayakawa Shiaji's personality, if the information is true, then this guard team cannot exist, which means that this group of people are blatantly selling fakes. The key is that the group of boys are happy to do it and they are happy to be slaughtered. It's just a coincidence. Shirakawa Ze didn't explain much. What a joke. My information is exclusive to the entire network, and it is updated in real time. Do I need to go to you to buy fake information? Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Natsushi slowly replied, "Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Isn't Shirakawa-san going to find his companions?" She continued, "They may be waiting anxiously." Shirakawa Zeping took out his phone and looked at the line message. Tsukimi Sakurazawa did send him an emoticon package, asking him to hurry over. "Then I won't bother you," Shirakawa Zeping said. "You guys continue shopping. I'm leaving first." "Ah, I'm leaving now." "Well, see you later, Shirakawa-san." The melon-eating girl wanted to pull Shirakawa Zeping to eat melon for a while, but there were 3 people waiting for him on the other side, so she had to give up in the end. Hayakawa Shiaji looked at Shirakawa Zeping's back for a while and suddenly said, "Yuki, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to buy good things before the sun goes down?" So sudden. But that's right, there are still many stores to go to. Well, I may not have time to eat together later, and I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. The melon-eating girl, called Yuki, was surprised and said, "No way. Is it important?" "Shiaji, you go and deal with it first. I don't need to worry about it." "It's okay." Hayakawa Shiaji showed a faint smile. "It's just that there is a disobedient child who needs to be beaten." "Shirakawa, come on. Xiaomo's swimsuit is really cute." On the way, Shirakawa Zeping received another line message from Tsukimi Sakurazawa. He hesitated for a moment and had the urge to turn around and leave. "Are you done?" Shirakawa Zeping asked. "It's almost over. But Shirakawa, why don't you come and take a look? You will regret it for the rest of your life." Shirakawa Zeping curled his lips, thinking that since it was a swimsuit, why would he be afraid of not seeing it one day? Swimsuit benefits are a powerful tool for making money. If his life was a TV series, the production team would let him see it sooner or later. He walked slowly towards the 3 girls in the shopping mall. When he arrived at the door, he found that Tachibana Tomo was standing quietly at the door, looking at him with pure and lovely eyes without blinking. "Why are you alone?" "Bu Minister and Ishikiyu are still trying them on," Shirakawa Zeping said, thinking that Tsukimi Sakurazawa, the bastard, was really fishing. "Have you bought it?" "I bought it," Tachibana Tomo replied, and then lowered his head with a nervous look on his face. "Shirakawa-san, will he ask to let him see it? If he really asks, should I show it to him or not?" Shirakawa Zeping didn't notice his own study-G's little thoughts. He looked at his phone and said, "Tell them to hurry up. After spending so long in a store, they must be annoyed by the clerks," he said and walked into the store. Ishiki Yujijin just came out of the fitting room. As he walked, he complained, "Well, Director Sakurazawa, this one is too small." The two looked at each other awkwardly, and each saw the shock in the other's eyes. This guy didn't lie. She is indeed a Duhong strongman. So terrifying. With this strength, the only one who can suppress her is probably Tsukimi Sakurazawa, the Dozen strongman. Really? I think my one is a bit exposed. The Dozen strongman responded to Ishiki Yujijin's words, and also came out of the fitting room. Shirakawa Zeping also glanced at her subconsciously, then silently withdrew his gaze. It's not the clothes' fault. That swimsuit is obviously very pure. You? Move a little faster. Shirakawa Zeping said somewhat unnaturally. The carefree Tsukimi Sakurazawa did not show his masculine nature at this moment. After listening to Shirakawa Zeping's words, he silently returned to the fitting room. That's right, it's getting late. We have to make a decision quickly. Ha ha, ha ha. Minister Sakurazawa is really... I told you to make a decision quickly. Ishiki Yujijin laughed and also returned to the fitting room. On the way to other stores, Tsukimi Sakurazawa added, Shirakawa, actually, it's not that I'm embarrassed to show you. It's just that the swimsuit is a little impure. It reveals too much. Got it. Shirakawa-san, actually, it's not that I don't want to give you a review. It's just that I've already picked out the swimsuit I like and don't want to change again. Ishiki Yorijin noticed that Tsukimi Sakurazawa was frantically making excuses for herself and couldn't help but come up to explain. Got it. Where are we going next? Shirakawa Zeping looked at his phone and reminded, I'm afraid the remaining time is not enough for you to go shopping like this. We have to leave time for dinner. What? Shirakawa, are you treating me? Tsukimi Sakurazawa was very interested in getting a free meal at Shirakawa Zeping's dinner party. Yes, I want to treat Shirakawa-san to a meal. Tachibana Chimo said weakly. If you don't mind, everyone come Chichini praised. Not much. Tachibana-san is very smart. She knows how to repay the favor by treating her to a meal, so as to avoid being... Shirakawa Zeping gently pressed Ishiki Yushini's little head and smiled. If you keep talking, you won't be able to make it in time for dinner. It's hard. Shirakawa-san's fist is hard. Ishiki Yu swallowed her saliva, tucked her tail between her legs, and dared not to do it again. Today's Lily Princess. Because I don't know the time when Tachibana-san and the great devil Shirakawa will rearrange, I had to choose to follow Minister Tsukimi. I didn't expect to see my treasure girl's swimsuit benefits by accident. Ah, sell. Tachibana Chimo chose a simple and plain family restaurant. As dinner was approaching, many diners had already taken their seats, and it looked quite lively. Ishiki Haori sat next to Shirakawa Zeping, flipping through the menu, and curiously asked, Tachibana-san, are there any special dishes here? Yes. Tachibana Chimo nodded, pointed at the menu, and whispered, This is delicious. Fried cod fillet? It looks tempting, let's have it. Shirakawa-san, what do you want to eat? After choosing her own set meal, Ishiki Haori Nishiki was obviously still restless and asked Shirakawa Zeping with great interest. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her and said, I've already chosen. Is yours delicious? Don't even think about exchanging. Shirakawa Zeping showed the majesty of a tutor. You're so grown up, but you're still like a child. Ishiki Haori Nishiki said excitedly, What? I'm just concerned about you, Shirakawa-san. How can you think of me like this? Minister Sakurazawa, let's exchange. Shirakawa-san is too stingy. After ordering the set meal, the three girls started a shopping discussion at the table for four. Although the meeting was nominally for 3 people, in fact, Miss Tachibana Chimo was listening quietly beside them, showing a happy look from time to time. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't join their discussion, nor was he interested in joining the discussion. He took out his mobile phone and started to brush the piano music score again. Experience is not increasing very fast. It would be nice if I could have a piano to practice. Shirakawa Zeping thought with a little melancholy. Line suddenly sent a message. Shirakawa Zeping clicked it and found that it was a series of irregular characters sent by Asano Natsuori. Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to guess and directly sent a question mark, indicating that the enemy has disappeared. Asano Natsuori, Hayakawa Natsuji, Hayakawa Natsu live. Little white face, come and save me. That black-hearted woman is going to kill someone. It's a pity that Asano Natsuori's call from afar did not reach Shirakawa Zeping in this way. He waited for a while and found that the dialogue box was silent. It seems to be a prank. Seeing this, Shirakawa Zeping no longer paid attention to this side and continued to brush up his piano skills. I don't know what the little drama girl is doing, I hope she can toss less so that I can be more calm and live in peace with her. Line sent another message notification sound. Shirakawa Zeping thought it was the little girl who sent something again. He clicked it and saw that it was the new coffee shop owner, Hyuga Rin. Shirakawa-kun. The girls who come to recruit don't seem to be very good-looking on their resumes. What should I do? If you can help me persuade Xiaojin to come and be a maid, I will double your hourly wage. No, triple. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at Ishiki Yujijin, lowered his head and typed, "Sorry, this is totally impossible. There are also girls who are not photogenic." Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and comforted. Among the 4 major evil arts in Asia, Japan is famous for makeup, not Chinese beauty, so the resume doesn't matter. Huh? There is actually this angle to look at the problem, Shirakawa-kun. You might be a genius. Hyuga-rin said in surprise. By the way, don't be late for the job interview tonight, and remember to bring Xiaojin with you. Don't let her run away. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment, and glanced at Ishiki Yujin, who was completely unaware, feeling a little guilty. Well, don't blame me. This is what your childhood sweetheart asked. Ishiki-ha, let's resume tutoring in the evening. So sudden. But I haven't brought the book yet. It's okay. Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, Miss Hyuga has helped you get the information from the comic book store. Hey, Orime-chan, you are really tutoring with Shirakawa. Tsukimi Sakurazawa was surprised. I thought you were joking. Ishikiha Orime said depressedly. I also hope that it was a joke, but I have to do what I promised. This is the family motto of the Ishikiha family. I can not do it. Can what? I can definitely study hard. It looks so exciting. Orihime-chan, let's go to study with you in the evening. To be honest, it's better for you not to go, Minister. Shirakawa Zeping dissuaded reluctantly. With Tsukimi Sakurazawa's face and figure, she will definitely be targeted by Hyuga Rion and abducted to be a maid-waiter. I want to go too, Miss Tachibana Chimo said weakly. Really? Are you willing to study with me? Ishiki Haori was overjoyed. However, after being brought to the coffee shop by Shirakawa Zeping, Ishiki Haori's surprise obviously turned into shock. The real smile gradually disappeared. Ishiki Haori turned around and wanted to escape. Hinata Rin rushed out and said hurriedly, Shirakawa-kun, catch her. Don't let her run away. Shirakawa Zeping subconsciously grabbed Ishiki Haori's waist, and the girl's strength was no match for him. Seeing Ishiki Haori struggling to survive, he couldn't help but wonder, Ishiki Haori, I just asked you to help with the interview. There's no need to resist. Even I accepted it. Is it difficult for you to interview a group of girls? Ishiki Haori said with tears in her eyes. Shirakawa, you don't know that Sister Rine is planning to let me interview them in a maid outfit. It's said that it can make employees feel a sense of belonging and yearning for the coffee shop. But I don't want to wear a maid outfit. It's too embarrassing. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned, so he actually became an accomplice of Hyuga Rine, dragging poor Ishiki Haori into the abyss of sin. I feel like a sinner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Ishiki Haori with more strength. Well, since I'm already a bad guy, I should at least get the benefits first. Seeing Shirakawa Zeping hugging Ishiki Yujijin, Hyuga Rin said happily, Well done, Shirakawa-kun. I'll give you a raise later. Shirakawa Zeping's guilt was slightly blinded by the money. Don't blame me, Ishiki Yusan. Blame your childhood friend for giving you too much. Tsukimi Sakurazawa was confused when she saw this scene, and said after a while, Shirakawa, you are doing something. Of course this is. Hyuga Rin only then noticed the girl standing not far from Shirakawa Zeping, and couldn't help but gasp when she looked over. This woman is so scary. Damn, this figure is too good. A standard beautiful girl with long legs and big breasts. Even an adult like me can't help but feel jealous. Maybe I can consider tricking her over. She was thinking about Tsukimi Sakurazawa, and when she saw Miss Tachibana Chimo, she gasped again. This kid? Isn't she too cute? What's wrong with Shirakawa-kun? Isn't there a top-notch beautiful girl that you know? Why did you lie to me and say you didn't know her? If this isn't considered a beautiful girl, then are there any girls in this world that can be called beautiful girls? If someone could hear what Hinata Rin was thinking, she would definitely receive an answer like this. Hello, there is one. Hello, there will be one when I grow up too. Indicating that the enemy has disappeared. Indicating that the enemy has disappeared has been muted. All expressions and marks, Hinata Rin said with a smile. Ah, Nishiki, actually you misunderstood me. I just wanted you to try it on during the interview. so that you can show the temperament and style of our coffee shop. I didn't ask you to wear a uniform when you work in the store. It's the same thing. Ishiki Haori Nishiki's eyes were filled with tears. How about this? I promise not to take photos, and I won't leave any audio and video materials. Just let your maid outfit image appear in my mind. Also, the job in the kitchen will be given to you directly. Ishiki Yushijin stopped crying immediately. She asked suspiciously, "Really? You will really ignore the objection of Shirakawa classmate and let me get the job in the kitchen directly?" "Of course, we are good sisters. How could I do it? Lie to you? When betraying others, can you avoid the person involved a little bit?" Shirakawa Zeping ruthlessly complained. "Don't be afraid. Shirakawa-kun, you still have a new job. If you want to wear a maid outfit, I'm sorry to refuse. No need." Hinata Rin lowered her voice and said, "In fact, if you can convince those two girls to join our coffee shop, I can let you get paid without working." "This is too difficult," Shirakawa Zeping said without thinking. Shirakawa-kun, aren't you going to give it a try? It's obviously a road of no return. Why should I try?" Hinata Rin said regretfully. "In that case, just help me convince them to put on maid costumes and help me interview together. I'll pay them. After that, I'll arrange a job for you that doesn't require you to wear a maid costume and isn't too hard." Shirakawa Zeping hesitated. "Only the one with big breasts." "Deal. What are you discussing?" Nishiki poked her head over suspiciously and said, "I always feel like you guys don't have any good intentions." "Nothing. Xiaojin, go change your clothes quickly. The interviewees are almost here." It's so hard to be a beautiful girl who is considerate and caring about her friends. While Ishiki Haori Nishiki went to change her uniform, Shirakawa Zeping pulled Tsukimi Sakurazawa aside. Regarding Tsukimi Sakurazawa's rough nerve, Shirakawa Zeping said directly, "The tutoring was suddenly cancelled. I have to go to the interview process of the maid cafe now? Do you want to go and play?" "Oh," Shirakawa Zeping made an okay gesture to Hyuga Rin. Miss Tachibana Chimo was brought by Shirakawa Zeping. Hyuga Rin looked very interested in her and kept chasing her to ask questions. Tachibana Chimo was very shy in front of strangers. She stammered and didn't answer a few words. She was pulled behind by Shirakawa Zeping to protect her. "Ishiki Hassan is coming out soon," he said. Hyuga Rin was attracted and looked at the door, but it turned out that it was Tsukimi Sakurazawa, the Dozun strongman, who came out first. The maid outfit that combined conservatism and temptation was worn by her to look impure. The black and white style looked quite eye-catching. The lace decorated the cuffs, and there were delicate patterns on it. If you take it out to buy, this maid outfit is also a very expensive cosplay costume. Hinata Rin looked at the long-legged and big-breasted beautiful girl in front of her and silently gave Shirakawa Zeping a thumbs up. "It's really worth it." Tsukimi Sakurazawa showed no shyness or reserve of a girl. After putting it on, she asked happily, "Does it look good? Not bad?" Shirakawa Zeping put his hands on the table to show his innocence. Miss Tachibana Chimo blushed and turned her head to look away. "It's perfect." Hinata Rin said seriously, "Little sister, you might be a natural maid outfit clothes hanger. Stop talking nonsense. You are obviously blinded by Noko and the big white legs." Ishiki Yujijin also walked out quietly. Unlike Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who can make pure clothes look impure, Ishiki Haori Nishiki's figure is similar to hers, but she just brings out the advantages of the maid outfit, looking cute and seductive, with incredible beauty. "How? How is it?" Ishiki Haori Nishiki asked. Hinata Rin was about to take out her cell phone. "Stop her! Stop her!" Ishiki Haori Nishiki shouted. "Shirakawa-san, throw her cell phone for me." Shirakawa Zeping was not brave enough to throw his boss's cell phone. He just snatched Hinata Rin's cell phone and gave it to Ishiki Haori Nishiki. "Damn, Nishiki, you have such a cute outfit. Why can't you keep it?" "Pa!" Ishiki Haori Nishiki said contemptuously. "Sister Rine, why don't you try it on yourself? If you put it on, I might consider taking a photo with you." Hinata Rine thought for a while and said, "Let's give it a try. Anyway, the interviewees are all girls, so there's no such thing as shyness." Just like that, 3 girls in maid outfits sat on the chairs in the interview room and began the employee interview for this maid cafe. "Do you think we should turn the chairs away from them? If they sound good, we can turn the chairs around." "Neon voice, this seems interesting." "There's no button. Shirakawa-san, go find a button." Rejected. As one of the few normal people in the room, Shirakawa Zeping naturally rejected this proposal. "Next, please welcome the first victim, Pa, interviewee. A girl with waist-length hair walked in. Nice to meet you. My name is Haruko Koyama. I'm 20 years old. I've worked in Ruex and Iwi coffee shops. I saw your recruitment notice this time and found it very interesting, so I want to join you. This girl with waist-length hair, a gentle voice, and a bit of a Yamato Nadeshiko temperament is older than most of the people present. According to the description on her resume, she has a lot of work experience and is a good choice for an employee. It says on your resume that you want to get a barista position. First of all, I would like to remind you that baristas here also have to wear maid outfits. Hyuga Rin entered the working state and stopped joking with Ishiki Haori and the others. It doesn't matter. I've already had this awareness of working in a maid cafe. Haruko Koyama said softly. Well, very good. Can you briefly describe your understanding of the two-dimensional culture? Hyuga Rin asked. If this sentence is expressed in a different way, it is asking the girl in front of the Yamato Nadeshiko image. Excuse me, are you an old two-dimensional person? Shirakawa Zeping had no objection to this question. The employees of the maid cafe should indeed have a certain understanding of ACG culture. Otherwise, the otakus will feel cheated. Although they are often cheated, it does not mean that they will not be angry. Upon hearing this, Haruko Koyama said softly, Actually, I don't have a very comprehensive understanding of ACG culture. For me, I am more concerned about the making of coffee. In ACG culture, I am only interested in the IC type, but it is limited to a few doujin artists I like. Is that so? Hinata Rin was a little regretful. In terms of the qualifications of a barista, Haruko Koyama, who portrays the image of Yamato Nadeshiko, is undoubtedly quite excellent, but unfortunately, she does not have the flavor of the second dimension. Well, do you want to consider her? Baristas should not have too much contact with customers. Shirakawa Zeping asked. Miss Koyama has worked in a famous coffee shop like Ruex, right? So what is your expected salary? Unless Koyama Haruko has her own fame and traffic, it is impossible to spend a lot of money to invite her here. After all, Hyuga Rin's coffee shop is still a small temple. If a big Buddha that can't be accommodated, even if you grit your teeth, comes, it will be harmful to the business. Koyama Haruko smiled and set a salary price that is similar to that of senior baristas in the market. She has a decent appearance, high coffee-making skills, normal salary requirements, is not completely ignorant of the second dimension, and is also interested in ACG culture. Shirakawa Zeping nodded secretly in his heart. If he was the owner, he would undoubtedly sign Koyama Haruko. But since this is Hyuga Rin's shop, his opinion can only be used as a reference for her. The mascots Ishiki Yujijin and Tsukimi Sakurazawa were wearing maid outfits and sat without speaking. Of course, there was no chance for them to interrupt here. All they had to do was sit there elegantly and show the beautiful uniforms of this coffee shop to the numerous interviewers. Although this could indeed attract some interviewers, Shirakawa Zeping always felt that Hyuga Rin was coming up with such an idea to satisfy her own selfish desires. Hyuga Rin thought about it and seemed to think it was a good idea. She nodded and said, Well, Mr. Koyama, come to work next week. I'll notify you of the specific shift schedule later. Okay. Koyama Haruko stood up and bowed, then looked up and said, I have some questions to ask. Please go ahead. Shirakawa Zeping thought she had some opinions on benefits and treatment, but Koyama Haruko flicked her hair and asked, Did you ask someone to help draw the recruitment notice for the store manager? Oh? Hyuga Rin was immediately interested. Do you like that poster very much? Koyama Haruko nodded, because the style is very similar to that of an artist I like, so I think it's very interesting. I captured a Minotaur fan alive. Where's my knife? Where's my bull-slaying sword? Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but feel the urge to cover his face. He didn't expect that this world was so small. A Yamato Nadeshiko-type sister, who happened to be a little interested in IC culture, was actually a fan of Hyuga Rin. Oh, so that's how it is. Hyuga smiled happily. Mr. Koyama, I think the salary just agreed upon can be increased by another 5%. Is the store manager also a fan of that artist? Hyuga Rin showed a mysterious smile. Ishiki Haori watched the two Minotaur men complete the reunion in front of him and couldn't help but said to Shirakawa Zeping depressedly, Well, I told you a long time ago that the poster I drew should be used. I'm so angry. Why can Sister Rin meet a fan like this? What are you talking about, fans or not fans? Tsukimi leaned over. No, nothing. Ishiki Haori quickly stopped talking and refused to make a sound. Seeing this, Tsukimi Sakurazawa turned around and spoke to Shirakawa Zeping with great interest. Shirakawa, I think I may have the potential to be a cosplayer. I don't think so. Why? Others will say you're a otaku. I can play a purer character. Purity or not has little to do with the character, but a lot to do with you. Tsukimi Sakurazawa was suddenly depressed. She stretched out her white and tender thighs, put them under Shirakawa Zeping's stool, stretched her waist and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have grown so fast before. My legs are sore from sitting." Ouch! Shirakawa, please help me massage them. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her. The skirts of the maid uniforms in the store were not too short. Seeing that Tsukimi Sakurazawa's movements did not risk exposure, he was too lazy to scold her. He just reminded her, "Don't be so casual outside." Tsukimi Sakurazawa stuck out her tongue. "I know. Shirakawa, you're more nagging than my mom." If an ordinary person was treated like this by a beautiful girl with long legs and big breasts, he would probably lose his blood tank after a few rounds. But Shirakawa Zeping couldn't do that. He was too familiar with Tsukimi Sakurazawa and understood her nature, so he couldn't feel shy at all. As for the equally cute Tachibana Chimo, they knew each other at about the same time, and Shirakawa Zeping had a much better impression of her. Well, this must be Tsukimi Sakurazawa's problem. Koyama Haruko and Hyuga Rin had a passionate exchange for a while, talking about everything from poetry and songs to life ideals, and they were just about to look at the stars and the moon together. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but cough twice when he saw this. "Miss Hyuga, the interview is still going on." Oh. Hyuga Rin only then remembered her main job. "Haruko-chan, see you next week." Yeah. The subsequent interview process did not have the small probability event that the interviewee was a fan of Hyuga Rin, which made Ishiki Haori Nishiki feel relieved, but also a little regretful. What a pity. I had hoped that one of my fans would show up to dampen the spirit of Sister Rin. But then again, if one really showed up, I wouldn't dare admit it in front of Tachibana and director Sakurazawa. The girls interviewing for the waiter positions were not as ordinary as their resumes said. Shirakawa Zeping guessed correctly that in Japan, a country where makeup is rampant, there would be no girls who couldn't be saved as long as their facial features were not bad. Hinata Rini rejected several girls whose face powder was too thick and finally accepted 4 waiters, a barista, and a chef. One of the waiters was still a high school student. After seeing the exquisite uniforms on Ishiki Yujin and Tsukimi Sakurazawa, they all asked to try them on. Of course, Hinata Rin agreed to this request without any objection. Shirakawa Zeping was forced to watch a maid costume show, and his heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. It's not that these female employees are not good looking, but it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. After seeing the maid costumes of Ishiki Haori and Tsukimi Sakurazawa, the maid costumes of these female employees lost their souls. Even the maid costume of the Minotaur painter Hyuga Rin is better looking than theirs. What should I do if the girls around me are too pretty? This will affect my vision of choosing a girlfriend in the future. Now if I want to attract Shirakawa Zeping's attention, I'm afraid only Miss Tachibana Chimo's maid costume or Hayakawa Natsuki's maid costume can do it. Hayakawa Natsuki. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and silently threw this idea out of his mind. It's nothing to let Ishiki Haori and the others wear maid costumes. Whoever can make Hayakawa Natsuki, the arrogant little girl, wear a maid costume is the real winner in life. It's all right now, just waiting for the official opening. Yeah, Sister Rine, I'll bring my friends over next week to show my support. Tsukimi Sakurazawa followed Ishiki Yuori and called out to her in a familiar manner. Thank you so much, Sakurazawa-chan. Shirakawa Zeping silently watched the two people whose relationship had improved rapidly without him noticing, and couldn't help but have the urge to complain. Girls' friendship really comes out of nowhere. Xiaomo, you have to come too, Hinata Rine urged. Yes, I'll come. Okay, let's go for a midnight snack together. I'll treat you. Shirakawa Zeping remembered the last time Hinata Rine said she was going for a midnight snack, and then made a spontaneous statement, and couldn't help but cast a suspicious look. Hinata Rin pretended not to see it and yelled, I'll drive over. Don't hold me up again this time. Did you hear me, Shirakawa-kun and Xiaojin? Got it? Ishiki Uchijin said firmly. Last time it was because of Shirakawa-san. There will definitely be no problem this time. Shirakawa Zeping thought to himself that if it wasn't for me last time, we would have been taken to the gathering of the Minotaur painters. It's okay not to thank me, but you actually blame me? It's hard for you, a pure love god of war. to survive in the base camp of the Minotaur painters. He hesitated for a moment and felt that even if Hinata Rin was bold, she shouldn't bring Tsukimi Sakurazawa and Miss Tachibana Chimo, two people she just met today. He immediately felt relieved. Last time it was because of that steely tough guy Ishida Koji that there was trouble. It's impossible for me to run into him on the street again this time. It seemed that some kind of causal weapon was triggered. Before this thought could be dispersed, his cell phone rang the next second. As soon as the call was connected, Ishida Koji's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ipeng, Tasuke fell! Help me!" Shirakawa Zeping's face changed immediately. Ishida Koji is different from those two bad lickers. His fighting ability is still quite strong. The opponent must be very powerful to force him to ask for help so miserably. "Where are you?" he asked. This guy's girlfriend incident has not been resolved yet, and he suddenly got into trouble again? "I'm at home." He was so arrogant that he was already blocking his home? Shirakawa Zeping said without hesitation, "Send your location. I'll be there right away." Uejin Sakurazawa and the other two heard Shirakawa Zeping's very urgent tone, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Shirakawa? What happened? Shirakawa-san, do you want to call the police?" Tachibana Jimo didn't say anything, but just quietly grabbed the corner of Shirakawa Zeping's clothes, and his worry was beyond words. Shirakawa Zeping calmed down and said, "Nothing, just a friend suddenly needs help. You guys go have a midnight snack." Shirakawa Zeping instructed, "That friend is not familiar with you, so I won't take you." The most sensitive girl, Tachibana Chimo, obviously didn't believe this. She gently grabbed the corner of her clothes, as if she wanted to grab Shirakawa Zeping. "At least wait for Sister Rine to take you there. Shirakawa-san?" Shirakawa Zeping was determined not to let the girls get into danger, so he waved his hand and quickly left the coffee shop. "Shirakawa, remember to call me back when you're done." Tsukimi Sakurazawa waved and shouted. Shirakawa Zeping didn't look back, and his figure quickly disappeared around the corner. Ishida Koji's location was sent very quickly. Shirakawa Zeping used a certain song map and found that Ishida Koji's home was not too far from the coffee shop. Think about it, it makes sense. If they were not nearby, he would not have run into Ishida Koji and his girlfriend last time. He immediately gave up the decision to take a taxi and started running. Given the traffic conditions at this time, taking a car for a short distance may not be faster than running. When he arrived at the door of Ishida Koji's house, Shirakawa Zeping silently raised his vigilance. The door was not locked, and he stepped into the entrance lightly and heard a burst of knocking sounds upstairs. Are they already kicking the door? So arrogant? Aren't they afraid of calling the police? He no longer hesitated and quickly went upstairs, but the scene in front of him made him want to vomit blood. "Open the door! Open the door! Don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are at home. You have the ability to find a woman. Why don't you have the ability to open the door? Open the door." Ishida Koji's girlfriend, Ami-chan, was now using all her strength to frantically slap his door. "I can't see you. Go away, Yami-chan." After hearing this, his girlfriend Yami-chan became even more angry and kicked the door, saying, "You really did bring a woman home. Open the door. Did you hear me? Ishida Koji, open the door for me. I really can't see you, Yami-chan." Ishida Koji begged. "Ipeng said that I can't see you now." There's no hope. Just wait to die. He was just about to leave this place of trouble without making a sound, but the furious Yami-chan found him, turned her head and glared at Shirakawa Zeping and said angrily, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Wait, you are that guy from that day," Shirakawa Zeping said awkwardly. First meeting. He really didn't want to get involved in this seemingly troublesome matter, but there was no way he had to solve the trouble he had caused himself. Ishida Koji heard Shirakawa Zeping's voice and said in surprise, "Ipeng, you are finally here. Quick, help me. Take Yame away. I can't see her now." Yame glared at Shirakawa Zeping, the culprit. Shirakawa Zeping said with a headache, "Now I can see her." "Really? Really?" Ishida Koji hesitated for a moment and opened the door a crack. Seeing this opportunity, Yame directly broke the door open and rushed into the room to search. "Where did you go? Where did that woman go?" "What woman? You have been hiding from me secretly recently. Isn't it because you found a new girlfriend?" Yame said angrily. "You dare to lie to me." "No." Ishida Koji was confused. "I was resolutely following Ipeng's instructions and hiding from you so that we could calm each other down." "How could you think so? If I could find a girlfriend so easily, would I be single all the time?" He opened his confused eyes and looked at Shirakawa Zeping as if he wanted him to help explain, but Shirakawa Zeping winked at him. Hold on! He couldn't explain yet. If he opened his mouth at this time, he would be in a dead end. Wait until she vents her anger, then break the deadlock. Hello, Ishida Koji, Yami-chan said, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I always thought you were a gentle and kind person, but I didn't expect you to become a scumbag. Seamless connection. Two timing. Do you know the legendary time management? Why did you change so quickly, you scumbag? Facing his girlfriend's soul-searching question, Ishida Koji's small eyes were filled with great doubts. Shirakawa Zeping could never have imagined that his well-intentioned advice would evolve into such a result under the manipulation of the steely straight man Ishida Koji. Isn't it normal for couples to calm down a little after a quarrel? Why does this method become so strange when it comes to Ishida Koji? Is it me who is wrong, or is it the world? No, this is... Ishida Koji stammered. This is actually... What else do you want to say? Do you want to say that this is taught by others? Ishida Koji looked at his furious girlfriend and said with a fearless attitude, It's my own idea. It has nothing to do with others. A real man should have the courage to share the burden for his friends. Ai Peng, we are lifelong friends, and Ishida Koji will never betray you in such a place. When Yame heard this, there was actually a bit of pride in Ishida Koji's tone, and she was immediately furious. You! Break up, you scumbag! Although Shirakawa Zeping is also a straight man, he at least has emotional intelligence. In this case, if Yame really lets go, then Ishida Koji's first love may really be cold. Ami-san, Ishida-san has something to return to you. Shirakawa Zeping did not say anything like, please calm down or anything like that. Facing the extremely furious Ami-chan, the only purpose of saying such words is to pad the word count. Ami-san, calm down first. How do you want me to calm down? Let's listen to his explanation first. Explanation? What's there to explain? Look, isn't this a lot of padding? This development is not what Shirakawa Zeping wants to see, nor is it what Ami-chan wants to hear. He directly brought up a strange topic, slightly diverting the furious girl's attention. Although we broke up, I'm sure Ami-san still has a lot of things with Ishida-san. It would be a waste of time to take them later, so why not take them now? Shirakawa Zeping said with an attitude of persuading a breakup rather than a reconciliation. Facing this unexpected change, Ishida Koji was stunned at first. Then he said happily, as if he had suddenly realized something. Not much. It turns out that we haven't broken up before. Master Ishikiyu is right. You are still entangled in this issue at this time. You should not have a problem with your emotional intelligence, but your IQ. But, Yami-chan, I don't want to break up with you yet. Too late. It's too late for you to say anything now. Return all the things I left for you. Then we will never meet again. Ai Peng, please help me persuade her. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ishida Koji immediately went to Shirakawa Zeping for help. Shirakawa Zeping did not mean to dissuade him. He shook his head and said regretfully, It's too late, Ishida-san. This relationship has reached an irreversible point. You should be more decent and make it easier for both parties. What? How could this happen? Ishida Koji was disheartened and said bitterly, Is there really no room for redemption? Sorry, Ishida-san. I didn't do what I promised you before. No. Ishida Koji was silent for a while and suddenly sighed, Maybe I really don't have the blessing to be with Yami-chan until the end. Yami-chan turned her head away, not looking at the sad face of Ishida Koji. He returned to the room and began to pack up his things one by one, including the dolls on the desk, the samurai figurines on the shelf, the folding fans, the souvenirs they won when they went to the amusement park together, and the photos of Yami-chan at the fireworks festival. These items full of memories were solemnly placed into the cardboard box by Ishida Koji one by one. Sometimes he would be silent for a while when he picked up something, and sometimes he would smile for a while, as if thinking of some precious memories. When Yami saw him like this, her nose moved, and she whispered, Why didn't you cherish me earlier? You're pretending to be like this now. Actually, Ishida-san likes you very much, Shirakawa Zeping whispered. He came to me before and asked me to help him with love consultation. Maybe my advice was inappropriate, so Ishida-san decided to avoid you. For this, I want to apologize to you. Taking advantage of Yami-chan's emotions being slightly touched, Shirakawa Zeping explained. Love consultation? Yami-chan was stunned for a moment. Not cheating? Of course not. Do you think Ishida-san has the capital to cheat? Looking at her ex-boyfriend who was holding a doll with a silly smile and reminiscing, Yami-chan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then he shouldn't have treated me so badly before. The girl obviously couldn't bring herself to save the situation, so she insisted. Seeing this, Shirakawa Zeping knew that things might have taken a turn for the better, so he didn't say anything else, but just watched Ishida Koji sort out the old things quietly. After a while, Ishida Koji slowly stood up with the cardboard box and walked over. His tiger eyes were filled with tears, and his eyes were slightly red. He said, "Ami-chan, these are all your things." Ami-chan took the cardboard box and was silent, not knowing what to say. The two stood there quietly, as if to freeze time. Seeing this, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but assist. "Ishida-san, I saw you just secretly hid a handkerchief. That shouldn't be your thing." Ishida Koji was shocked and said, "Only this can't be allowed." "Ipeng, are you a devil? You even want to deprive me of my last memory. I want to keep only this memory. Is it okay? Ami-chan?" Ishida Koji begged. "Let me see." Ami-chan stretched out her hand. Ishida Koji trembled and took out a small blue handkerchief. It seemed to be a popular style many years ago. Although it was washed clean, it was inevitably a little old. After seeing the handkerchief, Ami-chan recognized it at a glance. "This is the handkerchief I wore when I was a kid." Ishida Koji nodded. "It's been so long. Why do you still keep it? Why not just throw it away?" "No." Ishida Koji raised his voice. "I said I would protect you well. This handkerchief is proof of my oath. When I was in elementary school, I was thin and timid and no one liked me at all. But you, Ami-chan, are different. You are the only one who is willing to be with me. We are childhood sweethearts. There is no other reason." Ami-chan said stubbornly. "I remember that time. The seniors in the upper grades bullied you and robbed your pocket money. I was no match for them. Not only did I fail to beat them, but even my pocket money was robbed, and in the end I was severely scolded by my mother." Ishida Koji scratched his head embarrassedly, and Ami-chan couldn't help laughing, and then immediately restrained himself and said seriously, "Who told you to overestimate your own abilities? To be honest, if you guys are going to start reminiscing about the past and posting dog food, I can walk. I have legs. This handkerchief is what Yami used to bandage my wounds. I have always cherished it. From that day on, I decided that I must become stronger and never let you be bullied by anyone again. Until today, I have never forgotten that oath." Shirakawa Zeping stood aside with a thoughtful expression. So, this is why Ishida Koji became a delinquent? Yami seemed to have thought of this, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Idiot? Huh? Koji, you big idiot. No. Why did you suddenly scold me?" Yami didn't answer, but just stuffed the cardboard box into Ishida Koji's arms. "It's too late today. It's not convenient for me to take this back. I'll get it next time." "Ah? Isn't your house?" Shirakawa Zeping gave him a death stare. "If you dare to do something weird again, no problem with your love." "Really?" Ishida Koji was surprised and said, "Didn't Ami-chan say that she wanted to break up?" "Masaka, this is what Master Ishikiha said. Breaking up is acting like a spoiled child." Shirakawa Zeping was speechless for a moment. "You can understand it this way, but don't use her theory in the future." "Why? Because that theory is too advanced. I'm afraid you will have problems in practice." Ishida Koji nodded, as if he understood. "Next, you just need to get along with her normally, and remember to go on more dates with her, and there should be no problem." Shirakawa Zeping sighed. "You are so stupid that you choose to become a delinquent for the girl you like." Ishida Koji touched his crew cut and asked in confusion, "Ipeng, what are you talking about? Becoming a delinquent is a man's romance. What does this have to do with Yami-chan? Didn't you just say to protect her?" "Yes, but to protect Yami-chan you don't have to become a delinquent." "I want to become a delinquent because it's handsome." Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a while, then slowly said, "The reason for becoming a delinquent just now. Don't tell your girlfriend. Get it? Huh? I don't know why, but since you said it, Ipeng, I will definitely do it. Let me ask you one more question. What do you plan to do after graduation? Join the Yakuza organization?" "Of course not." Ishida Koji said as a matter of course, "A guy like me will definitely not be able to get into college, so I plan to inherit the family store." "Huh?" This answer surprised Shirakawa Zeping. He originally thought that this delinquent with a head full of dreams of conquering the world would choose to devote himself to the Yakuza. If that were the case, he and his girlfriend would probably have problems sooner or later. This kind of thing is very reasonable. Ishida Koji sighed. "I hope you don't blame me. although I hope that the experience of being a delinquent can become a memory of my youth. But if I don't have a normal job later, I can't fulfill my oath to protect Yami-chan for a lifetime. So, Ipeng, I'm sorry. A man's oath is as important as a man's dream. Really sorry that I can't accompany you to conquer the world in the end. Ishida Koji bowed to Shirakawa Zeping with tears in his tiger eyes. Hearing this, Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that when Ishida Koji said that he must never graduate from the delinquent, he meant that he would be a delinquent for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, it was only in high school, so Ishida Koji's illness wasn't that serious. Finally, a troublesome matter was solved. Shirakawa Zeping felt relieved and waved his hand, saying, "I'm leaving first. Don't quarrel with your girlfriend anymore. If you really want to quarrel, try to avoid me." "Hey, Ipeng, are you leaving so soon? Don't come in and sit for a while. My house is quite big." After returning home, it was almost midnight. He tried to return to his home as quietly as possible without making any loud noises. There were both line calls and missed calls. Shirakawa Zeping didn't reply when he was on the way. On the one hand, it was not convenient, and on the other hand, it was really too late. It would be bad if they woke them up if they fell asleep. He first sent a line message to the only adult, his future boss, Hinata Rin, asking her if she had sent the three of them home safely. The adult, who stayed up late to cultivate immortality, naturally replied quickly, with a lot of content. In addition to answering questions, he also complained that Shirakawa Zeping didn't give the boss face at all, and had already stood up twice. Shirakawa Zeping selectively ignored Hinata Rion's complaints and replied to the other three girls. "Ishiki Hari Nishiki? Although this girl is sometimes silly, and her imagination is different from that of ordinary people, since she cares about me, I might as well reply to her." He replied to Miss Tachibana Tomoe and Tsukimi Sakurazawa one by one, and Tachibana Tomoe replied very quickly. Feeling the care of his own study girl, Shirakawa Zeping felt a little warm in his heart. "Ishiki Hari Nishiki? Ha! Unread? Probably fell asleep." He was about to go to bed when a call came in, and it was the contact name of Tsukimi Sakurazawa. "Hello?" The girl on the other side was obviously full of resentment. "Shirakawa, didn't you agree to call me back after you resolved it?" "It's too late," Shirakawa Zeping asked. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep." "Then sleep less in the activity room, so as not to affect your sleep quality at night." "Huh," Tsukimi Sakurazawa said crisply. "I'm worried about you. I didn't feel it from your tone." "That's because you, Shirakawa, are too slow. I've already shown it, very clearly." "Okay, is there anything else?" Shirakawa Zeping rubbed his temples. He was already tired enough today. "Oh, come and chat on the phone with your good buddy." Shirakawa Zeping was too lazy to pay attention to her and said directly, "Go to bed quickly, you have classes tomorrow." "Tsk. Shirakawa, you are destined to live alone for the rest of your life." Ishiki Hari Nishiki. Shirakawa-san suddenly had something to do today, which is quite worrying. Director Sakurazawa said that he should call him back, so I will also send him a message to show my concern for him. After all, she is a considerate, gentle, and thoughtful, beautiful girl, so this is what I should do. Ish's up from the bed. No. What if Shirakawa-san replies and I don't read it in time? He will definitely think that I am perfunctory to him. This won't do. I might as well wait for him while playing games. Line prompt? Damn it. Why is this level so difficult? Let's try again. Damn it. The boss just now was just a few 100 million away. Why can't I deal enough damage? Come again. I don't believe there is a level I can't beat. The next day, Shirakawa Zeping looked at the three slightly desperate exclamation marks sent by Ishiki Nishiki at around 5 a.m. and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This girl got up very early. Shirakawa-san. Ishiki Nishiki had dark circles under her eyes and sighed faintly. Sometimes I suspect that you are sent by the gods to punish me. Otherwise, why do I feel so tired every day since I met you? I should say this. Shirakawa Zeping didn't know what this idiot was doing again, and didn't care about her look of despair, and directly retorted. It's all Shirakawa-san's fault. I didn't sleep much all night. Ishiki Nishiki sighed as she walked. Can you take a little more responsibility for what you said? Didn't you notice that the uncle who just passed by looked at us with a shocked expression? I'm really sorry, Shirakawa Zeping said casually. Ishiki Yujijin didn't dwell on this topic. She yawned and said with a tired face, bye. I wasn't very sleepy just now. Why do I feel so sleepy when I walk to school? Shirakawa Zeping knew that this girl had stayed up all night at home. Although she didn't go to the internet cafe, it was similar in nature. As we all know, the first period after staying up all night is extremely energetic and excited, which is usually said that after a certain point, the more you practice immortality, the more energetic you are, and you don't want to sleep at all. But as the saying goes, it's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come. When you get to school, the real suffocating sleepiness will surge. It's a pity that Mingjiu High school didn't arrange a morning self-study class or something. Otherwise, Ishiki Yujijin might feel the fear of being woken up by the class teacher. True one of the earliest fears of human beings. This was the first time for the two of them to go to school together. Ishiki Haori Nishiki specially asked Shirakawa Zeping to go with her, saying that it was to prevent her from sleeping past her stop on the train. As it turned out, her consideration was correct. While the two were still walking on the road, she began to fall towards Shirakawa Zeping in a daze. Shirakawa Zeping certainly would not catch her, so she could only wake up suddenly at the moment before she faced weightlessness and then regain her balance. This process was repeated 3 or 2 times. Ishiki Haori Nishiki seemed a little annoyed and directly grabbed Shirakawa Zeping's arm and hung on his shoulder like a little koala. Shirakawa Zeping, although I can understand that it is annoying to be awakened by the feeling of weightlessness in the middle of sleep, I can really sue you for molestation if you do this. He sighed, but in the end he didn't push her head away. After all, she is his money-making concubine, and he should be nice to her occasionally. What's more, it seems that her starting point for staying up late is really for himself. On the train, Ishiki Yuji finally slept peacefully for a while. However, after she leaned on him for only a short while, the resentful eyes of the single dogs around him seemed to burn Shirakawa Zeping to ashes. His girlfriend is so beautiful, but he still brought her out to ride the train. Are they deliberately showing off their affection? All the current guys explode for me. Shirakawa Zeping has a strong sense of concentration. He completely ignored the eyes of the people around him and chewed the piano music score contentedly. For him, this action is just a way to pass the time. Anyway, he has lost his job as a pianist in a coffee shop, so it is better to treat it as a hobby. As his piano skills gradually improved, he also began to gradually realize that music is really not that simple. Asano Natsuori can reach the music level of L5. It is not an exaggeration to praise her as a genius girl. However, such a beautiful girl with super talent did not search for any honors on the internet, which surprised Shirakawa Zeping. It was Hayakawa Natsuji who won the awards in various competitions. Her music level was only LV4, not as high as Asano Natsuori. Could it be that Asano Natsuori is more low-key? No. That little drama girl doesn't look like a good person. If we really talk about low-key, Hayakawa Natsuki looks more low-key. When they arrived at school, the little koala finally struggled to get off Shirakawa Zeping and maintained the demeanor of a normal female high school student to pass the inspection of the discipline committee at the door. Well, her eyes were still a little confused. There were fewer student council members who were supposed to guard the school gate together. It seemed that a lot of people were transferred for the cultural festival. The student council president Mita Takuma was also busy all day long, although basically not many people knew what he was busy with. Ishiki Yujini first lay in the classroom for a while, and after class, she was sent to the health room by Shirakawa Zeping. The excuse was the same as always, that she was not feeling well. With Shirakawa Zeping speaking, the teacher naturally had nothing to say. The female school doctor in the health room originally wanted to take the temperature or something, but was stopped by Shirakawa Zeping. This guy just wants to catch up on his sleep. Teacher, don't bother him. The female school doctor was stunned by what Shirakawa Zeping said. Are students nowadays so arrogant? He said he was here to catch up on his sleep during class time. And the what teacher didn't care? But she didn't want to jump out and be the bad guy. What's the most important thing for a school doctor? Gentle and amiable. Otherwise, how could there be so many health rooms, Davi? Shirakawa Zeping sat by Ishiki Yujini's bed and didn't rush back to the classroom to practice questions. It wasn't because he wanted to accompany Ishiki Yujini, but because Asano Natsuori, the little loli, didn't come to school today, which made him feel a little strange. When he was shopping with Tachibana Chimo, the black-bellied little loli didn't come over to cause trouble, which was already very strange. And then she didn't come to school the next day. What is this? The smell of conspiracy. Shirakawa Zeping sent her a line message. The message hasn't been replied for the time being. He is not impatient, sits down and starts to practice piano skills. Female school doctor? You really don't consider the health room teacher as a teacher. You actually blatantly play with your phone. Even a clay Buddha would get angry, let alone me. Eh? This student looks very familiar. Is he the one who gave a speech at the meeting? The female school doctor couldn't help but think of a rumor circulating in the circle of teachers in the academy. It seems that the once glorious member Oga had trouble with this student named Shirakawa Zeping one day. As a result, he was suspended and taken away by the police station the next day. Some people even speculated that Shirakawa Zeping, a model student, was actually a black and white person. One of the evidences was that a teacher once saw that the extremely ferocious-looking bad boy, Ishida Koji in class C1, respectfully called Shirakawa Zeping I Peng. The female school doctor thought about it, but still resisted the urge to step forward and reprimand. Shirakawa Zeping didn't notice the rich facial expressions of the school doctor next to him. Before he could gain much experience, Asano Natsuori replied to his message. I'm sorry, Shirakawa-san, I made you worry. I'm suddenly feeling unwell, so I have to take a leave. I'll be back soon, Shirakawa-san. Don't worry. I took some medicine and will sleep for a while. Looking at this reply with a strong angelic aura, Shirakawa Zeping keenly realized that something must have happened to Asano Natsuori. The little girl who usually takes the opportunity to talk to me even when she throws an eraser now has an attitude of go away, I don't want to chat with you. Is this normal? Has she been possessed by someone? However, the distance is far and there is a screen between them. Shirakawa Zeping can only suppress his doubts and does not continue to ask anything. Even if he asked, the little girl would probably use the excuse of being asleep to refuse to reply him. What happened that made the little girl with ulterior motives suddenly change her temperament? Could it be that this is the legendary playing hard to get? Wait, how could I come up with such an idea that only Ishiki Haori would have? Am I infected by her mental retardation? This is too scary. Shirakawa Zeping silently walked a little further away from Ishiki Haori Nishiki. Since he got the reply, Shirakawa Zeping no longer wanted to stay in the health room. He turned around and said hello, which made the female school nurse shudder all over and waved to him with a stiff expression. Although I don't know why, the look in the eyes of this female school nurse is similar to the look when Yurihime Ishihara Azusa first met me. Looking at the figure of Shirakawa Zeping leaving, the female school nurse couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's too scary. Is this the pressure brought by the school bully who is good at both black and white? I always feel that my breathing is about to stop just now. In terms of second year and imagination, the female school nurse is also a typical Japanese person. She glanced at Ishiki Haori Nishiki, who was sleeping on the bed, and silently lifted the quilt for her. The king's woman, I can't let her catch a cold. After returning to the classroom, Shirakawa Zeping was very quiet for the whole morning. Neither Ishiki Haori Nishiki came to bother him, nor did Asano Natsuori come up to talk to him with bad intentions. The case has been solved. It turns out that you two are the traitors who made my peaceful life busy and tiring. It wasn't long before this idea came up, before Kimura Takamiya ruthlessly broke it. During the break, the witty and brave old monitor took advantage of the opportunity when Shirakawa Zeping appeared next to him and ran over. Shirakawa-san, Kimura Takamiya smiled sweetly, you already know about Asano-san's sick leave. I know. In that case, then Shirakawa-san, you will go to visit Asano-san on behalf of our class. I haven't had time to thank you for the meeting at the cultural festival last time. Kimura Takamiya said with a face full of hidden merits and fame and a low-key and selfless look. Shirakawa Zeping's expression froze for a second. What kind of logic is this? Just because you want to thank me, you send me to visit that little girl Asano Natsuori? Is this the right way to thank someone? You are harming me. Monitor, are you thinking wrong? Oh no, Kimura-sensei, Asano-san and I understand. Kimura Takamiya gave Shirakawa Zeping a knowing look. I will inform Asano that the teacher assigned it, so there won't be any problem. Wait a minute. I always feel like the class monitor has labeled me a tsundere male protagonist. Is it my illusion? Class monitor, you should think about this more. I think the girls in the class. I have done a good job on the girls, Shirakawa-san. Keep it up. Kimura Takamiya patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. I originally wanted to prepare today's notes for Asano-san, but since it's Shirakawa-san, I won't make a fool of myself. Shirakawa Zeping wanted to struggle a little, but Kimura Takamiya had already thought that the topic was over and said again, "By the way, speaking of which, the preparation for the Mingjiu knowledge competition of the student union seems to have some problems. The people in the question-setting group quarrel in the student union every day. It would be a problem if there were no quarrels in such a stupidly planned event. But no matter what, our class has to choose a team to participate in the competition." Kimura Takamiya seemed to have thought of something, and a happy expression appeared on his face. He said, "The president said that the class ranking points can be added to the competition rewards this time. The school has passed this resolution. After all, it is an activity that combines education with entertainment. Now the teachers are paying attention to it." The class ranking points of Mingjiu High School are not only related to the average grades, but also to the various performances of the students. Generally speaking, the allowances received by teachers in high-ranking classes will also be much higher. This is a means to stimulate the subjective initiative of teachers, but apart from anything else, adults still only care about money. Class honors and the like are all nonsense. Only a thick salary in hand is real. Kimura Takamiya is concerned about class honors and other resume things. The class teacher Masao Uehara is undoubtedly a typical adult. After knowing that there is such an activity, he showed off in the office. "Oh, Shirakawa-kun from our class is good in everything, except that he is too serious. For the honor of the class, he will participate in the activities and win the first place. I advised him to study hard, but he didn't listen. He insisted on working hard for the A teacher and classmates. Such a good kid. It's really rare." The teacher in the office watched Uehara Masao pretend to be cool, but he was powerless. There was no way. The opponent was the academic god Shirakawa Zeping, who dominated Mingjiu. He said he wanted to win the first place, and the other contestants could only compete for the second place. With the ugly people in their class, it was impossible for them to be Shirakawa Zeping's opponent. Hayakawa Natsuki, who ranked second in the school year, might be able to do it, but she had been defeated by Shirakawa Zeping many times, and it was difficult for her to turn things around. Teachers are teachers after all. When they heard about the knowledge contest, they subconsciously leaned towards learning. If they knew that there would be some strange questions in this contest, Uehara Masao would really have no choice but to output in front of them. Kimura Takamiya was carrying the lofty mission entrusted to him by Uehara Masao to persuade Shirakawa Zeping to join the participating team. If the class monitor couldn't do it, then the homeroom teacher would personally go into battle and make sure this trump card was blown up in the competition. He opened his mouth to test. "Shirakawa-san, if you are free?" "Team up?" Shirakawa Zeping pointed out Kimura Takamiya's words, which made Kimura Takamiya a little embarrassed. He said, "It's like this, because there are not many talented people in our class, and everyone thinks you are the one that everyone expects." Teacher Uehara also said that Shirakawa-san must join in anyway. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated. He originally didn't want to get involved in such a messy activity, but if it was the request of the homeroom teacher who helped him apply for many scholarships... "Are there many people in the class who want to sign up for the competition?" "Yes, I plan to arrange for Asano-san and Shirakawa-san to form a team." Kimura Takamiya smiled sweetly again. "We are all classmates. As the class monitor, I can only help here. After all, the competition format is different. It's always good to have one more girl in the team." Shirakawa Zeping didn't object this time. The little lowly's real strength is frighteningly high. It's always less troublesome to team up with her than with Ishiki Yuchi Nishiki. Add one more person who knows more about games and variety shows. That's enough. 3 people are convenient for communication. At the end, Shirakawa Zeping said a little worriedly, "If the question-setting team has a brain twitch and comes up with some questions in this area, Shirakawa Zeping will definitely have no ability to fight back. Asano Natsuori doesn't look like someone who likes to play games, so it's better to bring one more person to be prepared. Since he is going to do it, Shirakawa Zeping naturally wants to strive for perfection. Well, the student union's requirements also limit the team to 3 people. I will ask my classmates in the class when there is one more person to choose. Thank you for your hard work, class monitor Kimura." The conversation between the two stopped here. Kimura Takamiya turned around and left, while Shirakawa Zeping lowered his head and began to think about what the class monitor had just said. Visit Asano Natsuori? This seems to be a bit difficult. The little loli is in a very strange state now. If you go, something unexpected might happen. How about finding some helpers? Organize a team to brush the Asano Natsuori dungeon? Shirakawa Zeping thought about it and felt that the people in his social circle who knew Asano Natsuori were not very reliable. Not to mention Ishiki Haori Nishiki. Tsukimi Sakurazawa's personality is not necessarily much better than Ishiki Haori Nishiki. As for Miss Tachibana Chimo, forget it. The little loli has ulterior motives. If she sets her eyes on her own study girl, it will be more trouble than gain. It's a pity that Hayakawa Natsuji doesn't know Asano Natsuori, otherwise it would be a perfect choice to find her. During the afternoon club time, Shirakawa Zeping simply informed Asano Natsuori of the news that she had requested sick leave. Upon hearing this, Tsukimi Sakurazawa immediately said dejectedly, "How come even Natsuori-chan collapsed? Our club has suffered a major blow." Shirakawa, why don't we apply for a sum of money from the student union to comfort the hearts of sick members? The student union will not agree to such an unreasonable request. He looked around and asked in confusion, "You just said? Could it be that Tachibana-san?" "I'm talking about myself." Tsukimi Sakurazawa sighed, patted Shirakawa Zeping on the shoulder and said, "Shirakawa, director, I'm almost exhausted. From now on, our department will be handed over to you. Since you haven't collapsed yet, then hurry up and work hard to finish your Thai work." "That's too much. Shirakawa, you just want to squeeze me dry, right? You don't even leave me the last bit." "Stop talking nonsense. Have you finished writing the calligraphy display for the cultural festival?" "No," Tsukimi Sakurazawa said, throwing away the pen in her hand, lying on the table, and said weakly, "It's too difficult. No matter how I write, I don't feel satisfied." "Why don't you, Shirakawa?" "I refuse. I haven't told you what I want you to do." "You can guess it." Shirakawa Zeping looked at her with disdain. "You obviously want to be lazy and not write. You are the director, can't you set a good example?" "Oh, that's because there is no one else here. It's tiring to always pretend to be capable. My calligraphy level is not good enough to be exhibited." Shirakawa Zeping said, "If you want students to be more satisfied when applying for funds in the future, then go and write well." "Ah!" Tsukimi Sakurazawa lay back on the table again, pretending to be pitiful, and said, "Shirakawa, I'm doing this for you. I want to have a good meal when you go out to play." "Let's talk about it when you can go out to play." Shirakawa Zeping suddenly asked, "Where is Tachibana-san?" "Xiaomo went to buy rice paper for me. I have no inspiration, and I have a headache." Shirakawa Zeping looked at the waste manuscripts all over the floor and couldn't help but sigh. He got up and started to clean up the activity room. Not long after, Tachibana Chimo came in with a stack of rice paper, pushed open the door of the activity room and walked in. "Hey, Xiaomo, what are you holding in your hand?" Tsukimi Sakurazawa was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed a small box in her hand. "The flower seeds given by the owner," Tachibana Chimo whispered. "He said that this kind of flower will smell very fragrant when it blooms." "There is such a good thing." Tsukimi Sakurazawa was stunned. She had never encountered such a situation. Such a gentle event seems to be the exclusive right of the treasure girl, Tachibana Chimo. It turns out that being a little obedient is more likely to have benefits. Tsukimi Sakurazawa regretfully said that outside, she was only asked about her Twitter account, and the bolder ones would ask about her line number. Compared to Xiaomo, I always feel that the people I meet are so frivolous. Not at all Asian. Baichuan Zeping glanced at her. This guy is a typical one who deserves to be hit. When he was approached outside before, he would directly hold Baichuan Zeping's hand and say with a smile that this is my boyfriend. He didn't care whether Baichuan Zeping's face next to him was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There seems to be a flower pot in our activity room, which was left over from the previous class. Then plant it. It just so happens that our calligraphy department doesn't have any scenery to decorate the room. Yeah, Baichuan, what are you talking about? Aren't the two girls in our calligraphy department the scenery? Jujimo found the flower pot. Baichuan Zeping went to the flower bed to get some soil and then planted the seeds. After the three of them were busy for a while, they looked at the flower pot by the window and seemed to have a sense of accomplishment. Why don't we give this child a name? What name? Great Demon Lord Shirakawa's harem number 1. Rejected. Then, rejected. Hey! Shirakawa Zeping sat down, and the three of them started to do their own things as usual. After a while, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly said. I'm going to visit Asano-san later. After all, they are in the same club, so it is necessary to inform them. Are you going to visit? Tsukimi Sakurazawa said happily. Then I want to go with you. Finish your task before you say such things to me. Shirakawa, you. He ignored Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who was so angry that he jumped up and down and said, I plan to go alone this time. Tachibana Jimo asked, retracted his hand, and gave up the idea of speaking. Natsuori-chan won't agree. How can a boy visit alone? No way, you have to include me in the list no matter what. Write your words. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a moment and explained. Actually, I was chosen by the class this time. If too many people go, they will disturb Asano-san's rest. Does Shirakawa Zeping care that he will disturb Asano Natsuori's rest? Of course he doesn't care. The little girl is not seriously ill and needs to lie in bed and rest. At most, it is a minor illness like a cold. It's not necessary to be so cautious. Although he doesn't care, using this reason to persuade Tsukimi Sakurazawa is still very effective. When she heard this, she was silent. Well, okay. But if Natsuori-chan doesn't get better tomorrow, I will definitely go to see her. Shirakawa Zeping responded without comment. He went to Asano Natsuori's house today mainly to test what happened to her. As for what will happen tomorrow after the test, he doesn't care. Are you going to participate in the cultural festival? The activity room was silent for a while, and Shirakawa Zeping asked again, What activity? Is it in class? The competition organized by the student union. Oh, that one, it looks very interesting, but I think it would be more interesting to be an audience than to go on stage. Shirakawa Zeping smiled and touched Tsukimi Sakurazawa's dog head. Very conscious, so I don't have to worry about running into acquaintances. Shirakawa, what are you doing? Nothing, I just suddenly thought you did a great job. Then don't praise me in the tone of praising a pet. After the club activities ended, Shirakawa Zeping first sent a message to the little loli that he was going to visit. After a while, Shirakawa Zeping, who still didn't wait for a reply, called directly. This number was given to him by Tsukimi Sakurazawa. Asano Natsuori and him have not exchanged phone numbers yet. The little loli wanted to come, but Shirakawa Zeping has been avoiding her. Not long after, an unpleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Not buying a house or a shop. Damn telesales, they even called me. Asano Natsuori angrily pressed the piano keys in front of her, her face puffed up, like a little puffer fish that was irritated. Damn black-hearted woman. Damn pretty boy. One day, I will make you two kneel down in front of me, Natsuori, and repent. Before she could express her ambitions for long, a voice that surprised her came from the other end of the phone. Asano-san, it's me. Pretty boy. Asano Natsuori was suddenly startled and said in a sweet tone. Ah, it turned out to be Shirakawa-san. A friend of mine just answered the phone. Sorry. Hey Natsuori, why are you so gentle to him? You didn't even introduce yourself when you came up. So-chan, you can't do this. Shirakawa-san is a very good person. He has helped me a lot. Asano Natsuori played two roles on the other end of the phone and performed a short conversation vividly. Thanks to her high level of musical skills, the two voices didn't sound like the same person at all. Huh! He sounds like a stupid, bad, slow-witted man. I don't want to see him. I'm leaving. Hey, Michi-chan, don't you really want to know Shirakawa-san? We are the protagonists. We don't know how to laugh. Please perform. He tried to hold back his smile for a while before saying, Actually, there's nothing special. I just wanted to ask if you've seen the line message. Line message? Asano Natsuori was stunned for a moment and said, I just had something. Oh, in that case, I'll just say it straight. I was assigned by the teacher to come visit you on behalf of the class. I'll bring you a note, by the way. Ah, you're welcome, Shirakawa Zeping said, thoughtfully. We're all classmates. Well, let's not do that. My room is quite messy. It would be embarrassing for Shirakawa classmate to see it. Then let's meet in the living room. Living room. I'm sick, I can't get out of bed. Huh? Do you have a fever? Yes, Asano Natsuori said hurriedly. Then I'll bring you some antipyretic medicine. Shirakawa Zeping said gently. Don't burn your brain. That, Shirakawa? Dead? Dead? Asano Natsuori gritted her teeth, wishing she could appear in front of Shirakawa Zeping and bite him. This damn pretty boy, he usually doesn't behave well, but now he's suddenly so gentle. Is he sick? How can I face people in this state? After Shirakawa Zeping on the other side hung up the phone, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. The little girl seemed to be very nervous. Could it be that she really had something to hide? Shirakawa Zeping, who was curious, decided to go to her house to find out. The tram arrived at the station soon. After walking 2 blocks, Shirakawa Zeping arrived at the destination. This was the address filled in by Asano Natsuori's family information. It seemed to be a hotel-style apartment with a very high level of style. He followed the map, found the corresponding floor, and pressed the doorbell. No one answered. He called Asano Natsuori's mobile phone again. The little girl on the other end of the phone coughed twice and said weakly, "Shirakawa classmate, the spare key is under the carpet. Just come in." Shirakawa Zeping responded and began to sneer after hanging up the phone. This guy, just now he was talking with full of energy. Now he looks sick. Are you weak? He pushed the door open, and the bright light in the apartment was projected from the French windows. Because of the height of the floor, Shirakawa Zeping could even see the setting sun through the French windows with a wide view. He is indeed a rich man, living in an apartment with such a good view. Shirakawa Zeping thought of his little house and couldn't help but sigh. "Shirakawa classmate, you are here," Asano Shaji said. He coughed twice and showed a pale smile on his face. In the room, the little lowly Asano Shaji was lying on the bed, wearing a mask and a towel on her head. She seemed to have a fever. Seeing this, Shirakawa Zeping walked over, put down his bag, and asked, "Asano-san, are you okay?" "It's okay." "How much is it?" "It's a little short of 38 degrees Celsius. It's nothing serious." "Oh," Shirakawa Zeping responded, and subconsciously wanted to help Asano Natsuori change the cold towel on her head. Asano Natsuori quickly grabbed Shirakawa Zeping's hand and said in surprise, "Shirakawa-san, what are you doing?" Shirakawa Zeping was stunned by her imposing manner and asked in confusion, "I'm helping you change the towel." "Why do I look like I'm going to molest her? Do I look like someone who doesn't understand the law?" "No need," Asano Natsuori stiffly uttered. "I just changed it." "No. Didn't you say you couldn't get out of bed? Is there anyone else at home?" Shirakawa Zeping stood up as he spoke. If the little girl's parents were at home, he would still go to see them. Regardless of what the little girl was doing, this is a matter of courtesy. "No, I just went out." Asano Natsuki felt that acting was very tiring. In such a short time, she had to drive from her real residence to this apartment, and she had to change her clothes and put on makeup on the way. Even big stars with a salary of over 100 million yuan would not be as dedicated to their jobs as she is. "I see." Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the room casually and said casually, "Asano's room is very simple and concise. It's just a different personality." If it was Hayakawa Natsuki, a woman with a cold and arrogant temperament, who said this, Shirakawa Zeping would still reluctantly believe it, but if it was Asano Natsuki, it would not be very convincing. "Shouldn't a girl's room have a faint fragrance? I only smelled a faint smell of air freshener. And the layout of this room, the placement of items. If the comics are not deceiving, then it can only mean that Asano Natsuki is the one who lied. This room, it is clear that no one has lived in it." Shirakawa Zeping walked around for a while, but didn't rush to point it out. He and Asano Natsuki talked about this and that for a while, silently waiting for the moment when the little loli couldn't help but show her feet. Shirakawa Zeping poured a cup of hot water for the little girl. The joke of "drink more hot water" seems to be exclusive to Chinese straight men. People in other places don't drink hot water much. In restaurants in Japan, there is even ice water all year round. In addition, in winter, the beautiful scenery of girls with bare legs makes many people willing to call Japanese girls the best. Fortunately, the little girl in front of Shirakawa Zeping has no resistance to hot water. She gestured to Shirakawa Zeping to put it on the table and wait until it cools down a little before drinking it. "It's ready to drink." Shirakawa Zeping handed it over and said, "You will feel much warmer if you drink it." Asano Natsuori's eyes flashed, and she wanted to kill this nosy little white face with a sharp look. Is my current situation a matter of whether I can drink or not? I can't sit up at all. Once I sit up, my hidden secret that cannot be seen by others. She thought about it and tried to ask, "How about, Shirakawa classmate, can you find a straw? If there is a straw, I can drink water while lying down. Drink hot water with a straw?" Shirakawa Zeping looked strange. Could this kid's brain really be burned out? He looked at Asano Natsuori's face and found that it was indeed abnormally ruddy. He didn't bother to test what she was doing and asked directly, "Asano, do you want to take your temperature again?" No need." Asano Natsuori hurriedly stopped Shirakawa Zeping's action. The ruddy face on her face was purely covered by the quilt. If the pretty boy really took her temperature, then this lie would have no basis to continue. Really not? Really, I took antipyretic medicine and I feel much better. Oh. Shirakawa Zeping reached out again, wanting to help her change the towel on her forehead. What are you doing? Asano Natsuori grabbed his hand again and said in a trembling voice, Help you change the towel. Shirakawa Zeping was confused again. It's been so long, it's time to change it. No need. I like this feeling. Asano Natsuori gritted her teeth and replied word by word. Why does this pretty boy have a problem with the towel on my forehead? Is he sick? Sister Control is really a group of unreasonable guys. Shirakawa Zeping also reacted at this moment. It seems that this little girl has a secret. He withdrew his hand calmly and said, Is that so? Then, Asano classmate, is there anything else I can help with? Asano Natsuori hurriedly said that I was very happy that you could come, and there was no need to bother you at all. You sitting here is the biggest help to me. The two chatted for a while, and Shirakawa Zeping took out his mobile phone to check the time and said, It's getting late. I'll leave first. Ah, so early. Asano Natsuori pretended to keep him, but only for a moment, and then he said goodbye to Shirakawa Zeping. She was also afraid that the pretty boy would really stay shamelessly. After all, this damn sister-con has a very strange personality and often does not follow common sense. See you next time, Shirakawa-san. I will get better soon and go to school. If I fall behind in my studies, I hope Shirakawa-san can help me make up for it. Even at this time, Asano Natsuori still couldn't forget to calculate how to approach him next time. Shirakawa Zeping hummed, picked up his bag and walked out of the room. With the sound of the door closing, Asano Natsuori finally breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully took off the towel on her forehead and sat up straight on the bed. It can be seen that on her delicate and lovely face, there is a red mark from the forehead to the brow that is swollen, as if she was hit by something. Asano Natsuori picked up the mirror and looked at her face, and couldn't help but began to grind her teeth in hatred again. Damn black-hearted woman. One day I will make you pay the price. And that pretty boy, I will never let him go. She was angry for a while, picked up the water poured by Shirakawa Zeping and took a sip, then frowned and put the cup back. A gigolo is a gigolo. He can't even do the little things right, and he said the water temperature is right, but it's still a little hot. She was secretly criticizing Shirakawa Zeping, and, when she glanced at him from the corner of her eye, she found a familiar figure at the door, who was looking at her with a complicated expression. Shirakawa Zeping, you old bitch! You haven't left yet. For a moment, the blow was so great that Asano Natsuori forgot that she still had water in her mouth. She opened her mouth blankly, and the water stains slowly slid down from the corners of her mouth. She looked silly and a little cute. However, in the eyes of Shirakawa Zeping, it was not clear whether this scene should be described as cute or funny. There was a swelling on the little girl's smooth forehead, and she looked like the Nanji Xianweng. Although it was not so exaggerated, it was still a little funny. The little girl had always advertised herself as an angel, and now she had achieved her wish in a certain sense. Nanji Xianweng was at least a god. Aren't gods more impressive than angels? Brother Xiao Xiao, thank you. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while, and then Shirakawa Zeping cleared his throat and said, I forgot something here. This was of course a lie. He had been standing at the door just now, just to see what the little girl was up to. He never thought that he would find such a scene, which made him neither advance nor retreat, and he was caught in a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Asano Natsuori silently used his trump card and began to wipe away tears. Woo! Although it was a fake cry, it was full of embarrassment, shame, anger, and other emotions, so real that Shirakawa Zeping could not tell that it was acting. He was at a loss. From the surface, the little girl Asano Natsuori did nothing wrong. She did not gain any advantage. Instead, it was Shirakawa Zeping who plotted against her. Shirakawa Zeping knew that he was in the wrong, so he stepped forward and comforted her. I'm sorry, Asano classmate. I'm just too curious. How about you scold me? Asano Natsuori did not answer, but just kept crying. If she really scolded Shirakawa Zeping, he would feel better. But this little loli did nothing else but wipe her tears. Even a god could not do anything, not to mention Shirakawa Zeping, a straight man who had never been in a relationship. He felt as if he had returned to the evening when he met the Yakuza members. The little girl was also crying like this. The only difference was that the little girl at that time looked very beautiful when she cried. But now, Asano Natsuori cried for a while and gradually stopped crying. She stretched out her hand to Shirakawa Zeping. He quickly handed over the warm water on the table. The little girl replenished her water, lowered her head without saying a word, and said after a long while, "Did you see it?" Shirakawa Zeping nodded awkwardly. "The bump on your head is so bright that you wouldn't believe me even if I said I didn't see it." No wonder the little girl took a sick leave and didn't let me visit her. It turned out that her dog's head was blown up by someone and she couldn't see anyone. I don't know whose masterpiece this is. It's so artistic. Did you laugh? No. Shirakawa Zeping bit his tongue on the fatal question. Although he laughed secretly in his heart, as long as he didn't make a sound, it didn't count as a laugh. Asano Natsuori was so angry when she saw the pretty boy's face that she wanted to hold his hateful face and bite a lump out of it to see if he could still smile. Who should be blamed for this? It's that black-hearted woman. She actually beat me up in the name of a kendo competition. If it weren't for my height disadvantage, I should have been the winner. Shirakawa Zeping never thought Asano Natsuori's injury was actually caused by herself. Kendo competitions require protective clothing, so it is impossible to hit the head. The reason is that this little girl was unwilling to lose the competition, and when she was in a state of impotence and rage, the bamboo sword rebounded and hit her own forehead. She didn't hurt the enemy, but ended up hurting herself 1,000 times. Asano-san, your injury? The wound on my head was caused by a sneak attack. Asano Natsuori sighed, and relying on the fact that Shirakawa Zeping knew nothing about it, she began to make up a story and act pitiful. That was an extremely arrogant, black-bellied, cold-hearted paranoid, good for nothing except her face, and she disdained things that she was not interested in, and she was a hateful guy who always looked at people with a straight face. Asano Natsuori seized the opportunity and began to discredit her old enemy. In short, for various reasons, she hated me, so she secretly ambushed me after school. Shirakawa Zeping looked strange. Why did Asano Natsuori's description make the nature of this matter so much like a primary school student seeking revenge? Don't leave after school. Wait for me. Wait for me. Don't call for help if you dare. So that's how it is. Baichuan Zeping comforted. In fact, your injury doesn't look very obvious anymore. You should be able to go to school in a day or two. That would be great. The little girl bowed her head and pretended to be pitiful. It's a pity that I can't beat her. Otherwise, I must make her apologize to me. Shirakawa-san, are you willing to seek justice for me? Asano Natsuori blinked, and the light of hope projected from the bottom of her eyes, almost melting Baichuan Zeping. He turned his head and looked away and said, When will the revenge end? The matter of revenge. Let Asano-san solve it yourself. He really didn't dare to agree to the little girl's request. Not to mention whether this childish behavior of seeking revenge for her brother and sister is appropriate, Baichuan Zeping always feels that there is a strange and dangerous light in the eyes of this little girl. It's like the light in the eyes of a hunter before watching the prey fall into a trap. Seeing the prey escape, the little girl suddenly let out a disappointed "oh." It was a pity that I couldn't bring the pretty boy and the black-hearted woman into a confrontation. Shirakawa Zeping turned the topic elsewhere. Did class leader Kimura tell you about the two of us participating in the cultural festival competition? Asano Natsuori was stunned. No, it's that competition, 3 people in a group. Shirakawa Zeping asked, Does Asano know anything about games and variety shows? Variety shows are okay, but I don't know much about games. Asano Natsuori hesitated and said, she had thought about participating in the competition with the pretty boy a long time ago, but she never had the chance to do it. She thought Shirakawa Zeping would be very wary of her and refuse her to participate in the competition, but she didn't expect that he would take the initiative to invite her. What's going on? Has the pretty boy been possessed by someone? Or does he feel guilty about me and want to get closer to me? Shirakawa Zeping pondered for a moment and then sent a message to Kimura Takamiya, saying that the requirements for finding teammates could be relaxed a little and not as strict as before. Kimura Takamiya replied quickly. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at him and frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. Kimura Takamiya seemed to be unable to find a suitable candidate. The boys who were good at games and were otakus did not dare to go on stage to participate, and those who dared to participate did not want to be the background board for Shirakawa Zeping to show off. In their words, it would be very stressful to participate in the competition with Shirakawa-san, and they would feel embarrassed if they did not perform well. There was a girl who was quite capable, but after hearing the gossip in the class, she resolutely rejected the proposal of the class monitor and was determined to match Asano Natsuori and Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa Zeping did not quite understand the idea of these thigh pendants, but since they did not dare to go up, he could not force them to join with a knife. Then can only Asano-san and I participate in the competition? Shirakawa Zeping asked in a typing voice. It is possible according to the rules, but Shirakawa-san, you too. It is okay if one person is missing. The school god said that he wanted to bring his sister to play the game, and Kimura Takamiya dared not object. He immediately said, I believe in you, Shirakawa-san, you will definitely get a good ranking, and then hurriedly went offline to make a list of participants. After solving this matter, Shirakawa Zeping said to the little loli leaning on the bed, although it is a group of 3, there are only 2 of us participating in the competition. Is it okay? Asano Natsuori nodded, subconsciously. Shirakawa Zeping smiled with satisfaction. The little loli is still very well behaved when she is not making trouble. As for the competition, relying on the gift of photographic memory, she should be able to do a good job by temporarily going to Wikipedia. Will your family come back tonight? If not, let's go to dinner. Or do you want me to pack it for you and bring it back? Asano Natsuori hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. It's not easy for the little white face to find his conscience. If he can get closer to him, he can't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, I don't know when my revenge will be completed. Ah, wait, my headscarf. Asano Natsuori never forgets to maintain her appearance. What shall we eat? You decide. Then let's go for 5-eye fried rice. I want to try that. Let's change it. Didn't you say I decided? Mingjiu High School in the office. A middle-aged female teacher was trying hard to persuade the stunning girl in front of her, sometimes from the perspective of class justice, and sometimes playing the emotional card, persuading Hayakawa Natsushi to participate in this cultural festival competition in all aspects. Hayakawa, Teacher Takagi has never asked you for anything. Teacher Takagi's memory is not very good, Hayakawa Natsushi said lightly. Ahem, then treat it as a teacher begging you again. After hearing that Hayakawa Natsushi was not interested in participating in the cultural festival competition, not to mention Takagi's homeroom teacher, the student council president Mita Takuma was directly scared to death. The starting point of this activity is for the heroine Hayakawa Natsuji. If she doesn't show up at all, what's the point of planning? This activity is very meaningful, and it won't affect your piano performance at the party. Hayakawa Natsuji remained unmoved and refused. Sorry, teacher, I'm not interested. Upon hearing this, homeroom teacher Gao Mu sighed regretfully. She knew the temper of her student. Even as a homeroom teacher, she didn't think she had the momentum and power to force her to do anything. In this case, the teacher will have to find other students to form a team. Thank you, teacher. Then I'll take my leave first. Hayakawa Natsuji stood up and bowed slightly. She moved lightly, and when she was about to reach the door, she suddenly heard 2 teachers discussing something. Hey, Mr. Inoue, have you heard that Shirakawa-kun from Mr. Uehara's class is only bringing 1 girl to participate in the competition this time? Yeah, I heard from Mr. Uehara. It's the new transfer student, right? Ah, the way young people fall in love is really romantic. If I had such a genius to help me pretend to be a wall when I was young, I would definitely remember it for the rest of my life. Shirakawa-kun is bringing a girl to participate in the competition, which is a challenge to other boys. It would be interesting if there was an opponent who is as good as him. Hayakawa Natsushi was silent for a while, then slowly turned around and returned to the homeroom teacher Takagi. Sorry, Mr. Takagi, I take back what I said. Huh? Teacher Takagi looked confused. Hayakawa Natsuji raised her delicate and beautiful eyebrows, as if she was competing with something. I said, I suddenly want to participate in the competition. Besides, I only need 1 person. The little loli Asano Natsuori actually eats quite ordinary food. Compared with big meals like steak, she seems to be more interested in oden, meatballs, barbecue, and the like on the street. Is this delicious? Asano Natsuori licked her rosy lips. She had just eaten a spicy beef meatball, and was a little afraid of this kind of street food. It's okay. Shirakawa Zeping handed over a string of grilled potato chips, and he picked up 2 large oysters. Neon, seafood can still fill you up. Asano Natsuori took the grilled potato chips and hesitated. She had never eaten such a barbecue stall, or a yakitori restaurant. For her, this way of eating was only seen, but she had never really experienced it herself. She took a light bite, took 2 breaths of cold air, and said vaguely, "It's so hot." But she didn't mean to spit it out. Shirakawa Zeping handed over a bottle of soda. If you don't consider the purpose behind Asano Natsuori's strange behavior, this little girl is undoubtedly very cute. Her delicate and rosy skin adds a sense of transparency under the streetlights, and her cute figure makes people can't help but have a desire to protect her. No matter from which angle you look at her, she is a 360-degree, cute, super beautiful girl. It's a pity that she is too flat. You can see her shoes when you lower your head. It's not like Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who usually looks very hard to bend down to tie her shoelaces. Shirakawa Zeping ate the freshly grilled skewers and silently commented on the little drama girl in front of him. Although she has always wanted to plot against Shirakawa Zeping, it seems that she has never really done it. I don't know if she is waiting for an opportunity, or if this silly child has really only learned the superficial knowledge of others' black-bellied fur, and has not learned the essence of cheating people at all. In any case, if this little girl's personality has not changed, she will probably grow into a very troublesome character. Shirakawa-san, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I just think Asano-san is cute when she eats. Asano Natsuori pretended to blush. Shirakawa-san, you are a little mean. Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, "This is the truth." Nonsense. How could I not know that I am cute? Asano Natsuori rolled her eyes in her heart. A gigolo is a gigolo. Even the compliments are not to the point. Let me ask one more question. Why would Asano-san take the initiative to contact someone like me? Shirakawa Zeping peeled a grilled oyster and asked casually. The little girl was stunned for a moment. Did I? It seems a little strange to me. Shirakawa Zeping rarely had the opportunity to talk to Asano Natsuori face to face, so naturally he was unwilling to let it go. Maybe I want to be friends with Shirakawa-san. Like the beautiful transfer girl in anime, she starts talking to the most withdrawn boy in the class? That's not the case. Besides, you're not withdrawn, are you, Shirakawa-san? I do want to be withdrawn. Shirakawa Zeping sighed. Knowing more people will cause trouble. He was telling the truth. Since the beginning of the new semester, he has experienced more things than before. On the one hand, it's because the system affects the world line, and on the other hand, it's related to the people around him. I'm here to criticize the 2 book painters, Ishiki Haori and Hinata Rin. If it weren't for them, I probably wouldn't have to get involved in the maid cafe. It seems that the manager of Yuanhang asked me to help? It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's all my fault. It's not good to change the blame at the last minute. A strange light flashed in Asano Natsuori's eyes, and she whispered tentatively, "Actually, when I first met Shirakawa-san, I thought you were a very cold person." Why? Because Shirakawa-san doesn't talk to people in class. He's always busy with his own things, and he doesn't seem to care about anything else. Aren't normal people like this? Shirakawa Zeping asked back. No, everyone will communicate with people around them. No matter what, you should have a friend, right? So you want to be my friend? That's not the way it is. It's just that after getting to know Shirakawa-san for a while, I found out that you and the rumors and gossips... Asano Natsuori covered her mouth and said awkwardly, Shirakawa-san, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen to the gossip about you. Very good. She started to show off her acting skills again. I knew this little Lolita would definitely lose her temper. Shirakawa Zeping smiled secretly in his heart and countered the move, asking, What gossip? It's about Hayakawa-san. Asano Natsuori stuck out her tongue. They said that Shirakawa-san and Hayakawa-san are actually, secretly, a couple? Why do you say that? Well, it seems that someone saw you having lunch together on the rooftop. Although she pretended to be cautious, her eyes were fixed on Shirakawa Zeping, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Shirakawa Zeping said calmly, Just because of this? Well, after all, it's gossip, so it might be a little outrageous. Shirakawa Zeping hummed and stopped talking. Asano Natsuori waited for a long time, but Shirakawa Zeping didn't show any intention of explaining, so she couldn't help but ask anxiously, Shirakawa, are you really in a relationship with Hayakawa-san? Don't you want to clarify and explain it? You said it was just gossip. Why do I need to explain it? Shirakawa Zeping said strangely, Isn't it more black and white when you explain this kind of thing? Asano Natsuori was choked and speechless, and took a bite of the potato in his hand silently. Damn pretty boy. You just know how to tease me. Do you think I care whether you have any relationship with that black-hearted woman? I wish you two would fight as soon as you meet. Shirakawa Zeping was a little amused when he saw this. The little girl seemed to be quite concerned about her relationship with Hayakawa Natsuji. Even when she guessed who he learned his fighting skills from last time, she said the name Hayakawa Natsuji all of a sudden. These signs seemed to indicate that the little loli's purpose of approaching herself should be partly for Hayakawa Natsuji. As for how much is for him and how much is for Hayakawa Natsuji, only the little loli herself should know. Anyway, Baichuan Zeping felt that his role should not be a big factor. He is not some peerless dragon Aotian who can attract girls at first sight and live and die together with them. There is no reason for the little girl to like him. Even Ishiki Yujijin gave him a card whenever he got the chance, not to mention Asano Natsuori who has a higher IQ. Hurry up and eat. I have something to do later. Baichuan Zeping saw that the little girl began to be dazed and could not help but urge her. Where are you going tonight, Shirakawa-san? Yeah, part-time job. The little girl said, oh, and stopped asking. After a while, she slowly threw down a stick and pouted her little face and said, I'm full. Asano Natsuori's behavior at this moment was very obvious. I'm being upset. If you dare to really leave, you'll be dead. Baichuan Zeping saw that the little girl seemed to be in a bad mood, but he didn't take the blame on himself. He looked at the time and asked, can you go back by yourself? But as soon as this question came out, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly felt that he seemed to have asked a nonsense question, and shook his head and said, let's go, I'll take you home first. Where are you going to work part-time, Shirakawa? The little loli pleaded with her eyes eagerly. Can you take me with you? I'm injured, and it's boring to be alone at home. Shirakawa Zeping was silent for a moment, and asked, there are a lot of girls in that place. Are you sure you want to meet them like this? Asano Natsuori gritted her teeth. Yes. As long as I wrap it with a headscarf, no one will notice the bag on my head. She was determined to stick to Shirakawa Zeping, and even the image that girls care about most was about to be given up. Shirakawa Zeping had no idea what to do with her, so he said helplessly, I'm going there for work. Are you just standing there staring blankly? I want to see how Shirakawa-san works. Is that not okay? You have to wear maid outfits to work there. The little girl took a step back in shock, and Shirakawa Zeping quickly explained, girls wear them, I don't. Oh, I thought, don't think. I just imagined it. Don't imagine it. Shirakawa Zeping sighed. Since you want to go and have fun, then go, but I have to tell you first, don't cry all the time. I'm not that childish. After the two agreed, they staggered onto the train together. This time, the little girl didn't think about scheming against Shirakawa Zeping to make him socially dead, but stood obediently beside Shirakawa Zeping, chatting with him in a low voice. Of course, in this unconscious chat, Asano Natsuori's words were full of traps. Shirakawa-san seems to have suddenly become interested in piano. How is your learning going? Not bad. I've learned a little bit. Really? Great. Shirakawa-san, you're amazing. Piano is obviously very difficult to learn. Asano Natsuori sighed slightly and said, I've been learning for a long time, but I can only play a little bit. I'll be able to ask Shirakawa-san for advice when I have the chance. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her and sneered in his heart. With your level 5 skill level, I'm afraid you can only play a little bit, right? This little loli actually wants to play the pig to eat the tiger. What a deep scheme. But unfortunately, there is only one consequence of showing off in front of the protagonist being eaten by a bigger tiger. Hinata Rin's maid cafe was soon reached. Shirakawa Zeping took the little loli to walk 2 blocks and saw the employees who had been hired before were all wearing the maid uniforms in the store, and they seemed to be sticking something at the door. Where should I put this kitten pattern? How about above? Manager, cat-eared maid is a bit embarrassing. I want the character card of a tsundere maid. This is the result of the lottery. Lingmei, your cat-eared cosplay is very cute. Ah, manager, Shirakawa-kun is here. Shirakawa, you're here just in time. The store will open in a few days. Please help me hang this up. Shirakawa Zeping took the sticker and asked in confusion, Where's Ishiki-san? She and Haruko-chan went to distribute flyers. Please promote it more. I also advertised in my comic book store, and the customers responded very enthusiastically. Hinata Rion suddenly stopped talking, staring straight at Asano Natsuori. Shirakawa Zeping saw that she was about to gasp again, and quickly stopped her, saying, Miss Hinata, this is my classmate who came here to play, not to apply for a maid job. Hinata Rin's shocked expression was interrupted, and she shook her short hair and said with some dissatisfaction, Shirakawa-kun, you are really something. You always bring some super cute girls who can't be my clerks to play with me. Are you challenging my sanity, or are you showing off that you know a lot of girls? Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. You have almost met all the girls I know. In addition to another Hayakawa Natsuki, but Miss Natsuki is unlikely to follow Shirakawa Zeping around. Nice to meet you. My name is Asano Natsuori. The little loli bowed gently to Hinata Rin with a smile of 100% sweetness in her dimples. Oh, nice to meet you. My name is Hinata Rin. You can just call me Hinata Sister. Can you call me Sister Rin? The little girl smiled and said, I always feel that Sister Rin looks very friendly. He looked at Hinata Rin with a captured look and suddenly felt a little speechless. The efficiency of the little girl's angel face in gaining favorability is amazingly fast, and she is also very good at using her cuteness. Often, people like Hinata Rin and Ishiki Haori Nishiki who have little resistance can make their favorability max with just a smile. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly felt that maybe. Painters are all so-called face control. Hello, Sister Rin. Hello, Sister Rin. Hinata Rin smiled and couldn't close her mouth. Then I will call you Natsuori from now on. Shocked, the former Minotaur painter has become a bootlicker. The reason turned out to be? Miss Hinata? Shirakawa Zeping coughed lightly and asked, What was the job you said you would assign to me? Oh yes, I almost forgot about this. Hinata Rin slapped her forehead and said, I decided to open an official account for our coffee shop on Twitter, and you, Shirakawa, will be the one to maintain the account. What do you think? Shirakawa Zeping frowned. Although his mental age is no longer considered, he is still a high school student. How can he suddenly change from a part-time worker in a coffee shop to a blue V? This is not appropriate. I don't often play with my phone, so how can I have time to stare at Twitter every day? Besides, your coffee shop has just opened. How can there be fans following it? Unless... Miss Hinata, are you going to use the artist's Twitter account to attract traffic? Bingo! Shirakawa-kun, you are really smart. You guessed what I wanted to do at once. Isn't it better to use girls to maintain the official account? Shirakawa Zeping looked tired. I don't want to act cute with those people across the screen. It's okay, Shirakawa-kun. As long as you are proficient in emoticons and cute interjections, everyone can become a cute girl. I refuse. Please help me find a job. Eh! Hinata Rin said dissatisfiedly. I gave you a chance, Shirakawa-kun. You can't blame me for not seizing it. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no such shop. If you want a leisurely job again, I, the store manager, will not accompany you. I never said I wanted a leisurely job. As long as you are a little more normal, everything will be fine. In that case, Shirakawa-kun, then please be the head maid of our cat's tea party cafe from today. Let's discuss the operation of the Twitter account. Shirakawa-kun, don't be so resistant. It's just a title. You can also call yourself a foreman. It's just that the foreman of a group of maids is usually called the head maid. Shirakawa Zeping's face darkened. Asano Natsuori covered her mouth and tried her best not to laugh out loud. I didn't expect it. Little white face, you will also be embarrassed one day. Is there really no other work in the store? Really? If you want to be the manager, I can consider it. Unfortunately, Uncle Yuanhong said that he can't trouble Shirakawa-kun too much. Shirakawa Zeping's face was full of black lines. This unreliable Minotaur painter actually wanted to be a hands-off boss. She was obviously an adult sister, but she didn't have the maturity and responsibility of a sister. Perhaps this is the happiness of the second generation of the rich. In fact, you can consider letting Miss Xiaoshan take the position of foreman. Shirakawa Zeping thought carefully. She has a gentle temperament and is suitable for the communication work of the foreman. He was sincerely considering this matter, not trying to get rid of this position from his own perspective. If there is really no other way, he will just take the position of foreman, and at most Ishiki Yujijin will secretly laugh at him behind his back. I have considered this issue. Hinata Rin frowned slightly. But it seems a bit inconvenient for Haruko-chan, and she also said that you are more suitable. The official account is just a joke, Shirakawa-kun. I also wanted you to be the foreman at the beginning. All kinds of personnel, rest, scheduling, and emergency plan handling. I think it should be no problem if Shirakawa-kun does it. After all, you are a talent recognized by Uncle Yuanhong. Shirakawa Zeping sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that he has to bite the bullet and take the title of head maid. The only drawback is that Shirakawa-kun, you're still a high school student, and the foreman needs to be on duty in the store all the time. Hinata Rin tried. How about... Shirakawa-kun, can you kidnap another beautiful headmaid and bring her back for me? Why do you make me sound like a criminal? Shirakawa Zeping sighed. My social circle is also on campus. How could I easily get to know someone like that? What a pity. It seems that Shirakawa-kun and I have to take turns being the foreman. This is the best way. Shirakawa Zeping nodded and said, You decide on the personnel arrangements and shift schedules, and I'll adjust them when the time comes. Okay. After sticking the stickers on the wall, Shirakawa Zeping clapped his hands and said, Are there any flyers left? I'll go and hand out some too. On the counter over there. Shirakawa Zeping walked over and took a stack of flyers. He looked at the flyers and felt that the small comics on them should be drawn by Ishiki Haori Nishiki's cute style. He was forced by Hinata Rin to look at some of Ishiki Haori Nishiki's in her works, just to let him comment on which sect is more useful. Ahem. Not useful, but good-looking. Shirakawa Zeping was busy gaining experience levels, so he glanced at the style of painting casually, and then never opened Hinata Rinta's gift again. Poor Ishiki Haori Nishiki didn't know that she had been betrayed by Hinata Rinta. Every time she talked about this topic, she pretended to be pure and said that she had actually stopped writing for many years. The little loli didn't seem to like this cute style of painting. There is a saying that people like something more when they lack it. Maybe what she yearns for more is not cuteness, but breasts? Shirakawa Zeping gave her a stack of flyers. Asano Natsuori's beauty should not be wasted. This girl has a very high rate of turning heads when walking on the street. When Shirakawa Zeping took her on the street before, she had experienced the feeling of being scanned by countless eyes. Such a cute little loli, smiling sweetly and handing you a flyer. Do you say you will take it or not? Of course you should take it. So although handing out flyers is a physical job, it is undoubtedly more suitable for girls to do. If someone reads the content on the flyer and thinks that Asano Natsuori may be an employee here, who knows? Asano Natsuori didn't react much to Shirakawa Zeping's behavior of taking advantage of her for free. There are so many things that make a pretty boy hate her, and this degree is still acceptable to her. Isn't it just a freeloader? Those who take advantage of others will always be taken advantage of by others. Then I will take advantage of it for free. Make a lot of money back. With this idea in mind, Asano Natsuori and Shirakawa Zeping began to hand out flyers hard in the night, when the neon lights were shining. During this time, Shirakawa Zeping also met Koyama Haruko and Ishiki Haori Nishiki. Ishiki Haori Nishiki was very surprised by Asano Natsuki's arrival, but after seeing Asano Natsuki's strange head decoration, she hesitated for a moment and asked, Natsuki-san, my head is fine. Asano Natsuki smiled with a chill. How is the flyer distribution going, Nishiki-san? The friendship between girls is indeed progressing faster than that between boys. The two have already started to call each other by name, and Shirakawa Zeping is still the unshakable Shirakawa-san. Well, but it's also good this way. If someone really calls him Zeping-san, he would feel uncomfortable all over. We are almost done. Sister Haruko has sent out so many. Shirakawa Zeping hummed and asked, Are you guys going to rest now? Well, Sister Haruko said that in the later time period, people on the street are no longer our potential customer group, so we decided to send them out tomorrow. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that in the later time period, the people walking on the street would probably be those who went to various izakayas to drink, or regulars of Ginza. These people would definitely not go to maid cafes to spend money. They are not old 2D people. It is probably more appropriate to call them anti-2D people. Thinking of this, he also put away the flyers and said, Then let's go back together. Ishiki Eugenie pulled Asano Natsuori and started chattering. Shirakawa Zeping took this opportunity to talk to Koyama Haruko. Miss Koyama, Manager Hyuga has already talked to me about this. We will split the job of foreman in the future. Koyama Haruko smiled softly and gently hooked the hair beside her ear. This is understandable. Shirakawa-kun's temperament and ability are not like those of an ordinary high school boy. Manager Rion can also see this. In fact, the manager and I both hope that you could be the foreman. Shirakawa Zeping said, After all, I am a high school student and can't do it full-time. A trace of bitter smile flashed through Koyama Haruko's mouth. This, I also want to. Manager Rion also told me that the salary of a foreman will be much higher. It's just that? She sighed softly and said helplessly, It's just that my family. Shirakawa Zeping thought that Koyama Haruko had some unspeakable secrets at home and immediately explained, It's okay, Miss Koyama. If it's inconvenient, You don't have to say it. Koyama Haruko smiled and shook her head. It's not to that extent. It's just that I have a younger sister who seems to have reached her rebellious period, so I can't focus all my energy on work. Rebellious period. Shirakawa Zeping sighed. Children nowadays are really troublesome. He even forgot for a moment that he was also a high school student and made such a sigh. Hearing this, Koyama Haruko pursed her lips and smiled. Shirakawa-kun seems very mature. Nothing, I just feel a little emotional. Miss Koyama's sister is a junior high school student, right? No, she's a high school student. Shirakawa Zeping was stunned when he heard this. It seems that the rebellious period of youth has come a little late. Shirakawa-san, you guys walk faster? Sister Rione said she would treat us to coffee. Ishiki Eugenie waved from a little ahead. You're so fat and still eating. Shirakawa Zeping complained in a low voice. The four of them returned to the coffee shop together. The equipment inside had already been delivered. As the chief barista, Koyama Haruko naturally took on the task of making coffee for everyone. The steps of hand-grinding coffee are a bit cumbersome. Shirakawa Zeping doesn't like these steps, so he just asked for a cup of machine-brewed coffee. Tsk, the aroma is rich, slightly bitter at first, and then slightly sweet. No wonder so many people like to drink coffee. In addition to being able to refresh themselves, high-quality coffee beans can indeed bring a wonderful taste. But to be fair, compared with coffee and tea, Shirakawa Zeping still prefers tea. At least drinking tea is healthier. In the follow-up time, Hinata Rin and the maids set a time for training. This training is necessary. If you want to naturally call strangers master, Oni-chan and other titles, normal people can't do it without special training. The opening time is tentatively scheduled for the weekend. At least for a few days, Shirakawa Zeping doesn't have to worry about the coffee shop, which makes him feel a little relieved. He is also busy with the cultural festival right now, and the more time he has, the better. After the little lowly and Shirakawa Zeping formed a team, she didn't hold him back and quietly began to prepare some knowledge question banks. Ishiki Haori Nishiki also joined a team by chance and occasionally asked Shirakawa Zeping for some common-sense questions while he was tutoring her. Shirakawa Zeping sometimes wondered if there was a weird question like the 4 ways to draw breasts in the cultural festival. Would Ishiki Haori Nishiki be able to stand out and win the first place? Probably not. She didn't dare to die socially openly yet. She would definitely pretend not to know. As the Mingjiu High School Cultural Festival was getting closer, the campus had already started to prepare for the venue. Shirakawa Zeping didn't even have time to brush up his piano skills during this period, and was busy going to Wikipedia to get some little-known knowledge. With his natural talent for remembering everything he saw, he would dare to sign up on the spot, even if he was asked to participate in the brainiest brain. Oh no, it seems that Japan doesn't have the brainiest brain? What a pity. Another opportunity to show off in public has been lost. The Cat Tea Party coffee shop opened as scheduled, and the flow of people was very good. I don't know whether it was because Hyuga Rin used her artist Twitter account to advertise, or because the maids she recruited were very cute. Just a few days after opening, the business of the store was so hot that Shirakawa Zeping had to go to the kitchen to help. The consumption power of otakus really can't be underestimated. Shirakawa Zeping felt that he had underestimated this group. After the business of the store stabilized, Hyuga Rin was very considerate to give Ishiki Yujijin and Shirakawa Zeping a small vacation so that they could be busy with the cultural festival. Shirakawa Zeping didn't care, but since the Minotaur painter manager was willing to give him a vacation, he would just follow her wishes. So, with the expectations, yearnings, and aspirations of many people, the cultural festival of Mingjiu High School arrived as scheduled. Because Shirakawa Zeping's class contributed an idea, the backbone members of the class were also pulled to the student union to help later, so they didn't set up any exhibitions this time. They were purely visitors, just watching the show. There were also students from other classes who came to watch the show. Many people were not satisfied with just watching by themselves, so they brought their friends from other schools, family members, etc. to come and have a look. Some students from other schools didn't have any friends to introduce them, but because Mingjiu High School was so famous, they were happy to buy a ticket and come in to have some fun. The huge campus of Mingjiu High School was suddenly packed with people. Shirakawa-san, let's go to the booths of other classes before the competition starts, Ishiki Yujijin said with a shy face, inviting Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at her. Do you want to go to the haunted house? Ishiki Yujijin was shocked and said, Shirakawa-san, you can read minds, right? Why don't you just find a girl to accompany you? Why bother so much? Shirakawa Zeping obviously didn't want to be with the troublemaker Ishiki Yu. There are no brave girls. I heard from others that the haunted house of Class D is very scary. Many couples broke up on the spot because of the fear. Are you sure it's called a haunted house and not the gate of hell? Asano-san is very brave. Ask her to accompany you. Shirakawa Zeping felt that in front of Asano Natsuori, the black-bellied drama queen, ordinary ghost performances should not be able to scare her. The cute little Ishiki Yu's eyes lit up. Really? You should have said it earlier. I'll go ask Natsuori-san. After a while, Ishiki Yujijin came back with a face full of regret and said, Natsuori-san has been caught by Minister Sakurazawa to visit the haunted house. It seems that I have to ask Tachibana-san if she is willing to visit the haunted house. A girl with Tachibana Chimo's personality. If I don't get scared by you and my legs go weak, I'll lose. You actually want to go to her. You scared my study girl. Can you afford to pay for it? I'll go with you. Shirakawa Zeping thought about it and still felt that it was not reliable to let Miss Tachibana Chimo go with her. Eh? Is it okay? Then let's take Tachibana with us. I just saw her waiting for Minister Sakurazawa and the others outside the haunted house. Ishiki Yujijin pulled Shirakawa Zeping forward and soon arrived at the haunted house arranged by Class D. From a distance, the appearance of this haunted house looked a bit like the entrance of a classroom. It is probably a campus horror series. Although the haunted house is a stale idea of the cultural festival, the people in Class D put new wine in old bottles and arranged it very successfully. There is also a sign outside that simply says horror background, which gives people a certain psychological hint. Even the staff at the door are dressed in a style that fits the style of the painting. According to an old school worker, the place where our Mingjiu High School is located was originally a cemetery. Shirakawa Zeping read this background and couldn't help feeling speechless. The guy who wrote this script is probably also a crossover from China, right? As we all know, almost every high school in China is built on a former cemetery. If it weren't for this setting, most of the campus thriller novels would probably not be able to continue. Ishiki Yujijin subconsciously took a step back, pulled Shirakawa Zeping's sleeve and whispered, Shirakawa classmate, the cemetery legend should be fake. The school shouldn't be so careless. Shirakawa Zeping said speechlessly, You really believe it? Hey classmate, it's better to believe it than not. This matter is the result of our supernatural detective agency's extensive research. A staff member who maintained the queue said mysteriously. Although I know you are trying to induce customers' psychology, please pay attention to the target, okay? This girl is almost shrinking into a little quail next to me. Shirakawa Zeping did not argue with the staff. This kind of thing is just for fun. If you really want to seriously argue with the other party about whether it is true or not, that's what a fool would do. Didn't you say that Tachibana-san was nearby? Where is she? I don't know. Maybe Chief Sakurazawa and the others have already come out. Why don't we go ask them what they think? Forget it. What's the point of the haunted house after we ask them? That's right. Then Shirakawa-san, don't be so scared that you leave me and run away later. I should be the one to say this. While they were talking, the team in front of the two people slowly disappeared into the haunted house. From time to time, a girl's scream was heard, which added a bit of horror to the haunted house. Please, give us 2 tickets. I'll go in with him. The cute little Ishikiyu covered her ears and hurriedly handed over the change. Welcome to visit, and when a group of people gather, the staff will take you in. Hearing this, Ishikiyu Jijin couldn't help but feel relieved. So there was a group of people going in together. You should have said it earlier. But Shirakawa Zeping felt that a group of people moving together was not a good sign. As expected, once they entered the haunted house, the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s, each led by a person. It seemed that they were staff members hidden among the tourists. Shirakawa Zeping seemed to understand the core selling point of the horror of the D-class haunted house. Most people follow the crowd, and when there is a leader in front, most people will not feel fear. However, when the leader also starts to turn around and run, many people tend to turn around and run without thinking, without even the courage to look. On the other hand, this hidden staff member can also give certain psychological hints to achieve the best horror effect. From this point of view, The design of this haunted house can be called ingenious. He followed the walk and saw many horror elements that seemed quite mild to him. For example, the dummy in the anatomy classroom suddenly moved. The cold air came from behind his head, and the camouflage floor tiles suddenly loosened under his feet. His expression was calm and he even wanted to laugh. Although he thought it was nothing, Ishiki Yujijin beside him was different. Stepping on a loose fake brick or a curtain blowing suddenly would make her jump up and hug Shirakawa Zeping's arm tightly. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Thanks to Ishiki Yujijin's startled performance, this group of tourists was also frightened. When Shirakawa Zeping was visiting, he would occasionally think that this girl might be a hired agent of the D-Class haunted house. For her perfect performance, at least the ticket price should be waived. Although she was so scared, Ishiki-yu still had no intention of closing her eyes. She was in a stage where she wanted to be naughty, but was afraid of being fucked. In other words, she was madly testing the edge of death. Shirakawa Zeping wanted to persuade her to close her eyes and grab the corner of her clothes to move forward, but she would not listen to anything. No, Shirakawa-san, you can't be so timid. No matter what difficulties we face, we should not be afraid. Ha, woman, you are so tough when you hold my hand and talk. Fortunately, the haunted house of Class D was not too big. After passing through several classrooms, there was finally a staff standing in a well-arranged corridor to guide the tourists out. Guests who are finishing, please go this way. Don't crowd. Is it over? Ishiki Yujijin opened the fingers covering her eyes and looked at the exit that was obviously emitting light. She felt relieved. It's okay, it's not very scary. I don't know why those couples break up because of fear. As she was talking, she walked briskly in front of Shirakawa Zeping, looking fearless. No matter who saw her like this, they would not think that the girl who was scared to death and huddled beside Shirakawa Zeping in the haunted house just now was the same person. There were many people walking around in groups of 3 or 2. Many people began to discuss this haunted house experience. They were a little excited in their words, as if they thought that the results of Class D were very good. When everyone was most relaxed, the staff hidden in the crowd slowed down their pace without making a sound, and slowly walked to the back of the crowd. They were not interested in participating in the final surprise with these people. Although they had watched it many times during rehearsal, it was still quite scary. A corpse in a bloody school uniform was suddenly lowered from the top and hung in the middle of the road ahead. At the same time, the shrill sound effects sounded together, as if everyone had entered the scene of a horror movie in an instant. Many people were only 1 or 2 steps away from this suddenly appearing horror device. Shirakawa Zeping only heard a thunderous scream in his ears, and the girls around him cried and started looking for nearby support. Those who had companions hugged their companions for warmth, and those who had boyfriends quickly shrank into their boyfriends' arms. Ishiki-yu was different. She jumped onto Shirakawa Zeping very calmly and wrapped her whole body tightly around Shirakawa Zeping. If you want to use a commentary term to describe it, it would probably be, the eldest brother locked Hee-Jinyan? No, it was Hee-Jinyan who locked the eldest brother. When everyone was most relaxed and defenseless, suddenly doing this, the effect can be said to be quite significant. Shirakawa Zeping had just discovered the details of the staff's disappearance, but he thought those people were going to take in the next group of people, and he never thought there was such a trick. The music gradually faded away, and the horror dolls were slowly recycled, waiting to trap the next batch of victims. Shirakawa Zeping stood there and reminded helplessly, "It's over, Ishiki-ha-san." However, Ishikiha Orihime seemed to be scared silly and refused to raise her head no matter what. Shirakawa Zeping sighed and could only walk out of the haunted house with the cute Ishikiha in this strange posture. Staff. Ah, that's Shirakawa-san, right? He looks pretty strong. He can even avoid being crushed by the weight of a girl in that situation. Hey, can you please not bring up the situations of those couples who just broke up? Generally speaking, boys can definitely hold girls. Those couples just now are no longer girls. They were heavy weapons. Yeah, those boys were already pitiful. They actually broke up with each other. That's too much. You boys are too bad. Being held like this by your boyfriend is the dream of many girls. Please have the looks and weight level of the girls around Shirakawa-san before you say that. If there were girls like that, you wouldn't feel tired even if you held 2. Shirakawa Zeping walked outside, and Ishiki Nishiki heard the voices. Then he looked around and jumped off him. I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. It's just a cultural festival, not a murder case. Shirakawa Zeping said speechlessly. Are you so timid? No, it's just that today is special. The cute Ishiki argued. Actually, I'm usually quite brave. Shirakawa Zeping obviously didn't believe her words. What's next? Are you going to meet up with your friends? Shirakawa Zeping looked at the time. There was still some time before the competition started, so he could spend some free time to visit the cultural festival. It's just that he didn't have much interest in wandering around. I made an appointment with Natsuori and the others to go shopping together. Shirakawa, are you coming too? Give you another chance to jump on me and strangle me to death? Shirakawa Zeping ruthlessly complained. Ishiki Nishiki's face turned red. That was an accident. This situation will definitely not happen at other cultural festival stalls. Forget it. Go and have fun with Tachibana and the others. Shirakawa Zeping waved his hand to reject Ishiki Nishiki's proposal. He didn't have much interest in visiting the cultural festival now. What was more important to him at the moment was to find his first student, Hime Hayakawa Natsuki. Although this cultural festival competition was not planned by him, he always felt that the student council president Mita Takuma should not have given up. If that guy wanted to confess again without knowing his own limitations, Shirakawa Zeping could not guarantee that his system would not go crazy and let him intercept Hayakawa Shiaji's confession 5 times in a row. His current relationship with Hayakawa Shiaji could barely be considered as an acquaintance. No, it's too early to call it a friend. It should be considered an acquaintance. Since they are already quite familiar with each other, Shirakawa Zeping naturally can't reject her mercilessly. At the very least, he should explain it to her first. Otherwise, when the rose petals fall again, he will be in trouble for confessing or not confessing. After Shirakawa Zeping and Ishiki Yuji separated, he went to Hayakawa Shiaji's class to find her, but found that she was not in the class at all. The people in the class didn't seem to know where Hayakawa Shiaji had gone. Hearing this, he hesitated for a while, then turned around and walked up to the rooftop. Sure enough, Hayakawa Shiaji, who disappeared in the campus, was standing on the rooftop overlooking the campus. The wind blew her long hair apart, and her skirt also swayed slightly. From a distance, she looked inexplicably cool. Or to put it more simply, she looked very pretentious. You are here indeed. Shirakawa Zeping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is Hayakawa Natsuji, a woman who is either pretending or on the way to pretending. If he wasn't a commoner, he might not have the opportunity to talk to her in this tone. Is Shirakawa-san looking for me? Hayakawa Natsuji gently lifted the scattered hair by her ears and asked lightly. Well, there is something I want to talk to you alone. Oh? Hayakawa Natsuji chuckled. It won't be another trivial matter that will suddenly become unimportant, right? Shirakawa Zeping was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Miss Natsuji was still holding a grudge against him for the last time he met Lily Princess, Ishihara Azusa. But he was indeed in the wrong, so he didn't argue. It's not a small matter, it has something to do with you. Hayakawa-san and I are now acquaintances, right? Just acquaintances? Hayakawa Natsuji raised her beautiful eyebrows. Then, we are friends? Miss Hayakawa turned her head away, leaving only a delicate and seductive profile of Shirakawa Zeping. Shirakawa-san seems very reluctant. Well then we are still acquaintances. Anyway, we are already acquaintances. There may have been some misunderstandings between us before, so I would like to take this opportunity to explain to you. Shirakawa-san wants to explain to me that you made a big fuss 4 times before, pretending to be ready to confess, but in the end you did nothing, making people think that I was a woman that no one wanted. All of these, in fact, Shirakawa-san is a victim? Seeing that the tone of his own top student girl was offended, Shirakawa Zeping explained, It can't be said that it is completely, but I am indeed a victim. Haha. She didn't look at Baichuan Zeping's eyes but just responded calmly. Forget about the past. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. Nonsense. You obviously hold grudges very hard. Just don't let this kind of coincidence happen again in the future. If it was a normal protagonist who was wronged, he would definitely swear that this kind of coincidence would never happen again in the future. But Baichuan Zeping can't do it. With his current strength, he can't twist the thigh of the system. This? A dangerous look appeared in the eyes of Hayakawa Shiaji. Baichuan classmate can't do it? Or in fact, the previous few times were arranged and done by Baichuan classmate? Of course not. Baichuan Zeping denied it flatly. He didn't have the ideological awareness of being blamed by the system. It's just that I think coincidence. If it can be controlled, then it can't be called a coincidence. Hayakawa Shiaji's bright eyes met his gaze, and Baichuan Zeping's dark gaze made him feel a little weak. After a while, she retracted her gaze and hummed without comment. I will try my best to understand it as a coincidence. I will also try my best to prevent such coincidences. After the two of them left a meaningless remark, they stood face to face for a while. After a moment, Hayakawa Shiaji broke the silence. Baichuan classmate finished talking? I'm done. Then why don't you leave? Hayakawa Shiaji had a playful smile on his face and said slowly, You stay here to invite me to the cultural festival? I still have self-knowledge. Shirakawa Zeping declined. Are you kidding? Who is Hayakawa Shiaji? The school beauty. Inviting her to the cultural festival is the dream of many boys. Who knows, she came to the rooftop just to avoid those boys who are ready to make a move. Although Hayakawa Shiaji does not feel guilty when rejecting people, it is always annoying when there are too many people. There are always boys who think they are the most special ones. They rush up like moths to a flame and burn to death in Hayakawa Shiaji's purgatory. It's okay, I'll give you self-knowledge. Shirakawa Zeping stood there in a daze. No matter how he thought about it, he really couldn't understand why Hayakawa Natsuji was doing this. Invite him to visit the cultural festival? What's the point? Is it to make me the target of public criticism so that he can get revenge on me? Shirakawa Zeping immediately began to speculate about Miss Natsuji's actions with a petty mind. He really can't be blamed. Hayakawa Natsuji is a woman who does things at will, has a dark personality, and holds grudges. No matter what she does, she only does it based on her own interests. You can't make her take a look at things she is not interested in. But such a willful and proud lady would actually take the initiative to invite him to visit the cultural festival? Isn't this a potential danger signal? Hayakawa Natsuji seemed to read Shirakawa Zeping's mind and said lightly, I just want to visit the cultural festival, and you happen to owe me a favor. Didn't we agree to treat you to dinner? He said a little depressed. You can also choose to treat me to a meal. Shirakawa Zeping caught a glimpse of the dangerous light in Hayakawa Natsuji's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Let's go to the cultural festival. As campus celebrities, Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Natsuji are the focus as soon as they appear. Everyone will naturally cast their eyes on these two people, as if they have seen the most incredible thing in the world. Isn't that Hayakawa? How could she be walking with Shirakawa? Oh my god, are my eyes broken? Shirakawa treated Hayakawa so badly at the opening ceremony. You must have been offline for too long. Someone said that Shirakawa took the initiative to find Hayakawa a few times. I guess he was captured by her beauty and apologized in shame? Is it true? Did Shirakawa take the initiative to pursue His Highness Shiaji? Why didn't our Shiaji guard receive such news? Damn it! I just saw him coming out of the haunted house with a super cute girl. Hayakawa must have been deceived by him. Brothers, Shirakawa Zeping should be killed. Who will rise up with me? The girl next to him seemed quite calm, as if she didn't see the people around her, and Shirakawa Zeping naturally wouldn't have any wild thoughts. The two walked side by side, like Moses splitting the Red Sea, and the crowd watching the excitement made way for them. Hayakawa Natsuji frowned slightly and whispered, Change places? Yes. This was a signal that Hayakawa Natsuji wanted to go to the high school first grade for a stroll. There were too many people in the high school second grade who knew them. No wonder Miss Natsuji felt unhappy being surrounded here like a monkey. The situation in the high school first grade was obviously much better. Hayakawa Natsuji chose a fried noodle shop opened by a class and sat down with Shirakawa Zeping. What do you want to eat? Seafood fried noodles. Hayakawa Natsuji pointed to a name on the menu and said. Shirakawa Zeping was very satisfied with Hayakawa Natsuji's performance. She was not like some girls who pretended to be reserved and said casually when eating and then secretly complained in their hearts that boys did not understand girls' minds after the order was ready. She ate whatever she wanted without any hesitation and was straightforward and neat. After ordering, Shirakawa Zeping sat down and started chatting. Hayakawa-san has never participated in the cultural festival? I happened to be sick last year, so I asked for leave. Really? Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment. He didn't pay attention to these things when he was in the first year of high school, let alone whether the news of Hayakawa Shiaji's leave would reach his ears. Didn't Shirakawa-san also participate? Yeah, I had something last year. Oh? Hayakawa Shaji flipped through the brochure in the store casually. Is it important? Not really, I'm just studying. Hayakawa Shaji glanced at him leisurely. It seems that Shirakawa-san has also put in a lot of effort to become the first in the school year. That's right. Success is 30% destiny, 70% hard work. The remaining 90% depends entirely on hanging around and money. Shirakawa Zeping has no money, but this does not prevent him from being a hanger-on. The two of them were still eating fried noodles leisurely, and on the other side, the gossip on campus quickly reached the ears of the student council president Mita Takuma. In the conference room, Mita Takuma looked around at the group of silent wingmen with a sullen face. You've heard what happened just now, right? What do you all think? The bespectacled military strategist Tanamura said with emotion. We really have to be on guard. I told you long ago that we must keep a close eye on Shirakawa-kun. Even if we don't consider the matter of the Son of the Plains, just the experience between him and Hayakawa-san is the ultimate tactic of playing hard to get in girls' comics. Mita Takuma frowned tightly and said in a lost voice, That's impossible. Reality is not a comic. What girl would like a boy who slaps her in the face? There's something wrong with this guy. Now these are not important. The most urgent task is to quickly confirm whether Hayakawa-san is already with Shirakawa Zeping. Otherwise, the grand confession you planned, Takuma, will only become a joke. Yes, contact the people from the Summer Solstice Guard. Feel them out. Many wingmen began to contact people they knew in a hurry. The last wingman said in surprise, Not yet. The guard said they didn't find any signs that Hayakawa was in a romantic relationship. Great. Hooray. The conference room was suddenly filled with laughter, and Mita Takuma breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. The dog-headed military advisor shook the feather fan that came from nowhere, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. It's too early to be happy now. The finals will be the time for us to decide the victory of this plan. What's Tanamura's plan? Tianji, oh Takuma, why did you hit me? What are you pretending? I know your idol is Kong Ming, but now is not the time for you to chase stars. Tanamura said honestly. Let everyone check their respective tasks first, so as to avoid mistakes at that time. That's right. Question-setting group? Are you here? Here, the questions have been uploaded to the school's USB flash drive. Host, is the host the person we arranged? I've bribed her. At that time, we'll carry out our plan without changing her expression, and we'll never pause for other reasons. Very good, then the big screen must switch the music in time. It's easy to lose the battle without BGM. Okay, President, do you want Wedding March or the theme song of Tokyo Love Story? Tokyo Love Story. It's a little old, but it seems to be in line with my sincere feelings, so let's take it. I understand. Wingman number 1 shouted with full energy. But as soon as he finished shouting, he suddenly found that his stomach was a little uncomfortable. It must be because of the seafood he ate last night. I'd better bear it. It will be over soon anyway. He thought so. The butterfly's wings flapped silently again. Did you hear what those girls said just now? Asano Natsuori suddenly asked with a serious face. What did they say? Did they talk just now? I think I heard Shirakawa's name. Natsuori-chan, what did you hear? Calligraphy Club trio strolling in the campus, plus Ishiki Haori, were chatting about a topic that was suddenly raised. Shirakawa-san and Hayakawa-san are actually visiting the cultural festival together. What? Doesn't Shirakawa look down on Hayakawa Natsuki? Tsukimi Sakurazawa looked like he was deceived. Miss Tachibana Chimo knew that Shirakawa Zeping had been close to Hayakawa Natsuji for a while, so she was not too surprised to hear the news, but she also followed Shirakawa Zeping's words and did not speak out. Nakashiki, didn't you just meet Shirakawa? Yes. Ishiki Nakashiki thought of the tragic experience in the haunted house just now, and her face couldn't help blushing again. But I didn't see Shirakawa and Hayakawa in contact just now. Asano Natsuji understood what she said, and as expected, the pretty boy hooked up with that black-hearted woman. Shirakawa is not dating Hayakawa-san, is he? Tsukimi Sakurazawa whispered. As we are in the same club, how about going over to assist him? Assist? How? Just be a wingman, so that I can show off Shirakawa's personal charm. What do you think, Natsuori-chan? Forget it. Asano Natsuori was thinking about her own thoughts and was caught off guard by the question. She frowned and said, Shirakawa-san shouldn't like others to interfere in his affairs, right? That's right. Shirakawa is still quite scary when he is angry and expressionless. Then why don't we go back and ask him what's going on? Tsukimi Sakurazawa sighed. I didn't expect that Shirakawa, a straight man who is not gentle to girls at all, can flirt with Hayakawa-san. Damn it! In fact, Shirakawa-san is still very gentle by nature, Miss Tachibana Chimo whispered. Xiaomo, don't speak for him. We are different. Asano Natsuori and Ishikihaori Nishiki nodded in agreement. The double-standard scumbag Shirakawa Zeping is the most hateful. Speaking of Hayakawa-san, Hayakawa-san actually participated in the cultural festival competition alone. So handsome. The little fangirl Ishiki Yuji Nishiki said with stars in her eyes, as if she was cheering for her idol. So special? It seems that there are only two people, Shirakawa and Natsuori-chan. Yes, Shirakawa-san said that the two of us are enough. Asano Natsuori was a little proud when she heard it. She was quite happy to be able to suppress the black-hearted woman Hayakawa Natsuso. Shirakawa is still so arrogant. Tsukimi Sakurazawa sighed. The fateful duel between Hayakawa-san and Shirakawa-san, is it going to happen again on the field? What about me? Where did you put me? Why did you choose to ignore my existence? You can't treat me as a waste just because I pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. I should be the kingly protagonist who slaps everyone in the face. The pretty boy and the black-hearted woman are just my stepping stones. Asano, Natsuori didn't have the chance to be depressed for too long. Shirakawa Zeping soon came and took her away. The competition was about to start, and the participating teams had to go backstage to prepare. Ishiki Yuji Nishiki was also captured by her team captain, leaving only Tsukimi Sakurazawa and Tachibana Tomomi as spectators. Come on, Tomomi, let's go and grab a good seat to watch the competition. As expected by Tsukimi Sakurazawa, this unique knowledge competition, planned by Mingjiu High School, attracted a lot of non-school personnel to visit, and many students of the school couldn't even grab a good seat to sit down. With the cute appearance of Miss Tachibana Tomomi, Tsukimi Sakurazawa persuaded a school janitor to add 2 more chairs for them. Then they sat down with peace of mind and waited for the competition to begin. Accompanied by the school song of Mingjiu High School, the host slowly walked onto the stage and enthusiastically began to introduce the content and form of this competition. Welcome to the Mingjiu Cultural Festival, to feel the charm of knowledge and enjoy the joy of learning. Our slogan is that there is no useless knowledge, only knowledge that has not been used yet. Whether you like games, comics, light novels, or fashion magazines, you can show your strength here and conquer all the audiences. Shirakawa Zeping listened to the host's fast speaking speed backstage, thinking that it was a waste of talent if there was no sponsor's name read out to you. The group stage was divided into 4 groups. Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Natsutoshi were not in the same group, which meant that they would not meet before the semi-finals. This result made Asano Natsuori a little disappointed, but she recovered quickly. It must be a good experience to slap a black-hearted woman in the face in the semi-finals or finals. She was naturally not worried that Hayakawa Natsutoshi would be eliminated. What she cared about was how to completely defeat that woman. Asano Natsuori glanced at the pretty boy. She thought, would this guy suddenly fail? Fortunately, her flag did not come true. The combination of Shirakawa Zeping and Asano Natsuori can be said to be a god who kills gods and Buddhas who kill Buddhas. The opponent almost watched these 2 people answer all the questions, and their own team could only stare blankly and do nothing. In which year was Sony's first game console, PlayStation, launched? 1994. Who is the OP author in the 2nd season of Fate Zero? Kajiura Yuki. Which short story is the movie Rashomon adapted from? In the Bamboo Grove. Each team has 20 questions, and the scores are counted according to the number of correct questions and wrong questions. From the perspective of form, this is a fairly fair way of playing. However, the unfairness is that Shirakawa Zeping and Asano Natsuori both answered all the questions. When the other team started answering questions, if they accidentally got one wrong, it meant they were eliminated directly. The pressure was so great that the captains of several teams began to doubt their lives. Wasn't it agreed that the competition questions would target the academic god? Why is he so skilled? This crushing of strength made them recall the fear of being dominated by Shirakawa Zeping, the top student in the school year. No, Shirakawa Zeping seems to have not made a move yet. It was actually the girl who was leading his team who was answering the questions. Originally thought that the academic god was pretending to lead a girl, but he never thought that the girl led by the academic god was not an ordinary person. Shirakawa Zeping didn't know why the little loli had to risk exposing her strength and was so proactive, but he didn't stop her. The two of them pushed their team and defeated the enemy all the way, and successfully qualified as the first in the group. On the other side, Hayakawa Natsuji also won the first place in the group without any suspense. The whole game seemed to be a show for Asano Natsuori and her. A faint smoke filled the air, and the fight was about to break out. The students from other schools saw the girls on the stage who were both beautiful and talented, and they were jealous and started to discuss privately. Why are all the girls in Mingjiu so cute? We have had enough of the ugly girls in the school. That's just an example, okay? The Hayakawa classmate just now is the school belle of Mingjiu. Of course she is beautiful. What about the other little angel girl? I think she is super cute. Does anyone know about her? Hey Guiji, the girls in your school are so beautiful. You must introduce two to me. The students from our school seemed much calmer, but they were also a little unfamiliar with Asano Natsuori. When the student council president, Takuma Mita, and others in the backstage saw that Shirakawa Zeping's team was unstoppable, they immediately became anxious. They had clearly targeted Shirakawa Zeping, and the question bank had specially selected knowledge that he would not be involved in. Why did he still become the first in the group? Takuma, we will arrange some simple question banks for you next. You must strive to get the first place in the group. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee that you and Hayakawa will be matched. They were also helpless. Takuma Mita had to participate in the competition, but it was impossible for him to memorize the answers to the question bank in advance. There were also teachers in the school who were watching the question-setting team. The only feasible operation was to try to pick some simpler questions for him among the many difficulty-leveled questions. Takuma Mita waved his hand with a cold face. Don't worry, I am a top student after all. This difficulty is nothing to me. Very good. The only difficulty now is how to eliminate Shirakawa's group in the semifinals. Make sure that Hayakawa and Takuma enter the finals. The wingmen were silent for a moment and suddenly felt that this matter was a bit difficult. Based on the performance of Shirakawa Zeping's team in the group stage, who else but Hayakawa Natsutoshi can say that he has a chance to eliminate him? Mita Takuma thought about it and felt that something was wrong. If he wanted to enter the finals with Hayakawa Natsutoshi, then he could only play against Shirakawa Zeping or another group leader. If he played against Shirakawa Zeping, what if he eliminated him? Wouldn't his painstaking confession plan fail? If he didn't play against Shirakawa Zeping, what if that guy eliminated Hayakawa Natsutoshi? Could it be that he would confess to Shirakawa Zeping in the finals? He suddenly realized that the dog-headed military strategist Tanimura's statement about Shirakawa Zeping, the son of the plane, did not seem to be completely unreasonable. This was too frustrating. He hesitated and finally issued a grouping order. I can only move up the plan. Let me face off against Hayakawa in the semi-finals and start confessing my love. There must be no mistakes in this matter. I can't accept even the slightest possibility of being eliminated. Shirakawa Zeping naturally had no idea of the tangled psychology of Mita Takuma and others. He and Asano Natsuori were both on the stage waiting for the results of the semi-final grouping. Although he never had a chance to make a move, it was not a bad thing for him. The honor won by Asano Natsuori was also considered to be for the class, and Uehara Maso would definitely not mind who helped him add money. However, if he ran into Hayakawa Natsuso, that would be the death group. Even he was not completely sure that he could beat Hayakawa Natsuso. From the type of questions just now, it can be seen that the ideas of the question-setting group in this competition were wild and unpredictable. He didn't know about Hayakawa Natsuso's situation, but judging from her performance in answering questions, she was definitely not an easy target. I hope we can meet the other two teams. For example, the team of the student council president Mita Takuma. Shirakawa Zeping thought about it silently in his heart, and the next second, the complete grouping appeared on the big screen. The second-year team of Shirakawa Zeping and Asano Natsuori faced off against the third-year student Mita Takuma. Seeing this, Mita Takuma gasped and grabbed Tanimura's shoulder and said, This is... Tanimura was also dumbfounded. Did something happen on the control team? Impossible. Found the traitor. It was Tamura who sent the message in the wrong format. What? It was Uchiyo who sent me a text message. Fuck. It turns out that my phone is broken. The screen is not working. It's all Mailing's fault. You dropped my phone into beer yesterday. It has nothing to do with me. It was Tamura who touched my arm. Besides, it was you who proposed the celebration party. Why didn't the people on the control team call to confirm? Just let it go so rashly. I heard that he had a stomachache last night and was holding on. That's enough. The red bean paste is too much. After a group of people failed to shift the blame, they knelt down and apologized. It's a motor. My plan is all over. You treacherous ministers have misled me. Mita Takuma took 2 steps back in a daze, holding his chest, and said bitterly, I'm so stupid. Really. I thought that after the last time, the nature of you guys would be restrained a little. I didn't expect that you would stab me in the back at the most critical moment. Kuma, dog-headed military strategist Tanimura patted Mita Takuma's shoulder and said excitedly, You can't just give up like this. We haven't fought yet. How can you give up so easily? Tanimura? Go ahead, Takuma. He's just a high school sophomore who is the top student in the school. We have to let him know that the love and care from the seniors has been loaded into the gun barrel. Mita Takuma's eyes were filled with tears when his good friend straightened his collar, and a sense of ambition arose in his heart. Yes, what am I afraid of? He's just a top student in the school. Is it that scary? The one who has been answering the questions before is a girl. Maybe that guy Shirakawa Zeping. I don't even know how to answer those questions. For Hayakawa Natsuji, I might even be able to defeat the plain child. At this moment, the second-year soul hidden in Mita Takuma's heart was instantly ignited. Grandma always said, don't be an Ionia. Oh no, I went to the wrong continent. Grandma once said, as long as I hope, fate will definitely be on my side. Shirakawa Zeping, let's fight like men on the field with blood boiling. We must protect Hayakawa-san. Absolutely. What is the model of the new Gao in Mobile Suit Gundam? RX-93. How far can the coin of Mikasa in a certain scientific railgun be shot? 50 meters. Who is the final winner of the 5th division? Nakano Yotsuba. Anime fans in the audience. MMP. Spoilers are everywhere. The people in Mita Takuma's team looked ashen, with a look of despair on their faces. I never expected it. I thought it was a real man's battle with Shirakawa Zeping, but it turned out to be a solo show of that little girl, Asano Natsuori. How come you even know Gundam? Are you a girl? What's wrong with this girl? Is she competing with someone? She's so excited all of a sudden. Why didn't I know she was so fierce before? Damn it! Is my love for Mita Takuma going to die at the hands of these 2 villains, Shirakawa Zeping and Asano Natsuori? Hayakawa Natsuji, who was watching the game, of course knew who Asano Natsuori was competing with. She watched the development of the situation with interest, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, the little girl still couldn't keep her cool. Her temperament didn't change at all. From this point of view, this game wouldn't be boring. However, just when all the members of Mita Takuma's confession team were desperate, the villains Shirakawa Zeping and Asano Natsuori suddenly encountered a problem. What color is the lipstick in the following picture? She looked at the pretty boy next to her for help, expecting Shirakawa Zeping to come out and save the world. She is petite and cute, and she doesn't need lipstick at all. To some extent, lipstick is a kind of reduction of her charm. Of course, she can't understand some common-sense questions for girls. Shirakawa Zeping was also confused. This question was a great disaster that killed countless straight men. He thought that Asano Natsuhira as a girl would definitely not worry about knowledge such as beauty and makeup. Who would have thought that this guy is also a straight girl who doesn't wear makeup? Coral color. Shirakawa Zeping bit the bullet and guessed an answer. An error mark appeared on the screen, and the host said regretfully, "Wrong answer." Now the right to answer the question returns to the Senior 3 Mita group. Mita Takuma's group hugged each other and cried with joy. What is the protagonist team? Tactical retreat. Orange-red color. This is Chanel Velvet 57 Hair. A girl in Mita Takuma's team answered excitedly. Correct answer. Next question. Great. The wingmen below began to high-five to celebrate. Shirakawa Zeping and the little girl have not yet accumulated an advantage that is difficult to surpass. If they perform well next time, they will have a chance to eliminate them. Destiny is on his side. What martial arts did the Japanese swordmaster Miyamoto Musashi create? Mita Takuma's team, Nitni Chiryu, how to vaccinate puppies for the first time between 50 days and 3 months of age. I know this. I have a dog at home. The girl in Mita Takuma's team excitedly said again, once every 4 weeks, 3 times in a row. Sugoi, Mei-Ling-chan, well done, keep it up. Mita Takuma's team won 3 cities in a row, and their momentum soared for a while, making the little girl a little irritated. Mita Takuma, right? I heard that your father is still a young congressman. Heh, heh. Shirakawa Zeping found that the little girl was looking at the student council president opposite and sneered, and could not help but silently choose to stay away from her. Asano Natsuori's emotions are extremely flammable and explosive. If she is not careful, more than just the student council president will die. Seeing this, the class monitor Kimura Takamiya stood up and called on the classmates. Mina-san, Shirakawa-san is working hard for the honor of our class. Let's cheer for him, okay? Ishiki Eugenie, the lazy girl who was eliminated in the group stage, agreed immediately. Shirakawa-san, come on! Asano-san! Damn it! Seeing this scene, Mita Takuma's supporters couldn't sit still. The waves of cheers surged, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heated. President, come on, protect the glory of the 3rd year of high school. Mita-senpai, go! In this cheering, Mita Takuma's team answered 2 questions correctly. The current situation is 4v5. Counting the question that Shirakawa Zeping answered incorrectly, Mita Takuma is already in the lead at this moment. The good times didn't last long. In the subsequent questions, Takuma Mita's team failed on a math question. The initiative returned to Shirakawa Zeping's hands again. Shirakawa Zeping calmly won 5 questions in a row and finally failed on a makeup question. The little loli was so angry that she wanted to jump off the stage immediately and find the people in the question-setting group to give a combination of punches. Are you bullying people like this? You are discriminating against girls who don't wear makeup. I'm going to sue you. The 2 sides tied and entered the extra round. Each sent a representative to compete. Next is the subjective question. The first question, please look at the screen. If one day, Hayakawa Shiaji and your mother were both weak and fell into the river, you can't swim, and you only have a swimming ring in your hand, then who would you give the swimming ring to? Dog-headed military strategist. Question-setting group. The members of the question-setting group far away in the stage were confused. How is it possible? Although they wrote this question as a joke, they would definitely not allow such a question to appear in the end. So normally it should be deleted from the USB drive? Is this haunted? What kind of subjective question is this? This is clearly a fatal question. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the face of his little arrogant study girl and found that she was indeed expressionless. He could not help but mourn for the members of the student council in his heart for a few seconds. Dare to arrange Hayakawa Natsuki like this. You will probably die in a rhythmic way. Asano Natsuori smiled with gloating. In her opinion, not many people dare to offend that black-hearted woman. You deserve it. Who made you so proud just now? The dog-headed military advisor in the audience could not help but look at the host and wink, asking him to control the situation a little. Unexpectedly, the benefits they had given him before made the host pretend that he did not see other people's eyes. Mita-san, please answer the question. The audience below was in a commotion for a while, and they all began to whisper. One of the students from another school said with emotion, I thought there was nothing new in the Akihisa Cultural Festival competition this time. I didn't expect them to be so creative. It simply redefined what a knowledge contest is. For the question-setting team of this competition, I have only one word, I surrender. By the way, who is Hayakawa Natsuji? You don't even know this? She's the most beautiful girl in Akihisa. Most people just wanted to watch the fun, and since no one came out to stop it, it means that all this was arranged. President Mita, answer it quickly. Let us see how you crack this legendary sure-kill question. Do you maintain your image or choose to maintain your image in the heart of the school beauty? Mita Takuma said with a stiff upper lip. I give up. Sk. There was a booing from the audience, as if no one was satisfied with Mita Takuma's behavior of running away from the battlefield. Well, please continue answering, Shirakawa-san. The students from Akihisa High School present couldn't help but quiet down. Seeing this, the students from another school on the side couldn't help but be curious about their reactions, so they asked their friends around them. You don't know. Mingjiu, a student from the same school, said proudly, this Shirakawa classmate and Hayakawa classmate used to be an old rival. If it was before, then Shirakawa classmate would definitely say to save his mother, because he has nothing to do with Hayakawa classmate. But now, heh, what's wrong now? There were rumors before that Shirakawa classmate and Hayakawa classmate have been dating secretly, and they even went to the cultural festival together. If they are dating, then for Shirakawa classmate, this is a real death sentence. If I had known earlier, I would have let Asano Natsuori take over. Now all the pressure is on his side, which is really a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at Hayakawa Natsuki again, wanting to see what her attitude was, but unexpectedly the onlookers below shouted, He looked at Hayakawa classmate. So sweet, I'm obsessed with this couple. +1, I'm locked. Shirakawa Zeping's face suddenly turned black. I give up too. His relationship with Hayakawa Natsuji is no longer the same as before. There is no need to offend that vengeful woman for such a small matter. Let the people below guess blindly. It won't affect me anyway. This is only the first question, not the decisive question. Okay, both parties give up at the same time, and the right to answer the question is redistributed to Shirakawa. If you are dating the classmate opposite you, then do you think you will like the other person's appearance or the other person's inner qualities more? Asano Natsuori. Shirakawa Zeping's face darkened a little more. You're still excited, aren't you? Are all the extra game questions so weird? Dating the student on the opposite side? I really can't do that. Mita Takuma was breathing rapidly and he screamed wildly in his heart. That's mine, that's my confession question. Who is it? Who on earth made such a mistake again? God, I brought a bunch of treacherous ministers to hold me back like crazy, and I really can't beat Shirakawa Zeping, the son of the plane. Originally, according to their plan, in the finals, he and Hayakawa Shaji's team faced off head-on, controlled the score, and came to the extra game stage. In the end, he and Hayakawa Shaji faced off head-on. Use some ambiguous questions to set the atmosphere first. Of course, it won't be a stupid question like saving mom or saving sister. When it's almost time, come up with a winning confession question. Do you like appearance or inner qualities? Of course, the outer? Bah, I like them all. He even prepared a draft of a sentimental confession, just waiting for the final to follow the atmosphere and make a touching confession to Hayakawa Natsuji. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? This scene happened earlier. The target is actually a man. Mita Takuma felt bitter, but he didn't say it. I give up. Shirakawa Zeping didn't want people to think he was gay, and Mita Takuma didn't want to either, so they both gave up again. Tsk. Mita Takuma knew that the confession activity he had planned with so much effort was already a failure. Hayakawa Natsuji and I? Is it really impossible? She is such a perfect candidate for a girlfriend, whether it's family background or appearance. Shirakawa Zeping! You are indeed Hayakawa Natsuji's exclusive confession interceptor. He looked at Shirakawa Zeping opposite him with resentment, causing Shirakawa Zeping to get goosebumps all over his body. Shirakawa Zeping had already guessed that this was Takuma Mita's confession, but he was stopped by mistake. He was also desperate. He was fine, but suddenly he was asked whether he liked the appearance or the inner qualities of the man opposite him. I am afraid that I have blocked too many thunders for Hayakawa Natsutoshi, and I am about to become the male protagonist of a philosophical novel. For a moment, Shirakawa Zeping didn't know where to start complaining. But on the bright side, this time he was finally not forced to confess to Hayakawa Natsutoshi. Dog-headed military strategist Tanimura looked at Takuma Mita's face and murmured, defeated. After all, I still lost. Is the son of the plane really invincible? I'm not willing. I really am not willing. The bespectacled man Tanimura suddenly yelled at the stage, and great energy burst out of his thin body. Takuma, let's all in. Bet everything. Put aside all your concerns. Don't care about any routines or any touching moments. Just say it out. Takuma Mita was silent for a while after hearing the roar of his best friend. The opportunity to save 100 years of hard work is right in front of him. Should he be a loser and step down in disgrace? Or should he go all in directly as his best friend said? He took a deep breath and the microphone in front of him made a noisy sound and then returned to calm. Enough. I can't bear it anymore. Everyone, please pause the game first. What I'm going to say next may surprise you, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. The whole audience gradually quieted down, and Shirakawa Zeping's right eyelid began to twitch wildly. I have liked someone for a long, long time, but I have never had the courage to confess. Seeing that his best friend was ready to fight to the death, Tanimura was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly called the control personnel in the backstage and was ready to switch the screen to the screen where Hayakawa Natsuji was at any time. Maybe some people think I am a coward, and I think so too. But today, I don't want to be a coward anymore. Hayakawa Natsuji, I like you. Please let me be your boyfriend. A figure appeared on the screen on the stage at the right time. The rose special effects appeared, and the whole screen was as beautiful as a fairy tale. The audience stood up and applauded the courage of the student council president. As expected of Mingjiu High School, all of them are outstanding people. Tsukimi Sakurazawa and others were almost shocked. Ishiki Yori Nishiki said in a daze, "Did any one of you see it?" Tsukimi Sakurazawa shook his head frantically. "I didn't expect President Mita to hide so deeply. No one really thought of it. Together, together, together." Whether it was Mingju's own school or students from other schools, they couldn't help but shout for Mita Takuma. I really didn't expect that as the student council president, my prestige would be so great." Mita Takuma was very satisfied with the cooperation of the people below. If he had known it would be so simple, he wouldn't have made so many twists and turns. He looked in the direction of his best friend with a smile, but found that the other party's eyes were full of dull light. It was as if he had accepted his fate. What's going on? Isn't Tanemura happy for me? By the way, why hasn't Junior Hayakawa come out yet? The audience is already so looking forward to it. She can't be so reserved. Right? It's going to work or not? Just one sentence. Mita Takuma looked in the direction of Hayakawa Natsushi and found that she had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth and seemed to be in a good mood. He was overjoyed. "Good job, you have succeeded halfway. Destiny is on my side." He was about to say something, and Shirakawa Zeping on the opposite side slowly moved. The little loli next to Shirakawa Zeping covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. Her almond eyes narrowed into two small crescents, as if she was trying her best to restrain her demeanor and not let herself laugh out loud. "Pretty boy, you have come to this day too." Shirakawa Zeping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He picked up the microphone and said firmly and forcefully, "Sorry, I refuse." As if sensing something, he slowly turned his head and looked at the projection frozen on the big screen. It was a man's face. To be more precise, it was the projection of Shirakawa Zeping standing on the stage. It was over. It was all over. Mita Takuma's blood was flowing backwards, his eyes went black, and he slowly fell off the stage. Before he fainted, one last thought flashed through his mind. Since Shirakawa was born, why was Mita born? The student council president fainted from anger, and naturally this semi-final could not continue. Several people hurriedly sent Mita Takuma to the health room, and the host also announced that the game was temporarily suspended. This benefit is not easy to get. Originally thought that Mita Takuma's confession was to confess to the girl, but never thought it was a coming-out declaration. I don't know if Mita Takuma will blame me one day in the future. The host was still worried and thinking about it. Shirakawa Zeping had already walked off the stage with the little loli. Seeing that the little girl was still laughing, he immediately became furious. "You're still laughing." No. How could I laugh at you, Shirakawa-san? I'm clearly in a good mood." Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly. "Others can't hear it, but you can hear it standing so close." He was clearly talking about Hayakawa Natsuji, but it just happened to be covered by the electric sound of the microphone. Yes, and then your avatar happened to appear on the big screen. Ha! Asano Natsuri couldn't help it anymore, and directly threw herself on Shirakawa Zeping without any image and burst out. It was as if she had vented all the anger she had received from him for so long at once. How do I know why the camera is facing our direction? Shirakawa Zeping was obviously a little depressed. He felt that this was the system's fault, but there was nothing he could do. He had no way to deal with that low-level system, and could only feel a burst of impotent rage in his heart. If the person standing opposite Mita Takuma was Hayakawa Natsuji, then his arrangement would be a sure win, but it was a pity that he couldn't change it. In front of so many people, in front of all the students in the school. If you, Shirakawa Zeping, could stop me from confessing my love, I would faint right there, for you to see. It is destined for him to have this disaster. I am afraid that this child will have some confession PTSD in the future, and suffer some kind of trauma, right? If Mita Takuma is left alone in solitude from now on, then please make sure to share the blame with the system. I am innocent, I am just an ordinary time traveler, and I have no interest in how you chase the school beauty. I said that I might be confessed by a boy in the future, but I didn't expect that it would come true now. Hayakawa Natsuji, I have sacrificed a lot for you. Shirakawa Zeping looked at Hayakawa Natsuji dimly and happened to meet her eyes. Miss Natsuji seemed to be in a good mood after watching a show. She glanced at him with interest a few more times, and then looked away. He and the little girl sat backstage for a while. After a while, a teacher came in and shouted, "The competition is cancelled. Everyone can go back to participate in the cultural festival." The students outside dispersed in twos and threes, but there was no unhappy look on their faces. It's no wonder. Seeing such a wonderful drama is worth the price of the ticket. The male protagonist of the accident, Shirakawa Zeping, seemed very happy. Case, he and Mita Takuma will probably live in a legend. Surprise! The student council president confessed in public, and the target was him. The little girl's mood also became a little depressed. She was a little disappointed that she couldn't battle with Hayakawa Natsuki. Shirakawa! Tsukimi Sakurazawa in the distance waved his hands, motioning him to hurry over. When did you hook up with the president? I was wondering why you didn't want to go to the student council to hand in your application documents. It turns out there is this reason. Shirakawa Zeping hit Tsukimi Sakurazawa's dog head mercilessly. You're the only one who talks too much. The long-legged, big-breasted cute girl was hit so hard that she grimaced and said angrily, Shirakawa, you'll lose me one day if you keep doing this. When will that day come? Oh, I'm a girl, please give me some face. I refuse. Shirakawa Zeping paused and suddenly found that Ishiki Yujijin and Tachibana Chimo were not by her side, and couldn't help wondering, where are they? Originally, they said they were here to comfort you, but then Jijin-chan couldn't wait, so she took Xiaomo to the cultural festival. Shirakawa Zeping said, oh, and turned around to leave. Tsukimi Sakurazawa hurriedly called him. Hey, Shirakawa, are you really going to leave us two beautiful girls here and walk away? Shirakawa Zeping turned around and asked in confusion, don't you have legs? No wonder a boy confessed to you, Shirakawa. Shirakawa Zeping's fist hardened, and he couldn't help but hit Tsukimi Sakurazawa's dog head again. Asano-san, you've been laughing enough, right? It's time to come out and explain. Explain? What explanation? Shirakawa-san, what are you talking about? I know nothing about it. Shirakawa Zeping was speechless, and was about to leave when he waved his hand. Tsukimi Sakurazawa called him again. No, Shirakawa, you can't leave yet. At least accompany us to the cultural festival for a while, right? Without boys around, with the looks of Natsuori and me, it's easy for boys from other schools to approach us. Just now, Xiaomo and I were approached. It's dangerous. Shirakawa Zeping was very concerned about his own study girl. Who approached them? A few boys from other schools. They look very frivolous. It's a little difficult to deal with. Shirakawa Zeping looked at Asano Natsuori, who should have been with Tachibana Chimo just now. If even Tsukimi Sakurazawa, who is often troubled by all kinds of approaching, finds it a bit difficult, then it means that the other party must be very ungrateful. Could it be that Asano Natsuori settled the matter? That's why his little unknown student G didn't get involved in the dispute? He was about to ask Asano Natsuori what happened, but Asano Natsuori rolled her eyes at him and said, I was on the stage with you just now. Shirakawa Zeping reacted and turned around and asked again, then how did you solve it? Then, it wasn't solved later. Suddenly, three bad boys rushed out from the crowd, dragged those guys away and beat them up. They seemed to be saying something like, whoever offends my sister-in-law will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Shirakawa, who do you think is the sister-in-law of those bad boys? Obviously, I haven't had any scandals with any bad guys. It's so strange. Shirakawa Zeping, don't think about it. It's definitely not you. Although this group of bad guys is very silly, they are still useful at critical moments. Let's go, Shirakawa! After all, we have been through thick and thin together for so many years, so just help your brother this time. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while. Just for a while? Just for a while, I'll let you go right after the tour. You seem to have said this many times before. With no choice, Shirakawa Zeping had to act as a flower protector, leading Asano, Natsuori, and Tsukimi Sakurazawa to wander around the campus. Fearing that Miss Tachibana Chimo would be approached by a suspicious person again, Shirakawa Zeping deliberately took a detour and found Ishiki Yuji and Nishiki who were wandering around and added them to the flower protection team. Anyway, protecting one person is also protecting. Protecting a bunch is also protecting. Why not save some trouble? The day passed peacefully, and at night, the cultural festival evening party of Mingjiu High School officially kicked off in the auditorium, and the first program was Hayakawa Natsuji's piano solo. Shouldn't Hayakawa's piano performance be the finale? Is it really okay to perform at the opening? Ishiki Haori asked curiously. Asano Natsuori looked at the stage, snorted twice, and turned his head away from Hayakawa Natsuori. Maybe the arrangement has changed. Shirakawa Zeping replied, and then he stopped chatting with Ishiki Haori and concentrated on appreciating Hayakawa Natsuori's performance on the stage. The song played by the little arrogant learning girl is called Dancer, which means dancer. The music is light and rhythmic, making people feel as if they are at a summer night party, with dancing steps and flying melodies. Shirakawa Zeping believes that with his level of piano, it is impossible for him to play as easily and freely as Hayakawa Natsuori. Poverty not only limits his imagination, but also limits his skill level. Of course, there is nothing to be jealous about. You should know that Asano Natsuori, who is next to him, is even better at playing the piano than Hayakawa Natsuori. Do you think she is proud? Except for being a little unhappy and unable to hide it, everything else is normal. Soon after the song was over, Hayakawa Natsuji stood up and bowed slightly to the audience, and the auditorium suddenly burst into applause. Asano Natsuji reluctantly clapped a few times with everyone, whispering, "It's just to fool these idiots." "Huh? Asano-san, what did you say?" "Nothing." The little girl immediately put on a little angel smile. "I said Hayakawa-san played too well." "Really, I think so too." Shirakawa Zeping couldn't understand the brain holes of these Natsujis, but in his opinion, Hayakawa Natsuji's level was indeed very strong. Just as he was waiting for the next show of the evening party to start, someone suddenly came up to Shirakawa Zeping, patted Shirakawa Zeping on the shoulder, and whispered, "Shirakawa-san, are you free now? Teacher Uehara has something to talk to you about." It was the class monitor, Kimura Takamiya. Shirakawa Zeping hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mr. Uehara, when did it happen?" "It was not long after the Cultural Festival Knowledge Contest ended." Kimura Takamiya explained, "It may be about the follow-up arrangements. You can take Asano with you." The little girl immediately became excited when she heard this. Is the competition going to be held on another day? She was the one who dreamed of battling with Hayakawa Natsuki. If she could have another match to satisfy Asano Natsuki's wish, even if she had to pay for the sponsorship, it would not be a problem. It shouldn't be possible. Kimura Takamiya glanced at the dark crowd around him and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go backstage and talk. Mr. Uehara is just over there." Shirakawa Zeping nodded in response, took the little girl out of the aisle, and followed Kimura Takamiya and walked quickly to the backstage. There were quite a lot of people backstage, many of whom were wearing makeup and costumes. It seemed that there would be a musical soon. The head of the vocal club, Motoka Aoki, who had taught Shirakawa Zeping how to play the piano before, was walking in front of everyone, arranging and instructing her members in every detail. After all, they were a master and apprentice, so Shirakawa Zeping took the initiative to nod and greet her. "Good evening, Aoki-san." This supporting character, who had not appeared in more than 40 chapters, did not forget Shirakawa Zeping. It can even be said that Shirakawa Zeping left a deep impression in her heart. That was the fear that existed deep in her mind, that she would fail to show off and get slapped in the face. Motoka Aoki saw Shirakawa Zeping and took a small step back with lingering fear. "Shirakawa-san, is the vocal club's program about to start?" Shirakawa Zeping chatted casually while Kimura Takamiya was looking for the class teacher. "Yeah, I'm so busy. We don't have enough manpower. We've already called back the vocal club members who didn't participate in the musical, but it's still a bit tiring." Shirakawa Zeping was stunned. "Did you forget one person?" "Forgot someone? Who? How is it possible?" "Ishiki Eugenie." Aoki Motoka froze in place, and after a long time he slapped his forehead. "Oh yes, there's also little Gigini. Strange. Why did I think of everyone but forgot her? If Shirakawa-san hadn't reminded me, my mind would have been blank." Shirakawa Zeping said considerately, "It's not your fault. Call her in to work quickly. Ishiki Eugenie has advanced slacking skills. Being forgotten by the person in charge during group activities should be a passive effect for her." Shirakawa Zeping felt that he must not encourage her to slack off. "So this is how the pretty boy cheats people? Will this guy cheat me like this in the future?" "Shirakawa-san, you are a devil. That should be said by Ishiki-san." Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the little lowly. Seeing that there was no one around, Shirakawa Zeping suddenly said, "Asano-san, do you know Hayakawa-san?" "Of course I do. Hayakawa-san is a celebrity. Who wouldn't know him?" "I didn't ask you that." "Then what is Shirakawa-san asking?" The two stared at each other for a while. Seeing that the little girl refused to admit it, Shirakawa Zeping did not expose her thoughts on the spot. He shook his head and said, "Nothing." Uehara Masao and Kimura Takamiya walked over from a distance. When they saw Shirakawa Zeping, they immediately smiled and said, "Shirakawa-san, thank you for your hard work this time." Uehara Masao said, "Originally, we wanted to arrange a competition between you and Shirakawa-san, but because Hayakawa-san had to meet with a music professor from abroad, the school canceled the subsequent schedule. However, the school finally decided to give all the shortlisted teams extra class ranking points. I didn't do much. It was mainly due to Asano-san. I know everything." Masao Uehara winked at Shirakawa Zeping, indicating that he understood. After all, he is still a boy, and it is understandable that he wants to give the credit to a girl to make her happy. It's all thanks to Asano and Shirakawa. The little girl was still digesting the sad news for a while, and did not notice Masao Uehara's ambiguous gaze. Shirakawa Zeping asked, "A music professor from abroad? Is he here for a visit?" No wonder her performance at the party was moved up to the first show. It turned out that there were more heavyweight performances to prepare later. "I don't know, it seems that he came here specifically for Hayakawa, and it's a very famous music university." Shirakawa Zeping frowned. "Is Hayakawa Shiaji going abroad to study music? This news is not good. If Hayakawa Shiaji is going abroad, the bond between him and her cannot be cut off because of the distance. According to the degree of disconnection of the system, it might make me go abroad as well, and follow Hayakawa Shiaji to be her exclusive confession interceptor. Well, there is also a Tachibana Chimo in Japan. Maybe he will fly over in the morning to help Hayakawa Natsuji block the thunder, and fly back in the afternoon to protect Miss Tachibana Chimo. Such a life is really fulfilling and full of rhythm. It's ridiculous to think about it." Uehara Masao didn't seem to know any details. He only knew that the foreign professor came to visit specially. As for whether he wanted to recruit students, he didn't know. Shirakawa Zeping's heart moved and decided to ask Hayakawa Natsuji what was going on. Hayakawa Natsuji was sitting in the lounge backstage. He looked up at Shirakawa Zeping, who was walking over, and said softly, "Shirakawa-san? What's the matter?" "Yeah." Shirakawa Zeping subconsciously looked around. There seemed to be no makeup mirror in this lounge, so there was no other stage staff to be seen. Only Hayakawa Natsuji was sitting in it. "Then sit down." Hayakawa Shiaji pointed to a seat for Shirakawa Zeping and said slowly, "It's rare for Shirakawa-san to come to me for something. At least I helped you take the blame just now, so it shouldn't be like this." Shirakawa Zeping was a little depressed. "Then what should I do? Say that I can't repay you and can only pledge my love to you? That's unnecessary. I don't deserve it. It seems that I am not worthy of Shirakawa-san." "I didn't say that." When the two acquaintances met, they first said a few words of bickering as usual, and then Shirakawa Zeping asked, "I heard that you were going to meet a foreign music professor?" "Oh?" Shirakawa-san's news came very quickly. "Is this a temporary decision?" Hayakawa Shiaji took a sip of tea and said calmly, "No." "Then you said that I got news quickly. I'm being sarcastic." "Ha, woman." He didn't hide it and asked directly, "Is Hayakawa going abroad?" She raised her eyebrows. "Why do you ask that?" "I heard that the professor came here specifically for you. I'm a little flattered that Shirakawa suddenly cares about me so much. It's not too much to care about the future of an acquaintance." "As an acquaintance, I don't care much about Shirakawa. I didn't even know that someone had a crush on you." Shirakawa Zeping said helplessly, "It's okay if others don't know, but can't you see it? That's clearly a confession directed at you. It's my bad luck." Hayakawa Shiaji said lightly, "I know. Actually, I was planning to withdraw from the competition, but I didn't expect his opponent in the semifinals to arrange you." "Did you know he was going to do it?" Shirakawa Zeping asked in confusion. "Almost. The student union is not a monolithic organization." "I knew it! There is indeed a traitor!" "So you arranged those messy questions?" "Of course not." A hint of coldness appeared in the eyes of the little arrogant study girl. "I didn't teach them how to set questions." Shirakawa Zeping sighed. The biggest mistake of this group of people was to treat Hayakawa Natsuji as a vase. She is not an easy girl to get along with. Even without the interference of the system, Mida probably couldn't successfully complete the high-profile confession plan. Before today, Shirakawa Zeping had experienced a total of 4 confession scenes. After the first 3 different unlucky guys were ruined by Shirakawa Zeping, they seemed to have stopped moving. It was as if they suddenly didn't like Hayakawa Natsuji anymore. Now it seems that it's not that they won't do it, but that after Hayakawa Natsuji was on guard, it would be impossible to hide it from her and secretly plan a confession. In this way, Mita Takuma is still the only unlucky guy who is stubborn. It's still early. I got the complete question bank of their competition. Do you want to compete? Hayakawa Shiaji did not answer his initial question, but raised a stack of printed paper in his hand. If Shirakawa wins, I can apply to the school to give extra points to your class only. But if Shirakawa doesn't dare... Shirakawa Zeping laughed at the words. Such a childish provocation doesn't seem like Hayakawa's method. Hayakawa Shiaji smiled slightly. So do you dare or not? What's there to be afraid of? Although the topic was a little off, Shirakawa Zeping obviously had no intention of giving in to the little arrogant in front of him. Sure enough, Hayakawa Shiaji's heart to beat me will never die. Today, let you know how outrageous the gap in rank between the toolman and the protagonist is. I haven't seen this question bank before. To be fair, each person will choose 20 questions to ask the other person. The one who is faster and answers more correctly wins. You go first. Hayakawa Shiaji didn't compete with him for who goes first. He spoke slowly and quickly with a slightly cold voice. What material does a credit card use to store information? Ferromagnetic material with low hysteresis loss. What does AS stand for in macroeconomics? Aggregate supply. The question Hayakawa Shiaji chose was obviously not related to anime makeup, which had the flavor of a real knowledge contest. Shirakawa Zeping answered quickly, while thinking about Hayakawa Shiaji's knowledge blind spots in his heart. Who wrote Cold Orange and Pomelo in the Human World, Autumn Colors of Old Sycamore Trees? Li Bai. You actually want to pick a sinology question to ask me. Do you think I was a fake Chinese before? If you dare to test me on the Analects, I'll recite it to you on the spot. Hayakawa Shiaji was not in a hurry, and there was no change in his expression. He read the questions at a normal speed. Shirakawa Zeping also answered according to what he remembered in his mind, like a conditioned reflex. Losing the game? Not possible. My skill level is not for nothing. It's just a photographic memory. I can do it too. When is my birthday? When it came to the 15th question, Hayakawa Natsuji suddenly read out such a question. November 17th. After answering this question, Shirakawa Zeping was stunned for a moment and found that Hayakawa Natsuji looked at him subtly, as if he had discovered something of great interest. I heard it wrong. Shirakawa Zeping calmly changed his words. I thought you were talking about Sato Emi. That's the actress who starred in Angel. Then Shirakawa-san's hearing is really bad. You can hear one word as 4 words. It's okay. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, next question. What animal do I like? What fruit do I like to eat? What's my height and weight? Are you sure this is a competition, not a couple flirting? He said helplessly. Hayakawa-san, you are being a bit of a rogue now. If Shirakawa-san doesn't answer, I win. I can ask such questions later. Whatever, I've seen your file. I can answer everything except hobbies. Shirakawa-ping was completely speechless to this arrogant female hooligan. Of course, he knew that Hayakawa Natsuji was testing him, but he couldn't answer. If he answered, it would really confirm his suspicious inference. Which boy would know another girl's height and weight for no reason? This answer is definitely a pervert. Blame it on the system? People will not believe it either. They will only shout a perverted paranoid and slap you to get out. This is out of the scope of the competition. Shirakawa Zeping struggled desperately. Hayakawa Natsuji slowly showed the question bank in her hand. I'm sorry, there really is such a question. Mita Takuma, you are so cruel you actually dug a trap for me here. Shirakawa seems to know me very well. Hayakawa Shiaji's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was referring to something. No. Shirakawa Zeping denied it flatly. As expected of the #1 learning girl, this girl is not a vase heroine at all. Relying on her own observation and guesswork, she actually designed such a routine to test him. Women are really super scary when they are too smart. Another gifted learning girl, Tachibana Chimo, seems to be much better in this regard. She never tests herself. She is beautiful, obedient, and well-behaved, so it is not without reason that Miss Tachibana Chimo gets different treatment from Shirakawa Zeping. Hayakawa is also a campus celebrity. Many people know about birthdays. But you are talking about my real birthday. You have 2 birthdays? Shirakawa Zeping was confused. Is it not possible? It should be a coincidence. Shirakawa Zeping refused to admit it. Hayakawa Shiaji did not delve into it. Perhaps her original intention was just to draw a conclusion. It didn't matter to her whether Shirakawa Zeping admitted it or not. She put away the question bank in her hand and raised her chin slightly. Are you going to continue? Shirakawa Zeping said a little depressed. No, you won. Thank you. Hayakawa Shiaji squinted her beautiful eyebrows and smiled in a very good mood. It seemed that for her, it was a very fulfilling thing to make Shirakawa Zeping admit defeat. You shouldn't go abroad. Shirakawa Zeping thought for a while and asked, Why should I go abroad? Hayakawa Shiaji said as a matter of course, Even if I want to go abroad, there is no reason to apply for a music school. I don't like piano. This sentence from Hayakawa Shiaji, who is at the level 4 piano level, seems to have no persuasiveness at all, but it seems like a wall. Shirakawa Zeping got this result, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's good not to go abroad, stay in Japan for a few years, and when I become successful, I will end the relationship of study girl with you. At that time, you can go wherever you want. I will never stop you. Since you don't like piano, why did you agree to play a song for the professor at the school? I just don't like piano. I didn't say I don't like benefits. You really don't take the sanctity of music seriously, Shirakawa Zeping complained. Will Shirakawa devote himself to music? No. Hearing this answer, the little Scorpio was very satisfied. If you don't mind, can Shirakawa give me some private space to change clothes? Hayakawa Shiaji said, This is my exclusive lounge. Shirakawa Zeping said awkwardly, turned around and prepared to leave. As if remembering something, Shirakawa Zeping was about to turn around and speak, and a female voice came from behind. Hayakawa, are you in there? Is it convenient to come in? Please come in. Shirakawa Zeping was blocked at the door by a girl. After she came in and saw Shirakawa Zeping, she was startled at first, and then seemed to accept this setting. Then she asked Hayakawa Natsuji, Hayakawa-san, the mirror has been moved here. Where should I put it? Lean it over there first. Hayakawa Natsuji pointed to a place. Two boys heard the girl's call and walked in with a mirror as tall as their bodies. Shirakawa Zeping saw that they couldn't leave for a while, so he helped them. Well, the mirror is quite heavy. I'm so sorry, Hayakawa-san. The mirror in this lounge was broken before, and there has been no chance to repair it. I'm sorry for delaying your makeup. I'm really sorry. It seems that these people are logistics staff. Hayakawa Natsuji didn't care about anything with them, and smiled and said it didn't matter. There was still a lot of time. Shirakawa Zeping rolled his eyes in his heart. Hayakawa Natsuji was obviously the kind of woman who disdained makeup, but with her looks, she did have the capital to do so. For her, the makeup mirror is probably used to try on the dress she will wear on stage later. The logistics staff bowed and nodded and retreated. Hayakawa Shiaji glanced at him and chuckled. Baichuan classmate wants to see me change clothes? Do all the current study girls like to give others social death packages so much? He retreated with a frown on his face. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard a noise behind him. Shirakawa Zeping subconsciously looked back and found that the mirror that had just been leaning against the wall did not seem to be placed firmly, and there was a tendency to fall towards Hayakawa Shiaji. There is danger. Shirakawa Zeping didn't think about it and pounced on Hayakawa Shiaji to the ground. After all, with level 4 fighting skills, his speed and strength are already different from ordinary people. This pounce directly rescued Hayakawa Shiaji's body from under the mirror. Hayakawa Shiaji groaned. Then the mirror fell to the ground with a bang and shattered all over the floor. It was really thrilling. Of course, Shirakawa Zeping is not the kind of professional harem male protagonist who can make a beautiful girl fat with a fall. During this rescue operation, he did not accidentally kiss Hayakawa Natsuji, nor did he touch any place he should not have touched. He is truly a clean male protagonist. The sound of the mirror breaking startled the logistics personnel who had just left. However, after the girl came in and took a look, she quietly closed the door, looking at the sky with a melancholy look and sighed. Is it still popular to trick dogs into coming in and killing them? If I knew such a big gossip, would I be silenced by Shirakawa-san? Shirakawa Zeping did not covet the soft body of the Scorpio little tsundere. To be honest, there was nothing to covet. He quickly stood up and patted his body. No need to thank me. Sheiji looked at Shirakawa Zeping with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but stopping. He thought Hayakawa Natsuji was frightened and reached out to pull her up. Unexpectedly, Hayakawa Natsuji just stared at his palm without saying a word. Shirakawa Zeping felt something was wrong and asked tentatively, Hayakawa classmate, you? Hayakawa Shiaji had a blank expression. What's broken? My hand. Shirakawa Zeping was confused. Are you made of porcelain? You pressed my left hand when you threw me down just now. Hayakawa Shiaji explained expressionlessly. Miss, can you not be so calm? You are so scary. Why do I feel like it's my hand that was broken? Doesn't it hurt? It hurts, Shirakawa Zeping explained. I actually wanted to save you. I can see it. Hayakawa Shiaji said faintly. I saw it 2 seconds before I looked at the mirror and slowly fell down. Did you find the crisis? Why can't I find it? Hayakawa Shiaji's face was full of complexity. I was looking at the mirror all the time. Shirakawa Zeping suddenly looked very embarrassed. He remembered a gif from a Chinese drama he had watched in China before. A little boy was chasing a balloon on the road. A car was still a few hundred meters away. The heroine saw it and had to run over to hug him tightly to protect him, not letting him go. The little boy thought, let me go, I can still live. Hayakawa Natsuji thought, don't save me, I can dodge. Can you stand up now? Shirakawa Zeping said awkwardly, I'll take you to the health room for a checkup right away. Hayakawa Natsuji stretched out his uninjured right hand and was carefully helped up by Shirakawa Zeping. It was a pity that he had no medical skills. Otherwise, he could have helped Hayakawa Natsuji with a simple treatment. He helped the girl out of the door of the lounge and attracted countless people's attention as soon as he appeared. Especially Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Natsuji were still leaning against each other, supporting the girl beside them. This intimate gesture, when seen by others, naturally led to a lot of random speculation. It turns out that the rumor is true. The top school beauty in Mingjiu was won by this guy, Shirakawa Zeping. Damn it! I bet with others that this is fake news. Now I have to wash my hair upside down. What's the point of washing your hair upside down? I still have to put my head in the toilet. It seems that President Mita's loss is not unfair. Shirakawa Zeping pretended not to hear and left the backstage of the auditorium with the expressionless school beauty. He quickly walked to the health room. It was still the familiar female school doctor. When she saw Shirakawa Zeping walking in with a girl, she was startled at first, and then with her professional qualities, she hurriedly checked Hayakawa Shiaji's injuries. What happened? Fell down. Shirakawa Zeping said embarrassedly. Hayakawa Shiaji glanced at him and said nothing. How could you be so careless? The female school nurse brought gauze and splints and touched Hayakawa Shiaji's left hand carefully and said with relief, Fortunately, it's just a dislocation. Shirakawa Zeping was relieved. I said you couldn't be made of porcelain. How could you break your hands so easily? Hayakawa Shiaji, you are not trying to scam me. Although it's just a dislocation, you still have to pay attention to protection. I'll bandage it for you later to relieve some pressure. If you still feel uncomfortable later, go to the hospital for an X-ray in time, understand? I understand. Shirakawa Zeping nodded and said, I will pay attention. You should exercise more and get more sun. The female school nurse gave them a few more instructions and then let them leave on their own. Shirakawa Zeping supported Hayakawa Shiaji as usual, walked out of the health room and sighed. Hayakawa classmate, the school doctor said you lack exercise. Hey. Hayakawa Shiaji's voice was cold. I'm glad you're all right. Baichuan Zeping didn't care about the Scorpio's arrogant attitude and felt no pressure at all. I'll take you back to the auditorium. Hayakawa Shiaji said lightly, there's still a performance. Baichuan Zeping was stunned for a moment. Can you do it with one hand? What do you think? Hayakawa Shiaji stared at Baichuan Zeping's face for a while. I can't play it. Can it be cancelled? Probably not. Baichuan Zeping hesitated. Has the professor seen you? No. Hayakawa Shi's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Do you want to find someone to replace me? This is the only way now. Who do you want to find? Needless to say, it's naturally the little acting loli Asano Shiazi. Anyway, she also loves to act, so just let her pretend to be Hayakawa Shiaji. Anyway, they are all girls and it's hard to tell them apart. There is a candidate. Shirakawa Zeping explained. Her piano skills are also very good. She shouldn't be much worse than yours. It happened a little suddenly. Let's contact the teacher in charge of this matter first. A middle-aged woman with curly hair quickly came to Hayakawa after hearing the news and said anxiously, Hayakawa, are you okay? It's nothing serious. It's just that I may not be able to perform on behalf of the school. Hayakawa Shiaji said, Teacher Murakami, can you explain the situation to the school? This. Teacher Murakami was also a little flustered. I'll make a phone call to ask the higher-level person in charge. After the call, Teacher Murakami had a sad face. There's no way the professor's visiting schedule cannot be changed. Can you find someone to replace Hayakawa on stage? The person in charge, Teacher Murakami, shook his head decisively and said, "No one in this school is better than Hayakawa. If we just pull someone to perfunctory the master, it will make him angry. At this point, we can only ask the master to forgive our rudeness." Shirakawa Zeping frowned. Asano Natsuori's level was indeed high, but the teacher in charge didn't believe it, which was also a problem. It was impossible for others to believe him, just because he said that the little girl was actually playing dumb. The judgment of a normal adult would never be moved by a word from an outsider like him, and he would ask an unfamiliar person to take risks. If only Hayakawa Natsuji knew the little girl. But unfortunately, they were not familiar with each other. At this point, he could only take action and join hands with the black-bellied little tsundere to solve this matter. He winked at Hayakawa Natsuji and asked, "What song are you going to perform?" "The Wilderness." This was the excerpt of the song that Hayakawa Natsuji had played on the piano in the auditorium before. Shirakawa Zeping understood what he said. "In that case, let me do it." "Shirakawa-san, you?" Teacher Murakami was obviously a little unconvinced. "Although your grades are the best in Mingjiu High School, I have never heard that you can play the piano. I understand why you want to help, Shirakawa-san, but this is a big deal." Teacher Murakami still said it in a very tactful way, but the main idea still couldn't escape. The 3 words, "You can't do it." Fortunately, Shirakawa Zeping is a model student. If someone else came and said such a thing, she would probably just turn her face and blurt out, "Get lost. I just happen to know this song." Shirakawa Zeping didn't explain too much. Even if he said a lot, it wouldn't be as good as Hayakawa Shiaji's help. The affirmation of professionals is definitely more convincing than self-recommendation. Hayakawa Shiaji frowned slightly and seemed to be unable to figure out Shirakawa Zeping's routine. "Anyway, there's no other way. Why don't you let Shirakawa-san play a piece in front of Teacher Murakami?" Teacher Murakami didn't expect Hayakawa Shiaji to follow Shirakawa Zeping's nonsense. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Then, okay, Shirakawa-san will demonstrate it first." She didn't have any hope from the bottom of her heart. If Shirakawa Zeping's level was really good, how could it not be exposed before? You can't say that he is so desperate. I should think about how to apologize to the master. I have to treat him to a meal. As for gifts, that weird old man doesn't seem to be interested in money. Then let's go to the music room first. Teacher Murakami made up her mind to make Shirakawa Zeping and Hayakawa Shiaji give up as soon as possible so that she can have time to deal with the following matters. Unexpectedly, Shirakawa Zeping didn't respond to her, but suddenly asked, "How long is it until Hayakawa's performance?" Teacher Murakami was stunned. "There is still an hour and a half." Shirakawa Zeping nodded. "Then give me an hour to ask Hayakawa for advice. After an hour, please ask Teacher Murakami to come to the music room to see if I am qualified to replace Hayakawa on stage." 1 hour? Teacher Murakami was a little confused. At this time, what is the difference between 1 hour and 10 hours? In this hour, can you open up the Ren and Du meridians and become a peerless master? Do you think your opponent is the fire cloud evil god? Baichuan Zeping bowed slightly to the dazed Murakami teacher, left the lounge with Shueiji, and went straight to the music room not far away. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and called Asano Natsuori. From the beginning, the little girl couldn't find Baichuan Zeping, and then she was pulled by the vocal club to help make up the actors, and she was so busy that she forgot to find the pretty boy. Now he called, which surprised Asano Natsuori. "Hello, Asano classmate," Baichuan Zeping said concisely. "Can you come to the music room now?" The little girl walked over in a daze. When she arrived at the place, she found that the pretty boy was with the black-hearted woman Hayakawa Natsuji, and that black-hearted woman was injured. Before she could show her surprise, Baichuan Zeping pressed Asano Natsuori's little head. "Okay, you can go now. The target of the strategy has been selected successfully. The talent and corresponding information panel are being generated. The corresponding rewards have been issued." Little white face. You think you are playing a monkey. You asked me to come here and then asked me to leave. If there weren't so many people here, I would have beaten your dog head to pieces. Shirakawa Zeping felt a little guilty. He asked the little Lolita to come here specially, of course, because he wanted her body. No, she wanted her talent. Who is the best at learning piano skills? Of course, Asano Natsuori is the best in the world. He estimated that if he only learned one song, it would be difficult to reach a high level in a short time with Hayakawa Natsuji's talent alone. But with Asano Natsuori's talent bonus, the result will be greatly changed. Quickly learn a difficult piano piece in 1 hour. With the complementary nature of the two talents, it is definitely not an unattainable goal. It's just experience. I'll just brush it. Do you want to use the double experience card? Yes, a golden light flashed in Shirakawa Zeping's eyes, and the countdown officially began. He pulled Hayakawa Shiaji and went into a music room with a piano. He had only used 2 of these double experience cards at the beginning when he was chasing Hayakawa Shiaji's study ranking. The system issued 1 at the beginning and another one after selecting a study girl. Including the one just sent by Asano Shiaji, he got a total of 4 double experience cards. The validity period is 72 hours, and the effect is as the name suggests. Let's get started, Shirakawa Zeping said softly. After completing the arrangement of the musical, the vocal club leaders Aoki Motoka and Ishiki Yuji finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat aside to rest. Ishiki Yuji, who could have been happy to fish in the water, was very depressed about being suddenly caught as a soldier. He asked Aoki Motoka indirectly and found out that it was actually Shirakawa Zeping's doing. So angry. How could Shirakawa classmate do this? It's obviously none of my fault. The angry little cutie Ishiki had decided to go to Shirakawa Zeping to ask for an explanation. However, before she set out to look for Shirakawa Zeping's trace, the culprit appeared in front of her. Behind her was the distraught classmate Shiajai. Ah! And there is Hayakawa. The little fangirl Ishiki Hajijin found the wound on Hayakawa Shiaji's hand and was immediately shocked. Hayakawa, who hurt you like this? Tell me quickly. I will definitely beat that guy's dog head to pieces. Nothing, I was just careless, Hayakawa Shiaji said lightly. Her attitude was also a little strange, and there seemed to be something more in her eyes when she looked at Shirakawa Zeping. Aoki Motoka worriedly said, Hayakawa classmate, you are in this state. What will happen to the master performance later? This matter is not a secret in their piano circle. If Hayakawa Shiaji can't make it, then looking at the entire Mingjiu High School, there will be no enemy to fight. Don't worry, Shirakawa-san will take my place. The cute Ishikiha was stunned for a moment. Taking my place of Hayakawa-san? In women's clothing? Why do you always find such a unique angle to enter the stage? It seems that I did not make a mistake just now. Shirakawa Zeping touched Ishikiha Orihime's little head affectionately. Talk less and protect your throat. Ishikiha Orihime trembled. What's wrong with Natsuori-san? Ishikiha Orihime asked with concern. Shirakawa Zeping glanced at the little girl and said casually, Maybe she is thinking about life. As soon as the musical ended, several directors of Mingjiu High School came to the special seats to protect a person like stars surrounding the moon. Master Slater, I'm really sorry to let you appreciate music in an environment with so many